Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 2501. Chapter 2501, 2501. Chapter 2501. I'm not satisfied with the Blue family's rules. Uncle Lu grabbed the young man like a chicken and fled frantically. They fled very far, rushing out of Linhai City and escaping into the distance. Uncle Lu had not lost his senses. He quickly fled to the outskirts, clearly not wanting to expose his identity. He used all his strength, almost reaching his life's peak, as fast as lightning, covering thousands of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken the young man out of Linhai City. Once out of Linhai City, his heart settled, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changed dramatically, as if time was flowing backwards. He felt himself involuntarily flying back. When he came to his senses, he found himself back in Linhai City. What had just happened seemed like a dream bubble. Uncle Lu looked down and saw his young master, also with a terrified expression. Uncle Lu knew he had encountered an unimaginably terrifying being. Without thinking, he flew directly towards the city lord's mansion. Earlier, he didn't want to expose his identity, but now he had no choice. He knew that only by entering the city lord's mansion could they survive. Linhai City wasn't large. At his speed, he instantly rushed into the city lord's mansion. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Moya's cold voice came to his ears. "So you're from the Blue family." As the voice sounded, the scene in his vision shattered. Uncle Lu found himself still in the small room. Little Yu was still on the ground, sleeping soundly, surrounded by the power of the great Tao. His young master was also nearby, dumbfounded, not in his hands. Uncle Lu was thoroughly frightened, his face ashen, lips trembling. It was all an illusion just now. He realized that he had fallen into an illusion earlier. Everything he saw was an illusion, including his own reactions. But this illusion was too real. The Linhai City in the illusion was exactly the same as the real Linhai City. This also caused him, in his panic, to think of fleeing back to his family for protection, ultimately exposing his true identity. He knew very well that these things he had done were not supposed to be known by others. Uncle Lu saw Lin Moya casually pass through the formation he had set up and enter the room. On the surface, Lin Moya appeared to be only a low-level heavenly venerate, but Uncle Lu felt that Lin Moya's strength was far beyond that of a low-level heavenly venerate. Lin Moya waved lightly, and the brocade robe lich carrying Little Yu flew up. At the same time, a world of rules rose behind Lin Moya, taking Little Yu in. Although protected by the brocade robe lich, Lin Moya wasn't sure if the other party had any special means. After all, these were people from the Blue family. To become the city lord of Linhai City, they must have other methods. They were afraid of the unexpected, and so was Lin Moya. With Little Yu entering the world of rules, she was naturally safe. Uncle Lu didn't dare to make any move, nor did he dare to stop Lin Moya. "Senior, we are from the Blue family. I hope you can spare us for the sake of the Blue family." Lin Moya smiled. "That will depend on your performance. First, tell me why you treated Little Yu like this." Uncle Lu was about to speak when Lin Moya suddenly waved his hand to stop him. "I don't want to hear you speak. I want to hear him speak." Kojun appeared beside Lin Moya, reaching out to touch Uncle Lu. Immediately, a vast power restrained Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu turned into a wooden man, unable to speak, his whole body unable to move except for his eyes, just standing there stiffly. Uncle Lu sensed Kojun's aura, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Moya lightly pointed at the young man. "Speak, explain everything clearly." The young man shuddered, his eyes becoming unfocused, his voice extremely cold. "I, Lan Tianyu, am a direct descendant of the Blue family. In Linhai City, who dares to touch me? What's wrong with me playing with a woman? I didn't play with anyone under 16. But 16-year-old women are too old. This young master doesn't like old women. I don't know which bastard made the rule that women under 16 can't be touched. Fine, this young master will follow your rule." His laughter grew colder and more lascivious. "Fortunately, this young master has a way. You want 16 years old? This young master will make them grow to 16 years old. Then." Lin Moya snorted lightly. "Enough." Lan Tianyu's head tilted, and he immediately shut his mouth. Lin Moya continued to ask, "Over the years, how many women have you harmed?" Lan Tianyu mumbled, "Not many, just 27. It's not interesting, really not interesting. They die as soon as you play with them, not interesting." Lin Moya's brows furrowed tightly. "Doesn't the Blue family manage this?" Lan Tianyu laughed loudly. "They want to manage it, but how can they? Kill this young master. Besides, this young master didn't do it openly. This young master just said that this young master recommended them to cultivate in other sections. Their families can't thank this young master enough. How would they manage?" Uncle Lee's eyes were wide open. He wanted to stop this, but he couldn't. Lin Moya's gaze was now ice cold. According to your family's rules, how should someone like you be punished? Lan Tanya sneered. If it were someone else, they would naturally be killed. But I'm a direct descendant. At most, I'd just be confined for a while. Lin Moya became increasingly calm. So these are the Blue family's rules. Indeed, quite good. These words made Uncle Lu shudder. Although the tone was calm, it was full of killing intent. Lin Moya said softly, I'm not very satisfied with the Blue family's rules. Since that's the case, we won't follow the Blue family's rules. Saying this, he glanced at Uncle Lu. Uncle Li's heart was filled with fear. The next second, Kujun's power erupted. Uncle Lu let out a muffled groan, his soul annihilated and dying on the spot. Faced with a mid-level heavenly venerate, Uncle Lu, who was only a low-level supreme being, didn't have any ability to resist. Then Lin Moya flicked out a ball of flame, turning Uncle Lu into a man of fire. Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Uncle Lu, who had just died, became a resurrected being in the flames. Lin Moya did the same to Lan Tianyu, killing him and turning him into a resurrected being. Lin Moya turned and left, erasing all traces of his presence, even erasing the time imprint. Even if someone used time reversal, they wouldn't be able to find the source. Lin Moya returned to the small courtyard he had rented and made himself a pot of good tea. The good show is about to begin. Seconds later, with a thunderous boom, an explosion erupted from the southeast corner of Linhai City. Uncle Lu, carrying Lan Tianyu, shot up into the sky, arriving above the city lord's mansion like lightning. Uncle Lu released all his aura, immediately attracting the attention of countless people. The two were under a huge Taiyin origin, very conspicuous. In Linhai City, someone immediately recognized Lan Tianyu's identity. The direct descendant of the Blue family. Quite a few people knew him. Many people were puzzled, looking at Lan Tianyu, not knowing what he was going to do. Lan Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter. I, Lan Tianyu, have been playing with 16-year-old girls for 30 years, a total of 27. The first one was named. Lan Tianyu recounted his crimes, one by one, in detail. He used all his strength, his voice so loud it resounded throughout Linhai City. The entire Linhai City was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Although ordinary people had low status, all forces had rules not to easily deal with ordinary people. In fact, killing an ordinary person wasn't a big deal, but what Lan Tianyu had done was despised by everyone. If no one knew about these things, what's done is done. But once it was said out loud, Lan Tianyu would inevitably be punished, and the reputation of the Blue family would also be damaged. As the lord of a city, the Blue family needed not only strength but also reputation. Everyone knew that Lan Tianyu was finished. Shut up. An angry roar, a heavenly venerate from the Blue family made a move, wanting to stop Lan Tianyu. Uncle Lu also made a move, actively kneading the opponent, using his body to block the attack. Chapter 2502. Chapter 2502, 2502. Chapter 2502, Compensation? You have no chance. With a thunderous boom, the heavenly venerate from the Blue family was forcibly repelled. Uncle Lu used his body to block the attack and was instantly killed. As a resurrected being, he would self-destruct upon death. The power of his self-destruction was even stronger than when he was alive, surprisingly blocking the heavenly venerate. In the eyes of others, Uncle Lu, as a supreme being, chose to self-destruct just to make Lan Tianyu continue confessing his crimes. A giant formation appeared in the sky, confining the power of Uncle Li's self-destruction within a certain range. At the same time, a large formation appeared on the ground of Linhai City, blocking the impact of Uncle Li's self-destruction. Otherwise, the power of a supreme being's self-destruction would have destroyed most of Linhai City. Uncle Li's self-destruction bought Lan Tianyu a little more time. Lan Tianyu ignored everything and continued to enumerate his crimes. The 18th one. Another angry roar came from the city lord's mansion. I told you to shut up. Another heavenly venerate charged at Lan Tianyu, but suddenly, a high-level heavenly venerate appeared beside Lan Tianyu. Cheng Hongguang appeared next to Lan Tianyu and struck down with a palm, directly repelling the Blue family's heavenly venerate. 8 people from the Blue family ascended into the sky, including the Blue family head, Lan Xingjing, and 7 other heavenly venerates. Lan Xingjing, as the strongest in the Blue family, had the combat power of a peak heavenly venerate, stronger than Cheng Hongguang was in life. However, Cheng Hongguang, now a resurrected being, had surpassed his former strength, enough to delay Lan Xingjing for a while. If he were to die in battle, he could self-destruct and even drag Lan Xingjing down with him. Lan Xingjing said in a deep voice, "Why are you stopping my Blue family?" Cheng Hongguang replied expressionlessly, "Let him finish." Lan Qingzhen's face darkened. "This is an internal matter of my Blue family." Cheng Hongguang snorted coldly. "It's no longer just an internal matter, and it's not just me who wants to hear it. I believe the fellow deists in Linhai City also want to hear it." As soon as he finished speaking, voices echoed from Linhai City. "Of course we want to hear it. The young master of the Blue family has done so many interesting things, we naturally want to hear it. Is the Blue family afraid to admit what they've done? I remember that the Cold Water Holy Land has a decree that ordinary people should not be humiliated, and evil deeds should not be committed. Linhai City is also under the jurisdiction of the Cold Water Holy Land. If this matter spreads, I wonder what will happen. This matter has blown up, it can't be hidden. The Cold Water Holy Land will probably send someone. What are you thinking? Linhai City is nothing. Will the Cold Water Holy Land send someone? At most, the 7-colored sect will send someone. If not, even a top 3-star sect can handle it, and the Blue family won't be able to withstand it. That depends on how the Blue family handles it. If the punishment is appropriate, it won't be a problem. These voices belonged to heavenly venerates who were not afraid of the Blue family, each exuding a powerful aura, seemingly supporting Qing Hongguang. Lan Qingjian's face was extremely ugly. He didn't know Qing Hongguang's background, but such a high-level heavenly venerate appearing out of nowhere had already made the situation irreparable. He was trembling with anger. As the head of the Blue family, he naturally knew that Lan Tinyu had done many wrong things over the years. But Lan Tinyu was his direct descendant, so he turned a blind eye to some things. However, he didn't expect Lan Tinyu to go mad and confess everything. He suddenly noticed that Lan Tinyu's eyes were not normal. In an instant, his mind was in turmoil. Someone is targeting my Blue family. Who? Who is targeting my Blue family? Is it the Feng family or the Mu family? He quickly searched his mind. The Blue family naturally had enemies, and quite a few. All the people he thought of were possible. But thinking about it now was useless. The situation was already in front of him, and he had to decide how to handle Lan Tinyu. Lin Moya listened to the discussions and gained more understanding of the structure of the origin continent. Above Linhai City was the Seven-Colored Sect. The Seven-Colored Sect had 7 branch sects, named after the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. He had dealt with a Dao Venerate named Wei Xian from the Seven-Colored Sect, who had given him a jade token, both a life-saving talisman and a death warrant. Any branch sect under the Seven-Colored Sect was stronger than the Blue family of Linhai City. Lin Moya didn't know the star rating of the Seven-Colored Sect, but it was at least 4 stars, possibly 5. Above the Seven-Colored Sect was the Cold Water Holy Land. The Cold Water Holy Land was the true ruler of this region. There were only 4 holy lands on the entire origin continent, and the Cold Water Holy Land was one of them. As the ruler, the Cold Water Holy Land had set rules, including that evil deeds were a serious crime and must be severely punished. If the Cold Water Holy Land didn't know about it, it would be fine, but once they knew, they wouldn't let it go. Earlier, he wanted to see how the Blue family would react, but now there was no need. As long as the Blue family wasn't foolish, Lan Tinyu would die. Although he was already dead, it didn't prevent him from dying again. Lan Tinyu finally finished confessing all his crimes, ending with Xiaoyu. When he mentioned using malicious means to control a little girl, keeping her at the age of 10 for his amusement, the entire Linhai city exploded. This was no longer a matter of severe punishment, it was an unforgivable crime. Unbelievable, the Blue family disciple is so heartless. Raising a girl from 10 to 16 for his amusement, and she's an orphan. With such a mindset, the higher his cultivation, the more dangerous he becomes, another great demon. His mindset is more terrifying than that of the demon race. If he isn't killed, my Dao heart won't be at peace. I think the Blue family should be thoroughly investigated. If there's one, there might be a second. Indeed, it should be thoroughly investigated. The discussions continued to reach Lan Qingjian's ears. If it weren't for Qing Hongguang blocking him, Lan Qingjian would have torn Lan Tinyu to pieces. What Lan Tinyu did was already threatening the survival of the Blue family. After Lan Tinyu finished talking about Xiaoyu, Qing Hongguang said, "Alright, we've heard everything we need to hear. Now let's see how the Blue family head handles it." Lan Qingjian looked at Qing Hongguang with a complicated expression. "Who sent you?" Qing Hongguang laughed. "Blue family head, you should take care of your family's affairs. Don't worry about external matters." With that, he disappeared without a trace in front of Lan Qingjian. Lan Qingjian's face stiffened. Qing Hongguang's sudden disappearance startled him. He couldn't see how Qing Hongguang left, which made him even more certain that Qing Hongguang had backing. Otherwise, a high-level heavenly venerate couldn't have escaped his notice. But so what? The problem now was how to handle Lan Tinyu. Originally, he thought of killing him to give an explanation, but after Lan Tinyu mentioned Xiaoyu, he knew he couldn't kill him. This matter was 1,000 times worse than before. He knew the Cold Water Holy Land would definitely send someone to investigate the Blue family. If this matter wasn't thoroughly investigated, he couldn't explain it. Lan Tinyu couldn't be killed and had to be handed over to the Cold Water Holy Land. The best approach was to report it to the Cold Water Holy Land proactively, rather than waiting for them to find out. Detain him and wait for me to report this to the Holy Land, and let the Holy Land handle it. Lan Qingjian ordered. Several heavenly venerates immediately detained Lan Tinyu and took him away. Lan Qingjian stood in the void and addressed the entire Linhai city. "This is the Blue family's fault. We will compensate all the victims. I will personally report this to the Holy Land, and this sinner will be dealt with by the Holy Land. We will also find the girl Xiaoyu and do our best to compensate her. This incident was an accident. The Blue family banquet scheduled for tomorrow is postponed. We will notify you of the new date." After saying this, he hurriedly returned to the Blue family, and the drama came to an end. Lin Moya sat in his small courtyard, sipping fragrant tea, and shook his head slightly. "Compensation? You have no chance." Chapter 2503. Chapter 2503, 2503. Chapter 2503, Alive. No one sees him dead, no corpse found. The matter of Lan Tinyu had completely blown up. Not only was the entire Linhai city talking about it, but the news quickly spread to other cities as well. It wouldn't be long before the surrounding cities and various forces would hear about this incident. The head of the Blue family, Lan Qingjian, made the best choice, not to kill Lan Tinyu but to hand him over to the Cold Water Holy Land for punishment. If he had killed Lan Tinyu himself, some things would be hard to explain. The Cold Water Holy Land would not believe his one-sided story and would think he was hiding something. He knew that Lan Tinyu was definitely going to die, and it would be a miserable death. He just hoped it wouldn't implicate the Blue family. In front of the Holy Land, the Blue family was nothing more than an ant, not worth mentioning. Lan Qingjian returned home and immediately summoned the elders. He He sat in the main seat, his face gloomy. Who do you think is targeting us? Lan Tianyu's sudden behavior could not have been his own decision. There must be a manipulator behind the scenes. Using Lan Tianyu as a lead, they aimed to deal with the Blue family. Several elders of the Blue family were deep in thought but couldn't figure out who it was. The Blue family had many enemies, and there were several significant families in the nearby cities that wanted to deal with the Blue family. The former city lord of Linhai City was from the Feng family. Due to an accident, the Feng family was exterminated, and the Blue family took their place. Although the Blue family became the city lord of Linhai City, their foundation was not that stable. Linhai City was a piece of fat meat, and many forces had their eyes on it. After thinking for a long time, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. They speculated about various possibilities but couldn't produce any concrete evidence. Suddenly, a supreme being rushed in, looking panicked. Family head, young Master Tinyu is missing. Lan Qingjing jumped up in shock. How did he go missing? The supreme being said, he just disappeared, right under my nose. Lan Qingjing thought of Qing Hongguang, who had mysteriously disappeared before, and a chill rose from the depths of his soul, sweeping over his entire body. Lan Tianyu's disappearance was the worst possible outcome, worse than death. The Cold Water Holy Land would definitely want to see him alive or dead. Handing him over alive was naturally the best. If they handed over a corpse, the Holy Land might still have ways to extract information from it. But if he was missing, the Holy Land would think the Blue family was hiding him. This was the worst situation. The Blue family wouldn't be able to explain it, and the Holy Land wouldn't believe them. Lan Qingjing trembled all over, realizing how terrifying the manipulator behind the scenes was. Without showing themselves, they were already close to bringing the Blue family to ruin. Lan Qingjing sighed. The only plan now is to inform the Holy Land. It's better for us to report it proactively than for the Holy Land to find out on their own. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave, and then went to report to the Holy Land. In the courtyard, Lin Moya watched as the drama came to an end. Lan Tianyu was now in the world of rules. His disappearance was naturally because Lin Moya had taken him back. Someone like you doesn't even qualify to become a resurrected being. With a slight thought, the resurrected Lan Tianyu turned into a wisp of smoke and completely vanished. Lin Moya took out the karma gourd and severed the last thread of karma between himself, Lan Tianyu, and Uncle Lu. This way, no matter how powerful the people from the Holy Land were, they wouldn't be able to find him. In the upper layer of the world of rules, on a beautiful star with birds singing and flowers blooming, Xiaoyu was sleeping peacefully. She slept soundly, dreaming of endless delicious food. She also dreamed of her grandfather, who took her to buy many interesting toys. Later, she dreamed of Lin Moyo, who was grilling fish for her. Finally, she woke up from her dream. Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes and saw a beautiful scene. Xiaoyu was stunned. She found herself in a sea of flowers, the view in front of her breathtakingly beautiful. Where is this place? Am I still dreaming? Such a beautiful scene could only appear in dreams. Suddenly, her nose twitched as a strange fragrance wafted in. Xiaoyu sniffed like a little cat, determined the source of the fragrance, and then saw Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was sitting not far away in a delicate pavilion, with many dishes on the table, emitting a tempting aroma. Seeing Lin Moyo, Xiaoyu happily ran over. Sir, why are you here? Lin Moyo smiled. Are you hungry? Want something to eat? Xiaoyu held her stomach. I ate a lot before I slept, so I'm not hungry now. Lin Moyo said, you'll be hungry soon. As he spoke, he gently pointed at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu seemed to know that Lin Moyo wouldn't harm her, so she didn't dodge and relaxed completely. The law of immortality entered Xiaoyu's body, quickly finding the evil force gathered within her. The power of death corroded, while the power of life healed Xiaoyu. For a moment, Xiaoyu felt both hot and cold, painful yet joyful. Her small, thin body trembled continuously, but Xiaoyu didn't dodge, gritting her teeth to endure. She still believed that Lin Moyo wouldn't harm her. Lin Moyo said softly, bear with it, it'll be over soon. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Xiaoyu will endure. The evil force hidden in Xiaoyu's body was quickly corroded by the power of death, replaced by the power of life, giving Xiaoyu a feeling of soaking in a hot spring. So comfortable. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed into slits, and she let out a comfortable moan. The power of life swept through Xiaoyu's body, providing her with abundant vitality. Xiaoyu's originally thin body began to grow under the nourishment of the power of life. Xiaoyu was now 15 years old, only 3 months away from 16. Previously, due to Lan Tingyu's evil methods, Xiaoyu had maintained the appearance of a 10-year-old. Now that the restriction was lifted, and with the immense power of life, Xiaoyu's body began to grow. She grew taller, and her skin began to stretch tighter and tighter. Her clothes, already full of patches, were torn in several places. The holes grew larger, and Xiaoyu was almost naked. Xiaoyu curiously looked at herself. What's happening? Lin Moya threw over a woman's robe. Put this on first. Xiaoyu obediently put on the robe. She moved cautiously, afraid of dirtying the robe. What a beautiful dress. Xiaoyu touched the exquisite patterns on the robe, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Moya said, I'll have someone make 2 fitting clothes for you later. Wear this one for now. Xiaoyu curiously asked, Mr. Lin, what's going on? Where is this place? Lin Moya smiled, I'll tell you later. Are you hungry? Just then, Xiaoyu's stomach growled. Xiaoyu had quickly grown from 10 to 15 years old, and her body's growth naturally consumed a lot of energy. She was just an ordinary person and couldn't, like cultivators, convert energy from the air, so it was normal for her to be hungry. So Lin Moyo had prepared a lot of delicious food in advance. Xiaoyu, embarrassed, covered her stomach, which kept protesting. Her eyes were glued to the food on the table, unable to look away. Lin Moya smiled. Eat first, we'll talk while eating. Chapter 2504. Chapter 2504, 2504. Chapter 2504, Practicing Boxing for the Master. Lin Moya did not tell Xiaoyu about Lanchenyu, only mentioning that Xiaoyu had been injured, which caused her to remain in the appearance of a 10-year-old. Now that her injury has healed, she has naturally returned to her 15-year-old self. 15-year-old Xiaoyu has grown very tall. Her figure is graceful, and her appearance has changed significantly, making it almost impossible to recognize her original look. Supported by a huge life force, what she had lost has now been restored, and she is even better than before. Xiaoyu devoured all the dishes on the table, but she still didn't feel full, nor did she feel hungry. Xiaoyu felt strange. How could this happen? How could I eat so much? Lin Moya naturally knew why and took out more delicacies. Eat slowly, this is normal. The growth of the body requires a lot of energy. Especially for people like Xiaoyu, who are born with jade souls, they need more energy. Normally, as Xiaoyu gets older, her appetite will improve, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Although her own life force can provide Xiaoyu with a lot of energy, some of it will need to be obtained through other means. Before formal training, eating is the best choice. The food prepared by Lin Moya is not ordinary food. They are all kinds of spiritual objects, which contain great energy. Lin Moya could feel that Xiaoyu's soul was greedily absorbing the energy in the food, trying to make up for the losses of these years. Born with a strong jade soul, it is an extremely strong cultivation physique. Even if she does not practice, Xiaoyu's soul realm can slowly grow by eating. Once she starts practicing, the speed of Xiaoyu's realm growth will be greatly improved. After eating 3 tables of food, Xiaoyu finally no longer felt hungry, but she did not feel full either. She could still eat. However, Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed and asked cautiously, "Am I too hungry?" Lin Moya changed a bunch of food. "Eat as much as you want, and I will take care of it." Xiaoyu asked while eating, "Why is the gentleman so good to me?" Xiaoyu is very smart, with a pair of big eyes full of spirituality. She naturally knows that Lin Moya was good to her for a reason, but she can also feel that Lin Moya has no ill will towards her. Lin Moya asked, "Is your full name Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu shook her head. "I was picked up by my grandfather, but my grandfather did not give me a name, nor did he let me take his surname. He has always called me Xiaoyu. My grandfather said that the night he found me, the moon was very bright, so he took the half of the moon and kept calling me Mississippi." Lin Moya asked again, "What is Xiaoyu's grandfather's surname?" Xiaoyu said, "My grandfather doesn't usually tell me, but I heard him mention it once. His surname is Feng." Feng. Lin Moya's first reaction was to think of the Feng family in Linhai City. 100 years ago, the Feng family was suddenly exterminated because of an accident. Back then, the Feng family was much stronger than the Lan family, and the Lan family could only rank second in Linhai City. It was because the Feng family was exterminated that the Lan family was able to take over and become the leader of Linhai. Why the Feng family was exterminated has always been a mystery, and no one knows. It is said that someone from the Hanshui Holy Land came and conducted an investigation, but there was no result. In the end, the Hanshui Holy Land let the Lan family take over Linhai City. It was also the order of the Holy Land that prevented some surrounding forces from taking action against the Lan family. This was considered to give face to the Holy Land. Otherwise, with the strength of the Lan family, Linhai City might not be theirs. Lin Moya thought that Hanshui Holy Land must know some reasons for the strange demise of the Feng family, but just kept it secret. Xiaoyu's grandfather's surname was Feng, and he was hiding his name in Linhai City, so there must be a reason. Maybe he is a descendant of the Feng family. However, this has nothing to do with me. I only care about Xiaoyu. Lin Moya said, "Xiaoyu must be very curious. Why am I so nice to you?" Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide. Yes, Xiaoyu doesn't understand why the master is so nice to me, but Xiaoyu knows that the master has no ill will towards Xiaoyu. Lin Moya touched Xiaoyu's head. People's hearts are not the same as they used to be. Some things can't just be judged by appearance, nor can they just be judged by feelings. I want to take you as my disciple. I wonder if you are willing. Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she was stunned. After waiting for a few seconds, Xiaoyu finally reacted and nodded fiercely. Yes, squat on top. Xiaoyu was about to kneel down to Lin Moya, but she still had food in her hands and even in her mouth, and her whole appearance was funny. Lin Moya smiled. "No need for so many etiquette. I don't care about these here. Eat first, and then I'll take you to make clothes." Lin Moya took Xiaoyu to the Divine City to find Elder Yen and asked him to refine some magic clothes for Xiaoyu. Now that Elder Yen is the supreme, refining clothes is a piece of cake for him. What's more, it was Lin Moya's request. Elder Yen put aside everything on hand and completed Lin Moya's request as quickly as possible. Every piece of clothing is a magic weapon, and it is a magic weapon of the supreme realm. When Xiaoyu wears it, it not only fits well, but also provides Xiaoyu with strong defense and ensures her safety. Xiaoyu looked at the new clothes on her body and smiled. Which little girl doesn't like beautiful new clothes, and she is no exception. Lin Moya did not leave Xiaoyu in the world of rules. Xiaoyu is from the origin continent and needs to practice in the origin continent. The yard is still quiet, the formation is open, and no one comes to disturb. At this time, the origin of the sun once again rules the earth. What happened last night has become a joke in Linhai City. It is estimated that at this moment, all the major forces around have known it. The speed of news transmission in the origin continent is quite fast. Good or bad, it will not take long for it to reach the ears of all forces. Lin Moya guessed that Lan Qingjing would definitely take the initiative to report what happened yesterday to the Hanshui Holy Land. He dared not hide such a thing. After that, he should look for Xiaoyu. Among all the disgusting things of Lan Tianyu, the most outrageous one is shower. Using such evil means to amuse oneself for one's hobbies is intolerable. Now that Lan Tianyu is missing, the Lan family will definitely look for Xiaoyu. But how can Xiaoyu be found so easily? Lin Moyo had long since erased the time mark and used the cause and effect gourd to cut off Xiaoyu's cause and effect. In addition, Xiaoyu's appearance has changed greatly, her clothes are gorgeous, and her temperament has also changed greatly. It is difficult to associate her with the Xiaoyu in Lan Tianyu's mouth. Xiaoyu said with some excitement, "Master, can I practice now?" At this time, Xiaoyu was slender, tall, and beautiful, especially her big eyes seemed to be able to speak. Especially her gorgeous clothes, which exuded a faint mist, made Xiaoyu look like a different woman from an ordinary woman. No matter who saw her, they would call her a fairy from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Moya nodded. "Let me see the practice method left by your grandfather first." Xiaoyu said, "The practice method left by my grandfather was dictated, and Xiaoyu recited it to master." Xiaoyu recited the cultivation method left by her grandfather. After listening, Lin Moya knew that it was just the most basic Yi Na method. It can absorb the original power between heaven and earth and strengthen itself. But this cultivation method is too low level. Even if Xiaoyu is born with a jade soul, without resources, the cultivation speed will not be much faster. According to Lin Moyu, it is better to let Xiaoyu eat good food every day. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Moyu with her bright big eyes. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, as if asking Lin Moyu, "How is it?" Lin Moya touched Xiaoyu's head. "This set of cultivation method is too ordinary, not worthy of Xiaoyu, so the master will change a method for you. Master will show you a set of boxing, Xiaoyu will follow." Chapter 2505. Chapter 2505, 2505. Chapter 2505, Seaside City Closure. Lin Moya taught Xiaoyu the boxing method from the Great Power Heavenly Venerable. This method starts from the basics and progresses all the way to the Heavenly Venerable level. While refining the body, it also refines the soul. Practicing this boxing method allows one to understand the laws of heaven and earth. Practicing in the big world helps one understand the laws of the big world, and practicing in the origin continent helps one understand the laws of the origin continent. If Xiaoyu can master this method and practice diligently, she will eventually be able to comprehend the principles of the origin continent. The most important aspect is that Xiaoyu was born with a jade soul, making her soul naturally superior to others. Improving her soul realm is not an issue. However, Xiaoyu's physical body has become the biggest obstacle on her cultivation path. Lin Moya's solution for Xiaoyu is simple: focus on cultivating the physical body. The boxing method of the Great Power Heavenly Venerable is currently the most suitable for her. Xiaoyu is very intelligent. After Lin Moya demonstrated the boxing method once, she almost memorized it perfectly and could perform it well. There were only a few details that needed correction, which she quickly fixed after Lin Moya pointed them out. In just half a day, Xiaoyu had learned the entire boxing method. While practicing, Xiaoyu felt a stream of heat entering her body, making her feel warm and comfortable. Lin Moya observed thousands of golden lights falling from the origin of the sun and entering Xiaoyu's body. Her body was improving at an astonishing speed, and her soul was also being nourished by the sun's origin, gradually becoming stronger. Lin Moya was impressed. It's worthy of being born with a jade soul. The speed of cultivation is really fast. As long as there are enough resources, it won't take long for Xiaoyu to break through to the super god realm and transcend the category of ordinary people. In the origin continent, the realm divisions are the same as in the big world. Below the super god realm are ordinary people, and above it are practitioners. It typically takes a normal person 60 or 70 years to become a practitioner from an ordinary person. For Xiaoyu, it may not even take 2 years to enter the super god realm, a speed that is simply shocking. Even Lin Moya's cultivation speed is far inferior to Xiaoyu's. After practicing 3 sets of punches, Xiaoyu was already sweating and panting. Lin Moya smiled. "Let's stop here." Xiaoyu asked, "Oh, is it enough to practice 3 times? Lin Moya replied, "You just started practicing. Don't rush. Practice 3 times in the morning and at night. Haste makes waste." Cultivation is not about who is faster, but who goes further. Xiaoyu nodded and followed Lin Moya's advice. Lin Moya smiled. "Okay, pack up, and let's go to dinner." Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at the mention of dinner. She immediately activated the formation on her clothes, and a faint light enveloped her, removing all the sweat and making her feel refreshed, as if she had taken a good bath. "It's amazing." Xiaoyu squinted her eyes, enjoying the comfort. The origin of the sun was high in the sky. It was noon, and Linhai City was bustling. Lin Moya took Xiaoyu to the largest restaurant in Linhai City, Guanlin Tower. Under the plaque of Guanlin Tower, 4 stars were engraved, indicating that it was a 4-star establishment. Guanlin Tower's business spanned the entire origin continent, and the one in Linhai City was just one of its branches. Lin Moyo asked for a private room to isolate themselves from others. Xiaoyu said, "Master, why don't we eat outside? Eating in a private room is too expensive." Lin Moya smiled. "There is a reason to eat here. Xiaoyu, don't worry about money. The master has enough money." Although he wasn't very wealthy now, he could afford a meal in a private room. If necessary, he had 6 world-class 5th-level origins, whose wealth alone was comparable to that of a medium-sized sect. Hearing Lin Moya say that money was not an issue, Xiaoyu relaxed and ate heartily. After practicing boxing, she was indeed hungry and enjoyed her meal. Lin Moya casually drew a rune, enhancing his hearing. He overheard many people discussing the events of the previous night. The Lan family has already started looking for that girl Xiaoyu. I heard that Xiaoyu usually lived under a bridge. After her grandfather disappeared, she was driven out. How could Lan Tianyu be so heartless to harm such a pitiful person? What a beast. Anyway, Lan Tianyu won't live long. When the people from Hanshui Holy Land arrive, he will die. If things go wrong, the Lan family will be in trouble. I heard that Lan Tianyu disappeared. Ah, how could he disappear? Did the Lan family secretly release him? The Lan family wouldn't dare. The people from the Holy Land will be here soon. Who knows? If the Lan family is timid, they wouldn't do such a thing. From these scattered discussions, Lin Moyo understood the current situation. After Lan Tianyu disappeared, the Lan family began searching for Xiaoyu. However, they should know that finding Xiaoyu immediately is almost impossible. They can only try their best. It is also impossible for them to find someone to pretend to be Xiaoyu, as it would be easily exposed. Someone from Hanshui Holy Land was coming. This news had spread from within the Holy Land. It was said that the Holy Lord of Hanshui Holy Land was very angry and ordered a thorough investigation. Lin Moya found it hard to believe that the Holy Lord would be genuinely angry over such a trivial matter. It was likely done for appearances. It seemed that the Lan family was in serious trouble. If this matter wasn't handled well, the entire Lan family could be wiped out. Hanshui Holy Land was known for its sharp and sometimes unreasonable methods. Once they believed something, they didn't care whether it was right or wrong. Lin Moyo had heard many discussions about Hanshui Holy Land. Whether true or false, he had formed an impression of it as an extremely powerful and unreasonable force. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land was a woman, known for her terrifying strength and beauty. Once, a disciple from another Holy Land accidentally bumped into her, and she chased him to his home and killed him in front of his family's strong men. This kind of force in person should be avoided if possible. Xiaoyu noticed Lin Moya's expression. "Teacher, what are you laughing at?" Lin Moya replied, "Something happened in Linhai City, and Master Yin is planning to leave the city." Xiaoyu asked curiously, "What happened in Linhai City?" Lin Moya smiled. "Someone did something bad and alarmed the Holy Land. We should not get involved." Xiaoyu seemed to understand. "Okay, Master." After finishing their meal, Lin Moya paid and took Xiaoyu out of the city. Suddenly, the rosy clouds above Linhai City disappeared, and a giant formation appeared in the sky, covering the entire city. A clear voice resounded throughout the city. "The Holy Envoy has ordered that Linhai City is temporarily closed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave." Chapter 2506. Chapter 2506, 2506. Chapter 2506, The Direct Lineage of Hanshui Holy Land, the Gu family. Only the messengers from the Holy Land can be called holy messengers. The people from the Hanshui Holy Land arrived, and they came quite quickly. What happened just last night, and they arrived by noon the next day? Lin Moya whispered, "So fast." He suspected that the Holy Envoy had not just arrived now but had been here for a while. He guessed that the Holy Envoy had already started investigating and that something had happened to the Lan family. Otherwise, it should have been Lan Qingjing who spoke just now, not a strange voice. Lin Moya looked in the direction of the Lan family, and there seemed to be something wrong there. The Eye of the Dead was opened, and Lin Moya saw hundreds of soul flames. These soul flames gathered together, and some flames seemed a little weak. Lin Moyo had a thought: imprisonment. Did the people of the Hanshui Holy Land imprison the Lan family? Suddenly, a gaze shot over from a distance, and Lin Moya saw an extremely strong soul flame at the same time. Their eyes collided, and Lin Moya's rule world made a roar, and he immediately closed his eyes. Dao Zun. The Holy Land sent a Dao Zun. Xiaoyu on the side noticed Lin Moya's abnormality. "Master, what happened?" Lin Moya smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, since the whole city is sealed off, we will leave later." Xiaoyu nodded obediently. "I will listen to Master." On the way back, Lin Moya thought about what he had just seen. The Taoist master of the Holy Land just gave him a warning. After all, in that situation, it is estimated that there will be many people who go to spy on the Lan family. Back in the yard, Lin Moya began to teach Xiaoyu how to comprehend the law. Xiaoyu is just an ordinary person now, and there is still a long way to go before understanding the law. But she is born with a jade soul, and her soul realm is high enough to be in touch with the law. The master leads the way, and the practice is up to the individual. Lin Moya wants to be Xiaoyu's guide. As for how far she can go in the end, it all depends on herself. Xiaoyu listened to Lin Moya's words and comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Compared to boxing, this kind of practice is much more boring. But Xiaoyu still calmed down and studied hard. Until the origins were replaced, the Taiyan origin regained control of heaven and earth, and the ban on Linhai City was still not over. The entire Linhai City was in a state of only entering but not leaving. The whole city was unusually quiet, and no one had any objections, which showed the majesty of the Holy Land. Just one sentence: the Holy Land envoy has an order, and the Tianzuns in the city were suppressed, and they dared not make a sound. The Taiyan origin fell down, and Xiaoyu practiced 3 more punches after dinner, and then began to comprehend the law. In just one day, Xiaoyu felt as if she had endless energy, completely different from before. Xiaoyu knew that this was all brought by Lin Moyo, and her heart was full of gratitude to Lin Moyo. Apart from her grandfather, Lin Moyo is the best person to her. The moon sets and the sun rises, and Linhai City, which has been blocked for a whole day, finally had movement. By the order of the Holy Envoy, all the Tianzuns in Linhai City who have received the invitation from the Lan family, go to the Lan family to gather, with a time limit of half an hour. Those who don't arrive within half an hour, beware. In an instant, Tianzuns from all over Linhai City took off and flew to the Lan family. In this land, no matter who you are, no one dares to disobey the order of the Holy Land. Unless you are a disciple of other holy places or come from other super sects and families, you must follow the order. Xiaoya seemed to be a little worried. Master, are you going too? Lin Moya knew what Xiaoya was worried about, afraid that she would be like her grandfather and not return once she left. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master will take Xiaoya with him because Master will introduce you to a new friend." As he said that, Lin Moya unfolded the rule world and took Xiaoya in. In the rule world, Xiaoya was waiting early. Just now, she received a message from Lin Moya, saying that he wanted to introduce her to a new friend. Master! When Lin Moya came in, Xiao Wu rushed over and hung on Lin Moya, rubbing Lin Moya with her little head. As for Xiaoyu, Xiao Wu didn't care at all. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wu and Lin Moya's intimacy, and for some reason, she felt a little envious. After a while, Lin Moya introduced Xiaoyu to Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu was already over 10,000 years old, she was still a little girl, and she and Xiaoyu could just play together. In the rule world, Xiao Wu was watching Xiaoyu, so there was no need to worry at all. Although Xiao Wu was playful, she could still do what she was asked. After giving a few instructions, Lin Moya left the rule world and flew towards the Lan family. The Tianzons of the entire Linhai city gathered at the Lan family, a total of 28 people. When the big world was at its most glorious, there were only 8 Tianzons. And in the small Linhai city, there were 28 Tianzons. The strength of the origin continent is really amazing. Lin Moya was the last one. He looked around and saw that among the 28 heavenly venerables, there were 6 mid-level heavenly venerables and 22 low-level heavenly venerables like himself. The Lan family was not here. Opposite the heavenly venerable, stood a young man. The young man was only at the Saint Venerable level, but standing there, he showed an extraordinary temperament. He was wearing a beautiful and gorgeous outfit. Facing the heavenly venerables, he was not afraid at all but instead had an illusion of being superior. It was not as if he was the heavenly venerable and they were the Saint Venerables. Lin Moya only took a glance and knew that the other party was extraordinary. The gorgeous outfit on his body alone was at least a magic weapon of the heavenly venerable level. Especially on the belt, there were 10 origin crystals inlaid, all of which were second-level origin crystals. These origin crystals were enough to provide power for the gorgeous outfit. The other party did not need to consume his own power to use the gorgeous outfit. The gorgeous outfit was just a performance. Who knew what other magic weapons this person had in his hand? Time passed little by little, and no one came anymore. The young man in gorgeous clothes suddenly said, "Junior Gun Yenshui, meet all the seniors of the heavenly venerables." He smiled, neither humble nor arrogant in front of the heavenly venerables, and behaved naturally, obviously with sufficient confidence. When a heavenly venerable heard his name, his face suddenly changed. "It's the Gu family of Hanshui Holy Land. It's actually the direct line of the Holy Land. No matter how big the Lan family's affairs are, it is impossible to alarm the direct line of the Holy Land. Is there something hidden in this matter?" The expressions of the heavenly venerables were different. Those who can become heavenly venerables are all smart people, and their brains are much more flexible than ordinary people. Gun Yenshui seemed very satisfied with everyone's reactions and continued, "Seniors of the heavenly venerables, something did happen in the Lan family this time. Regarding the matter of Lan Tianyu, we in Hanshui will naturally find out. Today, I asked all the seniors to come here because of something else." Something else? What else could be important in Linhai City besides the Lan family? Gun Yenshui continued, "Seniors, you should have received invitations from the Lan family before. This matter is actually related to the Lan family. The Holy Envoy will tell you about the details. Please wait for a moment." The heavenly masters had no objection. They had indeed received an invitation from the Lan family. Lin Moya received an invitation on the first day he came to Linhai City. It seemed that all the heavenly masters who came to Linhai City had received an invitation. What kind of banquet was the Lan family dinner? After waiting for a while, the visitors came from the backyard of the Lan family. The one walking in front was an old man in a water robe with the mark of the Hanshui Holy Land on his robe. Lin Moya recognized him at a glance. This was the Taoist master who came to the Hanshui Holy Land. Behind the old man, there were 7 heavenly masters, all of whom were heavenly masters of the Lan family. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Lan Qingjing is not in there. Where did he go? The old man brought the heavenly master of the Lan family to the crowd. I am Guni Anhai. Chapter 2507. Chapter 2507, 2507. Chapter 2507, This guy is lying. Guni Anhai spoke proudly. As a Daoist master, he had the qualifications to do so. In the eyes of a Daoist master, the heavenly masters were insignificant. Everyone bowed to Guni Anhai, "Greetings, senior." Although Guni Anhai and Gun Yenshui were both from the Hanshui Holy Land and both were direct descendants of the Gu family, Gun Yenshui was only a saint master. Even with a high status, if your cultivation was not sufficient, you could not command the respect of the heavenly masters. If they couldn't afford to offend you, they would simply ignore you. Guni Anhai was different. He was a Daoist master and was born in the Hanshui Holy Land. In terms of both status and cultivation, he surpassed all the heavenly masters present. Guni Anhai said, "The Lan family's affairs have been investigated. Lan Tianyu did many unbearable things and committed heinous crimes. The Lan family has paid the price it deserves, and Lan Qingjing has been placed under house arrest. However, I have made other discoveries in the Lan family, which is why I called you all here. Lan Qingjing is dead, no wonder he hasn't appeared. It is obvious that it was this Daoist master, Guni Anhai, who did it. It is not difficult for a Daoist master to kill a high-level heavenly master. Not to mention, a deist master from Hanshui Holy Land, who has countless secret arts and treasures, and whose combat power far exceeds that of his peers. Killing Lan Qingjing is as easy as eating and drinking water. One of the heavenly masters asked curiously, "What did the senior find?" Gu Nianhai said with a smile, "Everyone has received the invitation from the Lan family, right? In fact, the reason for this dinner is a secret treasure of the origin." Lin Moya's eyebrows jumped. He had heard from Shui Zhitianzun that there are many secret treasures of the origin on the origin continent. These secret treasures are formed for various reasons, some man-made and some naturally formed. However, every time a secret treasure of the origin appears, it causes a lot of competition. Some people will go to explore inside and harvest treasures. The secret treasures of the origin are related to the origin, and the treasures inside are often related to the origin. Someone once got a large number of origin crystals from an origin secret collection, and they were not ordinary grade, but fine grade. At the same time, they were not first grade, but third grade or even fourth grade. There was even one time when someone got a world-class origin crystal from an origin secret collection. In addition, spiritual materials and origin materials may appear in it. If a certain origin secret collection was left by a senior with profound Taoism, it might also contain an inheritance. Hearing about the origin secret collection, everyone was interested, and Mou also showed an interested look. Of course, he was acting otherwise, it would be too abrupt. Gu Nianhai was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd and said with a smile, "According to Lan Qingjing, this origin secret collection should be left by a senior who has comprehended the way of the stars, and perhaps there will be the inheritance of this senior in it." Hearing that there is the inheritance of the way of the stars, the eyes of the heavenly masters were shining. Although Lin Moya was also like this, his heart was as clear as a mirror. How could it be possible for you to take the path of the stars? Gu Nianhai continued, "You all know that the path of the stars is extremely difficult. In each era, each path can only accommodate one person. So Gu has a request. After you enter the origin secret storage, no matter what you get from it, I will not interfere. Only this inheritance of the way of the stars, you can't take it away. I want it for the Hanshui Holy Land." The last half of the sentence was a bit overbearing, but he also had the capital to be overbearing. What is the existence of the Hanshui Holy Land? Gu Nianhai, as the deist master of the Holy Land, asking for a piece of inheritance from the heavenly masters himself was not unreasonable. Lin Moya glanced at Gu Nianshui inadvertently. He knew that this inheritance was not for Hanshui Holy Land, but for Gu Nianshui. Someone wondered, since the senior has discovered the origin secret, why do we still need to go there? Gu Nianhai said, "My Hanshui Holy Land has always been fair and causal. Since the Lan family has invited you, my Hanshui will not take away your opportunities. There are countless treasures in the origin secret. You can harvest opportunities based on your own abilities. Gu doesn't want anything else, just this inheritance. I wonder if you have any opinions." Gu Nianhai smiled and looked very kind. "But whoever says they have an opinion now is a fool. They didn't discuss it with you at all, but informed you." When Gu Nianhai was talking, Lin Moya carefully observed his expression and eyes, and thought to himself, "This guy is lying. It's not because Hanshui Holy Land is kind, nor is it due to cause and effect, but there are other reasons." Lin Moya's thoughts turned quickly, and he immediately knew what it was, the invitation. This secret treasure of the origin can only be entered by those who received the invitation. Those who did not receive the invitation cannot enter. And once the invitation is sent out, it is difficult to change. Although he did not know what the method was, Lin Moya believed in his own judgment. 28 heavenly masters, plus the 7 heavenly masters of the Lan family, a total of 35. Including Gu Nianshui, a total of 36, which just corresponds to the number of earthly evils. Before Gu Nianshui was not included, it should have been Lan Qingjing who went. Now that Lan Qingjing is dead, this quota fell to Gu Nianshui. If I guess correctly, Gu Nianshui will also go, and I don't know what method Gu Nianhai used to turn Lan Qingjing's quota into Gu Nianshui's. But this method is definitely not something that can be used casually, otherwise, we may be in danger. And the remaining 7 heavenly masters of the Lan family are a little strange, their state is not right. If I guess correctly, these people have become Gu Nianhai's people. They must be led by Gu Nianshui when they enter the origin secret treasure. Protect Gu Nianshui's safety, fight for Gu Nianshui's inheritance of the Starway. They may have also obtained the magic weapon given by Gu Nianhai. Lin Moya thought a lot in an instant and quickly analyzed various possibilities from the scattered fragments he observed. While Lin Moya was thinking, all the heavenly masters expressed no objection. Lin Moya also followed the crowd and expressed no objection. In fact, in his opinion, this matter is fair. Hanshui Holy Land does not want anything, just the star heritage, and everything else, they rely on their own abilities. But what if there is no star heritage in the origin secret treasure? Gu Nianhai smiled, "Okay, since everyone has no objection, please make a soul oath." Since it has been agreed, it's okay to make a soul oath, and a heavenly master immediately took the lead in swearing. Lin Moya also made a soul oath. "I swear here that I will not actively participate in the battle for the inheritance of the stars in the origin secret treasure. If I violate this oath, my soul will be severely damaged and my cultivation will be destroyed." Thunder sounded in the air, and the soul oaths above the supreme realm will be recognized by the origin of heaven and earth. Seeing everyone swearing one by one, Gu Nianhai showed a satisfied smile. "Okay, Gu is also the first soldier and then the courtesy. I wish you all great gains in the origin secret treasure. Now Gu will take you to the origin secret treasure." Several people came to the depths of the Lan family and entered a secret room. There is a teleportation array in the secret room, and a Lan family heavenly master activated the teleportation array with his own blood. Chapter 2508. Chapter 2508, 2508. Chapter 2508, The Inheritance of the Horned Xiao Star Lord. The Blue family specially set up a teleportation array that leads directly to the Origin Secret Treasury. It can be imagined that the Origin Secret Treasury should be in an extremely hidden place. After the Blue family discovered it, they must have concealed it and then set up the teleportation array. In this way, only the Blue family members can go there, making it difficult for others to find. Judging from the teleportation time, it is not far from Linhai City. Lin Moya felt that the aura of the Boundary Sea seemed to have strengthened, and thus judged that the Origin Secret Treasury should be closer to the Boundary Sea, or simply within the Boundary Sea. A strong aura of Origin rushed towards them, and everyone was surprised by the impact of the Origin aura. What a strong aura of Origin! The Origin Secret Treasury is indeed extraordinary. This Origin is pure and powerful. I guess it must be of high quality, at least 4th order or above. Haha, there might even be world-class Origin. If there is, we will be rich. I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time I have seen the Origin Secret Treasury. I have no regrets in this life. Lin Moya didn't feel much. He had sensed stronger Origin auras before, so this was nothing to him. From everyone's reactions, it was clear that these heavenly venerates were extremely eager for high-grade Origin. He observed the surroundings and found himself in a cave, with the aura of the Boundary Sea seeping in from all directions. Lin Moya was certain that he was within the Boundary Sea. Although there was an aura of Origin in front of him, it was shrouded in a layer of mist. In the mist, Lin Moya vaguely felt a sense of danger. Guni Anhai came to the front of the crowd and waved his hand, instantly tearing apart the mist. As the mist dispersed, numerous formations appeared. Hundreds of formations intertwined, forming a deadly area in this not-so-large space. If a heavenly venerate accidentally entered, they would be severely injured if not killed. Guni Anhai sneered. The Blue family went to great lengths to set this up as a precaution. He casually struck out with a palm, and a great path appeared. Wherever the great path passed, the formations exploded one by one. Guni Anhai strode forward, using the power of the great path to destroy the formations cleanly. In front of a Dao Venerate, these formations were nothing. The formations painstakingly set up by the Blue family were destroyed in an instant. Under Guni Anhai's lead, everyone passed through the broken formations and arrived at the true entrance of the Origin Secret Treasury. It was a ball of light, from which all the Origin aura emanated. Lin Moya looked at the ball of light and thought to himself, this seems like a world of rules. It was somewhat similar, but he wasn't very sure. The ball of light floated in mid-air, rotating and flashing, with 36 black dots faintly appearing on it, like stars in the sky. Lin Moya suddenly realized that the invitation he received had a trace of the Origin Secret Treasury's aura. When he received the invitation, it was already determined that he had the qualification to enter the Origin Secret Treasury. Moreover, this qualification was binding and difficult to change. At this time, Guni Anhai explained, this Origin Secret Treasury requires 36 heavenly venerates to activate simultaneously to open. The Blue family doesn't have that many heavenly venerates, so they invited you all under the guise of a banquet. In other words, you are just tools. Once you enter the Origin Secret Treasury, the Blue family will definitely use various means to attack you. Lan Qingjing is a high-level heavenly venerate, and with the Blue family's other heavenly venerates, none of you can resist. These words made everyone's faces change slightly. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed the case. How could the Blue family kindly invite them to the Origin Secret Treasury? How could they share the benefits they could get? With Guni Anhai's explanation, everything made sense. The Blue family invited only low and mid-level heavenly venerates, not a single high-level heavenly venerate. With Lan Qingjing, a high-level heavenly venerate, and the Blue family's other 7 heavenly venerates, they were enough to suppress them. So they were just tools for the Blue family to open the Origin Secret Treasury, and once inside, they would be killed by the Blue family. Someone asked, but now, we only have 35 heavenly venerates. Guni Anhai said, I killed Lan Qingjing, but preserved his heavenly venerate soul origin to open the Origin Secret Treasury. At this time, Gun Yenshui took out a soul, which was Lan Qingjing's soul. The soul had long lost consciousness, with only a trace of Origin power remaining. After opening the Origin Secret Treasury, this trace of soul would dissipate. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, realizing the terrifying means of a Dao Venerate. Killing a high-level heavenly venerate and erasing the soul's consciousness, all done without them noticing. This showed that Lan Qingjing had no power to resist. Fear for the Dao Venerate was evident in everyone's eyes, and Guni Anhai was very satisfied with their reactions. He wanted to tell everyone to behave and not act rashly. He could easily kill a high-level heavenly venerate like Lan Qingjing, let alone them. He wouldn't say this directly, but would imply it through other means. The heavenly venerates were not stupid and could understand. Guni Anhai said, Nianshui, begin. Gun Yenshui nodded slightly, yes, Grandpa. This seemingly casual address had a different meaning to everyone. It indicated their relationship. Although both were from the Gu family, if they were grandfather and grandson, no one would dare to touch Gun Yenshui, as Guni Anhai, the Dao Venerate, would not let it go. This was another warning. Gun Yenshui walked to the Origin Secret Treasury and placed Lan Qingjing's soul on it. With a flash of light, one of the 36 black dots on the Origin Secret Treasury suddenly lit up. Then the Blue family's 7 heavenly venerates also stepped forward and injected their soul power into it. One by one, the black dots lit up, and everyone followed suit. When all 36 black dots lit up, the Origin's secret treasury began to rotate violently, faster than imaginable. Streams of Origin power surged out, converging into a dragon-shaped creature that flew around the Origin's secret treasury. This is a dragon? No, it's not a dragon, it's a Jiao. Lin Moya first thought it was a dragon, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a Jiao. Dragons and Jiaos are different. Dragons belong to the dragon race, while Jiaos belong to the demon race. He recalled some words from Waterstop Heavenly Venerate, saying that there were countless stars on the Origin continent, with the most famous being the 28 constellations. The 28 constellations were independent, each possessing the way of the constellations. Each constellation's way could only accommodate one person in the same era. So every time a constellation inheritance appeared, it would lead to a scramble. However, Waterstop Heavenly Venerate did not explain more specific information about the 28 constellations, and Lin Moya did not know. Seeing the giant Jiao flying around the Origin secret treasury, Gunianhai showed great joy. Good, it is indeed the inheritance of the Horned Jiao Star Lord. At this time, a Heavenly Venerate also exclaimed, it is indeed the inheritance of the Horned Jiao Star Lord. The Horned Jiao Star Lord is known for killing and fighting. This inheritance is terrifyingly powerful. I remember that over 10,000 years ago, someone obtained the inheritance of the Horned Jiao Star Lord and, as a peak Heavenly Venerate, killed a Dao Venerate. From the crowd's words, Lin Moya learned that this inheritance belonged to the Horned Jiao Star Lord, a constellation inheritance known for killing and fighting. At this moment, Gunianshui's eyes also revealed excitement. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded, and an irresistible force burst out from the Origin secret treasury. Gunianhai groaned and was sent flying. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Venerates were sucked into the Origin secret treasury by an irresistible force. Chapter 2509. Chapter 2509, 2509. Chapter 2509, Why don't you let me eat? Gunianhai was blasted away, even sustaining some minor injuries, but he was not angry. Instead, he was even more delighted. The Horned Jiao Star Lord, Master of Slaughter, it won't be long before our cold water Holy Land has another top-tier powerhouse. He couldn't stop trembling all over, even as a Dao Venerate, he couldn't control his excitement, which showed how thrilled he was. Lin Moya felt himself enveloped by a massive Origin power. As the world changed, he had already entered the Origin secret treasury. The secret treasury was filled with Origin power everywhere. In the space, from the sky to the ground, Origin power was rising. If one were to cultivate here, the effects would be astonishing. However, the next moment, Lin Moya noticed something was wrong. Although the Origin power here was strong, it couldn't be mobilized at all. The Origin power seemed to be solidified and immovable. This is the power belonging to the Horned Jiao Star Lord. Outsiders cannot use it. Not only is it unusable, but it also creates an obstruction, reducing everyone's power by at least 30%. Besides opportunities, the Origin secret treasury also harbors dangers. Under the Origin power, various strange things can be born, such as natural formations, dangerous places, and creatures. In short, the inheritance is not easy to obtain. The last time a successor of the Horned Jiao Star Lord appeared is unknown. It is also unknown what kind of temperament the last person who obtained the inheritance had. This Origin secret treasury must have appeared after the previous successor's death. If the person was bloodthirsty, the treasury would be full of dangers. If the person was kind-hearted, the dangers in the treasury would be much less. The Horned Jiao Star Lord, Master of Slaughter, was heavily murderous, so it was impossible for him to be kind-hearted. Lin Moya remained cautious, observing his surroundings. Besides the Origin power, wisps of mist floated in the space, making it difficult to see far even with his eyesight. One by one, skeleton generals flew out, heading in all directions. Lin Moya still used his old method, employing the skeleton generals for exploration. When he activated the Eye of the Undead, he found that the Origin power rendered it ineffective. Lin Moya stood still, waiting for a moment before suddenly turning and walking in another direction. After walking about 10,000 meters, Lin Moya arrived at a place where the skeleton generals had found something unusual. Ahead, a lake appeared, but the lake was not filled with water, it was liquid Origin power. What rich Origin power! Lin Moya's heart stirred. This level of Origin power could rival top-tier 6th order Origin. Standing by the lake, Lin Moya did not make any further moves. When something is abnormal, there must be something strange. In such a dangerous place, Lin Moya did not act rashly. He observed the lake, and his extraordinarily keen intuition told him that besides Origin power, there was something else in the lake. At this moment, a light sound came from the sky, and a black mist fell from above, like a waterfall, into the lake. The originally calm lake surface began to churn, raising huge waves. A vortex formed on the lake's surface, as if it was welcoming the black mist. As the vortex appeared, the surrounding Origin power was also drawn in together with the black mist. What strong murderous intent! Lin Moya was slightly surprised. The black mist contained astonishing murderous intent. The murderous intent had become tangible, something Lin Moya had never seen before. Just this level of murderous intent was enough to kill an ordinary supreme being. Even a heavenly venerate, if their mind was not firm, their soul would be impacted by the murderous intent, possibly turning them into a madman. The Horned Jiao Star Lord, Master of Slaughter, could this be the power of the Horned Jiao Star Lord? The murderous intent fused with Origin power is indeed terrifying. Among those of the same level, there would be few opponents. Lin Moya could clearly feel how powerful the force formed by the fusion of origin power and murderous intent was. The murderous intent in the sky fell like a waterfall, continuously pouring into the lake. The vortex grew stronger, occupying almost half of the lake, drawing in more origin power. A huge suction force fell on Lin Moya, trying to drag him in as well. The immortal golden body erupted, covering his body with a layer of flowing golden flames, blocking the suction force of the vortex. Lin Moya observed the vortex at the same time, feeling that it was not ordinary. The vortex was pitch black and bottomless. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the vortex. Lin Moya's heart moved, and without thinking, he flew backward. Roar! With a loud roar, a giant Xiao burst out from the vortex, pouncing towards Lin Moya. This giant Xiao had a single horn on its head, looking very similar to the giant Xiao flying outside the Origin secret treasury. The giant Xiao spewed a massive amount of murderous intent at Lin Moya, turning the surroundings into a black swamp, making it difficult to move. The murderous intent turned into a swamp, and the giant Xiao's killing intent soared to the sky, roaring as if asking, "Why don't you let me eat?" In the pair of blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent, lightning flashed, and the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, with countless blood-red bolts striking down. Just in time. Lin Moya did not dodge, throwing a punch. With this punch, he used the fist technique of the giant Heavenly Venerate, instantly transforming into a giant, with immense and terrifying power. As Lin Moya punched, a world of rules faintly appeared. In the world of rules, Xiaoyu, who was playing with Xiaowu, suddenly heard Lin Moya's voice. "Xiaoyu, watch carefully." Xiaoyu's spirit was immediately lifted. She stopped playing and looked towards the sky. In the sky, Lin Moya projected the entire scene of his battle with the giant Xiao. Lin Moya's punches were like a storm, with golden light flowing all over his body, shattering all the blood-red lightning. The giant Xiao was forced back, letting out even more frenzied screams, with its murderous intent becoming even stronger. Its scales stood up, spewing countless streams of murderous intent, which turned into black giant Xiaos, surrounding Lin Moya. Lin Moya's punches did not stop, transforming into a giant. The giant had 3 heads and 6 arms, with its punches covering all directions. All the black giant Xiaos were smashed to pieces by Lin Moya's fists. The giant then pounced on the giant Xiao, entangling with it. The punches were too powerful, and the giant Xiao was beaten back step by step, unable to fight back. The giant Xiao tried to escape back into the lake but was grabbed by Lin Moya and forcibly thrown back. The giant grabbed it like a rag doll, smashing it crazily on the ground. The entire battle scene was extremely thrilling, with the black giant Xiao being beaten by Lin Moya without any ability to fight back. Xiaoyu watched in awe. "Master is so powerful." Xiao Wu, holding a snack, said while eating, "Of course, Master is powerful. This is not even Master's most powerful technique." Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. "Master has even more powerful techniques." Xiao Wu raised her head proudly. "Of course, Master has many techniques, each more powerful than the last. But those techniques, others can't learn." Xiao Yu was a bit puzzled. "Why?" Xiao Wu said, "Master once said, everyone has their own path. The Master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. Everyone must walk their own path to go further." Xiao Yu seemed to understand, her clever mind quickly grasping the meaning. She clenched her small fists. "I understand, I will also walk my own path." Chapter 2510. Chapter 2510, 2510. Chapter 2510, Have you laughed enough? The black Jiao was torn to pieces. The entire process was without any resistance. This black Jiao's strongest point was not its strength, but its killing intent. Without its killing intent, its strength was merely at the peak of supreme level, and any heavenly venerate could easily handle it. However, no matter how strong the killing intent, it was useless against Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had killed countless beings on his journey, far beyond billions. The killing intent he had accumulated was immeasurable, but he never released it. If he did, even Lin Moyo himself didn't know what level it would reach. In Lin Moyo's view, killing intent, though strong, was just a minor path without a proper application method. It was not as effective as a single strike from the Skeleton King. If one wanted to use killing intent to confuse the mind, the Star Enchantress Lich was more effective. Unless there was some inheritance that could transform killing intent into a spell, evolving it from a minor path to a major one, it wouldn't be very useful. However, such things depended on fate, and Lin Moya did not force it. After the Black Jiao was killed, the lake's surface boiled violently and then exploded. The origin power in the lake, fused with killing intent, shot straight into the sky. At the same time, 4 origin crystals flew out of the lake. Lin Moyo, with sharp eyes and quick hands, flew up and grabbed 2 of them. Just as he was about to grab the other 2, a figure flew over like lightning and pocketed the other 2 origin crystals. Lin Moya saw that the person was a low-level heavenly venerate who had entered with the Blue family's invitation, just like himself. Lin Moya remembered his name was Qin Huayuan. When they made their soul vows, everyone had reported their names. Qin Huayuan looked at Lin Moya with a smile. "If I remember correctly, your name should be Lin Moyo, right? Lin Daiyu, you are quite lucky to get the origin crystals as soon as you arrived. However, treasures belong to those who are fated. Qin just happened to pass by, so it seems I am fated with them." Lin Moya said, "So you don't intend to return the origin crystals to me?" His tone was light, without any emotional fluctuation. The 4 origin crystals that flew out were all high-quality 4th-order origins, each equivalent to 100,000 ordinary 1st-order origins. 2 origin crystals were worth 200,000 ordinary 1st-order origins, which was not a small amount even for a heavenly venerate. Qin Huayuan put away the 2 origin crystals. Lin Daiyu has a firm mind, unaffected by the killing intent, and easily killed the Black Jiao. But as Qin said, treasures belong to those who are fated. Since they are in my hands, there is no reason to give them back. Lin Moya smiled. It seems Qin Daiyo also wants to taste my fists. Qin Huayuan laughed. I advise Lin Daiyo not to try. Qin's Dao heart may not be as firm as Lin Daiyo's, but my methods are just right to restrain Lin Daiyo. Lin Moya smiled. It seems you are very confident. In that case, let's see how you restrain me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Moya turned into a flash of lightning and charged at Qin Huayuan. Qin Huayuan was prepared. A fan appeared in his hand, and he waved it heavily at Lin Moya. Wind, rise. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and Lin Moya's speed suddenly decreased. The wind created immense resistance, preventing Lin Moya from approaching. Qin Huayuan's laughter came from within the wind. I told you, Qin's methods are just right to restrain Lin Daiyo. He thought Lin Moya was good at close combat, so as long as he didn't let Lin Moya get close, he would be helpless. Lin Moya punched in the wind, but the force of his punch was also blocked by the wind, unable to reach Qin Huayuan. However, Qin Huayuan didn't seem to want a life-and-death battle with Lin Moya, only using the wind to block him. Lin Daiyo, don't waste your effort. It's just 2 origin crystals, not worth it. In the world of rules, Xiao Yu saw this scene and was a bit anxious. That person is so annoying. Xiao Wu continued eating snacks nonchalantly. Don't worry, Master is just playing with him. At this moment, Lin Moya's voice sounded. Xiao Yu, watch carefully what it means to break all techniques with one punch. Xiao Yu immediately focused, her eyes wide open, observing every detail without missing anything. The wind continued, and Lin Moya seemed unable to advance. Qin Huayuan looked confident, with a smug expression. Lin Moya took a deep breath in the wind. There was once a senior who practiced boxing all his life and never cultivated anything else. He firmly believed that as long as the fist was big and hard enough, it could break all techniques with one punch. The aura around Lin Moya grew heavier, and Qin Huayuan's face changed slightly. He felt that his wind seemed unable to move Lin Moya anymore. Lin Moya stood like an immovable mountain, blocking all the howling wind. Behind Lin Moya, a giant figure emerged, ignoring the wind and smashing towards Qin Huayuan. The will of the giant Heavenly Venerate's fist exploded at this moment. From the Great World to the Origin Continent, the will of the giant Heavenly Venerate was inherited by Lin Moya. This punch was not only Lin Moya's fist but also the giant Heavenly Venerate's fist. Break all techniques with one punch. The wind reversed, and Qin Huayuan's face changed drastically. He frantically waved his fan, creating even more violent winds. Tornadoes formed in the sky, sweeping towards the giant. The giant was unmoved, breaking all the winds with one punch. Countless tornadoes shattered under this punch, and Qin Huayuan screamed and retreated madly. At this moment, black energy erupted from the giant's body, and the earth-shattering killing intent enveloped the surroundings. Qin Huayuan was hit by the killing intent, his eyes lost their luster instantly, becoming dull. He stood there motionless. This process lasted only half a second, but it was enough to decide life and death. When Qin Huayuan came to his senses, the giant's fist was already close. How do you have such strong killing intent? How many people have you killed? Qin Huayuan screamed continuously, his luxurious clothes flashing with brilliant light, and his treasure automatically protected him. But the treasure light shattered with a bang, unable to withstand the punch. Breaking all techniques with one punch was not just talk. Amidst the screams, Qin Huayuan was smashed to the ground like a meteor, and the earth roared continuously as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless dust clouds rose, and Lin Moya waved his hand, sweeping away the dust. Qin Huayuan lay on the ground, his body nearly shattered. With this punch, Qin Huayuan lost more than half his life. Qin Huayuan trembled. Lin Daiyo, it was my mistake. I am willing to return the origin crystals to Lin Daiyo and make compensation. Oh, how will you compensate? Lin Moya flew above Qin Huayuan, looking down at him. Qin Huayuan took out a box. I will use this as compensation. He threw the box to Lin Moya. Just as Lin Moya was about to catch it, a fierce light flashed in Qin Huayuan's eyes. Explode. With a loud bang, the box exploded, and the terrifying power swept across tens of thousands of meters, completely engulfing Lin Moya. In the world of rules, Xiao Yu screamed in fright. Xiao Wu continued eating snacks. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Huayuan laughed heartily. Lin, you didn't expect this, did you? With such a lack of experience, how can you stand in the Heavenly Venerate realm? Sooner or later, you will be killed by other Heavenly Venerates. It's better to die by my hand now. He knew very well the power of his treasure. Ordinary low-level Heavenly Venerates couldn't withstand it. Lin Moya seemed to have no treasures, even his clothes were the most ordinary, so how could he withstand it? Just as he was laughing, a voice suddenly sounded, have you laughed enough? Lin Moya slowly flew out of the dust, still looking down at Qin Huayuan. He was unscathed, covered by a layer of the Great Path, blocking all attacks. Chapter 2511. Chapter 2511, 2511. Chapter 2511, just to demonstrate personally. Qin Huayuan was momentarily stunned, then his eyes filled with terror. How are you unharmed? The brocade-clad lich activated the protection of the Great Tao, shielding Lin Moya. With the protection of the Great Tao, coupled with Lin Moya's own immortal golden body, Lin Moya was completely unscathed in this sudden attack. Lin Moya shook his head and sighed lightly. I've seen too many of your tricks. If it weren't for demonstrating personally to my disciple, do you think your clumsy performance would have succeeded? Qin Huayuan's face changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence and transformed into a stream of light, fleeing into the distance. The blood escape technique was very common but also very practical. You can't escape. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and the undying flame flew out. the Skeleton King's throne rose from the flames. The Skeleton King emerged and swung his bone sword. Spell, Bone Slash. Qin Huayuan suddenly felt a chill rise from the depths of his soul. Then he saw a sword light appear on his body. How can this be? With his last thought, his soul plunged into endless darkness, and a broken corpse fell from the sky. Everything Lin Moya did was presented in the world of rules. The words he said earlier also reached the world of rules, and Xiaoyu listened carefully, realizing that her master was giving her a lesson. Xiaoyu felt incredibly warm inside. Her master was willing to risk himself to show her how dangerous the world could be. Xiaoyu shouted with all her might, "Thank you, master." Xiaoyu understands. Xiaowu, eating snacks beside her, said, "In the future, when you encounter enemies, just kill them from a distance. Say whatever you want after they're dead." She spoke like someone with experience, earnestly teaching Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded, looking very receptive. She had no idea that Xiaowu had never killed anyone and was just talking big. Lin Moya's voice echoed again in the world of rules. "This lesson ends here. You can continue playing." The world of rules closed, and the Skeleton King had already brought back Qin Huayuan's corpse. Suddenly, a surge of origin power flew out from Qin Huayuan's body and soared into the sky. A faint light appeared in the sky, like a star, illuminating the secret treasury. Seeing this change, Lin Moya seemed to understand something. He released a strand of undying flame, and Qin Huayuan was reborn in the flames, becoming a resurrected being. Not only were the origin crystals he had taken returned, but all his possessions now belonged to Lin Moya. Was it worth it? We had no enmity, yet you risked your life for 2 origin crystals. Is a heavenly venerate's life so worthless? Qin Huayuan's actions were truly a case of losing everything. He might have been used to doing such things in the past, thinking he could retreat safely this time as well. Unfortunately, this time he hit a hard wall. Lin Moya sent the resurrected Qin Huayuan in another direction to join the skeleton god generals for exploration. In just a short time after entering the Origin secret treasury, he had already obtained 4 high-quality 4th-order Origin crystals, which was quite a gain. Lin Moya had no interest in the inheritance of the Horned Jiao Star Lord. He was just curious to see what the inheritance of the constellation path looked like. After the battle with the Black Jiao and Qin Huayuan, there were no further anomalies for the next half-day. The skeleton god general's exploration of the Origin secret treasury was not very effective. The Origin power in the treasury was too dense, severely obstructing their vision. The Origin secret treasury was eerily quiet, with only Lin Moya's footsteps breaking the silence. Since Qin Huayuan's death, a faintly glowing star had appeared in the sky, but nothing else. The star was far away. Lin Moya tried to approach it but was blocked by an invisible force. Apart from the star, there were no other changes in the Origin secret treasury. Half a day later, Lin Moya suddenly looked up. He noticed that the star in the sky had become brighter. The Origin power has increased. The star not only became brighter but also released stronger Origin power. As the star brightened, his vision became clearer, and the visible range increased significantly. This situation had also occurred when Qin Huayuan died. Originally, Lin Moya's visible range was only 100 meters. After Qin Huayuan's death, it increased to 200 meters. Now, the visible range doubled again, reaching about 400 meters. The brighter the star, the less the Origin power in the treasury obstructs. These lights are like sunlight, and the Origin power in the treasury is like fog. When the sunlight becomes stronger, the fog dissipates. The star appeared after Qin Huayuan's death. It should have always been there, but it was activated after absorbing Qin Huayuan's power. This increase should mean another heavenly venerate has died. Of the 36 people who entered this time, Lin Moya divided them into 2 categories. Gun Yanxue and the 7 heavenly venerates of the Blue family formed one team. Lin Moya didn't know what method Gun Yanhai used to control these 7 heavenly venerates, making them willingly follow Gun Yanxue's orders. Lin Moya had noticed something wrong with them early on. The 7 heavenly venerates of the Blue family seemed to have lost their self-awareness, becoming puppets. The methods of the Holy Land were indeed hard to guard against. Apart from Gun Yanxue and his group, the remaining 28 were the second category. The 28 heavenly venerates, including himself, acted independently. Most of the time, the 28 were more enemies than friends, and mutual trust was difficult. However, it was also hard to rule out the possibility that some of them had personal connections, acquaintances, or even close relationships. Lin Moya had his own choice, which was to trust no one. If no one provoked him, everything would be fine. If someone did, even Gun Yanxue, he wouldn't be polite. Even if Gun Yanxue had all the heavenly venerates in the Origin secret treasury protecting him, they couldn't stop him. As for the soul vows, Lin Moya didn't care. He only vowed not to participate in the fight for the constellation inheritance, but he didn't say he couldn't kill Gun Yanxue. These were 2 different things. Lin Moya had left himself a way out in the vow, and not just one. Finally, the skeleton god generals discovered another large lake, and Lin Moya immediately headed over. The lake was filled with flowing Origin power, and there was no murderous intent falling from the sky. Lin Moya stood at a distance and mobilized tens of thousands of skeleton god generals to attack the lake from all directions. Sword energy swept across, slicing open the lake's surface. Beneath the lake's surface was rolling murderous intent. The white sword energy stirred the murderous intent, producing a dull roar. The lake's surface churned with huge waves, and the attacks of the skeleton god generals finally awakened the presence at the bottom of the lake. A vortex suddenly rose, and countless Origin powers were sucked in. A piercing scream like metal scraping sounded, and a 1,000-meter black jiao formed by the fusion of murderous intent and Origin power rushed out of the lake, attacking the skeleton god generals. For a moment, murderous intent filled the sky, enveloping the entire area. Unfortunately, the murderous intent had no effect on the skeleton god generals, who knew no fear. The bone swords in their hands continued to slash, making the Black Jiao scream incessantly. Once the murderous intent lost its effect, the Black Jiao was merely at the supreme level, unable to withstand the attacks of the skeleton god generals. In an instant, the 1,000-meter Black Jiao was torn to pieces, and the murderous intent collapsed. The lake water boiled and exploded after a few seconds. For more high-quality fourth-order origin crystals flew out. Lin Moyo was prepared, and the skeleton god generals grabbed the origin crystals. Good harvest. Lin Moyo was satisfied and continued searching for more lakes. Regardless of the inheritance, just these origin crystals were worth the trip. Chapter 2512. Chapter 2512, 2512. Chapter 2512, don't know how many more must be killed. Not long after the second slaying of the Black Jiao and obtaining the origin crystals, the stars in the sky brightened once again. Moreover, they brightened twice in succession, with only a few minutes in between. The visible distance increased from 400 meters to 800 meters, and then from 800 meters to 1,600 meters, doubling each time. With such changes, the one who benefited the most was naturally Lin Moyo. The skeleton god general's field of vision expanded, making exploration more convenient. The Origin's secret treasury was vast, surprisingly so. At the same time, the Origin's secret treasury was monotonous so far. Besides the lakes that nurtured Black Jiaos, there was nothing else. 4 have died. Lin Moyo calculated in his mind. It had only been a day since entering the Origin's secret treasury, and already 4 heavenly venerates had died. Besides the one he killed, the other 3's deaths were a mystery. Lin Moyo narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly saw someone appear in his field of vision. This person seemed to be wandering aimlessly, staggering like an old man, as if he might fall at any moment. As Lin Moyo saw him, the person also noticed Lin Moyo and slowly turned his head. Lin Moyo was slightly startled. This person was shrouded in intense killing intent, which had materialized into black smoke, obscuring his appearance. Behind the black smoke, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. In the next instant, the person charged at Lin Moyo. His running posture was bizarre, like a child who had just learned to walk trying to run, falling face-first after a few steps. But he immediately got up and continued running towards Lin Moyo, only to fall again. Falling and getting up repeatedly, his movements became increasingly smooth, and his running speed increased. Is he adapting? Lin Moyo watched the person, squinting his eyes and snapping his fingers. No matter what you are, I'll strike first. The skeleton god general appeared, standing in front of Lin Moyo, and swung its bone sword at the person. A world of bones faintly appeared behind the skeleton god general. The bone sword energy wove into a net, leaving the person no room to evade, forcing him to take the hit head-on. He roared, and the black killing intent surged, clashing with the bone sword energy. Like hot oil meeting water, the white sword energy and black killing intent exploded in mid-air, evenly matched. The person, enveloped in killing intent, charged through the sword energy. The skeleton god general swung its sword, surrounding the person almost instantly, and the bone sword slashed down like lightning. The person's movements were somewhat clumsy, and once surrounded, he could only take the hits. However, Lin Moyo noticed that his movements were becoming smoother. He was adapting quickly, and his strength was growing. The black killing intent materialized into sharp swords, engaging in battle with the skeleton god generals. Is he mimicking? Lin Moyo observed that the swords formed by the black killing intent were identical to the bone swords of the skeleton god generals. Even his attack methods were very similar to those of the skeleton god generals. Soon, the black killing intent not only formed bone swords but also sword energy. However, his sword energy was black, composed purely of killing intent, carrying an intense killing aura, in stark contrast to the skeleton god general's sword energy. From being passively beaten at the start to later holding his own, the person adapted and learned at an astonishing speed. In just 2 minutes, he could hold his ground against the attacks of 10 skeleton god generals. I want to see what you really are. 100 skeleton god generals appeared, joining the battle and tipping the scales once again. Facing the onslaught of over 100 skeleton god generals, the person finally couldn't hold on and was slashed into pieces by the sword energy. The black killing intent collapsed and dissipated, and a broken corpse fell from the black smoke, hitting the ground. It's him. Lin Moyo recognized the person as Yi Sun, one of the 28 heavenly venerates who had entered with him. When the black killing intent dissipated, Lin Moyo felt a familiar sensation, similar to when he killed the Black Jiao. Looking at the wounds on Yi Sun's body, they didn't seem to be caused by any sharp weapon but rather by some beast's bites. From these details, Lin Moyo quickly deduced the general process. Yi Sun had come near the lake and encountered the Black Jiao. He was killed by the Black Jiao, which then possessed his body. Originally, the Black Jiao only had the strength of a peak supreme, with its killing intent being its only threat to those with weak minds. But after possessing Yi Sun, the Black Jiao's strength reached the heavenly venerate level and even grew stronger. Lin Moyo believed that Yi Sun, in life, might not have been able to withstand the attacks of 10 skeleton god generals. After possession, his strength increased significantly, and he could quickly learn others' fighting styles, mimicking them with killing intent. If the other 2 heavenly venerates were also killed by the Black Jiao and then possessed, the Black Jiao, using the bodies of heavenly venerates and enhanced by killing intent, would become much more dangerous. Could this be the true danger of the Origin secret treasury? As he pondered, the stars in the sky brightened again, expanding his field of vision to 3,200 meters. Another heavenly venerate has died. Lin Moyo squinted his eyes. This time, the star's brightening was not caused by Yi Sun but by the death of another heavenly venerate. Watching the increasingly bright stars in the sky, Lin Moya finally understood the rules of the Origin Secret Treasury. This was the Origin Secret Treasury of the Horned Jiao Star Lord, containing the inheritance of the constellation path of the Horned Jiao Star Lord. The star in the sky was the corresponding constellation of the Horned Jiao Star Lord's inheritance, also known as the Inheritance Constellation. The Horned Jiao Star Lord, Master of Slaughter, required blood sacrifices to activate the constellation inheritance. They, who entered the Origin Secret Treasury, were the best sacrifices. Truly the Master of Slaughter, I wonder how many more must be killed. Lin Moya knew that it was impossible to kill all 36 of them, some had to be left. Otherwise, who would receive the inheritance? It couldn't be given to the dead. Understanding the rules of the Origin Secret Treasury, Lin Moya decided not to rush and to watch the show unfold. The skeleton god general scavenged Yi Sun's corpse, taking his storage items. Everything Yi Sun had acquired in his life now belonged to Lin Moya. Then the skeleton god generals spread out, searching for lakes. Yi Sun had died here, so there should be a lake nearby. Sure enough, it didn't take long to find a dried-up lake, with 4 origin crystals shining at the bottom. Lin Moya smiled, having gained 4 more high-quality 4th-order origin crystals. With just these 12 high-quality 4th-order origin crystals, Lin Moya's wealth had already surpassed most low-level heavenly venerates. At this moment, his soul suddenly heard the call of the World Tree. Summoning a skeleton king to guard him, Lin Moya's consciousness entered the world of rules. The World Tree swayed continuously, making a rustling sound. A series of thoughts were transmitted. Lin Moya quickly understood the World Tree's meaning. You want origin crystals? Rustle, rustle. The World Tree shook continuously, its thoughts conveying, yes, yes. Lin Moya took out a world-class 5th-order origin crystal. Is this enough? The World Tree shook again. Enough, enough. Lin Moya was not stingy at all and directly gave the world-class 5th-order origin crystal to the World Tree. Previously, the King of the Boundary Sea had given him 9 world-class 5th-order origin crystals. He had given 1 to Waterstop Heavenly Venerate, 2 to Yuju and Yukingro, and still had 6 left. Now he gave all 6 remaining world-class origin crystals to the World Tree. Chapter 2513. Chapter 2513, 2513. Chapter 2513, The Inheritance Constellation activates. 6 world-class 5th-order origin crystals, containing powerful origin power, enough to push a 5th-order world to the 6th order. Lin Moya didn't know why the World Tree wanted the origin crystals, but since it wanted them, he would give them without hesitation. The World Tree extended a root, wrapped around 1 world-class origin crystal, and conveyed a thought, enough. Lin Moya asked, are you sure 1 is enough? Enough. The World Tree simply expressed its thought, quite frugal. Lin Moya put away the remaining 5 origin crystals. Since the World Tree said 1 was enough, then 1 was enough. The World Tree absorbed the origin crystal into its roots, and waves of origin power surged from the roots, quickly spreading throughout the entire tree. For a moment, the World Tree emitted a powerful origin aura. Lin Moya felt a connection forming between the World Tree and the origin continent, as waves of aura from the origin continent merged with the World Tree through some mysterious channel. Next, a large amount of origin power flowed towards the spirit flowers and the fruits of the World Tree. The spirit flowers and fruits, which were about to mature, completed their final transformation at this moment. The spirit flowers bloomed, and the fruits ripened completely, filling the entire world of rules with a refreshing fragrance. Lin Moya finally understood what was happening. The World Tree, like his own magic, used the origin crystals to complete its integration with the origin continent. As a result, the spirit flowers and fruits produced by the World Tree could adapt to the laws of the origin continent. This completed the final transformation, allowing the spirit flowers and fruits to grow and mature. The spirit flowers bloomed, adorning the branches with vibrant colors. Countless fruits were about to burst into bloom, and even Lin Moya couldn't help but feel a hunger, wanting to eat them all. This time, the number of matured spirit flowers and fruits far exceeded the previous ones, each numbering in the thousands. After advancing to the Heavenly Venerate realm, the World Tree underwent significant changes. The second nurturing of the spirit flowers and the formation of the fruits rule worlds had no chance of failure. The Dragon Cavalry Corps commanders, following Lin Moya's will, flew out from the Magic Star and entered the Spirit Flowers for the second nurturing. Among the 3,000 Dragon Cavalry Corps commanders, 50 already possessed intelligence and rule worlds. The remaining 2,950 would soon also possess intelligence and rule worlds. By then, the combat power of the Dragon Cavalry Corps would be greatly enhanced. Lin Moya felt that each Dragon Cavalry Corps could dominate the mid-level Heavenly Venerate realm. When the 3,000 Dragon Cavalry Corps acted together, unless a Dao Venerate intervened, no one in the Heavenly Venerate realm could challenge him. Outside, Lin Moya temporarily stopped taking action, letting the skeleton god generals continue exploring in all directions. Understanding the nature of the Origin Secret Treasury, he knew that the Heavenly Venerates would die one after another, either from mutual slaughter or being killed by the Black Jiao. After possessing a body, the Black Jiao would also seek out surviving Heavenly Venerates to kill, until the Inheritance constellation in the sky was fully activated. Now, all he needed to do was wait. As for the Origin crystals, they were not absolutely necessary. If there was an opportunity, he would seize it. If not, it didn't matter. In this world, as long as your fists were big and strong enough, such things would only increase, not decrease. The second nurturing of the spirit flowers required time, and the formation of the rule worlds by the world tree fruits also needed time. Lin Moyo patiently waited. Time passed bit by bit, and every so often, the stars in the sky would brighten a little, each time signifying the death of a heavenly venerate. As the stars grew brighter, the vision became clearer. 3 days later, 13 heavenly venerates had already died. Lin Moya noticed that the rate of heavenly venerates' deaths was accelerating. During these 3 days, the skeleton god generals discovered several more lakes. The lakes no longer had killing intent, but the origin crystals lay quietly inside. From this, it could be inferred that the Black Jiao in the lakes had killed the heavenly venerates and completed possession. If the heavenly venerates had killed the Black Jiao, the origin crystals in the lakes would have exploded out, resulting in a different outcome. The skeleton god generals unceremoniously collected the origin crystals and brought them back to Lin Moyo. As a result, in 3 days, without doing anything, Lin Moyo had harvested 20 high-quality 4th-order origin crystals. 2 more days passed, and the number of heavenly venerates killed reached 20. At this moment, the obstruction in the origin secret treasury had become very weak, while the inheritance constellation in the sky had become extremely bright. Its light was exchanged for the lives of 20 heavenly venerates. Lin Moyo also felt that something was wrong. The Black Jiao kills the heavenly venerates, possesses them, and then kills other heavenly venerates. But why haven't I found any other heavenly venerates' corpses? Were they eaten? And the heavenly venerates are being killed one after another, seemingly without any resistance. With their intelligence, they must have realized something is wrong. They should be trying to unite. Although the Black Jiao is strong after possession, the heavenly venerates could still deal with it if they joined forces. I wonder how Gun Yenshui is doing. Has he been killed already? I hope not. Lin Moya knew that if something happened to Gun Yenshui here, even if he survived, he would have to face the wrath of Gun Yanhai. And facing a Dao venerate from a holy land, even if he used all his trump cards, it would probably be useless. At this time, the Dragon Cavalry Corps commanders had completed their second nurturing and all possessed intelligence. They had eaten the world tree fruits and were constructing their rule worlds. Finally, on the 8th day after entering the Origin Secret Treasury, the number of dead heavenly venerates reached 26. The inheritance constellation in the sky shone brightly, and all the origin power in the Origin Secret Treasury surged towards the constellation. Countless black mists rose from the ground, accompanied by origin power, flying towards the constellation. Tornadoes rose from the lakes, and the origin and killing intent in the lakes converged, also flying towards the constellation. It was finally activated. At this moment, the constellation became the center of the entire treasury. As the origin power disappeared, the situation in the Origin Secret Treasury became extremely clear. Lin Moya saw the others. Gun Yenshui was still there, but one of the 7 heavenly venerates from the Blue family was missing, leaving only 6. Obviously, that heavenly venerate had died. Additionally, 2 heavenly venerates stood side by side, seemingly having joined forces. Apart from them, there were 18 heavenly venerates possessed by the Black Jiao, staring intently at the survivors. Lin Moya took in everything and quickly counted, including me, there are 10 survivors. Including the ones I killed, Qin Huayuan and Yi Sun, that's 2. 18 possessed ones, so 6 must have been completely devoured. Not only did he see this scene, but others also saw it. Gun Yenshui reacted quickly, having the remaining Blue family heavenly venerates protect him. The 2 heavenly venerates who had joined forces were also on high alert, staring at the possessed ones. Clearly, they had already fought. The light of the constellation shone, and the ground rumbled continuously. As the origin power receded, the space in the Origin Secret Treasury rapidly shrank, and the distance between everyone quickly shortened. Lakes exploded, and origin crystals flew out. Kill! With a roar that didn't sound human, the possessed heavenly venerates collectively went berserk, charging at the survivors. The most attacked was Gun Yenshui, with 12 possessed ones targeting him. For attacked the 2 heavenly venerates. Only 2 came for Lin Moyo. Fight! At this point, there was no retreat. Lin Moya summoned the first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander but did not let him release the entire corps. The commander's mid-level heavenly venerate combat power was enough to handle the 2 possessed ones. Chapter 2514. Chapter 2514, 2514. Chapter 2514. Naturally, I will help if I can. The killing intent of the possessed had no effect on the Dragon Cavalry Corps commander. With the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerate, the commander could easily crush 2 possessed beings. When Lin Moya summoned the commander, he suddenly felt a gaze from afar. Gun Yenshui looked over, surprised. In the eyes of others, the commander Lin Moya summoned was just a puppet. A puppet at the mid-level heavenly venerate. Such a puppet was rarer than ordinary heavenly venerate treasures. Even Gun Yenshui, who came from a holy land, couldn't help but take a few more glances. Surprised, he also took out a treasure, which looked like an abacus, a circular abacus emitting the aura of a heavenly venerate. The treasure had a dozen beads, 6 of which were glowing. Embedded in the treasure was an origin crystal, providing power to the treasure, allowing Gun Yenshui to drive it effortlessly. Another treasure tailor-made for him, the cold water holy land indeed had deep pockets. This also proved that Gun Yanshui's status in the Holy Land was not low. Gun Yanshui activated the treasure, and the 6 beads simultaneously emitted light, falling on the 6 heavenly venerates of the Blue family. The auras of the 6 blue family heavenly venerates instantly merged, becoming one. Gun Yenshui threw the treasure into the air, and it absorbed the auras of the 6, transforming into a 100-meter giant. Among the 6 blue family heavenly venerates, one was a mid-level heavenly venerate. The giant, fused with their power, was stronger than a mid-level heavenly venerate but had not yet reached the level of a high-level heavenly venerate. The giant roared and charged at the possessed beings. At the same time, the 6 blue family heavenly venerates also took action. The giant was formed through the treasure, so their combat power was not diminished. Lin Moya watched and murmured, "What a good treasure." Gun Yenshui looked over with a hint of pride, as if to say, "My treasure is stronger than yours." Lin Moya didn't mind and just smiled. This young master from the Holy Land still had a competitive heart at such a moment, which was somewhat amusing. All this happened in an instant, and the battle with the possessed beings erupted in the next moment. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander raised his battle knife and launched a death charge, turning into a bolt of lightning. Although he charged alone, it sounded like 1,000 troops charging together. With the earth roaring, the 2 possessed beings were simultaneously knocked flying. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander rushed to one of them, slashing down with his knife, and the killing intent exploded, instantly killing the possessed being. At the same time, he exhaled a breath of death towards the other possessed being. The possessed being was instantly engulfed in flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander killed the 2 possessed beings in the blink of an eye, displaying absolute combat power. To Lin Moyo, this was normal. If it took longer, that would be abnormal. The commander possessed the art of command, gathering the power of the entire corps. His combat power was top-notch even among mid-level heavenly venerates. He could single-handedly challenge the Skeleton King, and if the entire corps were deployed, even the Skeleton King would bow down. Gun Yenshui saw this and looked somewhat displeased, feeling as if he had never won against Lin Moyo. The giant formed by his treasure, along with the 6 blue family heavenly venerates, was already fighting 12 possessed beings. Although outnumbered, their strength was overwhelming, though not as fast as Lin Moya's kills. Lin Moya saw Gun Yanshui's expression and thought to himself, "Keep acting, I'll play along." Lin Moya could tell that Gun Yanshui's expression was just an act. No matter how Gun Yanshui acted, he couldn't fool Lin Moya's senses. "Please help us, fellow deist." A call for help sounded, and 2 heavenly venerates, who had joined forces, suddenly flew towards Lin Moyo. They couldn't handle the 4 possessed beings and had to retreat while seeking Lin Moya's help. Lin Moya didn't hesitate, and the first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander immediately took action, helping them deal with the possessed beings. With the strong assistance of the first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander, their pressure was greatly reduced, and they quickly killed the possessed beings. Lin Moya noticed that the 2 were not weak, and when they called for help, their faces showed no panic. This meant that even without his help, they had a way to deal with the possessed beings. In the past 8 days, all the weaker heavenly venerates had already died. The fact that these 2 survived showed they had their own trump cards. The 2 saluted Lin Moyo. "Thank you for your help, fellow deist." Since they wanted to hide their strength, Lin Moya didn't intend to expose them and smiled. "If I remember correctly, you should be deist Miaowen and deist Liansheng. We are now on the same boat, so it's natural to help each other." Miaowen laughed heartily. "Fellow deist has a good memory. If I remember correctly, your surname should be Lin." Liansheng laughed. "You two don't need to flatter each other. I don't have such a good memory." How could a heavenly venerate have a poor memory? Photographic memory was basically, Liansheng was just being polite. Lin Moyo asked, "How did you two get through these 8 days?" The 2 glanced at each other and then roughly recounted their experiences over the past 8 days. They met on the second day after entering the Origin secret treasury and encountered a Black Jiao at a lake. The 2 joined forces to kill the Black Jiao and obtain Origin crystals. After that, they continued to search for lakes and Black Jiaos but found none. Later, they encountered possessed beings and joined forces to kill them, thus surviving the 8 days. It sounded simple, and regardless of the truth, Lin Moya didn't intend to correct them. He was just asking casually. Miaowen looked enviously at the first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander beside Lin Moyo. "With such a powerful puppet, whether it's a Black Jiao or a possessed being, they are like clay chickens and pottery dogs to you." Lin Moya smiled slightly and didn't answer. Seeing Lin Moya's silence, the 2 didn't press further. While they were talking, the battle on Gun Yanshui's side also ended, and all the possessed beings were slain. The giant disappeared, returning to Gun Yanshui's hand as a treasure. Gun Yanshui said in a low voice, "Surviving until now proves that all of you are powerful. I didn't expect this Origin secret treasury to be so dangerous. If you can help me obtain the Star Lord's inheritance, I will reward you handsomely." Miaowen said, "We have already sworn a soul vow not to compete with you for the Star Lord's inheritance. Whether we can help depends on fate." Liansheng added, "We will help where we can, but if we can't, there's nothing we can do." Lin Moya smiled, "You have the help of 6 blue family heavenly venerates and treasures from the Holy Land. Your strength far surpasses ours. Perhaps we will need your help instead." Gun Yanshui's words were just to get a promise from Lin Moyo and the others. He wanted them to remember their soul vows and not compete with him for the Star Lord's inheritance. The ground finally stopped shaking, and the treasury stopped shrinking. Now, the treasury had become a small space only 100,000 meters in diameter. The inheritance constellation in the sky was extremely bright, and it shot a beam of light onto the ground, revealing a giant altar. On the altar stood a stone tablet with 6 paths leading to it. Inside the stone tablet, a giant one-horned Jiao appeared, its terrifying pressure sweeping across the land. Chapter 2515. Chapter 2515, 2515. Chapter 25:15, The Starry Sky on the Origin Continent. The pressure came head-on, causing several people to take a few steps back. A tremendous force fell upon them, trying to force them to kneel. Lin Moya snorted coldly in his heart, "Want me to kneel? Not a chance." Golden flames flowed all over his body, and the immortal golden body erupted, forcibly resisting the pressure. The 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander also stood tall, ignoring the overwhelming pressure. Lin Moya saw Gun Yanxue gritting his teeth and holding on. On the contrary, 2 heavenly venerates of the Blue family couldn't bear it and had already knelt on the ground. Miaowen and Liansheng also gritted their teeth and held on, not kneeling. Lin Moya realized that the pressure varied according to one's cultivation level. Otherwise, even a heavenly venerate wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure, and Gun Yanxue wouldn't have been able to endure it. The pressure tested not strength but willpower. As long as one's will was strong enough, they could ignore the pressure. The entire process lasted only 10 seconds before the pressure disappeared. The golden flames extinguished, and Lin Moya remained calm. Gun Yanxue was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. To endure such pressure with the body of a saint venerate proved his willpower was strong enough. Coming from a holy land and possessing such willpower, as long as he wasn't too unlucky, reaching the heavenly venerate realm wouldn't be a problem. Gun Yanxue finally caught his breath and said to the 2 Blue family heavenly venerates still kneeling on the ground, "You can get up now." The 2 remained motionless. Gun Yanxue repeated, "Stop kneeling, get up." His words caught Lin Moya's attention. Lin Moya glanced over and was shocked, "They're dead." The 2 Blue family heavenly venerates kneeling on the ground were dead. They had died silently. Gun Yanxue finally noticed that the 2 were dead, his face turning pale. Kneeling just now meant death. And they died silently. If it had been him, no matter how many treasures he had, he might not have survived. Gun Yanxue was terrified, thankful that he hadn't knelt. Miaowen and Liansheng were a bit slow to react, finally realizing that the 2 Blue family heavenly venerates were dead. Their faces changed dramatically, filled with fear. Lin Moya frowned, danger lurks at every step. The Origin's secret treasury is truly unsafe. No wonder Waterstop Heavenly Venerate said the Origin's secret treasury is both an opportunity and a burial ground. He also noticed that something was wrong with the Blue family heavenly venerates. Their fellow heavenly venerates were dead, yet the remaining 4 showed no reaction, as if the dead were unrelated to them. Even if unrelated people died in the same Origin secret treasury, it was impossible not to react at all. Lin Moya confirmed his suspicion that the Blue family heavenly venerates had become puppets, losing their self-awareness. On the altar, the one-horned Xiao slowly opened its eyes, its gaze coldly sweeping over everyone. A majestic voice followed, "Those who ascend the altar shall live. You have 10 minutes. Each path can only be taken by one person." The altar had only 6 paths, and there were still 8 of them left. Each path could only be taken by one person, meaning 2 more had to die. Better them than me was a fundamental principle that required no consideration. Lin Moya walked towards the leftmost path, the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander following. "The leftmost path is mine." He announced his decision directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing the imposing 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander, Miaowen, Liansheng, and Gun Yanxue did not object. As Lin Moya walked, Miaowen and Liansheng became vigilant. They feared that Gun Yanxue might command the Blue family heavenly venerates to attack them. The 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously took out a treasure. Their treasures were identical, a crimson bead seemingly filled with endless flames. Gun Yanxue glanced at them, "Karmic fire beads, you 2 are from the Sin Fire sect." Miaowen and Liansheng said in unison, as expected of a direct descendant of the Holy Land, "Your knowledge is extensive. Young Master Yanxue should understand the function of the karmic fire beads. The 2 of us taking 2 paths shouldn't be a problem, right?" Gun Yanshui's body trembled slightly, clearly angry but also helpless. He squeezed out 3 words, "No problem." It was clear that he had intended for the Blue family heavenly venerates to act. It would have been best if they could kill both of them, but even killing one would suffice. But now, he couldn't move either of them. The 2 smiled at each other and chose the 2nd and 3rd paths on the left. Lin Moya smiled, "So you 2 are from the same sect." Miaowen and Liansheng looked a bit embarrassed. Miaowen, with a thicker skin, said, "We didn't mean to hide it before, but the situation was unstable, and we wanted to increase our chances of survival." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "No need to explain, I understand." Miaowen nodded, "After this, we will apologize to you." Lin Moya said, "It's a small matter, I won't hold it against you." With that, Lin Moya turned and walked up the steps towards the altar. Miaowen and Liansheng smiled bitterly and also ascended the steps. Now, Gun Yanxue was the most embarrassed. Before entering the treasury, his strength was the greatest. Until just now, he still held the advantage. Unexpectedly, 2 Blue family heavenly venerates died silently. Now, only 3 paths remained. He would take 1, leaving only 2 for the Blue family heavenly venerates. In this way, his advantage was completely gone. Gun Yanshui's eyes flickered, "It seems this is the only way." He glanced over, and 2 low-level Blue family heavenly venerates fell to the ground, dead. The Blue family heavenly venerates had long become puppets, their lives and deaths controlled by Gun Yanxue. He then took out a treasure shaped like a box. Opening the box, he immediately stored the dead Blue family heavenly venerates inside, including the 2 who had died kneeling earlier. After doing all this, Gun Yanxue led the remaining 2 Blue family heavenly venerates up the steps. The steps were not long, and there was no resistance. They easily reached the altar. Of the 36 heavenly venerates, only 6 remained. Among them, 2 were puppets, leaving only 4 truly alive. With nearly 90% casualties, the Origin secret treasury was indeed a burial ground. 10 minutes later, the one-horned Xiao's cold gaze swept over them, and a majestic voice slowly sounded, "Rise." With a rumbling sound, the altar rose from the ground, heading towards the constellation. An endless starry sky appeared before them, with a one-horned Xiao flying through it, larger than the stars, shaking the starry sky as it passed. Finally, the one-horned Xiao transformed into a star filled with killing intent. Wherever the killing intent passed, nothing survived, leaving the starry sky dead silent. Miaowen exclaimed, "This is the horned Xiao constellation." Liancheng was also moved, such terrifying killing intent. Gun Yanshui was extremely excited, as if he was about to receive the inheritance of the Horned Xiao Star Lord. Lin Moya's eyes flickered as he murmured, "The Horned Xiao constellation." He saw not only the Horned Xiao constellation but also something else. This starry sky was completely different from that of the great world it belonged to the Origin continent. Waterstop Heavenly Venerate had said that there were countless constellations on the Origin continent. These constellations seemed real yet illusory, neither entirely real nor entirely illusory, existing in a very mysterious way. Even as a Heavenly Venerate, one couldn't enter them. From Miaowen and Liancheng's reactions, it was clear that this was true. As Heavenly Venerates, they had never truly seen the starry sky of the Origin continent. However, all cultivators on the Origin continent knew that there were countless constellations, each with its corresponding inheritance, said to be left by truly supreme beings. The most famous among them were the 28 constellations, also known as the 28 Star Lords. The Horned Xiao Star Lord was one of them. Chapter 2516. Chapter 2516, 2516. Chapter 2516, He Can't Hold On. The title of Star Lord is a form of honorific. In the history of the Origin continent, most people who received the Star Lord inheritance eventually became extremely powerful beings. Even if they couldn't surpass their predecessors, they could at least match them. Only a very few would fall halfway. Lin Moyo believed that the Star Lord inheritance depended not only on potential but also on luck. Conversely, strength was secondary. His own luck had always been good, and his fortune was strong enough. Gun Yanshui, being born in a holy land and a direct descendant, naturally had great fortune as well. It was hard to say whose fortune was stronger. However, Lin Moyo had sworn not to compete with Gun Yanshui for the Star Lord inheritance. As long as Gun Yanshui didn't provoke him, he wouldn't break his promise. To Lin Moyo, the inheritance was just a title and not something he valued highly. The altar flew rapidly through the starry sky. Lin Moya knew he hadn't truly entered the starry sky, it was just an illusion created by the Origin secret treasury. Finally, the altar stopped in front of the Horned Xiao constellation, and a giant one-horned Xiao appeared on the altar once again. A loud voice echoed, "Congratulations on passing the test. You are all qualified to receive the Star Lord's inheritance." This secret treasury was left by the third-generation Horned Xiao Star Lord. If one of you receives the inheritance, you will become the fourth-generation Star Lord. Not only will you inherit all the Star Lord's legacies, but you will also obtain all the treasures in the secret treasury. Now, you will face the final test. The ultimate winner will receive the Star Lord's inheritance. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. They recalled their previous experiences. Those who failed had died. This time, the ultimate winner would receive the inheritance, so what would happen to the losers? Would they also die? Lin Moyo, Miaowen, Liancheng, and Gun Yanshui's eyes turned dangerous. Miaowen and Liancheng exchanged a glance, feeling a bit awkward. Both were from the same sect and now faced a life and death decision, unsure of what to choose. Moreover, they had sworn not to compete with Gun Yanshui for the Star Lord inheritance. Gun Yanshui's eyes were filled with vigilance. Although the three had sworn not to compete with him for the inheritance, in matters of life and death, who knew what other means they might have? Surviving among so many heavenly venerates, none of them were simple characters, and Gun Yanshui dared not be careless. He knew very well that soul vows were not foolproof. Some secret methods could break soul vows. Lin Moyo, with a thoughtful look, asked loudly, "What will happen to the losers?" He had already figured out that the giant Xiao had intelligence, similar to an array spirit or artifact spirit. Most likely, it was managing the inheritance on behalf of the deceased Horned Xiao Star Lord. This Origin secret treasury could be seen as a place of inheritance. The giant Xiao chuckled, "The losers will naturally be eliminated. You have already passed the previous tests and are qualified to live. So even if you fail this time, you won't die. Not only will you not die, but I will also reward you based on your performance." However, only one person can receive the Star Lord's inheritance. Any reward pales in comparison to the Star Lord's inheritance. Hearing this, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Gun Yanshui was the first to bow to Lin Moyo and the others. "Thank you, seniors, for your protection. When we leave, I will inform my grandfather and properly thank you all." Though he appeared to be expressing gratitude, he was actually reminding them not to forget their soul vows. He also hinted that his grandfather was waiting outside the Origin secret treasury, a Dao Venerate from the Holy Land, who could easily kill them. Lin Moya said, "Since we have sworn, we will naturally keep our promise. However, I also want to try, perhaps I can still receive some good rewards." Miaowen and Liancheng's eyes lit up. Yes, they had sworn not to compete for the Star Lord inheritance. If they participated in the final test but didn't achieve the best result, it wouldn't count as breaking their vow. Since that was the case, why not go for the final reward? Miaowen said to Gun Yanshui, "Rest assured, although we will participate in the test, we won't compete with you for the final inheritance. You can be at ease." Liancheng added, "So you don't need to be so wary. Focus on how to handle the test." Gun Yanshui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they cared about their vows, it was fine. However, he didn't completely relax, knowing they might still go back on their word. In this world, one had to be cautious to live long. The stars ahead lit up, and waves of killing intent surged from the stars, overwhelming them. The final test began, and the giant Jiao on the altar laughed wildly. Now begins the baptism of killing intent. If you can't hold on, you can choose to give up. Don't force yourself otherwise. Being tainted by the killing intent will either kill you or turn you into an idiot. The giant Jiao laughed maniacally, watching them as if enjoying a show. The killing intent was pervasive and unavoidable. Guni Anshui's treasure robe glowed, and origin crystals on his belt lit up, blocking the killing intent. The killing intent was intangible, existing between reality and illusion, directly attacking the soul. Guni Anshui's treasure robe could block such intense killing intent, proving its high quality, even among heavenly venerate treasures. The remaining two blue family heavenly venerates, now puppets without their own will, should not have been affected by the killing intent. However, they were now swaying, unable to hold on. Gun Yanxue had no intention of helping them, letting them die. Miaowen and Lianqing were enveloped in black flames, which blocked part of the killing intent, allowing them to endure without losing their minds. However, their expressions showed they were not at ease. Lin Moya was surrounded by golden flames, which flowed and resisted the killing intent. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander had been put away. There was no need for him to endure the killing intent. Lin Moya's performance caught Miaowen and Liansheng's attention, making them realize that Lin Moya's own strength was also formidable. They came from the Sin Fire sect and practiced the Sin Fire secret technique, which could resist part of the killing intent. Lin Moyu, besides having a mid-level heavenly venerate puppet, also had powerful secret techniques to block the killing intent, seemingly more easily than them. Gun Yanxue also noticed this and muttered to himself, he is indeed capable, but no matter how capable you are, the inheritance is destined to be mine. None of you can take it. Just hope you keep your promise, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gun Yanshui's mind was racing with thoughts, even considering how to deal with Lin Moyu and the others if they broke their soul vows. He had no worries with his treasures. He could kill not just a few heavenly venerates but even 10 or 8 more. Another wave of killing intent surged, becoming even more intense. Miaowen and Lianqing shouted, and the black flames on them flared up, but the flames could only block so much killing intent, increasing their pressure. Guni Anshui's treasure robe glowed even brighter, and the origin crystals on his belt emitted stronger power, blocking the killing intent. Suddenly, he saw the golden flames on Lin Moya starting to dim, growing weaker and weaker. Gun Yanxue thought to himself, he can't hold on. Miaowen and Lianqing also thought Lin Moya was about to give up and immediately shouted, Lin Daiyu, be careful. Lin Moya smiled slightly, no problem. As he spoke, the golden flames completely extinguished. The intense killing intent instantly engulfed Lin Moya. Chapter 25:17. Chapter 25:17, 2517. Chapter 25:17, your killing intent is too weak. Lin Moya was engulfed by the killing intent, which transformed into a dense fog, making Lin Moya's figure disappear in an instant. He's finished. Gun Yanxue thought to himself. Being attacked by such intense killing intent, unless Lin Moya was a Dao Venerate, there was no way he could survive. Miaowen and Lianqing swallowed hard, feeling that Lin Moya's fate might be a preview of their own future. They exchanged glances, seemingly considering giving up. At that moment, another wave of killing intent swept over, even more intense than before. Miaowen and Lianqing groaned simultaneously, and the sin fire on them flickered, almost extinguished by the killing intent. The two dared not hesitate any longer and shouted, I give up. 2 beams of light shot out from the altar, piercing through the killing intent and landing on the two, who immediately disappeared. Each beam of light carried an origin crystal, which was their reward. Although they were eliminated, the one-horned Jiao kept its word and still gave them a reward. Gun Yanxue breathed a sigh of relief. Under the protection of his treasure robe, he could still withstand the killing intent. The treasure robe had 10 origin crystals, 5 of which were already glowing. This treasure robe had not yet shown its full power. Too weak. Gun Yanxue felt a bit smug, thinking that these heavenly venerates couldn't even compare to his treasure robe. At this moment, he didn't consider that he was relying on external objects, not his own strength. His advantage was due to his superior background. Sometimes, being born into a good family is a form of strength. Being born is a skill. After a while, Gun Yanxue felt something was wrong. The killing intent continued to surge, and the next wave of even more intense killing intent was ready to be unleashed. Shouldn't it be over by now? Now that I'm the only one left, why hasn't it ended? Gun Yanxue thought to himself and then asked aloud, Senior, those 2 were my puppets. Now I'm the only one left, so I should have won this test. The one-horned Jiao on the altar sneered, who said you're the only one left. Gun Yanshui's face changed dramatically, and he quickly looked towards where Lin Moyo had been, seeing only a fog of killing intent. The one-horned Jiao continued, although your treasures are powerful and your fortune is strong, his strength far surpasses yours. I think, at this rate, the final winner will be him, not you. Gun Yanshui's face turned pale, and he called out, Senior Lin, are you still there? Yes. Lin Moya's voice rang out, and the fog rolled as he walked out. Killing intent continued to fall on him, enveloping his entire body, but Lin Moya remained calm. No matter how strong the killing intent was, it seemed to have no effect on him. Gun Yanxue was stunned, thinking Lin Moya didn't seem human. For the first time, he truly felt Lin Moya's terrifying power and began to doubt his own confidence. He started to wonder if his treasures could kill Lin Moyo. Gun Yanshui's intuition was strong, and he trusted his instincts. He cautiously asked, Senior Lin, are you a Dao Venerate? Lin Moya shook his head, of course not. Gun Yanxue asked, then why are you not afraid of the killing intent? The one-horned Xiao on the altar also asked, I also want to know why you are not afraid of the killing intent. The one-horned Xiao knew that the current killing intent was so strong that even a mid-level heavenly venerate would struggle to withstand it. Among low-level heavenly venerates, only those with extremely strong wills, powerful secret techniques, or treasures like Gun Yanshui's could resist such intense killing intent. Those with strong wills were exceptional individuals. Those with powerful secret techniques or treasures were either highly fortunate or from powerful backgrounds. But Lin Moya seemed to fit none of these categories. He didn't resist the killing intent, he let it attack him without any reaction. He looked more like a wooden figure without a mind or soul. Lin Moya shook his head, it's not that I'm not afraid, it's just that this killing intent is too weak. Gun Yanxue was stunned. He had considered many possibilities, thinking Lin Moya might have some unknown secret technique or treasure. But he never expected Lin Moya to say the killing intent was too weak. Gun Yanshui's mouth twitched, Senior Lin, you must be joking. This is the killing intent of the Horned Xiao Star Lord. The Horned Xiao Star Lord masters slaughter. Every time he appears, he brings endless carnage. His killing intent is so strong that even among the other 27 Star Lords, few can compare. Lin Moya said, indeed, the Horned Xiao Star Lord's killing intent is strong, but for me, it's still too weak. The one-horned Xiao was furious, boy, do you know what you're saying? The Star Lord's killing intent is unparalleled, accumulated over generations. Who dares to claim they can surpass the Star Lord in killing intent? Do you know anyone whose killing intent is stronger? Gun Yanxue added, I've read in the Holy Land's records that the Horned Xiao Star Lord's killing intent is indeed top-notch. Lin Moya said, the Horned Xiao Star Lord's killing intent is strong, but for me, it's still too weak. The one-horned Xiao sneered, you mean your killing intent is stronger than the Star Lord's? Lin Moya nodded, it should be. The one-horned Xiao laughed angrily, you, a mere low-level heavenly venerate, dare to claim your killing intent is stronger than the Star Lord's? How arrogant. Let me show you just how strong the Star Lord's killing intent is. Boom. An even more intense wave of killing intent descended, falling on both of them. The light on Gun Yanshui's treasure robe almost shattered, and his face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, 2 more origin crystals on his belt lit up, making 7 in total, which blocked the killing intent again. Out of 10 origin crystals, 7 were now glowing. Although the last 3 were stronger, Gun Yanxue knew that if the killing intent continued to intensify, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The one-horned Xiao roared, how about now? Are you afraid yet? This killing intent is so strong that even high-level heavenly venerates might not withstand it. Lin Moya stood in the killing intent, his voice calm, still too weak. Gun Yanxue was completely stunned. He really wanted to ask, Senior Lin, are you made of killing intent? The one-horned Xiao roared, stop being stubborn. Boom. The killing intent intensified again. The light on Gun Yanshui's treasure robe almost shattered again, and he screamed, his face turning even paler. Fortunately, the 8th origin crystal lit up just in time, saving his life once more. He was speechless. The one-horned Xiao seemed to be targeting Lin Moya, but it looked like he was the one suffering. He really wanted to shout, Seniors, please stop playing around and focus on the inheritance. He had been determined to obtain the inheritance, but now he was just thinking about how to survive. The one-horned Xiao roared, how about now? Lin Moya sighed, still too weak. The one-horned Xiao was furious, I don't believe it. You must have some secret technique. The one-horned Xiao roared madly. The current killing intent was already terrifying, and even among high-level heavenly venerates, few could withstand it. Lin Moya said, I wish I had a secret technique, but I don't. I have a lot of killing intent, but I can't control it. To be honest, I'm quite interested in the Horned Xiao Star Lord's inheritance. Gun Yanxue was trembling, Senior Lin, please don't scare me. Lin Moya smiled, I'm not scaring you, I'm just telling the truth. I also swore not to compete with you for the Star Lord's inheritance. What I said earlier was wrong. I'm not interested in the Horned Xiao Star Lord's inheritance, I'm interested in how the Star Lord controls killing intent. Gun Yanshui's eyes lit up, how about this? If I get the Horned Xiao Star Lord's inheritance, I'll tell you how to control killing intent. I'll also give you all the treasures in this Origin Secret Treasury. Chapter 2518. Chapter 2518, 2518. Chapter 2518, I am very committed to my promises. Lin Moya watched Gun Yanxue with great interest, observing his transformation from the very beginning to the present. He had seen him evolve from an extremely arrogant yet polite young master of a holy land, who appeared competitive but was actually very thoughtful and wanted to put on a show, to the current state where he had to sincerely seek peace and even engage in a gamble. Lin Moya naturally understood the meaning behind Gun Yanshui's words. Gun Yanxue felt that he couldn't compete with Lin Moya anymore, and even the soul vow couldn't bind him, so he wanted to use another method to obtain the inheritance. At the same time, Gun Yanxue also expressed his intention that all he wanted was the inheritance, nothing else. Lin Moya smiled faintly, how can you be sure I'm not just boasting? Maybe if the killing intent gets a bit stronger, I won't be able to hold on. Gun Yanxue shook his head, I trust my intuition. Senior Lin's strength is unfathomable, and I don't want to gamble. Lin Moya asked again, besides the inheritance, everything else belongs to me, including the method of controlling the killing intent within the inheritance. Are you willing? Gun Yanxue replied, I have no objections. I think it's worth it. Lin Moya laughed, I also think it's worth it, but I have one condition. Gun Yanxue responded without hesitation, please state it, Senior. Lin Moya said, you must make a soul vow that after leaving the secret treasury, if you, your grandfather, or anyone from the cold water holy land comes to trouble me, you will die. Of course, you can also gamble and see if the soul vow will backfire if I get the inheritance, whether your grandfather can kill me outside, and even if he kills me, whether the Star Lord inheritance will still exist. Gun Yenshui didn't hesitate much and immediately made a soul vow. However, he was cautious and added a time limit to his soul vow, setting it to 10 years. After 10 years, the vow would automatically expire. Without a time limit, Lin Moya could provoke the cold water holy land at will, while the holy land couldn't retaliate without causing Gun Yanshui's death. Soul vows are magical, and the soul vows of a heavenly venerate are very effective, reaching the great Tao. After making the vow, Gun Yanshui immediately asked, Senior Lin, is this acceptable? Lin Moya smiled, not bad. In that case, the inheritance is yours. He then looked at the giant Jiao, Senior Jiao, I give up. The altar did not emit the expected light, and the giant Jiao glared at Lin Moya, you can't leave. Lin Moya said, Senior Jiao, you set the rules, and you must keep your word. I don't want the inheritance, and you can't force it on me, right? He knew the giant Jiao's identity. As a spirit-like entity, it had to follow certain rules. Even if it could change the rules, it could only do so within a small range. The giant Jiao snorted, you can give up, but you must provide convincing proof. You claim your killing intent surpasses the Star Lord's, show me. Lin Moya sighed, it's really unnecessary. My cultivation level is far below the Star Lord's. The giant Jiao said, it's not about cultivation now, it's about killing intent. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to leave, show your killing intent. If you dare to deceive me, you'll all die here today. The giant Jiao seemed genuinely angry, its giant eyes fixed on Lin Moya and also on Gun Yanshui. If it wasn't satisfied today, neither of them would leave alive. Gun Yanshui looked innocent, thinking, what kind of situation is this? I just came to get the inheritance, tried all sorts of methods, and now my life and death are out of my control. Even the inheritance depends on others. With a deeply resentful look, Gun Yanshui said, Senior Lin, please satisfy Senior Jiao's request. The giant Jiao also said, either show proof or die here. The Star Lord's killing intent is not something anyone can insult. Lin Moya felt helpless, alright, since you insist. Boom. Terrifying killing intent surged from Lin Moya's body, shooting straight into the sky in the next moment. The killing intent was indescribably terrifying. The Horned Xiao Star Lord's killing intent was instantly pushed back. Gun Yanshui felt a sudden lightness, the pressure on his treasure robe reduced by several times. Originally, 8 origin crystals had lit up, but now only 4 remained. Lin Moya's killing intent was immense, even in the Horned Xiao Star Lord's domain, it dominated. Gun Yanshui, shocked, could see that Lin Moya's killing intent was vast but not condensed. In other words, Lin Moya had unimaginably vast killing intent but couldn't use it for attacks. However, having such immense killing intent allowed Lin Moya to ignore the Horned Xiao Star Lord's killing intent. Senior Lin, how many people have you killed? Gun Yanshui wondered, feeling a chill from his soul. He realized Lin Moya was a god of slaughter, having killed countless beings. The Horned Xiao Star Lord, master of slaughter, killed countless beings each time he appeared. But compared to Lin Moya, it seemed insignificant. The giant Jiao on the altar was utterly shocked, screaming, how can your killing intent be so strong? How many have you killed? Lin Moya couldn't answer that question himself. Most of what he had killed weren't even humans. He said softly, countless. Now, Senior, can you keep your promise and let me leave? The giant Jiao stared at Lin Moya, its tone suddenly softening. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? With your killing intent foundation, if you obtain the Star Lord's secret techniques. Lin Moya shook his head. I'm not suited for the Star Lord's path, I have my own path to follow. Moreover, I am very committed to my promises. I will do what I promise others. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but this inheritance is not for me. The giant Jiao asked again, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This is the Horned Xiao Star Lord's inheritance, one of the top inheritances on the Origin continent, comparable to any Holy Land's inheritance. Lin Moya shook his head, thank you for your kindness, Senior, but my mind is made up. The giant Jiao was helpless. It had to follow the rules, alright then. Some things couldn't be forced. Even if it was stronger than Lin Moya, it couldn't force him to accept the inheritance. A beam of light shot out, landing on Lin Moya, who disappeared from the altar. The scene before Lin Moya changed, and he found himself back in the cave, holding a high-quality 5th order origin crystal, a reward from the giant Jiao. Lin Daiyu, you made it out too. Lin Daiyu is safe and sound, that's great. Miaowen and Lian Cheng's voices came, filled with genuine joy, and Lin Moya could feel their sincerity. Lin Moya smiled, I was lucky, nothing happened. Guni Anhai asked, is Nianshui still inside? Lin Moya nodded, when I left, he was still inside. Guni Anhai's eyes lit up with joy, so the inheritance should belong to Nianshui. It should, Lin Moya answered truthfully. There was no one else left, who else could it be given to? Chapter 2519. Chapter 2519, 2519. Chapter 2519, you haven't taken a fancy to that kid, have you? Moments later, the Origin secret treasury suddenly stirred and began to shake violently. Guni Anshui's figure appeared outside, and the Origin secret treasury quickly shrank, becoming the size of a fist, and fell into Guni Anshui's hand. Guni Anhai was overjoyed and stepped forward to Gun Yanshui. How did it go? Gun Yanshui smiled, mission accomplished. As he spoke, his aura surged, and a star appeared in the center of his forehead. Immediately, a one-horned Jiao flew out from the star, circling above Gu Nianshui's head. After circling for a while, the Jiao returned to Gu Nianshui's forehead. What Gu Nianshui displayed was the Star Lord's mark. This also meant that he had truly obtained the inheritance of the Horned Jiao Star Lord. Good, good, good. Gu Nianhai was overjoyed, exclaiming several times. Even as a Dao Venerate, he couldn't suppress his excitement at this moment. Gu Nianhai said, "You did very well this time, making a great contribution to our cold water holy land." Then he turned to Lin Moyu and the other two. "You did well too. If you want to join the cold water holy land, I can make the decision to accept you." Lin Moya smiled, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I am used to being free and not accustomed to being bound." Miaowen and Liancheng also said, "We are disciples of the Sin Fire sect and cannot join the cold water holy land, but we appreciate your kindness." Gu Nianhai was just in a good mood and said it casually. Lin Moyu and the others were not fools and would not agree. Gu Nianhai said, "Since that's the case, let's go back." They returned the way they came, passing through the teleportation array, and returned to the Blue family in Linhai City. It was nighttime, and the moon's origin shone in the sky, enveloping the entire origin continent in a cool aura. Gu Nianhai's voice echoed through Linhai City. "The ban on Linhai City is lifted, and normalcy is restored." In an instant, the formations in the sky disappeared, and rays of light burst out from Linhai City. The city, which had been sealed for many days, returned to its usual state. At this moment, Gu Nianshui said, "Grandfather, I have some matters to attend to. Please wait a moment." Now, Gu Nianhai treated Gu Nianshui like a treasure and agreed to everything. Gu Nianshui approached Lin Moyu and took out a storage ring. "Senior Lin, this is what I promised you." Lin Moyu accepted the storage ring without hesitation and did not check it. With the soul vow in place, Lin Moyu was not afraid of being shortchanged. Gu Nianhai frowned. He didn't know what his grandson had given Lin Moyu, but he didn't stop him. He understood Gu Nianshui and knew that his grandson was sensible and wouldn't act recklessly. Lin Moyu put away the storage ring and said to Gu Nianshui, "Miaowen, and Liancheng, see you again if fate allows." Gu Nianshui also nodded. "See you again, Senior Lin." "See you again, Deist Lin. Feel free to visit the Sin Fire sect." Lin Moya turned into a stream of light, flew out of Linhai City, and disappeared without a trace. Miaowen and Liancheng also bid farewell and quickly flew away from Linhai City. With Gu Nianhai, a Dao Venerate, present, they didn't want to stay long. If they accidentally angered him, they wouldn't have anywhere to seek justice if they were killed. After they left, Gu Nianshui sighed, "Senior Lin is truly mysterious." Gu Nianhai asked, "Nianshui, tell me what happened in the secret treasury." Gu Nianshui said softly, "Grandfather, I made a decision on my own. I hope you won't blame me." At this moment, Gu Nianshui's voice changed, becoming clear and pleasant. At the same time, he was enveloped in a ball of light. When the light dissipated, Gu Nianshui had changed his appearance. He transformed from a young master into a young lady. A beautiful young lady with long flowing hair and an extraordinary appearance. The treasured robe on his body also turned into an exquisite long dress. Gu Nianhai, with a hint of doting, said, "No matter what it is, grandfather won't blame you." It was clear that Gu Nianhai doted on his granddaughter. Gu Nianshui recounted the events in the origin secret treasury in detail, causing Gu Nianhai to frown repeatedly. Gu Nianhai said, "So, if Lin Moyo hadn't agreed in the end, he would have received the inheritance." Gu Nianshui nodded. "That's right." Senior Lin's killing intent was so terrifying that even the Jiao Senior was startled. The Jiao Senior asked Senior Lin how many people he had killed, and Senior Lin said he couldn't count. Gu Nianhai frowned. "It seems this kid is very deep. He didn't want to offend our cold water holy land, nor did he want to leave empty-handed. Now you have received the inheritance, and he has taken everything else. It's probably a fortune. And within 10 years, we can't do anything to him. He's really good at calculating." Gu Nianshui's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Grandfather, do you remember the soul vow that Senior Lin made?" Gu Nianhai asked curiously, "Why do you ask?" Gu Nianshui said, "When I saw Senior Lin's expression at that time, I suspected he did something to the soul vow." "Impossible. No one can do anything in front of me." Gu Nianhai naturally didn't believe it. As a Dao Venerate, if Lin Moya dared to tamper with the soul vow, he would have noticed. However, under his beloved granddaughter's repeated requests, Gu Nianhai still took out a jade stone. This jade stone had the function of recording images. When Gu Nianhai came to investigate the Blue family, he had kept the recording function on. When everyone made their soul vows, Gu Nianhai did not turn it off. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now. They quickly found the soul vow made by Lin Moyo. "I swear that I will not actively participate in the competition for the Star Lord's inheritance in the Origin Secret Treasury. If I break this vow, my soul will be severely damaged, and my cultivation will be destroyed." Gu Nianshui listened to it twice and said softly, "At first glance, there seems to be no problem, but upon careful analysis, there are many issues." Gu Nianhai also sensed something was wrong. Indeed, there are some clever tricks. "Nianshui, tell me, what's the problem?" Gu Nianshui analyzed. First, Senior Lin said he would not actively participate in the competition for the Star Lord's inheritance. So, if he really wanted the inheritance, he could have found me and killed me as soon as he entered. At that time, the competition for the Star Lord's inheritance hadn't started, so he wouldn't be breaking his vow. But that's just one point, there's more. Senior Lin said that if he broke the vow, his soul would be severely damaged, and his cultivation would be destroyed, but he didn't say he would die. Maybe Senior Lin has a way to repair his soul and restore his cultivation. We have such pills in our holy land, and Senior Lin might have them too. If that's the case, the soul vow doesn't really bind Senior Lin. It depends on whether he wants to comply. Gu Nianshui's analysis was thorough, and Gu Nianhai smiled. Nianshui has grown up and become smarter. Gu Nianshui gently shook his head. My little cleverness is nothing compared to Senior Lin. Fortunately, I didn't really provoke him this time, otherwise, I might have died in the secret treasury. Gu Nianhai laughed. No, if he's as smart as you say, he wouldn't dare kill you, knowing that your grandfather is outside. Gu Nianshui said, no, I think Senior Lin might have other means. He might not be able to defeat you, but he should have ways to save his life under your hand. Gu Nianhai dismissed it. My dear granddaughter, you're overestimating that kid. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a low-level heavenly venerate. Gu Nianshui said, it's not overestimating, it's just my intuition. You know my intuition is usually very accurate. But usually doesn't mean always. This time, your intuition might be wrong. Gu Nianhai maintained his view. Although he admitted Lin Moya was excellent, he didn't think he was that formidable. Suddenly, Gu Nianhai thought of a possibility. My dear granddaughter, you haven't taken a fancy to that kid, have you? Gu Nianshui's eyes widened. Grandfather, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell grandmother. Chapter 2520. Chapter 2520, 2520. Chapter 2520. Linhai City is a big piece of fat meat. Seeing his granddaughter bring out her trump card, Gu Nianhai immediately retreated. He looked at his precious granddaughter with a half-smile. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. So, what are you planning to do about Lin Moyo? By the looks of it, you suffered a big loss. Gu Nianshui snorted lightly. Of course, I can't suffer a loss, but that's my own business, Grandpa, you don't need to worry about it. Also, don't use the power of the Holy Land to deal with him. I made a soul vow. Gu Nianhai laughed heartily. Alright, Grandpa won't deal with him. I'll let Nianshui handle it personally. After leaving Linhai City, Lin Moyo unfolded his wings of the undead, sparing no effort to enhance his speed to the extreme with soul power. Although he made Gu Nianshui swear a soul vow, who knows if the Holy Land has ways to circumvent soul vows. Lin Moya never underestimated the Holy Land. What he could do, the Holy Land could likely do as well. If Gu Nianhai chased after him later, facing a Dao Venerate, he might be in danger. Lin Moya moved at the fastest speed, changing directions several times and hiding his tracks. Only after confirming that no one was following him did he finally relax. The influence of Linhai City extends over 10,000 miles, with several small sects nearby. Some of these sects belong to two-star forces. Most sects, however, don't even qualify as one-star forces because they lack origin spirit veins. On the origin continent, without an origin spirit vein, a force cannot be rated with stars. These so-called sects are actually just a few villages united together, with weak cultivators, possibly only having one or two supremes. Their existence is more like a school, providing enlightenment education for the younger generation of their villages. If one day a genius emerges from the village, it might bring prosperity to the entire village. 10,000 miles northwest of Linhai City lies another city called Guanhai City. Guanhai City and Linhai City, separated by 10,000 miles, have had multiple conflicts in the past. Between the two cities lies a small mountain range called the Ruohe Mountains. A small origin spirit vein was once discovered in the mountains, leading to conflicts between the forces of the two cities over this vein. At that time, Linhai City was controlled by the Foam family, which was much stronger than the Blue family, with 4 high-level heavenly venerates and 1 peak heavenly venerate. Ultimately, the Foam family won, taking control of the origin spirit vein, and enmity was formed between Guanhai City and Linhai City. The Foam family hoped to use this origin spirit vein to advance to a 4-star force, but 100 years ago, the Foam family mysteriously perished. With the Foam family gone, Linhai City was leaderless, and even the strongest Blue family couldn't compete with Guanhai City. Not only Guanhai City, but several other forces also eyed Linhai City. Without the Foam family, Linhai City became a big piece of fat meat. The Blue family was smart, immediately reporting the mysterious demise of the Foam family to the Cold Water Holy Land. The Cold Water Holy Land sent people to investigate the mysterious demise of the Foam family. The results of the investigation remain unknown, but the Cold Water Holy Land ultimately appointed the Blue family as the rulers of Linhai City. Because of this, the forces that were about to act against Linhai City all backed down. In this region, the Cold Water Holy Land is like an emperor. No one dares to defy their orders unless they have a death wish. This gave the Blue family a chance to breathe. With the resources of Linhai City, given enough time, the Blue family could grow stronger. In 1,000 years, if the family produces a few high-level heavenly venerates, their position will be secure. Having resources makes a big difference. After changing directions several times, Lin Moyo arrived at Guanhai City. Unlike Linhai City, Guanhai City did not use radiant light to welcome visitors. The entire city exuded an ancient and majestic aura, with a sense of heaviness. Although Linhai City had a similar feeling, it was far less pronounced than in Guanhai City. This indicated that Guanhai City's history likely far exceeded that of Linhai City. Moreover, Guanhai City was larger than Linhai City, about 1.5 times its size. A formation covered the sky above Guanhai City, with patrol teams constantly on the move. No matter where trouble occurred in the city, they would arrive immediately to maintain order. Lin Moya went to the largest restaurant in Guanhai City, ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, and leisurely began to eat. While eating and drinking, he was also gathering information. Many people were in the restaurant, and from their conversations, he could gather a lot of information. Suddenly, the entire city roared, and a massive formation appeared in the sky. A large team flew overhead, heading into the distance. This team had many strong members, with more than 20 heavenly venerates. At the forefront were 3 high-level heavenly venerates. The commotion immediately sparked discussions among the crowd. Wow, it's the Huang family's team, led by 3 high-level heavenly venerates of the Huang family. The Huang family is mobilizing a large force. Judging by the direction, they must be heading to Linhai City. I just got the news. The Holy Land has issued a punishment, and the Blue family of Linhai City has been exterminated. Linhai City is now an ownerless city. I get it. The Huang family wants to seize Linhai City. 800 years ago, if it weren't for the Holy Land's appointment, Linhai City should have belonged to the Huang family. The Blue family didn't deserve to be the rulers of Linhai City, occupying an origin spirit vein for nothing. That's not necessarily true. Other forces are also eyeing it. The Huang family will have to fight to become the new rulers of Linhai City. Listening to the discussions, Lin Moya finally understood what had happened. The Huang family of Guanhai City is the most powerful family in Guanhai City and its ruler. Back then, the Huang family competed with the Feng family of Linhai City for the origin spirit vein. Unfortunately, the Feng family was stronger at the time, so the Huang family didn't gain any advantage. Later, the Feng family perished, and the Holy Land appointed the Blue family as the new rulers of Linhai City. They didn't dare defy the Holy Land's orders, so they didn't act against Linhai City. Now, with the Blue family's strong members all dead, they no longer qualify to be the rulers of Linhai City, and the Cold Water Holy Land hasn't appointed a new ruler. The Huang family finally seized the opportunity to send troops to Linhai City, intending to take it over. According to the rules of the origin continent, in such situations, whoever occupies Linhai City can become its new ruler. Linhai City also has an origin spirit vein. If successful, the Huang family will gain more origin spirit veins and resources, meaning their fortune will grow stronger. At that time, the Huang family might produce a Dao Venerate and become a 4-star force. The Huang family has been at the peak of 3-star forces for a long time, just one Dao Venerate away from advancing to a 4-star force. However, the Huang family is not without challenges. Within 10,000 miles around Linhai City, besides the Huang family of Guanhai City, 2 other forces are also eyeing it. They are in similar situations to the Huang family, all wanting to obtain the origin spirit vein of Linhai City. Next, a fierce battle will unfold centered around Linhai City. Linhai City might be shattered, with countless casualties. These forces only want the origin spirit vein. What happens to Linhai City and its people doesn't matter to them. Chapter 2521. Chapter 2521, 2521. Chapter 2521, everyone must walk their own path. The actions of the Cold Water Holy Land made Lin Moya deeply understand the survival rules on the origin continent. Small families like the Blue family are nothing in front of a behemoth like the Holy Land. If Lan Tingyu hadn't gone too far, the Cold Water Holy Land wouldn't have done much to the Blue family, at most killing a few to set an example. If Lan Tingyu hadn't disappeared, the Blue family would have been fine, at most heavily punished, with a few heavenly venerates dying, but there wouldn't have been a disaster of extermination. But Lan Tingyu disappeared, which was like a slap in the face of the Cold Water Holy Land. Everyone was watching how the Cold Water Holy Land would handle it and how they would regain their face. So the Cold Water Holy Land used the most direct method, exterminating the Blue family. While exterminating the Blue family, they unexpectedly obtained the inheritance of the Horned Xiao Star Lord. The Blue family was doomed to destruction, seeking their own death. Their fortune and strength were not enough to handle the inheritance of the Horned Xiao Star Lord, and the Cold Water Holy Land wouldn't allow them to obtain it either. Every Star Lord is powerful, and the Cold Water Holy Land wouldn't allow a force beyond their control to appear in their territory. So, the Blue family was exterminated. The news that the Cold Water Holy Land obtained the Horned Xiao Star Lord's inheritance hasn't been spread. Very few people know about it. The people of the Cold Water Holy Land won't say anything, and as long as I don't say anything, and Miaowen and Liancheng don't say anything, no one will know. I believe Miaowen and Liancheng are smart people and won't talk nonsense. The Horned Xiao Star Lord masters slaughter, and every time he appears, it brings about killing. It seems to be true. The Blue family's fortune was not enough to bear this killing intent, leading to their destruction. Now it's Linhai City's turn, and many people will probably die. I don't know if Gun Yanshui will slaughter the world after becoming the Star Lord. Lin Moyo pondered in his heart. The concept of fortune is not illusory but real. For a force, if their fortune is weak, they will inevitably encounter great difficulties. Unfortunately, not many people can sense fortune. Even Lin Moyo couldn't clearly sense fortune, he could only see individual luck through his explosive luck technique. Luck is only about individuals, while fortune goes further, affecting entire sects, even entire races. If a force's fortune is strong enough, even an unlucky person entering it will have their luck enhanced, becoming fortunate. This is the wonderful use of fortune. The fortunes of the Holy Lands are naturally very strong, and Guni Yanshui's luck will certainly not be bad, able to bear the Star Lord's inheritance. As for the Blue family, they were simply seeking death. Lin Moya saw deeper than ordinary people, peeling away the layers to find the correct answer. To truly establish oneself on the origin continent, besides one's own strength, one also needs an origin spirit vein. In addition, one needs strong enough fortune. Xiao Wu comprehends the law of fortune, able to gather and enhance fortune. It seems it's time to bring Xiao Wu over. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyo paid and left the restaurant, also leaving Guanhai City. Lin Moyo headed southwest, getting farther and farther from Guanhai City and Linhai City, until he reached a place where he could hear the sound of the waves. Perhaps due to his connection with the Boundary Sea world, Lin Moyo had a special feeling towards the Boundary Sea. Feeling the aura of the Boundary Sea, Lin Moyo felt more at ease. The eye of the undead swept across, choosing a cliff with no living beings. The world of rules opened, and Lin Moyo called out Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu. Stepping on the land of the Origin Continent, a strong wind swept over, and countless auras belonging to the Origin Continent automatically poured into Xiao Wu's body, marking her. The Great World began in the Origin World, growing in the Boundary Sea, with its laws and rules all coming from the Great Tao of the Origin Continent. So, as long as they are beings from the Great World, they can be recognized by the Origin Continent. However, many techniques require the integration of Origin crystals from the Origin Continent to adapt. Wow, is this the Origin Continent? Xiao Wu showed no steadiness that a heavenly venerate should have, still like a child. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, looked much more stable than Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, coming to the Origin Continent for the first time, felt curious and forgot to cling to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo took out a high-quality 5th Order Origin crystal and handed it to Xiao Wu. Use this to integrate your laws. Xiao Wu comprehends the law of fortune, the pure power of void. Moreover, due to Xiao Wu's special identity, she has no techniques of her own. Xiao Wu's ability is simply to manipulate the law of fortune, able to enhance or weaken fortune. In simpler terms, she can make people lucky or unlucky. Xiao Wu only needs one Origin crystal to make her law of fortune adapt to the Great World, even directly connecting to the Great Tao of Fortune on the Origin Continent. This high-quality 5th Order Origin crystal was the final reward given by the giant Xiao in the Origin Secret Treasury, and Lin Moyo gave it to Xiao Wu without hesitation. Xiao Wu obediently began to integrate the Origin crystal. Lin Moyo protected her while checking his gains this time. He obtained a total of 32 high-quality 4th Order Origin crystals, which is a considerable fortune for any heavenly venerate. Most low-level heavenly venerates couldn't come up with so many high-quality 4th Order Origin crystals. In addition, there were 2 low-level heavenly venerate corpses in Xin Huayuan, the resurrected one. To others, these might be useless, but to him, they were valuable. Whether it's the resurrected or the corpses, as long as they are used well, they can be of great use. Finally, there was the storage ring obtained from Gun Yenshui. Since leaving the Origin Secret Treasury, Lin Moyo had been wary of the Cold Water Holy Land pursuing him, so he hadn't checked the storage ring given by Gun Yenshui. Lin Moyo didn't let his guard down and summoned the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander, having him take the storage ring and open it at a distance. Xiao Yu, curious, watched the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander. Master, what is this? Lin Moyo said, this is a warrior summoned by a technique. Xiao Yu asked curiously, can I learn it too? Lin Moyo shook his head, you can't learn it. Xiao Yu's face showed a bit of disappointment. Oh. Lin Moyo said, don't forget what I told you, everyone has their own path. Xiao Yu asked, what is my path like? Lin Moyo said, cultivate well and feel your own path with your heart. Xiao Yu seemed to understand and obediently responded. The 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander opened the storage ring, and nothing happened. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Gun Yenshui didn't do anything. Based on his understanding of Gun Yenshui, he felt that Gun Yenshui should have done something, but the other party did nothing, which was surprising. To be safe, Lin Moyo still didn't handle it personally, letting the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander take out the items from the ring. A large number of Origin crystals poured out, forming a small mountain. All were high-quality Origin crystals, both 4th and 5th order, totaling several hundred. For an individual cultivator, or even a small force, this was a huge fortune. Even many 4-star forces couldn't come up with so many Origin crystals. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. Wow, so many Origin crystals. Boom! With a loud noise, a cliff not far away suddenly collapsed, and a giant beast with a strange shape rushed out from the cliff, heading towards the Origin crystals. Chapter 2522. Chapter 2522, 2522. Chapter 2522, Overflowing Luck, Origin Spirit Beast. The giant beast rushed out, even causing Lin Moyo to be slightly stunned. Previously, he had used the Eye of the Undead to scan the area and had not detected the presence of the giant beast. It seemed he had missed it. It seems the Eye of the Undead can't be fully trusted. Lin Moyo knew that Origin power could block the Eye of the Undead, causing it to sometimes fail. The giant beast had an unusual shape, looking like a leopard but with 4 huge tentacles on its back, resembling some kind of insect. It had been hidden inside the mountain, awakened by the aura of the Origin crystals, and directly charged towards them. Origin crystals have a tremendous attraction to all living beings on the Origin continent. Especially such high-quality Origin crystals, their attraction is unimaginable. The 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander reacted extremely quickly. Before Lin Moyo could issue an order, he had already swung his battle knife. A massive force swept out, directly blasting the giant beast away. The giant beast stopped in mid-air, screamed, and charged again. Taking advantage of this moment, the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander had already collected all the Origin crystals back into the storage ring. Seeing the Origin crystals disappear, the giant beast screamed even more frantically, its 4 tentacles extending quickly like whips. The 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander was not afraid at all, wielding his large knife and launching a death charge. His speed was as fast as lightning, once again knocking the giant beast away. Lin Moyo could see that the giant beast's strength was slightly stronger than a low-level heavenly venerate but slightly weaker than a mid-level heavenly venerate. In terms of combat power, the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander completely suppressed it, leaving the giant beast with no ability to resist. However, its defense was extremely strong. Even the attacks of the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps commander could only cause some small wounds. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Master's summoned creature is so powerful. Lin Moya said, Number 1, stop playing around, finish it quickly. Yes, Master. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander responded. In the next second, the rule world belonging to the first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander unfolded. In his rule world, there was a battlefield like a cemetery, where countless Dragon Cavalry troops were resting. At this moment, the battlefield opened, and the Dragon Cavalry troops instantly awakened and charged out from the battlefield. In an instant, the Dragon Cavalry troops flooded the surroundings from all directions. The sky and the ground, every corner was filled with Dragon Cavalry troops. Each Dragon Cavalry had the combat power of a low-level Heavenly Venerate, and their bodies were about 10 meters tall. If needed, they could grow to 10,000 meters. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander had his own thoughts. To deal with a mere giant beast, there was no need to deploy all the Dragon Cavalry troops. Out of 10 million Dragon Cavalry troops, he only deployed 1/10,000th, just 1,000 Dragon Cavalry troops, which was enough to surround the area tightly. The giant beast was surrounded by layers of Dragon Cavalry troops, countless layers, making it impossible to count. The giant beast, trapped in the encirclement, was stunned, its entire body bristling, and its large eyes clearly showing fear. Xiao Yu was also stunned. Master, are these also your summoned creatures? Lin Moya smiled, these are its subordinates. Xiao Yu was shocked, how can there be so many? Is this a lot? It's just 1/10,000th. And this is only the first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander, there are still 2,999 other commanders. Lin Moya smiled and didn't answer. Xiao Wu was still integrating the origin crystal, otherwise, this little guy would definitely sell him out. The giant beast's entire body suddenly glowed, brilliant light shooting towards the sky, coloring the sky in various hues. At the same time, a piercing scream echoed through the heavens and earth. Xiao Yu exclaimed and covered her ears. Xiao Yu was still an ordinary person and couldn't withstand any battle aftermath. Lin Moya waved his hand, and a force enveloped Xiao Yu, shielding her from the sound waves. Invisible force rippled like waves from the giant beast, spreading in all directions, preventing the Dragon Cavalry troops from approaching. Is it calling for help? Lin Moya thought to himself. His thought was quickly confirmed as a powerful aura rapidly approached from afar. A high-level Heavenly Venerate. Lin Moya looked up and saw a giant beast, 1,000 meters tall, rapidly approaching from the distant sky. It was covered in scales, with a slender and robust body, exuding an indescribable beauty. The number of tentacles on its body had increased to 16, each one extremely thick. Under its belly, there were 2 pairs of sharp claws, gleaming with a sharp light. The aura of a high-level Heavenly Venerate swept over like a tidal wave. Lin Moya felt a bit helpless. Really, beat the small one, and the big one comes. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander couldn't defeat a high-level Heavenly Venerate. Even if all 10 million Dragon Cavalry troops were deployed, it would be difficult to confront a high-level Heavenly Venerate head-on. At best, they could hold the opponent for a while, but they would eventually be killed. Moreover, the opponent's combat power was unknown and might surpass that of an ordinary high-level Heavenly Venerate. Before Lin Moya could issue an order, the first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander had already charged forward. More Dragon Cavalry troops rushed out, led by a captain, launching a death charge at the approaching giant beast. Boom! In the massive collision, the Dragon Cavalry troops collapsed on the spot, while the giant beast was unaffected, breaking into the encirclement like a hot knife through butter, firmly protecting the smaller giant beast, as if protecting its child. The disparity in strength was evident. The first Dragon Cavalry Corps commander reacted quickly, summoning more Dragon Cavalry troops to surround them tightly. Lin Moya's mind moved, and Cheng Hongguang appeared beside him. Lin Moya asked, do you recognize these 2 creatures? Cheng Hongguang looked and immediately responded, yes. Explain in detail. Cheng Hongguang said, they are called Lingxiu insect beasts, a type of origin spirit beast. Origin spirit beast. Lin Moya was shocked, are they the origin spirit beasts that can nurture and evolve origin spirit veins? Cheng Hongguang nodded, yes. Wow, to encounter origin spirit beasts here, Lin Moya took a deep breath, marveling at his own luck. Encountering such rare origin spirit beasts, and not just 1, but 2. Xiao Yu was very curious about the suddenly appearing uncle. Master, what are origin spirit beasts? Lin Moya smiled. Cheng Hongguang, you explain. Cheng Hongguang explained in detail, origin spirit beasts are very rare spirit beasts that can evolve origin spirit veins, each time they appear. Cheng Hongguang explained meticulously, answering all of Xiao Yu's questions. Lin Moya first learned about origin spirit beasts from Waterstop Heavenly Venerate. To establish oneself on the origin continent and create a sector force, one needs origin spirit veins. There are many ways to produce origin spirit veins, such as possessing sentient origin crystals, naturally nurtured origin spirit veins, and some supersects using secret methods to nurture origin spirit veins. Among them, one way is through origin spirit beasts. There are countless spirit beasts on the origin continent, and among them are origin spirit beasts. Origin spirit beasts are extremely rare and will nurture origin spirit veins under special conditions. Many people never see an origin spirit beast in their lifetime, but once an origin spirit beast is discovered, it will inevitably become the target of various forces. Lin Moya never expected to encounter origin spirit beasts. There are many types of origin spirit beasts, each requiring different conditions. The Lingxiu insect beast in front of him had conditions that Cheng Hongguang happened to know. Lingxiu insect beasts like to eat origin crystals, As long as they eat enough origin crystals, they will undergo metamorphosis. During metamorphosis, they will shed their old shell and nurture a new one. The old shell will sink into the ground and nurture an origin spirit vein. The stronger the Lingxiu insect beast during metamorphosis, the higher the quality of the origin spirit vein it nurtures. Looking at the two Lingxiu insect beasts, one large and one small, Lin Moyo had already made up his mind. He must keep these two creatures and not let them go. Chapter 2523. Chapter 2523, 2523. Chapter 2523, Deceiving the Small One, then Deceiving the Big One. Origin spirit beasts are truly valuable. I need to find a way to keep them. If I miss this chance, who knows when I'll encounter them again. But how can I keep them? Killing them is not an option, it's quite a headache. The smaller one is easier to deal with, as its strength is below that of a mid-level heavenly venerate, and Lin Moyo has ways to trap it. However, the bigger one, with combat power comparable to a high-level heavenly venerate, is harder to trap than to kill. Lin Moyo looked at Qing Hongguang. Do you have any ideas? Qing Hongguang straightforwardly said, I can perish together with the bigger one. That's nonsense. If I wanted mutual destruction, I wouldn't need you, Lin Moyo snorted. I mean, do you have any way to trap it? Qing Hongguang thought for a moment and still straightforwardly said, no. At this moment, the Lingxiu insect beasts were rampaging, and the encirclement formed by the Dragon Cavalry Corps looked like a balloon bulging everywhere, ready to burst at any moment. Many Dragon Cavalry soldiers died under the attacks of the Lingxiu insect beasts. Their tentacles contained astonishing origin power, making it difficult for the Dragon Cavalry Corps to resist. However, the first corps commander was very capable, constantly adjusting the formation and counterattacking, temporarily holding the line. Lin Moyo squinted his eyes and noticed that the bigger Lingxiu insect beast was always protecting the smaller one, not wanting it to get hurt. An idea gradually formed in his mind. At this moment, Xiaoyu's weak voice sounded, Master, it seems to care a lot about its child. If we can trap its child, wouldn't we be able to trap it too? Lin Moyo laughed heartily. Xiaoyu is right, that could work. What Xiaoyu said coincided with his own thoughts. Without killing them, the only way to trap them was to use this method. Lin Moyo had already thought of a plan and said to Qing Hongguang, separate them. Without a word, Qing Hongguang turned into a flash of lightning and charged into the battlefield. As a high-level heavenly venerate, his combat power far surpassed that of the Dragon Cavalry Corps. The power of a high-level heavenly venerate erupted, and he engaged in a fierce battle with the Lingxiu insect beast. The Lingxiu insect beast was very powerful, and Qing Hongguang couldn't defeat it, so his earlier statement about mutual destruction was not just talk. The bigger Lingxiu insect beast was hindered by its need to protect its child, making it somewhat restrained, and it couldn't deal with Qing Hongguang effectively for the moment. Lin Moyo said to the first corps commander, help Qing Hongguang separate them. The first corps commander immediately began maneuvering on the battlefield. He didn't let the Dragon Cavalry Corps take action but led 10 captains to look for opportunities. In the Dragon Cavalry Corps, only he and the 10 captains were mid-level heavenly venerates and could somewhat resist the Lingxiu insect beast's attacks. At this moment, the advantage of having intelligence was fully revealed. With intelligence, they could think of countermeasures based on Lin Moyo's orders and formulate action plans. There was no need for Lin Moyo to command every step, making their combat methods much more flexible. However, the bigger Lingxiu insect beast was very vigilant and didn't show any flaws. Lin Moyo's mind moved, and he suddenly pointed at the Lingxiu insect beasts. Origin level spell, Time Curse. Time Curse, origin level invokes the Great Tao of Time, using the power of time as a blade to curse the target, causing severe damage to the target's soul and plunging it into a state of temporal chaos. The Great Tao of Time suddenly appeared. This was the first time Lin Moyo used the Time Curse on the Origin continent. The Great Tao of Time descended with infinite power, cursing the target according to Lin Moyo's will. The power of time turned into a blade, slicing into the soul world of the Lingxiu insect beasts. Both the big and small Lingxiu insect beasts' souls were affected, plunging into chaos. Separate them now. Under Lin Moyo's command, Qing Hongguang and the first corps commander seized the opportunity and acted simultaneously. Given the strength of the bigger Lingxiu insect beast, the effect of the time curse would last at most half a second. They only had a moment to act. The first corps commander launched a death charge, crashing heavily into the bigger Lingxiu insect beast with lightning speed. Qing Hongguang also used all his strength, unleashing a massive palm strike. With their combined efforts, the bigger Lingxiu insect beast was finally shaken off, and the smaller Lingxiu insect beast was exposed. At this moment, the 10 captains of the 1st Dragon Cavalry Corps rushed over, their bodies rapidly enlarging, and with multiple hands and feet, they grabbed the smaller Lingxiu insect beast. The smaller Lingxiu insect beast was still in a state of temporal chaos, completely unaware of what was happening. The Star Enchantress Lich flew out, and Lin Moyo simultaneously flicked a drop of ancestral water onto the Star Enchantress Lich. The Star Enchantress Lich's aura surged, and it used the Great Tao of Illusion to envelop the smaller Lingxiu insect beast. In the eyes of the smaller Lingxiu insect beast, countless origin crystals appeared, and it let out an excited screech. Lin Moyo's rule world unfolded, and the smaller Lingxiu insect beast directly rushed into the rule world, where it saw countless origin crystals. The bigger Lingxiu insect beast reacted and quickly rushed over, but when it approached the rule world, it hesitated. Lin Moyo laughed, "If you want to save your child, go inside." Lin Moya's plan was to lure both of them into his rule world and trap them using the rule world. In the rule world, he had the home advantage and could control the situation. Cheng Hongguang and the first corps commander surrounded from the other side to prevent the bigger Lingxiu insect beast from escaping. Lin Moya wanted both Lingxiu insect beasts and didn't plan to let either of them go. The bigger Lingxiu insect beast was still hesitating. It seemed afraid to enter but also anxious about its child's safety. At this moment, a screech came from the rule world, a cry for help identical to the one the smaller Lingxiu insect beast had made earlier. Hearing its child's cry for help, the bigger Lingxiu insect beast couldn't hold back any longer and rushed in. Lin Moyo had already observed that while the Lingxiu insect beasts had some intelligence, it wasn't much. The great Tao is fair, it gives you immense power but takes away some other things. In the rule world, in a starry sky, there was a special planet, spinning alone. The planet was barren, with nothing on it. Within 100,000 light-years around the planet, there was also nothing. On the planet, a Lingxiu insect beast less than 100 meters long was happily eating origin crystals. This time, it wasn't an illusion but real origin crystals that Lin Moyo had given it. Although they were just ordinary first-order origin crystals, the Lingxiu insect beast wasn't picky, it was happy as long as it had something to eat. It was eating happily when suddenly a hole appeared in the starry sky, and the bigger Lingxiu insect beast flew in. Sensing its mother's presence, the smaller Lingxiu insect beast let out a joyful cry, as if greeting her and inviting her to join in the feast. Seeing its child safe and eating origin crystals, the bigger Lingxiu insect beast showed a look of confusion. How could there be such a good thing in the world? In its memory, every time it appeared, it was chased and attacked by a group of people. While it was confused, Lin Moya's voice suddenly sounded, "Can we communicate?" Turning its head, the bigger Lingxiu insect beast saw Lin Moya and immediately became vigilant, showing a fierce expression towards him. Lin Moya smiled slightly, "No need to be nervous, I don't intend to harm you. If I really wanted to harm you, you should know you wouldn't be able to escape." As he spoke, Lin Moya's mind moved, and countless dragon cavalry soldiers appeared densely in the starry sky, along with the skeleton king. The bigger Lingxiu insect beast immediately bristled and began to screech sharply, as if issuing a warning. At this moment, Cheng Hongguang appeared beside Lin Moyo, followed by the high-level heavenly venerate insect mother. As soon as the insect mother appeared, it released its final form, exuding a terrifying aura. The bigger Lingxiu insect beast let out a terrified cry and kept retreating. "So you're afraid of the insect race?" Lin Moya chuckled, then put away all his forces, and the starry sky instantly returned to tranquility. Lin Moya continued to express his goodwill. "I said, I have no ill intentions." Chapter 25-24. Chapter 25-24, 2524. Chapter 25-24, truly struck it rich. The origin spirit beast, which somewhat resembles an insect, is actually afraid of the insect race. This was unexpected, but since it's afraid, that's a good thing, at least I know how to deal with it. Now, both the large and small Lingxiu insect beasts are trapped in the rule world. Next, it will be easy to reform them. Lin Moya once again expressed his intention, "I have no ill intentions." However, the Lingxiu insect beasts clearly didn't understand Lin Moya's words. There's no way to communicate. They have such strong abilities but no intelligence. Truly, the great Tao is fair, this is too fair. The more gifted one is, the harder it is to awaken intelligence. This has become an accepted rule. In the Great World, it was like this, and on the origin continent, it remains the same. Although communication is impossible, the large Lingxiu insect beast has calmed down. It landed on the star, standing beside the small Lingxiu insect beast. Seeing its child happily eating origin crystals, the mother didn't stop it. However, it didn't eat any itself. It's unclear whether it didn't like the low-grade origin crystals or was just being cautious. Lin Moya thought for a moment and threw 2 high-quality 4th-order origin crystals over. The small Lingxiu insect beast immediately cheered and switched its focus to the 4th-order origin crystals. The way the Lingxiu insect beasts eat origin crystals is quite unique. They don't eat directly with their mouths but use their whiskers to scrape some powder off the origin crystals and then inhale the powder through their noses. The tips of their whiskers have dense tiny teeth that can scrape powder from the origin crystals. However, the 4th-order origin crystals are very hard, and they can only scrape a little bit at a time. A single 4th-order origin crystal can last them a long time. The small Lingxiu insect beast ate happily, but the large one still didn't move, resisting the temptation of the origin crystals. However, Lin Moya felt it was already tempted. Lin Moya thought for a moment and took out a high-quality 5th-order origin crystal, throwing it to the large Lingxiu insect beast. This time, it couldn't resist. Facing the enormous temptation of a high-quality 5th-order origin crystal, it finally moved. "That's more like it." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "It's good that you're eating, I was afraid you wouldn't take the bait. As the saying goes, once you eat someone's food, you become more compliant." Just like how stray dogs and cats are gradually tamed by being fed, Lin Moya wanted to tame these beasts to use them for himself. By feeding them origin crystals, he could help them evolve and transform, and in return, they would nurture origin spirit veins for him. If only we could communicate. Lin Moya thought of the spirit flowers, but unfortunately, they could only be used on members of the Undead Legion. Unless he killed them, turned them into resurrected beings, and then used the spirit flowers for a second nurturing to give them intelligence. However, doing so might lose their ability to nurture origin spirit veins, which would be a significant loss. Lin Moya didn't want to take that risk. After leaving 10 4th-order origin crystals and 10 5th-order origin crystals, Lin Moya turned and left. This is his rule world, no matter what happens, he will know immediately. Here, he has enough power to control everything, and the Lynxu insect beasts can't cause any trouble. Returning to the core area of the rule world, Lin Moya began to inventory his gains under the world tree. There were only 3 things in the Origin Secret Treasury: Killing Intent, Inheritance, and Origin Crystals. The Killing Intent and Inheritance belonged to Gun Yenshui, while the Origin Crystals belonged to Lin Moyo. Additionally, there was a secret technique for manipulating Killing Intent. This secret technique came from the Horned Xiao Star Lord's inheritance and was called Heaven Splitting Slash. Its effect is to gather killing intent into a weapon. As long as the killing intent is strong enough, the weapon's power is nearly limitless, capable of splitting the heavens. The number of Origin crystals in the Origin Secret Treasury was considerable, forming a small mountain, all of high quality, including both 4th and 5th order crystals. Perhaps the Horned Xiao Star Lord's level was too high, and he didn't care for low-grade Origin crystals, not even ordinary ones. Only high-quality Origin crystals caught his eye. There were 224th order Origin crystals in total, including the 32 Lin Moya obtained himself and subtracting the 10 left for the Lynxu insect beasts. Lin Moya now had 242 4th order Origin crystals. There were fewer 5th order Origin crystals, totaling 106. This is an enormous fortune, something the Blue family of Linhai City couldn't even dream of. Even the Huang family of Guanhai City, which is stronger, couldn't come up with such a sum. Based on Lin Moya's current understanding of the Origin continent, forces below 5 stars would find it very difficult to gather so many high-quality Origin crystals. Truly struck it rich. Lin Moya thought to himself, putting away the Origin crystals and starting to study the heaven-splitting slash. There are 2 types of techniques, those awakened naturally during cultivation, like Lin Moya's techniques, which are innate and belong to one's life techniques. The other type is learned later, not naturally understood, and is called secret techniques, like the soul-splitting technique of the dragon race. Secret techniques can be either techniques that form technique stars or simply methods of use that don't form technique stars. The heaven-splitting slash is a method of manipulating killing intent and doesn't require forming a technique star. Many major sects have such secret techniques that don't require forming technique stars to master. After learning them, one can combine them with their life techniques to form their own combat system. Many people's life techniques and acquired secret techniques complement each other. The compatibility between life techniques and secret techniques can sometimes affect a practitioner's combat power within the same realm. Mastering the heaven-splitting slash wasn't difficult for Lin Moyo. After reading it a few times, he already had some understanding. The first step is to refine the killing intent, making it pure. The second step is to gather the killing intent into a weapon, which can take various forms depending on the user's will. The entire process isn't complicated but requires some time. Lin Moya multitasked, refining his killing intent while also paying attention to the Legion commanders constructing their rule worlds. After so many days, the rule worlds of these Legion commanders were nearing completion. The intelligent Dragon Cavalry Corps was about to be born, and their combat power would soon surpass the Skeleton King, becoming the strongest force under Lin Moya's command. On the Origin continent, in the southern continent, near the vast southwestern region, here, countless forces and strong individuals exist, but no matter which force, they all ultimately fall under the control of the Cold Water Holy Land. The Cold Water Holy Land is the uncrowned king of this region. No matter how other forces fight or how strong they are, once the Cold Water Holy Land speaks, all forces in this region must obey. In the Cold Water Holy Land, Gun Yenshui, who was cultivating the Horned Xiao Star Lord's inheritance, suddenly stopped. Her beautiful eyes opened, shining brightly. "Senior Lin, you finally opened the storage ring. How do you like the heaven-splitting slash? Now, you can't escape. When we meet again in the future, you'll be greatly surprised." Chapter 2525. Chapter 2525, 2525. Chapter 2525, The Ever-Changing Origin Continent. Xiao Wu finally finished integrating the Origin Crystal, and an illusory Great Tao appeared, completing the connection between the Law of Fortune and the Great Tao. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "So this is the Great Tao. It really seems stronger than the Law of the Star River." Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. The Law of the Star River is just a part of the Great Tao's power in the Great World, combined with its own evolution. The Great Tao is naturally stronger than the Law of the Star River, and not just by a little. Xiao Wu pouted, "But using the Great Tao is so exhausting, much more tiring than manipulating the Law of the Star River." Lin Moya smiled, "That's natural. With greater power comes greater effort in manipulation. Moreover, the Origin continent has many restrictions and strict rules, so the consumption is naturally higher. But it doesn't matter. When Xiao Wu becomes stronger and fully adapts, it will get better." Xiao Wu nodded, "Alright, I'll work hard to adapt. Master, when you have time, take Xiao Wu with you more often so I can adapt better." Lin Moya looked at Xiao Wu with a half-smile. "I think you just want to play outside." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, "I've played enough in the Great World. I want to play in the Origin continent too. Besides, I can be with Xiao Yu and help Master take care of her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Lin Moya patted Xiao Wu's head, "You have a point. For now, I'll give you a task. Use the power of the Great Tao to observe the general trend of fortune. The Law of Fortune can observe the changes in fortune in the world and find auspicious places." Xiao Wu asked, "Does Master have any specific requirements?" Lin Moya said, "I want to find an auspicious place in the Origin continent." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. "Is Master planning to become a mountain king?" Lin Moya lightly tapped Xiao Wu's head, "Not a mountain king, but to settle down and establish a foundation." Xiao Wu was puzzled. "Master, haven't you always liked to be alone?" Lin Moya shook his head. The origin continent is different from the great world, and I'm not alone anymore. I need a place to settle. Stop talking nonsense and start looking. With that, he tapped Xiaowu's head again, making her yelp, "Stop hitting me, you'll make me dumb." Xiaowu covered her head and began to communicate with the great Tao, using its power to find an auspicious place. The formation of fortune is complex, and even Xiaowu can't fully explain it. Not to mention Xiaowu, even those who comprehend the law of fortune can't fully explain it. The auspicious place seen through the great Tao might turn into a dead zone due to some changes. There might also be hidden dangers within certain fortunes. This can only be seen in general terms. Lin Moya didn't expect Xiaowu to find it immediately, just a general direction. While Xiaowu communicated with the great Tao, Lin Moya took out a map. The map was part of Cheng Hongguan's legacy, depicting part of the southern continent's terrain. The origin continent is vast, and the southern continent alone is enormous. The terrain is treacherous and ever-changing. Cheng Hongguan's map only covers about one-third of the southern continent. Fortunately, the nearby areas are included in the map. A peculiar aura rose from Xiaowu, making her presence seem illusory, as if she didn't exist in this space. Xiaoyu was surprised. "Why do I feel like Sister Xiaowu is watching us from the sky?" Lin Moya laughed. "Indeed, she's up in the sky now." Xiaowu communicated with the great Tao, turning the law of fortune into her eyes, overlooking the world. Xiaoyu didn't understand Lin Moya's words but still flattered. "Sister Xiaowu is amazing." Lin Moya said, "You can do this too in the future." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. "Really? As long as you don't slack off." Xiaoyu immediately raised her hand and swore, "Master, I promise I won't slack off." After all, she's only 15, and her temperament hasn't fully settled. Previously, due to a difficult life, Xiaoyu became silent, but playing with Xiaowu these days has gradually brought back her true nature. Lin Moya thought it was good. True nature shouldn't be suppressed, otherwise, it might backfire and damage one's state of mind. Moments later, Xiaowu's aura returned, ending her communication with the great Tao. Her first words upon returning were a sigh. "Wow, the origin continent is so big, bigger than several star systems combined." In the origin continent, without the use of space gates, speed is limited, making it extremely difficult to traverse. In the great world, Lin Moya could cross several star systems with one space gate. Lin Moya asked, "How much did you see?" Xiaowu replied, "I don't know how much, but I didn't see the end." "Did you find the auspicious place I asked for?" "Of course, Master, I always complete your tasks." "Show me the specific location." Lin Moya unfolded the map and held it in front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu compared the map with what she had just seen and murmured, "This map is a bit off." "What's wrong?" "The terrain is wrong. There are no mountains here, and there's no lake here." Xiaowu pointed out over a dozen errors on the map in one breath. Some mountains marked on the map had disappeared, and some places that seemed like plains had turned into mountains and lakes. Lin Moya frowned. "Has the terrain changed so drastically?" He summoned Cheng Hongguang. "When was this map made?" Cheng Hongguang thought for a moment. "About 5,000 years ago." In just 5,000 years, the terrain shouldn't have changed so drastically. Based on his experience in the great world, such terrain changes usually take hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Moyo asked, "Has the terrain of the origin continent changed so drastically?" Cheng Hongguang explained, "In the origin continent, places without origin spirit veins experience significant terrain changes, with noticeable changes every few hundred years." After Cheng Hongguang's explanation, Lin Moyo understood why establishing a sect requires an origin spirit vein. In the origin continent, places with origin spirit veins have stable terrain. Places without origin spirit veins have ever-changing terrain, making it impossible to settle. The closer to an origin spirit vein, the more stable the terrain. Cheng Hongguang pointed to a massive mountain range on the map. This is where the cold water Holy Land is located. Beneath it lies an 8th-order origin spirit vein, extending for billions of miles. He then pointed to several other places, where various sects and cities are located. These sects and cities are built on the origin spirit vein of the cold water Holy Land. Without it, they wouldn't exist. Lin Moyo fully understood. The cold water Holy Land is called a Holy Land not only because of its strength but also because of the terrifying 8th-order origin spirit vein beneath it. The forces dependent on it rely on the cold water Holy Land's origin spirit vein. Chapter 2526. Chapter 2526, 2526. Chapter 2526, Origin Spirit Vein, Desire to Establish a Sect. The 8th-order origin spirit vein of the cold water Holy Land is like a divine dragon, meandering beneath the origin continent, radiating over billions of miles. The entire origin spirit vein forms countless branches, each of which suppresses the mountain and river veins, creating stable terrain and feng shui treasures filled with origin power. Various sects and cities are established on these branches, forming their own forces. They rely on the cold water Holy Land and naturally have to listen to it, otherwise, they are courting death. Besides origin power, the origin spirit vein also contains fortune. This is why the Huang family of Guanhai City is eager to annex Linhai City. It's not just for the extra segment of the origin spirit vein but also for the fortune within it. More spirit veins mean stronger fortune. Fortune influences cultivation, and strong fortune might allow the Huang family to produce a Dao Venerate. What the Huang family lacks now is a Dao Venerate. They have been aspiring to become a 4-star force for many years. Within the coverage of the cold water Holy Land's 8th-order spirit vein, there are also some independent origin spirit veins occupied by various forces. These forces are not weak. Although they are not as strong as the cold water Holy Land, they also possess powerful spirit veins. Many forces are dependent on them, but they also have to follow the orders of the Cold Water Holy Land, otherwise, the Cold Water Holy Land will teach them a lesson. Lin Moya thought for a moment. It seems impossible to find a good place within the range controlled by the Cold Water Holy Land. Xiao Wu, are there any good places outside the coverage of the Cold Water Holy Land's spirit vein? Xiao Wu nodded. Of course there are. As she spoke, Xiao Wu marked several points on the map she had seen. These places are all strong in fortune. Most of them already have owners, with only a few being unclaimed. Lin Moya thought for a moment. Let's go and have a look. Maybe we can find a suitable place. If he could find a place with strong fortune and allow the Lingxiu insect beasts to transform and evolve to nurture an origin spirit vein, he could settle down. An origin spirit vein can suppress fortune, and fortune can enhance the origin spirit vein. The two complement each other and are indispensable. Lin Moyo asked Qing Hongguang, is there any other way to obtain a piece of land to establish a sect on the origin continent? Lin Moyo was referring to non-violent methods, as he didn't want to clash with the local forces of the origin continent for now. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need. Of course, if someone provoked him, Lin Moyo wouldn't be polite and would kill if necessary. Qing Hongguang said, you can buy it from a merchant association. Some large merchant associations occasionally sell land containing origin spirit veins. Lin Moyo asked curiously, won't the purchased land be attacked by others? Qing Hongguang replied, the purchased land will be protected by the merchant association for a certain period. Not only will the merchant association protect it, but the original owner of the land will also protect the buyer. Lin Moyo murmured, land with origin spirit veins can be bought and sold. How interesting. He realized the benefits of the resurrected. From Qing Hongguang's mouth, he could get a lot of useful information. Although Qing Hongguang's memory was incomplete, he still remembered most things. Having Qing Hongguang was like having a dedicated guide on the origin continent, making many things less confusing. Lin Moya selected a few places. The journey was long, and he calculated that it would take about a month to reach them if the journey went smoothly. Lin Moya thought for a moment and directly threw the little ox out of the great world. The little ox was sleeping soundly and was suddenly thrown onto the origin continent, landing with a thud, startling it. Which bastard dares to disturb Master Ox's sleep? The little ox shouted loudly. In the next moment, the aura of the origin continent poured into its body from all directions, rendering it immobile. Xiao Yu squinted her eyes. The little ox must be hurt. In the past few days, she had become friends with both Xiao Wu and the little ox. Xiao Wu said, it's fine. The little ox has thick skin and flesh, it won't get hurt from such a fall. Xiao Yu innocently asked, oh, really? Xiao Wu nodded seriously, don't worry. It's a supreme, so it won't get hurt from such a fall. The little ox was now a high-level supreme, and such a fall indeed wouldn't hurt it much. Once it was acknowledged by the origin continent, the little ox jumped up with a thud. Just as it was about to lose its temper, it saw Lin Moyo and the others. Its limbs bent, and the whole ox body knelt in front of Lin Moyo with a flattering expression. So it's you. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and threw 2 high-quality 4th-order origin crystals. We need to travel far. You will be Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu's mount. Absorb and integrate these 2 origin crystals as we go, no rush. Little ox, is there any problem with this arrangement? The little ox didn't dare to have any objections and nodded its big head quickly. No problem, of course, no problem. The little ox is the most obedient. Lin Moya said, then let's go. Xiao Wu happily pulled Xiao Yu onto the little ox's back. The little ox's back was broad enough for 2 people to sit. Moreover, the little ox generated a suction force, firmly holding the 2 on its back, ensuring they remained steady no matter how bumpy the ride. Xiao Yu was just an ordinary person and couldn't walk far. The little ox was naturally the best mount. Xiao Wu curiously asked, Master, why don't you put us in the rule world and fly directly? Lin Moya said, since we're new here, I want to take a good look at the origin continent. Some things are best seen with your own eyes. There are several big cities along the way, we can visit them and broaden our horizons. Who knows, we might encounter some opportunities along the way. When you have time, you can communicate with the great Tao of Fortune to see if there are any places with strong fortune. We can try our luck. Xiao Wu laughed loudly, sure. When we enter a big city, can you buy some fun things for me? Lin Moya smiled, of course, not only fun things but also delicious ones. The group set off. Lin Moya multitasked, first checking on the Lingxiu insect beasts. The large and small Lingxiu insect beasts were still eating the origin crystals. They ate slowly, not even finishing one origin crystal, and could eat for a long time. Then Lin Moya split his consciousness and descended in front of the human emperor's main body. The human emperor reacted immediately, opening the main door. Lord, why have you come? Lin Moya said, I have something to discuss with you. Please speak. The human emperor responded immediately. Lin Moya looked at the mysterious instruments flashing and jumping inside the human emperor's main body, feeling another kind of mysterious aura. The path of technological cultivation is vastly different from the orthodox path of cultivation, yet it can still lead to the Great Tao. The unity of the Great Tao is not just an empty phrase. Lin Moyo explained his thoughts to the human emperor. I want to find a suitable place on the origin continent to establish a sect and build my own force. When the time comes, I will find a way to bring you out. I might also need you to manage the sect. The set of rules in the Great World feels good to me and can also be applied on the origin continent. The human emperor said, the Lord always thinks of us. It's not necessary to go to such lengths. Lin Moya shook his head. I also have selfish motives. To reach the highest point in cultivation on the origin continent, one must have the support of fortune. Fighting alone will only become more difficult as time goes on. So establishing a sect is beneficial not only to you but also to me. I will tell you everything I see and hear along the way for your data analysis. Chapter 2527. Chapter 2527, 2527. Chapter 2527, Xiaoyu awakens her talent. Lin Moyo had already informed the human emperor about the situation on the Origin continent, forming a preliminary database. Now, he also shared the new information he had gathered with the human emperor. Not only that, but he also brought the resurrected Qin Huangguan, Qin Huayuan, and others directly to the human emperor. Through them, the human emperor could obtain a vast amount of information about the Origin continent. With the human emperor's abilities, he could quickly organize a set of methods suitable for establishing a foothold on the Origin continent. In just a few days, the human emperor had analyzed and organized a large amount of information and provided feedback to Lin Moyo. Cultivating on the Origin continent is not difficult, and the probability of becoming a heavenly venerate is extremely high. Even those with average talent can become heavenly venerates as long as they have sufficient resources. There are two reasons for this. One is that the Origin continent has rich and complete inheritances, ensuring that people do not go astray in their cultivation. The second reason is the abundance of resources, including a large number of origin crystals and various cultivation treasures. The two major origins, the sun and the moon, can provide cultivators with ample power sources. As long as one is not too unlucky or too foolish, there is hope of becoming a heavenly venerate. Even if one does not become a heavenly venerate, becoming a supreme is no problem at all. Therefore, the number of heavenly venerates on the Origin continent is quite large, and there are even more supremes, as numerous as the hairs on an ox. However, becoming a Tao venerate is not so easy. To become a Tao venerate, one must overcome many thresholds, one of which is fortune. After reading this information, Lin Moyo thought of those heavenly venerates who went to the Boundary Sea to compete for worlds. Each world in the Boundary Sea, seemingly insignificant, is actually a force with great fortune. When these worlds form world-class origins, they provide heavenly venerates with the power to ascend, also enhancing their fortune. The ability to become a Tao venerate is not only due to the power of the origin but also the power of fortune. Thus, Lin Moyo realized that establishing a force and gathering great fortune is crucial. This is beneficial not only for himself but also for the cultivators in the great world. My idea should be correct. Most Tao venerates on the Origin continent have powerful forces behind them. The number of rogue Tao venerates is extremely small. Even if there are any, they possess great fortune. For example, the inheritance of the Horned Xiao Star Lord obtained by Gun Yanshui is, in a sense, a form of fortune enhancement. The Star Lord inheritance includes not only the inheritance and treasures but also, most importantly, fortune. Lin Moyo understood that what Gun Yanshui obtained was not just an inheritance but also the fortune belonging to the Star Lord. The Coldwater Holy Land could become a holy land because its fortune was already strong enough. Now, with the inheritance of the Horned Xiao Star Lord, their fortune will become even stronger. Coupled with the suppression of the 8th Order Origin Spirit Vein, Gun Yanshui's cultivation will surely progress smoothly and rapidly. It won't be long before the Coldwater Holy Land produces another powerful figure, one who brings slaughter. Lin Moyo felt a slight sense of caution, wondering if the Coldwater Holy Land would come looking for him to settle accounts in 10 years. After all, he had somewhat tricked Gun Yanshui. I must be on guard. Lin Moyo sighed lightly. Although offending the Coldwater Holy Land was unwise, he would still do the same if given another chance. If he were to be overly cautious and hesitant, he would not be himself. After traveling for more than 10 days, they were far from Guanhai City and Linhai City. Lin Moyo knew nothing about the news from the two cities, nor did he need to know. Whether the Huang family could become the new rulers of Linhai City was not important to him. They crossed many high mountains and arrived at the bank of a great river. This river, named the Cold River, originates from the 8th Order Origin Spirit Vein of the Coldwater Holy Land. The origin power in the river is boiling, and along the river, there are many branches of the Origin Spirit Vein. Many sects and forces are built along the river, relying on the Origin Spirit Vein of the Coldwater Holy Land. However, there is an exception, the Seven-Colored Sect. The Seven-Colored Sect has its own massive Origin Spirit Vein. No one knows the exact grade of this spirit vein. Some speculate it is 5th Order, while others guess it is 6th Order. This spirit vein has many branches, and the Seven-Colored Sect's 7 branches are built on 7 of these branches. In addition, some small sects also rely on the spirit vein of the Seven-Colored Sect. Although the Seven-Colored Sect has an independent spirit vein, under the deterrence of the Coldwater Holy Land, they still follow the lead of the Coldwater Holy Land. The little ox carried Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu into the river, moving upstream. The two played happily in the river, their laughter and joy never stopping along the way. They walked and rested, and Xiao Yu did not neglect her practice, practicing her boxing techniques 3 times each morning and evening. Xiao Yu's boxing techniques improved daily, and her soul realm also steadily advanced. Lin Moyo felt that Xiao Yu's strength was rapidly increasing. Originally, Lin Moyo estimated that Xiao Yu would take about a year to 2 years to break through to the Transcendent Realm, but now, it would take at most 5 months for Xiao Yu to reach the Transcendent Realm. The main reason for this rapid progress is that Xiao Yu now carries a high-quality 5th Order Origin Crystal with her while practicing. When Xiao Yu practices her boxing techniques, the power of the Origin Crystal automatically integrates into her body, accelerating her cultivation speed. The effect is surprisingly good, increasing her cultivation speed several times. Using high-quality 5th Order Origin Crystals for cultivation is a privilege even many direct disciples of major forces do not have. In addition to the Origin Crystal, another reason is Xiao Yu's innate Jade Soul. Her soul realm is inherently high, and it is crystal clear, allowing her to cultivate without any bottlenecks. Whether she is actively cultivating or not, her jade soul continuously absorbs the origin power from the origin crystal, causing her realm to advance without pause. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. Having resources is indeed good. Under the bright moonlight by the cold river, Xiaoyu began practicing her boxing techniques again. With each punch, her momentum grew stronger. Xiaoyu had already mastered the boxing techniques thoroughly, but each practice brought new insights. As she continued practicing, sweat appeared on Xiaoyu's body, expelling impurities along with the sweat. Xiaoyu felt as if she had touched a certain boundary, as if something was blocking her path. Master said, "No matter what stands in your way, you must smash it with your fists." Xiaoyu's eyes sharpened, and she shouted continuously, her punches growing faster and faster. At this moment, Xiaoyu fully unleashed her power, her boxing techniques faster than ever before. These boxing techniques could be fast or slow, moving with the heart, with no right or wrong. The power in Xiaoyu's punches grew stronger, like cannonballs, landing on the cold river and causing huge splashes. Water columns shot up tens of meters, then fell like raindrops. Xiaoyu danced with her fists in the rain, looking like a fairy. Finally, a sound only Xiaoyu could hear rang out, and she felt the obstacle blocking her path shatter, her entire body feeling enlightened. Immediately after, she saw a star rise in her vision. For a moment, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like stars, and the power of the moonlight shone on her. Xiaoyu stood still, and a phantom figure appeared above her. Under the moonlight, the phantom figure began practicing boxing techniques. Seeing the phantom figure practicing under the moonlight, Lin Moya smiled. The Jade Soul has manifested. Xiaoyu has awakened her talent, but I wonder what this talent is. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from afar. A natural Jade Soul, a natural Jade Soul. I never expected to encounter one here. Immediately after, a figure flew rapidly from the distance. Chapter 2528. Chapter 2528, 2528. Chapter 2528, The World-Class Ninth Order Origin Crystal. Xiaoyu awakening her talent is a joyous event, but it was also within Lin Moya's expectations. With Xiaoyu's innate Jade Soul, it was inevitable for her to awaken her talent. Not awakening would be abnormal. However, he did not expect that her talent awakening would attract someone else's attention. A figure flew in from afar at an astonishing speed, arriving in an instant. Lin Moya took a step forward, positioning himself between Xiaoyu and the newcomer, blocking the way. The newcomer was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe, with the cultivation of a mid-level heavenly venerate. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Moya frowned slightly. Although he knew the other party had no relation to the green-robed elder, seeing the green robe still made Lin Moya uncomfortable. After all, the green-robed elder and his wife had taken his wife as their disciple without his consent. Even if there were great benefits, it was a fact that they did so without his permission, which Lin Moya disliked. Consequently, Lin Moya didn't like the green-robed middle-aged man at first glance. What do you want? Lin Moya didn't even address him as a senior and directly asked. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Moya and kept muttering, "Innate Jade Soul, innate Jade Soul." Lin Moya showed some impatience and raised his voice, "Who are you? What do you want?" His voice turned into a soul sound, startling the other party. The middle-aged man finally reacted and whispered, "Young man, is this young lady your friend?" Lin Moya looked at him without answering. The middle-aged man seemed to realize his tone was inappropriate and immediately corrected himself, "I am Pingyun of the Qingyun sect." The Qingyun sect is a subordinate of the seven-colored sect, part of the green branch among the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet branches. In this region, it is also a powerful sect. Lin Moya asked again, "What do you want?" Pingyun replied, "I wish to take this young lady as my disciple." Lin Moya interrupted him, "She is my disciple. Please leave." Pingyun was stunned, not expecting Lin Moya to refuse so bluntly. After thinking it over, he realized that someone with an innate Jade Soul would naturally have a master. Pingyun didn't give up and asked again, "May I know which sect you belong to? Do you know the value of an innate Jade Soul?" Lin Moya replied, "It's none of your business. If you have nothing else, please leave and don't disturb my disciple's cultivation." Pingyun's expression turned unhappy. Although he shouldn't snatch someone else's disciple, he was just expressing his intention. If Lin Moya disagreed, he could refuse. However, Lin Moya's attitude was so firm that it made Pingyun feel a bit embarrassed. Generally, heavenly venerates value their reputation. At the same time, Pingyun felt that Lin Moya seemed to have some hostility towards him, even though they had never met before. Pingyun asked in a deep voice, "Have we met before?" Lin Moya shook his head, "This is our first meeting." Pingyun was even more puzzled, "Then why do you have hostility towards me?" Lin Moya replied, "I have no issue with you, I just don't like your robe." Pingyun was stunned, not liking his robe. Did his robe offend Lin Moya? With some embarrassment, Pingyun asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Moya replied, "Literally, I don't like your robe. I don't like any green robes." Pingyun found this amusing, "You have an interesting personality." Lin Moya shook his head, "If you have nothing else, please leave. Don't linger in front of me, or I might lose my temper." Pingyun didn't leave but thickened his face and said, "To be honest, I've always wanted to take a disciple but haven't found a suitable candidate." If Lin Moya's gaze turned cold, "What, do you want to snatch her?" Pingyun shook his head, "Of course not. I just want to discuss with you. If you are willing to let her go, I can offer some compensation. Moreover, I am from the Qingyun sect, which is backed by the seven-colored sect. This young lady, with her innate Jade Soul, has excellent cultivation potential. If she joins the seven-colored sect, her future will be limitless." Lin Moya suddenly laughed, "Compensation, right. Peng Yun immediately nodded. Yes, name your price. Lin Moyo made an outrageous demand. Give me a world-class 9th Order Origin crystal, and I'll let you take her. Peng Yun was stunned. Lin Moya's demand was so outrageous that even a dragon wouldn't make such a demand. In the next second, he wanted to curse. A world-class 9th Order Origin crystal? Why don't you go rob one? Not only could he not produce one, but even the Seven-Colored Sect couldn't. Not to mention the Seven-Colored Sect, even the Cold-Water Holy Land couldn't produce one. Peng Yun's mouth twitched. Your demand is too much. Lin Moya sneered. Can't produce it? Then why are you still here? Peng Yun said, not only can I not produce it, but even the Cold-Water Holy Land can't. A world-class 9th Order Origin crystal only exists in legends. Lin Moya looked disdainful. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Stop making excuses. Peng Yun's expression turned extremely ugly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he cupped his fists and said, since you are unwilling, I won't force it. Take care. After saying that, he turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Xiao Yu and then at the little ox resting nearby. Peng Yun's appearance was like an interlude. After he left, Xiao Wu leaned against Lin Moyo and said, Master, that guy seems a bit off. Xiao Wu's intuition was sharp, but she had always been carefree, going smoothly in the great world, with everyone treating her well, so she didn't need to use her intuition. Lin Moya smiled. Tell me, what's off? Xiao Wu said, that guy said he wanted to take Xiao Yu as his disciple, but his gaze didn't look like that of a master looking at a disciple. It was more like looking at a piece of merchandise. Lin Moya nodded. Your intuition is correct. He indeed had that intention. Moreover, he will likely come back. Xiao Wu said, by the time he comes back, we'll be long gone. He won't find us. Lin Moya shook his head. He left a mark on the little ox. He can find us any time. The little ox, who was resting, suddenly woke up. What mark? Lin Moya smiled. Someone left a mark on you just now. The other party is a heavenly venerate, so you won't find it. The little ox exclaimed. What should we do? Master, can you help remove the mark? Lin Moya said, no need to worry. Just leave it. I want to see what he plans to do. People from the King Yun sect like to wear green robes, right? Let's show them how ugly green robes can be. Although Peng Yun had been polite, Lin Moya sensed that he had other intentions. He didn't genuinely want to take Xiao Yu as a disciple. As Xiao Wu said, his gaze was more like looking at merchandise. Moreover, he had said something when he first saw Xiao Yu that made Lin Moya feel Peng Yun had ulterior motives. The fact that he left a mark on the little ox indicated he would come back. Lin Moya wanted to see what he planned to do. Chapter 2529. Chapter 2529, 2529. Chapter 2529, just likes eating sour things. Under the light of the lunar origin, Xiao Yu's jade soul manifested, and she practiced her boxing techniques dozens of times. Lin Moya could see that this practice session was extremely effective for Xiao Yu, equivalent to several dozen days of hard work. Especially with the breakthrough during practice and the awakening of her talent, it was an enormous gain. Xiao Yu took another big step towards the transcendent realm, gradually moving beyond the realm of ordinary people. The jade soul returned to her body, and Xiao Yu retracted her fists, exhaling a long breath before excitedly jumping up. Master, I've awakened a talent. Lin Moya squinted his eyes and smiled. What talent? Xiao Yu said, this talent is called fusion power. I can combine all my strength into one, and the resulting power is greater than the sum of the parts. Xiao Yu explained her talent, which essentially allowed her to combine all her strengths, resulting in a power greater than the sum of its parts. Whether it's soul power, physical strength, cultivation power, or even the power of artifacts, as long as it's a power she controls, she can combine it into one. This means that Xiao Yu's explosive combat power will be quite astonishing. Generally, the nature of physical and soul power is different, making them hard to fuse. Not to mention the power of laws or artifacts, which are external forces and even more difficult to combine. But Xiao Yu not only fused them but also combined them into one. Lin Moya said, try punching me. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate and immediately punched towards Lin Moyo. She knew that with her strength, she couldn't possibly hurt Lin Moyo. After a round of testing, Lin Moya confirmed the effect of Xiao Yu's fusion power talent. If Xiao Yu's current physical strength is 1 and her soul power is 2, then when she combines the two, the resulting power is about 6. It's not just the sum of the two but doubled again. Now it's only physical and soul power. When Xiao Yu advances further and touches upon laws, she can integrate the power of laws as well. When her cultivation level is higher, she can refine artifacts and integrate their power too. In this way, Xiao Yu's attack power can be significantly enhanced. Xiao Yu cheerfully said, Master, how is my talent? Lin Moyo patted Xiao Yu's head. It's a good talent. Xiao Wu, standing beside them, said enviously, I also want a talent. Lin Moyo laughed. Don't you already have talents? Xiao Wu exclaimed, what talents do I have? I don't know. Lin Moya said, eating, drinking, playing, and having fun. You have 4 talents. Lin Moya's words made Xiao Yu laugh. Xiao Wu wasn't embarrassed at all. Oh, right, I'm very good at those 4 talents. Amidst the laughter, they continued their journey under the lunar origin. They crossed the wide cold river, heading northeast. Green mountains and clear waters, wisps of green mist turned into clouds, enveloping the high mountains. In the lush mountains, the King Yun sect was situated. There were dozens of peaks reaching the clouds, each representing a heavenly venerate. In the center of all the peaks stood the main peak of the King Yun sect, King Yun Peak. King Yun Peak, towering hundreds of thousands of meters, seemed to pierce the sky and reach the 9th heaven. The main hall of the King Yun sect was at the peak, and the entire King Yun Peak exuded a terrifying majesty. In the main hall, dozens of heavenly venerates were gathered, and the sect master, King Yun Heavenly Venerate, sat at the head, exuding the pressure of a peak heavenly venerate. King Yun Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice, "Ping Yun, are you sure you didn't see wrong? It's really an innate jade soul." Peng Yun nodded, "No mistake, absolutely certain. Moreover, the girl is only about 15 or 16 years old and hasn't even reached the transcendent realm. Strictly speaking, she's still an ordinary person." Hearing Ping Yun's confirmation, the heavenly venerates present showed joy. One heavenly venerate said, "Elder Kayin in the main sect has been looking for a suitable successor. If we can present this girl, the sect master will surely be rewarded. By then, if the sect master can cultivate in the main sect's spirit vein, with his talent, becoming a Dao venerate will be a certainty." King Yun Heavenly Venerate looked at Ping Yun. "Are you sure the girl's master is just a low-level heavenly venerate?" Peng Yun replied, "I'm sure. Besides him, there's also a low-level heavenly venerate woman and a high-level supreme mount." King Yun Heavenly Venerate thought for a moment. "In that case, you take a few elders, disguise yourselves, and bring back the girl with the innate jade soul. Any elder willing to assist, please follow Elder Ping Yun." King Yun Heavenly Venerate said and then left the hall. Peng Yun smiled, "Elders willing to assist, please follow me." He flew out of the hall, followed by several elders. Many elders were willing to assist. If they could bring back the girl, and the sect master became a Dao venerate, Peng Yun would naturally be credited, and their contributions wouldn't be small either. Soon, Peng Yun led his team out of the King Yun sect, following the mark he had left, heading towards Lin Moya's location. 9 heavenly venerates followed him, including 4 mid-level heavenly venerates. In his view, no matter how powerful Lin Moya was, he was just a low-level heavenly venerate and couldn't stir up much trouble. Peng Yun sensed the mark he had left and led his team swiftly towards their target. Crossing the cold river, Lin Moya and his group continued northeast. The little ox moved quickly yet steadily. No matter the terrain, it moved as if walking on flat ground. Lin Moya walked ahead of the little ox, seemingly slow but actually fast, covering hundreds of meters with each step, like teleportation. The little ox had to exert some effort to keep up with Lin Moya's speed. At their current pace, they would leave the influence of the cold water Holy Land in about half a month. The lunar origin shone on Lin Moya, casting a large silver light, making him look like an immortal under the moon. Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu whispered to each other. Xiao Wu told Xiao Yu stories from the great world. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, even with her carefree nature, she had many experiences to share, enough to captivate Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Lin Moya stopped. The little ox also stopped immediately. Xiao Wu asked curiously, "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Moya looked into the distance. "They're coming." Xiao Wu's eyes widened. "They're really coming. Are they seeking death?" Lin Moya laughed. "They don't think so. I'm just curious why they resort to violence when they can't take a disciple. Taking a disciple is a mutual agreement, forcing it won't work." Xiao Wu snorted. "Maybe they just like eating sour things." Lin Moya looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. "When did your eloquence improve so much?" Xiao Wu giggled. "It's all thanks to Master's teaching." Alright, not only has her eloquence improved, but her flattery skills have also advanced. Powerful auras appeared in his senses, and soon, under the lunar origin, figures emerged, flying aggressively towards them. Chapter 2530. Chapter 2530, 2530. Chapter 2530, I really hate green robes. 4 mid-level heavenly venerates and 6 low-level heavenly venerates stood in the air, smiling as they looked at Lin Moya and his group. Most of their gazes fell on Xiao Yu, who was so frightened that she hid behind Xiao Wu, not daring to show herself. Xiao Yu was just an ordinary person and found it difficult to withstand the pressure of the heavenly venerates, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Wu glared back at them with her big eyes, not afraid at all. Lin Moya looked at the 10 people who had arrived, all wearing uniform green robes, and said in a low voice, "I told you, I don't like green robes." Peng Yun laughed at Lin Moya. "Deist friend, we meet again. What I said before still stands. As long as you are willing to part with her, I am willing to pay a price." Lin Moya asked, "You don't really want to take a disciple? Tell me, what's your real purpose?" Peng Yun laughed heartily. "Deist friend, you have sharp eyes. Indeed, it's not me who wants to take a disciple. The one who truly wants to take a disciple is Elder Kayin of the 7-colored sect. Unfortunately, Elder Kayin has very high standards, and ordinary people do not catch her eye. This young girl with an innate jade soul is the best candidate. In fact, as long as you don't ask for too much, not only will you gain great benefits, but you might also earn Elder Kayin's favor and join the 7-colored sect. You should know that the elders of the 7-colored sect are all Dao venerates." Peng Yun had no hidden agenda and directly revealed his true intentions. So that's what it was. They wanted to use Xiao Yu to curry favor with some Elder Kayin. Lin Moya said, "What if I don't agree?" Peng Yun smiled. "Then I'm afraid I must apologize. I hope you will be more discerning in your next life. Some people you just can't afford to offend." If he couldn't have her willingly, he would take her by force. Peng Yun made his intentions very clear. The 10 heavenly venerates, including Peng Yun, all smiled. A tremendous pressure, twisted into a single force, descended like a tidal wave. Lin Moya waved his hand, and the brocade-clad lich flew out, landing on Xiao Yu. The great Dao's protection shielded Xiao Yu. In case a fight broke out and she got hurt, although such a thing was unlikely, Lin Moya took precautions just in case. Lin Moya sighed. "Actually, I wasn't lying earlier. I really hate green robes." He snapped his fingers, and the first corps commander appeared in front of him. Peng Yun showed a hint of surprise. "A mid-level heavenly venerate puppet. No wonder you dare to ignore me. You really have some confidence." But what use is it? We have more than one mid-level heavenly venerate here. Lin Moyo ignored Ping Yun and said to the first corps commander, "Kill them, make it quick." The first corps commander saluted Lin Moyo, "As you command." As soon as he finished speaking, the first corps commander charged at Ping Yun and the others. Since Lin Moyo said to make it quick, he wouldn't waste any time. Ping Yun and the others smiled. One of the mid-level heavenly venerate elders laughed, "Just a mid-level heavenly venerate puppet, let me handle it." Before he could finish his sentence, the first corps commander revealed a rule world behind him. In an instant, countless dragon cavalry troops charged out from the rule world, densely packed, covering the sky and earth. The first corps commander deployed 100,000 dragon cavalry troops, surrounding Ping Yun and the others in layers. They couldn't even see the lunar origin, only the burning undead flames of the dragon cavalry troops. Every dragon cavalry soldier was a low-level heavenly venerate, exuding unparalleled terror. Ping Yun and the others' expressions changed drastically. What's going on? How can there be so many heavenly venerate puppets? It's over, we're surrounded. Break through quickly. The first corps commander didn't give them a chance. He raised his battle knife, death charge, death breath. In an instant, the dragon cavalry troops simultaneously launched death charges. Although the close-range death charges were slightly weaker, they still posed a threat. The dragon cavalry troops, with their massive bodies and terrifying impact, charged at Ping Yun and the others without hesitation. At the same time, they breathed out death breath, igniting a sea of flames in the sky and earth. Ping Yun and the others took out their treasures and used their techniques to defend themselves. From the start of the battle, they were on the defensive. The first corps commander wasn't idle. He led several mid-level heavenly venerate captains to the front, raising his battle knife and shouting, "Bone battle formation." The entire dragon cavalry troop raised their battle knives simultaneously, forming a bone battle formation. Bone slash. The bone law surged, and the bone battle formation turned into a giant battle knife, gathering the power of the entire formation and locking onto Ping Yun and the others. "Not good, block it." Ping Yun screamed, taking out a turtle shell-like treasure that turned into a shield. The shield rapidly expanded, covering the area. The 10 quickly gathered behind Ping Yun's treasure. The bone slash fell on the shield, causing continuous explosions and cracks to appear on the shield. Ping Yun's face changed drastically. "We can't hold it." Boom. The next second, the shield shattered, and the laws were destroyed. Ping Yun and the others were blasted apart, all injured, with Ping Yun being the most severely hurt. He quickly took out several pills and swallowed them, instantly recovering from his injuries. At this moment, another mid-level heavenly venerate shouted, "Follow me to break through." He took out an umbrella-like treasure, which turned into a stream of light and charged outward. Wherever the stream of light passed, the dragon cavalry troops were pushed back. The heavenly venerates hid within the stream of light, following it to break through. But the number of dragon cavalry troops was overwhelming. After the treasure pushed through countless dragon cavalry soldiers, its speed began to slow. The heavenly venerates continuously injected power to maintain the forward momentum. Finally, the encirclement of the dragon cavalry troops became sparse, and they saw the lunar origin again. The heavenly venerate shouted, "We're almost out." Their spirits lifted. As long as they could break through the encirclement, they would be free. The first corps commander let out a long howl, and the entire troop moved like waves, with the encirclement closing again. "Don't let them close in, break through with all your might." Ping Yun shouted, taking out a sharp sword and slashing forward, cutting down dozens of dragon cavalry soldiers. The other heavenly venerates followed suit, attacking to clear the way for the treasure. Finally, they broke through, escaping the encirclement of the dragon cavalry troops. "Go!" A heavenly venerate threw out a flying boat and jumped in, but he found that no one followed. Looking up, the lunar origin, which had just appeared, was once again covered by dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't dark clouds but an even larger number of dragon cavalry troops, covering the sky and earth. This time, there were so many that they couldn't even be counted. The first corps commander had deployed more dragon cavalry troops, exceeding 1,000,000, filling the sky and earth. They had only broken through a small encirclement, only to fall into an even larger one. Despair spread in their hearts. On the ground, Xiaoyu tilted her head, revealing her long, white neck like a beautiful swan. Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Master, why are there so many dragon cavalry troops?" Before Lin Moyo could answer, Xiaowu shouted, "This is nothing, just 1/10. Stop watching and eat your snacks." Xiaowu had already prepared a lot of snacks, ready to be a spectator. Chapter 2531. Chapter 2531, 2531. Chapter 2531, The living are not as obedient as the dead. The heavenly venerates from the Qingyun sect had numerous treasures and were much harder to kill compared to those rogue heavenly venerates. Their combat power often surpassed that of some rogue heavenly venerates of the same level. If Lin Moyo had used the Skeleton King for targeted kills, he would have wiped them out long ago, but relying solely on the first corps commander for a siege required some effort. After all, the Dragon Cavalry Corps was more suited for large-scale group battles. Dealing with just 10 heavenly venerates felt like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. The first corps commander once again deployed the Bone Battle Formation, this time even stronger than before. Bone Star Sea. The first corps commander raised his battle knife and unleashed the Bone Star Sea. In an instant, the entire world was enveloped by the Bone Law, which evolved into countless weapons, slashing towards Ping Yun and the others. Ping Yun and the others resisted, but their bodies still trembled. Ping Yun shouted, "This law attacks the soul." A mid-level heavenly venerate took out a triangular battle flag, "Protect me." Several heavenly venerates immediately surrounded him, and he poured all his power into the battle flag. His aura rapidly declined, and within a short time, more than half of his mid-level heavenly venerate power was consumed. The triangular battle flag, however, grew immensely large in the wind. As the battle flag fluttered, a fierce wind arose, making it difficult for the dragon cavalry to stand firm. The heavenly venerate, having exhausted his power, took out several pills and swallowed them, recovering a bit. The battle flag enveloped the area, creating ripples of invisible force, preventing the dragon cavalry corps from approaching. Quite a treasure. Lin Moya looked at the battle flag, sensing it was no ordinary item. The first corps commander continuously launched fierce attacks on the battle flag, but its defensive circle was extremely sturdy, making it difficult to break through. The heavenly venerates inside breathed a sigh of relief, each taking pills to recover. Lin Moya knew that relying on the first corps commander for a quick victory was unlikely. Heavenly venerates from sects were indeed different from rogue heavenly venerates. In the Origin secret treasury, those heavenly venerates died so easily. Miaowen and Lian Cheng survived not by luck but by strength. These heavenly venerates from the Qingyun sect, a branch of the seven-colored sect, had ample resources, making them harder to kill. Lin Moya didn't want to drag this out, fearing complications. With a light touch of his finger, the bone hell silently unfolded, enveloping the area around the battle flag. Countless hellish fiends rushed out, attacking the battle flag. When blocked, they began to gnaw frantically. Although the hellish fiends were only at the supreme level, they had the characteristic of devouring everything. Even heavenly venerate treasures could be worn down bit by bit. In some ways, the hellish fiends were more effective than the higher-level dragon cavalry corps. The battle flag couldn't move and had to endure the gnawing of the hellish fiends. The hellfire river erupted with countless flames, helping the hellish fiends consume the battle flag's power. No matter how strong the battle flag was, its power was finite. Even with slow attrition, it could be worn down. The heavenly venerates' faces changed dramatically. What kind of spell is this? I've never seen it before. It looks like a death-type spell from the northwest region. The battle flag's power is being worn down. It won't last long. Prepare for a fierce battle. Peng Yun sighed. I underestimated the opponent's strength. It's my miscalculation. Someone suggested, Elder Peng Yun, can you try talking to the opponent again? Maybe we can resolve this as a misunderstanding. Peng Yun shook his head slightly, feeling it was unlikely. Although their contact was brief, he had a good grasp of Lin Moya's temperament. Lin Moya was the type who either didn't act or went all out when he did. However, Peng Yun still wanted to try. Deist friend, can we discuss this? It was our mistake. If you could show mercy. Lin Moya interrupted him, his cold voice ringing out, it's a matter of life and death. Xiao Wu laughed from the side, these people must be crazy. They're still trying to negotiate after such a fight. The little ox added, I think the master should make them slaves. Lin Moya laughed, of course, I'll take them, but not alive. The little ox immediately said, that's what I meant. The living are not as obedient as the dead. Xiao Wu echoed, exactly, the living are not as obedient as the dead. Xiao Yu, listening, was confused and didn't understand. Peng Yun's words were cut off, and they knew it was a fight to the death. Peng Yun said, it's my fault this time. I'll burn my soul to help you break out of the encirclement. If any of us manage to escape, report to the sect master and ask the main sect elders to avenge us. The others nodded solemnly. After 10 minutes, the battle flag finally collapsed. The hellish fiends pounced on them, and the heavenly venerates fought back, tearing apart the bone hell with their heavenly venerate power. Although the bone hell was shattered, the mark was completed. Lin Moya flicked out a ball of undying flame, and majestic skeleton kings emerged from the hellfire, sitting on their thrones. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled, so powerful. Xiao Wu explained, these are skeleton kings, the master's signature spell. Lin Moya summoned 100 skeleton kings. Facing 10 heavenly venerates, regardless of their strength, each would face 10 skeleton kings, perfectly fair. Because of the dragon cavalry corps, the heavenly venerates hadn't noticed the skeleton kings, but they felt a chill in their hearts, sensing danger. Break through. Peng Yun roared, his body igniting with flames, his soul burning, pushing his aura to its peak. For a moment, Peng Yun's power almost surpassed a mid-level heavenly venerate, reaching the high-level heavenly venerate realm. At that moment, outside the encirclement, 100 skeleton kings raised their swords simultaneously. Spell, Bone Slash. The rule world appeared, and the bone law surged, stronger than the bone battle formation. Sword light flashed on the 10 heavenly venerates, followed by explosions. Their attempt to break through ended before it began, marked by their deaths. 6 low-level heavenly venerates died on the spot, their souls and bodies shattered by the sword light, with no survivors. They died without knowing how they were killed or where the attack came from. The sudden sword light ended their lives, their millennia of cultivation coming to an end. The 4 mid-level heavenly venerates were severely injured, losing their combat abilities and barely clinging to life. They fell to the ground, even losing the ability to fly. The first corps commander retracted the dragon cavalry corps and knelt before Lin Moya. I failed to complete the task. Please punish me, master. Lin Moya waved his hand. Get up. It's not your fault, you did your best. The lunar origin shone like mercury, bringing a slight chill, but it couldn't cool the hearts of Peng Yun and the others. They finally saw who had killed them. Majestic and terrifying skeleton kings, each a mid-level heavenly venerate, 100 in total. Peng Yun's voice trembled with fear. Who are you? How do you have so many puppets? Lin Moya smiled. You will know soon enough. Know soon enough. Peng Yun and the others didn't understand Lin Moya's words, but they didn't need to. Lin Moya waved his hand, and an insect mother appeared in the air. Peng Yun screamed in terror. An insect mother? You're from the insect race. The other 3 also screamed, the insect race. It's the insect race. Lin Moya shook his head. Wrong answer, you deserve punishment. Chapter 2532. Chapter 2532, 2532. Chapter 2532. Let the insect race take the blame. The deadly battle ended, with 10 heavenly venerates arriving aggressively, only to leave behind a scene of blood and flesh. Apart from the 4 mid-level heavenly venerates, the remaining 6 were so mangled that it was impossible to distinguish who was who. Xiaoyu looked at the bloody scene, her face pale, clearly very unaccustomed to it. Knowing about death and seeing death are vastly different, with the sensory impact being completely different. Xiao Wu, with a carefree attitude, said, "Look more, and you'll get used to it. After all, you'll see it often in the future." The little ox added, "Every strong person grows up stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This little scene is nothing." Xiaoyu knew they were right and weakly nodded, forcing herself to look at the bloody scene despite her discomfort. Lin Moya neither agreed nor disagreed. Xiao Wu was right, seeing more of such things would make one accustomed to it. After a moment, Lin Moya waved out a piece of undying flame. The undying flame devoured all the remaining corpses and blood. Xiaoyu felt strange, his master helping them with cremation. In her small memory, many people were cremated after death. Xiao Wu, munching on snacks, said, "Of course not. Master is turning them into obedient dead people." Obedient dead people. Under Xiaoyu's puzzled gaze, the dead heavenly venerates' flesh reassembled, and their souls were reborn. They were reborn as resurrected beings, returning to the world with the memories of their past lives. The 10 resurrected beings knelt uniformly before Lin Moya, devout and respectful. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She finally understood what it meant when they said the dead are more obedient than the living. Lin Moya looked at Ping Yun and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" From beginning to end, Lin Moya never believed Ping Yun and the others' words. There might be more to the story. Lin Moya hadn't bothered to ask before because answers from the living might not be truthful. Answers from the dead, however, are more reliable. Ping Yun recounted the entire story, and after listening, Lin Moya murmured, "So, they weren't lying." Elder Kaiyan of the Seven-Colored Sect had been searching for a disciple and successor. As a Dao Venerate, her standards were extremely high, and she couldn't find a suitable candidate. Elder Kaiyan even offered a reward within the sect. Anyone who could find a suitable disciple for her would be greatly rewarded. The sect master of the Qingyun sect, Qingyun Heavenly Venerate, had been stuck at the peak Heavenly Venerate level for many years. He believed the best way to advance was to train in the Seven-Colored Sect, receiving the blessings of their origin spirit vein. According to the Seven-Colored Sect's rules, training in their origin spirit vein required meeting many conditions. Peng Yun happened to encounter Xiaoyu, whose innate jade soul was an excellent talent for cultivation. If they could present Xiaoyu to Elder Kaiyan, Qingyun Heavenly Venerate might be able to train in the Seven-Colored Sect and break through to the Dao Venerate realm. Although some details were slightly different, the overall story was accurate. In Lin Moya's view, what Qingyun Heavenly Venerate truly lacked was fortune. The Seven-Colored Sect's origin spirit vein suppressed the fortune of the entire vein, including the Qingyun sect's fortune. With enough fortune, Qingyun Heavenly Venerate had a good chance of breaking through to Dao Venerate. At that point, the Qingyun sect could become a 4-star force, leading the 7 branches of the Seven-Colored Sect. If lucky, Qingyun Heavenly Venerate might even enter the main sect, becoming an elder with greater authority. People die for wealth, birds die for food. It seems your fortune has run out. Qingyun Heavenly Venerate's long-standing inability to break through suggested that the Qingyun sect's fortune was weak. However, it shouldn't be the case, as the Seven-Colored Sect's spirit vein was strong, and its fortune should be sufficient for its branches. Why this situation occurred might only be understood by seeing it firsthand. Lin Moya couldn't see fortune, but Xiao Wu could. A look from her would clarify everything. Lin Moya opened his rule world and threw the 10 heavenly venerates to the human emperor. From them, he could also obtain a lot of information about the origin continent. The human emperor was currently organizing information about the origin continent, and the more complete the information, the better. After dealing with everything, Lin Moya used the time law to erase all traces of his presence before setting off again. He slightly changed his direction, erasing all traces of his aura, making it impossible to track him. The origin alternated, the moon set, and the sun rose. A day after Lin Moya left, at the interchange of the sun and moon origins, Qingyun Heavenly Venerate arrived with his group. They found the place where Ping Yun had died. Someone held a compass-like treasure and said solemnly, "This is where Elder Ping Yun and the others were last seen." Another Heavenly Venerate elder closed his eyes to sense, his face changing slightly. "Sect Master, the aura here is strange, not human." Not human. An elder took out a treasure, which flew around the place where Ping Yun and the others had died, seemingly collecting something. Finally, the treasure returned, projecting a phantom image of an insect mother. Insect mother. It's the insect race. The group was shocked. Encountering the insect race in the southern continent was extremely rare. The insect race usually operated in the western continent, occasionally clashing with the dragon race in the northern continent. Even if they appeared in the eastern continent, it wouldn't be surprising, as the eastern continent is chaotic, with all sorts of occurrences. But encountering the insect race in the southern continent was a rare event in the long history of the origin continent. The insect race rarely came to the southern continent, and their appearances here could be counted on one hand. Qingyun Heavenly Venerate's face darkened. After some investigation, he confirmed that the aura left here was indeed from the insect race. In other words, Peng Yun and the others were killed by the insect race. Apart from the aura here, all other traces had been erased, making tracking impossible. Even if tracking were possible, Qingyun Heavenly Venerate wouldn't pursue it. Who knew what level those insect race members were? If they were at his level, he would be walking into a trap. King Yun Heavenly Venerate said, "It seems we can only report this to the main sect and ask the elders to investigate." Involving the insect race, King Yun Heavenly Venerate didn't dare make decisions on his own and decided to shift the responsibility to the main sect. Another elder suggested, "Sect Master, we can also inform Elder Kayin about the innate Jade Soul. Although we couldn't present the person, providing the lead is still a small merit." King Yun Heavenly Venerate nodded, "I will. Let's go back." Everyone knew that Elder Ping Yun and the others had likely died in vain. The insect race wouldn't reason with them, and revenge was out of their hands. Half a day later, 3 Dao Venerates from the main sect of the Seven-Colored Sect, carrying powerful auras, flew out, cutting through the sky at incredible speed to the place where Ping Yun and the others had died. Among the 3 Dao Venerates, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. One of the Dao Venerates was Lin Moya's old acquaintance, Dao Venerate Wei Xian. Dao Venerate Wei Xian had a treasure that could perform time reversal. The female Dao Venerate among them, shrouded in mist, was Elder Kayin. Elder Kayin's voice was soft and clear. "It is indeed the aura of the insect race. I didn't expect the insect race to appear in the southern continent. This is rare. Should we report this to the Holy Land?" Dao Venerate Wei Xian took out the time treasure. "No rush, let's take a look first." Chapter 2533. Chapter 2533, 2533. Chapter 2533, But there is no divine city. After a little more than a day, Lin Moyo and his group had traveled a great distance. When Wei Xian used the time treasure, Lin Moya sensed it. Lin Moya smiled slightly, knowing that Wei Xian would get no results. He had long erased the time imprint, leaving only the aura of the insect race, and nothing else could be discovered. The reason he summoned the insect mother to kill Ping Yun and the others was to cover his own tracks. The aura of the insect race was strong, and its presence naturally diverted attention. He wasn't afraid of the King Yun sect, but he didn't want to confront the Seven-Colored Sect for now. Facing a Dao Venerate would be very troublesome. Half a day later, a powerful aura flew in from the distance. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "I'll send you into the rule world." With a wave of his hand, he sent Xiao Yu and the others back into the rule world, continuing to walk alone on the ground. After a while, a Dao Venerate flew over Lin Moya's head. Judging by his attire, he should be a Dao Venerate from the Seven-Colored Sect. It seems they couldn't find enough information. Lin Moya watched the Dao Venerate fly away, his heart clear. The people from the Seven-Colored Sect obviously couldn't find any clues and, unwilling to give up, were searching separately. The Dao Venerate's speed was fast, and their search range would be vast, but they still wouldn't find anything. Moments later, after confirming there were no problems, Lin Moya released Xiao Yu and the others. Xiao Yu asked cautiously, "Master, did I cause you trouble?" Lin Moya smiled, "Some things are destined to happen, sooner or later. It has nothing to do with what you did." Xiao Yu seemed to understand, just like how meeting you was destined, right? Lin Moya laughed, "That's called fate. Fate is a strange thing, unpredictable. You don't need to worry too much about it, just let things happen naturally." Xiao Yu nodded, though she didn't fully understand Lin Moya's words, she obediently remembered them. Xiao Wu added, "Master means you can do whatever you want. If there's a problem, Master will handle it for us." Lin Moya flicked his finger, and a phantom finger appeared in front of Xiao Wu, tapping her forehead. Xiao Wu clutched her head and cried out, "Master, why did you hit me again?" "Because you speak without thinking," Lin Moya said softly. Xiao Wu was clearly dissatisfied but didn't dare to argue. She knew from experience that arguing would only get her hit again. Just as Lin Moyo expected, Wei Xian ultimately found no answers. However, they were certain that the incident was related to the insect race. The Seven-Colored Sect couldn't handle the insect race on their own, so they reported the matter to the Cold Water Holy Land for resolution. Elder Kayin of the Seven-Colored Sect, upon hearing about the innate Jade Soul, began a large-scale search. The entire Seven-Colored Sect was mobilized to find the person with the innate Jade Soul. After traveling for several days, they had left the influence of the Cold Water Holy Land and the Seven-Colored Sect. Finally, they saw a large city named Lei City. From a distance, Lei City was covered by thunderclouds, with countless bolts of lightning forming a sea of thunder. Above the sea of thunder, there seemed to be a thunder palace standing tall. Lei City was a large city, completely different from Guanhai City and Linhai City. The biggest difference was that Lei City had teleportation arrays. On the origin continent, the space is too stable. Even cultivators who master space laws, like Lin Moyo, cannot open space gates to travel billions of miles instantly. Breaking the spatial restrictions on the origin continent to establish teleportation arrays is extremely difficult and costly. Therefore, only large cities have teleportation arrays, and even then, the distance they cover is limited. Lin Moya knew that besides these public teleportation arrays, there were also sect-specific teleportation arrays called spirit vein teleportation arrays. These arrays use the veins of origin spirit veins for teleportation. For example, the Cold Water Holy Land can use their spirit vein to teleport directly to cities where the vein is located. This is how the Cold Water Holy Land could quickly reach Linhai City, relying on their spirit vein teleportation array. However, such teleportation arrays are entirely controlled by the Cold Water Holy Land, and even the Blue family of Linhai City had no access to them. The Holy Land could reach Linhai City directly, but Linhai City couldn't teleport to the Holy Land. Lei City similarly had an independent origin spirit vein, not belonging to the Cold Water Holy Land. Relying on this origin spirit vein, Lei City became a large city, renowned across the origin continent. Even people from other regions knew of Lei City, especially the Lei family within the city, known for their talent in manipulating thunder, making them extremely powerful. The Lei family in Lei City was almost as strong as the Seven-Colored sect, with occasional conflicts and mixed victories. Arriving in Lei City meant leaving the influence of the Seven-Colored sect. Upon entering Lei City, the human emperor quickly organized information about the city and presented it to Lin Moyo. The heavenly venerates from the Qingyun sect provided detailed information about Lei City. Even if there were gaps, the human emperor could piece it together from various sources. As old rivals, the Qingyun sect and Lei City had clashed many times over the years. Often, one's greatest understanding comes from their opponent. Before even entering the city, Lin Moyo had a rough outline of Lei City and the Lei family. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, they entered Lei City. As they entered, the thunder stopped. Looking up, they could see lightning but hear no sound. A massive formation covered Lei City, extremely powerful, almost impossible to resist below the heavenly venerate level. If the formation were fully activated, it could even threaten heavenly venerates. Strangely, while the formation blocked most of the lightning's light, it allowed the light and power of the sun and moon origins to pass through, illuminating every corner of Lei City. Walking through the streets of Lei City, they saw tall buildings everywhere, with cultivators coming and going. Supremes were common, and heavenly venerates could be seen if one looked carefully. Xiaoyu was amazed. Lei City is much bigger than Linhai City. The city's size was evident in many aspects, not just its area but also the grandeur of its buildings. Let's eat something, Lin Moya said, finding a restaurant named Listening to Thunder. He and Xiaowu didn't need to eat, but Xiaoyu did. Xiaoyu needed to eat food from the Origin continent, which contained Origin energy beneficial for her growth. Once Xiaoyu reached the Transcendent Realm, she could use Origin energy instead of food. The restaurant was bustling, and they found a table. The little ox, having shrunk in size, joined them. In the Origin continent, mounts often ate at the table, so this wasn't unusual. After ordering, Xiaoyu continued to marvel at the city, eventually exclaiming, "What a big city!" Xiaowu, also observing Lei City, was less impressed. "It's big, but not as big as the Divine City." Xiaoyu asked, "What's the Divine City?" Xiaowu explained, "The Divine City is the main city of the human race in the Rule World, about 10 times the size of Lei City." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. "That big? I'd love to see it." Xiaowu suggested, "Ask Master to take you there." At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted, comparing Lei City to a city in the Rule World? That's ridiculous. A girl of about 15 or 16 glared at Xiaowu with dissatisfaction. Chapter 2534. Chapter 2534, 2534. Chapter 2534, The Lei Family Girl, Two Souls in One Body. The young girl glared at Xiaowu, and Xiaowu, not to be outdone, glared back with her big eyes. The two locked eyes, as if lightning was flashing between them, neither willing to back down. Lin Moya watched from the side, feeling both amused and helpless, but he was too lazy to intervene. The young girl was only at the Transcendent Realm and quite young. Although Xiaowu looked like a child, Lin Moya knew she wouldn't cause trouble, let alone bully a child. After a while of staring, the young girl, being younger, couldn't match Xiaowu's experience and quickly admitted defeat. Xiaowu laughed heartily. "I won, you lost." The young girl snorted. "What did you win? Who was competing with you?" Xiaowu retorted, "If you weren't competing, why were you staring at me?" The young girl snorted again. "I stared at you because you insulted Lei City." Xiaowu looked puzzled. "What did I say about Lei City?" The young girl replied, "You compared a city in the Rule World to Lei City, which is an insult to Lei City." Xiaowu said, "Oh, that's what you mean. But I was just stating a fact. The Divine City is indeed bigger than Lei City." The young girl said, "So what if it's bigger? The cities in the Rule World aren't as powerful as Lei City." Xiaowu nodded vigorously. "That's true, they're not as powerful, but they are bigger." The young girl said, "But they're not as powerful as Lei City." "But they're bigger." "Not powerful, so what if they're bigger?" "But they are really big." The two young girls started a meaningless argument about which city was bigger and more powerful. Xiaoyu tried several times to intervene and stop them, but each attempt failed. Finally, the food and drinks were served. Lin Moya said to Xiaoyu, "Ignore them, let's eat." The delicious aroma of the food made Xiaoyu's stomach growl, and despite her initial resistance, she eventually gave in and started eating. The meaningless argument continued for a while, with neither side gaining the upper hand, and it eventually ended in a draw. Xiaowu snorted, "I'll eat first, then argue with you later." The young girl snorted back, "You can't win against me anyway." The young girl sat at the table next to them, but the table was empty, with no food. Watching Xiaowu eat heartily, the young girl was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Lin Moyo gave Xiaoyu a look, and Xiaoyu immediately understood and kindly asked, "Sister, would you like to join us for some food?" The young girl turned her head arrogantly, "No need, my servant will soon bring real delicacies. I don't care for your food." Xiaoyu said, "All right, but if you want to eat, feel free to join us." Xiaowu snorted, "Real delicacies? I think you're just pretending. You probably have nothing to eat. Even if you wanted to eat, I wouldn't let you. Dream on. You." The young girl was so angry that her chest heaved. Despite her young age, she was already quite striking. The young girl stomped her foot. "If you won't let me eat, I will eat." She walked over to Lin Moya's table and started eating with both hands. Xiaowu exclaimed, "This is our food, you can't eat it." The young girl retorted, "Your master didn't say anything, so why are you complaining? If you won't let me eat, I'll eat even more." The two quickly escalated from a verbal argument to a physical one, almost jumping onto the table to fight. Under Lin Moya's signal, the little ox and Xiao Yu ignored them and continued eating. Lin Moya noticed that several customers at nearby tables were watching curiously but did not intervene. In fact, their gazes were more focused on the young girl. Even the staff in the restaurant didn't come over to stop them, letting them do as they pleased, which was quite strange. It seems this young girl has an unusual status. Lin Moya thought to himself, realizing that no one intervened because of the young girl's identity. He noticed a mark on the edge of the young girl's clothing, resembling a lightning bolt. It's the Lei family's mark. This young girl is from the Lei family. No wonder no one is stopping her. Listening to Thunder Restaurant was originally owned by the Lei family. Naturally, no one would interfere with the Lei family's young lady causing a scene in her own restaurant. No wonder she reacted so strongly when Xiao Wu said Lei City wasn't as big as the Divine City. Suddenly, a strange aroma wafted into the restaurant. Xiao Yu's nose twitched. It smells so good. Even though Xiao Yu was no longer hungry, her stomach started growling again. Not only Xiao Yu, but many others also felt hungry upon smelling the aroma. This aroma contains some kind of law that directly stimulates the appetite of living beings. This feeling is somewhat similar to the world fruit. The aroma of the world fruit when it ripens has a similar effect. Lin Moya was used to it, so he wasn't affected. Xiao Wu and the young girl both stopped their argument, sniffing the air. Xiao Wu said, "It smells so good. What is it?" The young girl laughed, "My food has arrived. You'll be so envious, but I won't let you eat any." Xiao Wu snorted, "Who cares?" At that moment, footsteps approached, and someone called out, "Miss Ping, your food is ready." A middle-aged man carrying a food box walked over. The young girl pointed to the table next to them, "Put it there." "All right." The middle-aged man followed her instructions, placing the food box on the table and opening it. Instantly, an even stronger aroma filled the entire restaurant. Not only the restaurant but even outside, people could smell it. Countless people stopped and looked towards the restaurant, their appetites stimulated, regardless of whether they were hungry or not. Inside the food box was a large piece of meat, its texture like jade, looking translucent and exquisite. The young girl ran to the table, cut a piece, and put it in her mouth, closing her eyes in enjoyment. Then she stuck out her tongue at Xiao Wu. "Humph, envy me." Xiao Wu, fuming, said, "I don't care. Who wants to eat your food?" The young girl, feeling victorious, said, "Now we're even." In her mind, she had lost the staring contest, the argument about Lei City and the Divine City was a draw, and now she had won the food battle. So it was a tie, 1-1. Lin Moya sensed that the meat was extraordinary, containing not only the law that stimulated appetite but also strong origin power. Eating this meat was like consuming an origin crystal. Normally, a transcendent realm young girl wouldn't be able to eat much of this meat, getting full after a few bites. But this Lei family girl was different. She ate several pieces and still continued, though her eating speed slowed. This meat is extraordinary, but there's something odd about this girl. Lin Moya thought. Unconsciously, he used the eye of the undead and saw the girl's soul, frowning. Inside the girl's body were two souls. The two souls, one large and one small, were tightly intertwined, inseparable. The girl's own soul was only at the transcendent realm, while the other soul was at the God-sovereign realm. The meat she ate was converted into origin power, most of which went into the God-sovereign realm soul. Two souls in one body. Lin Moya wanted to take a closer look, but his view was suddenly blocked. The middle-aged man who brought the meat blocked Lin Moya's view, his eyes filled with vigilance, as if asking, "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 2535. Chapter 2535, 2535. Chapter 2535, The Illusory Meat. Lin Moya showed a hint of apology. Using the eye of the undead to spy on others is naturally impolite. But before Lin Moya could speak, the girl named Ping Ping had already shouted, "Third uncle, move aside, don't block me. I want her to watch me eat and make her so envious she dies." It turned out that the dispute between the two little girls was not over yet. Peng Ping's third uncle had no choice but to step aside, though his attention remained on Lin Moya, with a hint of vigilance. Xiao Wu was so angry that she shouted, "Do you believe I'll come over and snatch your meat to eat?" Peng Ping was not afraid at all. "If you have the guts, come and snatch it." "I'm not afraid of you." Xiao Wu shouted angrily, "I'm a heavenly venerate. Do you think I can't snatch it from you?" As she spoke, Xiao Wu released the aura of a heavenly venerate. Only then did the people in the restaurant realize that the little girl who seemed to be having a childish argument was actually a heavenly venerate. Peng Ping's third uncle's face changed, and he quickly stepped to Peng Ping's side, watching Xiao Wu warily. Peng Ping's face turned pale, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "You're actually a heavenly venerate." Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips, looking arrogant. "How about it, scared now?" Peng Ping snorted, also putting her hands on her hips, not caring that her oily hands were staining her clothes. "I'm not afraid of you." Lin Moya lightly snorted, "Xiao Wu, stop messing around." Hearing Lin Moya's words, Xiao Wu deflated like a punctured balloon, losing her temper immediately. She rested her chin on her hands, sitting at the table in boredom, as if even the delicious food in front of her had lost its appeal. Lin Moya cupped his hands. "The child at home is a bit unruly, please don't take offense." He said this not only to Ping Ping but also to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man remained vigilant. "The child from your family has quite the cultivation." Lin Moya replied, "She has the cultivation, but her temper is still that of a child." The middle-aged man said, "A child's heart is rare." He spoke politely, and Lin Moya responded in kind, "Miss Ping Ping is also very talented, with a bright future ahead." At this moment, Peng Ping suddenly held up the remaining half of the meat and brought it to Xiao Wu. "I lost this time, please eat the meat." Xiao Wu was taken aback. What did you lose? Peng Ping said, you're a heavenly venerate, so of course I lost. Xiao Wu replied, we weren't competing in cultivation. I don't care, I feel like I lost anyway. Will you eat it or not? I'll eat. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu prepared to eat. She reached out with her chopsticks, but they passed through the meat without touching it. Xiao Wu exclaimed, this meat is illusory. This peculiar meat was filled with the power of illusion. It appeared real but couldn't be touched. Under the influence of the power of illusion, the meat became a piece of visible but untouchable illusory meat. Peng Ping handed a knife to Xiao Wu. You need to use this knife to cut the meat, chopsticks won't work. The knife looked ordinary but was actually a magical tool containing the power of illusion. Using a magical tool with the power of illusion to cut meat filled with the power of illusion made sense. Xiao Wu didn't take the knife, not believing it. Let me try. She extended her hand, and a hazy power appeared, also the power of illusion. In Xiao Wu's hand, the power of illusion turned into a knife, and with one slash, she cut off a large piece of meat. The cut meat seemed to lose its power of illusion, becoming tangible. Peng Peng was amazed. How did you do that? Xiao Wu smiled. It's the power of illusion, I can do it too. Peng Peng's third uncle was stunned, murmuring, a heavenly venerate achieved through the power of illusion. Lin Moya smiled modestly, just lucky. The third uncle shook his head. It's not about luck. Those who achieve heavenly venerate through the power of illusion are top-tier geniuses, destined to become Tao venerates in the future. Achieving heavenly venerate requires understanding the real and the illusory, but that's just understanding, not truly mastering the power of illusion. Knowing that 1 + 1 = 2 and understanding why 1 + 1 = 2 are two different levels of concepts. At this moment, the third uncle seemed to let down his guard a bit, his demeanor relaxing. Lin Moya remained humble. You flatter me. Miss Peng Ping is also very talented, with a limitless future. The third uncle looked at Peng Ping, who was happily eating, with a hint of fondness and a touch of regret, perhaps. Lin Moya detected the deeper meaning in his words and noticed the regret in his eyes, which couldn't be hidden. Lin Moya transmitted his voice. Is it because of Miss Peng Ping's 2 souls in 1 body? The third uncle glanced at Lin Moya. You saw through it. Yes, it's 2 souls in 1 body. At this moment, Peng Ping handed a piece of meat to Xiaoyu. Little sister, try this, it's delicious. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Moya, and with his nod of approval, she took the meat and put it in her mouth. The meat melted in her mouth, and Xiaoyu closed her eyes, showing an expression of pure enjoyment. The third uncle looked at Xiaoyu. This little girl seems very talented too. Is she also your family? Lin Moya nodded. Xiaoyu is my direct disciple. He then transmitted his voice again. Can you tell me more about Miss Peng Peng's 2 souls in 1 body? I have some expertise in soul treatment and might be able to help. The third uncle's eyes lit up but then dimmed. Thank you for your kindness. The Lei family has tried many methods, all ending in failure. We even invited a 6th-order alchemist, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Peng Ping, this child, I don't know how much longer she can hold on. His eyes were filled with fondness and regret. Lin Moya smiled. No worries. I might stay in Lei City for a few days. If you need help, feel free to find me. Since the Lei family didn't find it useful, Lin Moya wouldn't push it. Offering help when needed is different from offering it unsolicited. Lin Moya preferred the former. He believed that with the Lei family's capabilities, they could find him as long as he was within their territory. The 3 little girls finished the large piece of meat. Peng Ping finally felt full and suddenly yawned. I'm so sleepy, third uncle, I want to sleep. The third uncle gently supported her. If you're sleepy, then sleep. Before falling asleep, Peng Ping said to Xiao Wu and Xiaoyu, come to my house to play when you have time. As soon as she finished speaking, Peng Ping fell asleep instantly. The third uncle adjusted her position, holding her like a princess, and an invisible force formed a soft bed around her. He said, I hope you enjoy your time in Lei City. See you again. Lin Moya nodded. See you again. The third uncle left with Peng Ping, and Xiaoyu, holding her belly, said, I'm so full. She had eaten just 2 pieces of meat to feel full, but the meat was so tempting that she couldn't stop and ate several more pieces, almost bursting her belly. Xiao Wu, with her higher cultivation, felt fine and just enjoyed the taste. Xiao Wu whispered, Master, I feel something is off with Peng Ping. Lin Moya smiled. Tell me, what's off? Xiao Wu looked around. It's not good to talk here. Lin Moya laughed. Since when did you become so cautious? Xiao Wu snorted. I've always been smart. Lin Moya teased. Smart enough to play like that with Peng Ping just now. Xiao Wu said matter-of-factly, it was fun. Don't you think Peng Ping is interesting, fun, and cute? Chapter 2536. Chapter 2536, 2536. Chapter 2536, Lefeng Chamber of Commerce, join as a member. Leichen is bustling, with people coming and going, but the roads are wide. Lin Moya and his group walked along the road without feeling crowded at all. Xiaowo and Xiaoya sat leisurely on the back of a calf. In the city, there are many cultivators like Xiaowo and Xiaoya who have mounts, so it is not unusual. On the Origin continent, many sects make a living by taming and selling spirit beasts. Xiaowa shared her opinion about Peng Ping. When Xiaowo and Peng Ping were fighting for food, they had physical contact. With her strength in the Tianzan realm, she felt a lot. That Peng Ping is very strange. I feel like there are 2 people living in her body. 2 people, one big and one small. The big one seems to be consuming the small one. When the big one completely consumes the small one, Peng Ping may die. Xiaoyu exclaimed, how could this happen? That's very pitiful. Although Peng Ping has a bad temper, she looks very cute. In the end, she even gave her some meat to eat. Xiaoyu has a good impression of her. We are all the same age, so we naturally get closer. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Have you heard of two souls in one body? Xiaowo and Xiaoyu shook their heads simultaneously. Lin Moyo had just received important information about Peng Peng from the human emperor. Previously, there was no news about Peng Peng. The human emperor collected information from the overall situation and finally learned many details. Peng Peng's full name is Lei Peng Peng. She is the little princess of the Lei family. The whole Lei family holds her in the palm of their hands and regards her as a precious gem. The third uncle mentioned by Lei Peng Peng, whose full name is Lei Sangxiang, is a Tianzan realm powerhouse of the Lei family. Lei Peng Peng has suffered from a strange disease since she was a child. She needs food with the power of origin to maintain her vitality. The Lei family also invited many people to treat Lei Peng Peng, but the results were not very good. Until now, the Lei family still offers a reward. Whoever can cure Lei Peng Peng's disease will be rewarded heavily by the Lei family. Lin Moya knew that even a 6th-level alchemist had already taken action, and ordinary people would have no way to help. Xiao asked, Master, you mean that there are two souls in her body? Lin Moya nodded slightly. Yes, there are two souls in her body, one big and one small, entangled with each other. Most of the power from the meat she eats is absorbed by the big soul, and the share belonging to Peng Peng is very small. If I am not mistaken, if the big soul does not get enough food, it will absorb the small soul. In this way, Peng Peng will be in danger. Xiao asked, Master, do you have a way to save her? Lin Moya said in a deep voice, two souls in one body is indeed a bit tricky. Let me think about it. According to what he had observed before, the two souls in Lei Peng Peng's body are entangled with each other, and it is impossible to separate them by ordinary means. Even he is not sure. Lin Moya thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he thought of a way. With the help of the spirit flower that can heal any injury, Lei Peng Peng may be cured. This time, the flower spirit and the world fruit bloomed and matured one after another, and most of them were used up in the dragon rider's core, but some were left. There are about 100 spiritual flowers and about 100 world fruits. Both spiritual flowers and world fruits are very precious, and Lin Moya keeps them for emergencies. Under the expectant eyes of Xiao and Xiaoyu, Lin Moya said, maybe there is a way to cure her. Xiao screamed, Xiao knows that the master is the best, so let's go quickly. Lin Moya smiled and said, don't worry, Peng Peng will be fine for the time being. Let's wait for the Lei family to come to us. Xiao asked in confusion, why is the master so sure that the Lei family will come to us? Lin Moya smiled and said, not sure, but I think they should. There are two reasons why the Lei family might come to him. One is that Peng Peng wanted to come to Xiao and Xiaoya to play after waking up, which is a possibility. The second is that the Lei family has never given up on treating Peng Peng, and they will not give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Lei Sangxiang did not agree immediately before, probably because he thought Lin Moya was a liar. It makes sense. The Lei family has invited so many people over the years, but none of them could cure Peng Peng. If he suddenly appeared, the Lei family would certainly not believe it. However, Lin Moya believes that in the end, the Lei family will still try their best. When they have no other options, they may really come to him to try. According to the information he got, the Lei family, from top to bottom, regards Lei Peng Peng as a treasure and will not give up easily. Lin Moyo has observed Peng Peng's condition and knows that Peng Peng can still last for a while, so he doesn't have to worry. As for whether he can be rescued in the end, it depends on fate. If he is not destined, Lin Moyo can do nothing about it. As a big city, Leichen has everything, and all the major chambers of commerce are stationed there. Compared with a small city like Linhai City, it is many times richer. The layout of Leichen is different from that of Linhai City. There are 4 markets in the city, located in the 4 corners of the city. The city lord's mansion is located in the center of Leichen. In the center, there is a tower that is more than 10 million meters high. There are formations covering the outside of the Lei Tower, and runes are flashing. This is the golden signboard of the Lei family, the Lei Tower. The Lei Tower reaches the sky and is the core of the entire Leichen, controlling all the formations in Leichen. If anyone dares to cause trouble in Leichen, Lei Tower will teach them a lesson. Once Lei Tower was fully activated, it killed a Tianzun. After walking around Leichen for half a day, Lin Moya came to the door of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, as one of the largest chambers of commerce on the origin continent, is majestic. There are 7 stars under the plaque. This also means that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is a 6-star force. A 6-star force is already the top existence on the origin continent. Even a giant like Hanshui Holy Land, a hegemon, is only a 7-star force. The strength of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is second only to the Holy Land, and it surpasses most sects. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is very large, and some space formations are used to expand part of the space. The ability to change the space on the origin continent shows that this formation is already quite powerful. In the Chamber of Commerce, there are counters, and there is a young man serving behind each counter. In the Chamber of Commerce, there are also a large number of young people serving customers. The young people are both men and women, but without exception, they all have good looks, and their realms are unified in the true God realm, and they are all around 100 years old. Obviously, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is very strict in selecting people. As soon as Lin Moya came in, a young man in a plain Taoist robe came to greet him. "Hello, senior, what can I do for you?" Lin Moya said, "I want to buy some information." The young man immediately responded, "What kind of information do you need, senior?" Lufeng Chamber of Commerce buys and sells everything, including information. Lin Moya said, "Some information about technological magic weapons and cultivation methods, and I need the latest map." The young man wrote it down. "Okay, we have all these things. May I ask if you are a member of our Chamber of Commerce? Lin Moya took out a jade token. Is this it? Chapter 2537. Chapter 2537, 2537. Chapter 2537, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's high-quality services. The young man's expression changed when he saw the jade token, and a trace of respect appeared in his eyes. So the senior is our senior member. Lin Moya thought of Lu Fengjao and smiled. Indeed, a friend helped me apply for senior membership. The young man said, Senior, your friend has an extraordinary status. Lin Moya asked, why? The young man explained, senior membership is not something that anyone can apply for. Only the senior members of the Chamber of Commerce have the power to apply for senior membership for others. Moreover, as a senior member, the junior is not qualified to serve you. Please wait a moment, the head of the chamber will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded. A middle-aged man hurried over. Lin Moya could see that the middle-aged man was a heavenly venerable. At the level of heavenly venerable, it is impossible to make a sound when walking. Obviously, the other party deliberately made footsteps just to let him hear. The middle-aged man hurried to Lin Moya. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Lu Yuan. I am the branch president of the Chamber of Commerce in the Leichen branch. I am honored to serve you. I wonder what Mr. Lin needs. Lu Yuan said this while winking at the young man, who immediately retreated silently. Lin Moya smiled. Hello, President Lu. I want to buy some information about technological magic weapons and the latest map. Lu Yuan smiled kindly. No problem. We have information and maps about technological magic weapons, but they are all divided into levels, and the price of each level is different. I don't know which level Mr. Lin wants. Lin Moya smiled. Then I'd like to trouble President Lu to introduce all the products at different price points so that I can see the prices and differences. Lu Yuan smiled. Okay, no problem. Please follow me, Mr. Lin. Lu Yuan was very polite to senior members. There are countless members in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but not many senior members. He knows very well what kind of people are the first-level members. Normally, there are only 3 types of senior members in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. 1. People with strong strength. Daozun is just a threshold, and not every Daozun is qualified. In the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, Daozun is also divided into different levels. 2. Powerful sects and forces. Generally, 1 senior member quota is given to each force above 4 stars. Like the Lan family of Linhai City or the Huang family of Guanhai City, they are not qualified to get a senior member quota of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Even the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce will not establish a branch in such a small city. 3. Geniuses with amazing talents. There are very few geniuses who may get senior membership without specific standards. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Lin Moya is the 3rd type. Lin Moya is not very old, but he is already a Tianzun realm strongman. What else can he be if not a genius? Lu Yuan took Lin Moya and others into a private room, which was a treatment only for senior members. Lu Wu stretched out his hand and activated the formation in the room. A familiar scene appeared in front of Lin Moya. The formation projected a huge list, listing countless items. There were too many items, and the list was scrolling rapidly. This scene was very similar to the way the human emperor arranged the handover task in the big world. Lin Moya immediately realized that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce also used technological magic weapons for management. He just didn't know if this technological magic weapon was the same as the one of the human emperor. The two are so similar that Lin Moya even wanted to do it himself. Lu Yuan communicated with the formation with consciousness, and the projection suddenly froze, revealing the price of the technological magic weapon information. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce divided the magic weapons into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. The low level corresponds to the information below the other shore realm. The middle level corresponds to the information of the other shore realm, the supreme realm, and the heavenly realm. The high level materials correspond to the materials above the Daozun realm. Low level materials are the cheapest, requiring only 100 first level origin crystals. On the origin continent, if there is no special explanation for the price, it refers to the ordinary level origin. If it refers to the boutique level origin, there will be special instructions. Intermediate level materials are hundreds of times more expensive, requiring 100 third level origin crystals. High level materials require 100 fifth level origin crystals. The first level origin is the lowest level and can only buy the lowest level items. As the level of the item increases, higher level origin crystals are also required. Although origin crystals can be exchanged in proportion, this exchange can only be exchanged from high to low, not from low to high. 1 second level origin can be exchanged for 10 first level origins, but if you want to exchange it the other way around, that won't work. Therefore, to buy high-level items in major chambers of commerce, you also need high-level origin crystals. This is just the ordinary level, and there are boutique and world level above. Xiaoyu looked at the price and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so expensive." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Our Chamber of Commerce has clearly marked prices." Lin Moyo asked, "If I want to pay with a fine-grade origin crystal, is it okay?" Lu Feng immediately responded, "Of course, the ratio of fine-grade origin crystals to ordinary origin crystals is also 1 to 10. Lin Moyo calculated that if he bought a high-level technological magic weapon, he would need 10 fine-grade 5th-level origin crystals. If he bought mid-level information, he would need 100 3rd-level origin crystals, which would be enough for a fine-grade origin crystal. Xiaoya's little head turned quickly, and she was relieved after calculating it clearly. When she was practicing, she carried a 5th-level fine origin crystal with her. By this calculation, she was much more extravagant. Xiaoya felt that Lin Moyo was really good to her, and she was so lucky to meet such a good master. Lin Moyo had an idea in his mind. Please take a look at the price of the map. Lu Yuan immediately communicated with the formation, and the price of the map was displayed in the projection. The map was divided more finely, and there were many ways to distinguish it, and the price was also different, from the vicinity of each city to the area controlled by each Holy Land. There is also a map of Nanzhou divided into 4 regions of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, as well as a map of the entire Nanzhou. As for the map of the entire origin continent, Lin Moya did not see the price. He thought that the information on the technological magic weapon was already very expensive, but he didn't expect the price of the map to be even more expensive. The price of the map ranged from the cheapest 1000 first-order origin crystals to the most expensive 1000 sixth-order origin crystals. The cheapest map had a very small range, not even 1/3 of the area controlled by the Hanshui Holy Land. The most expensive map was the map of the entire Nanzhou. Lin Moyo asked, "Why is the map so expensive?" Lu Yuan smiled and explained, "This is because our Lufeng Chamber of Commerce guarantees a lifetime update and replacement of the maps we sell. You should also know that in places without the original spiritual vein, the terrain changes very quickly. Almost every few hundred years, there will be drastic changes, and the previous maps will not be valid. As long as the map is purchased from our Chamber of Commerce, as long as you bring the old map, we can update it every 10 years and keep it for life." Lin Moya suddenly realized that this is the case. It seems that it is not so expensive. Lu Yuan continued, "Not only is it a lifetime replacement, but we also support map upgrades. You can use the map to upgrade to a larger map. You only need to make up the difference. If you think our map is inaccurate, we also have a recycling service, which can be recycled at 50% of the purchase price. Our Chamber of Commerce takes customers into consideration and tries to provide perfect service as much as possible." Lu Yuan's Chamber of Commerce has thought of all possibilities. From the perspective of service alone, this price does not seem to be so high. Lin Moya thought about it and took out a few maps. Can these be upgraded or recycled? Chapter 2538. Chapter 2538, 2538. Chapter 2538, Exchange for Origin Crystals. Looking at the maps Lin Moya took out, Lu Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. These maps were indeed from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Each map sold by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has a unique mark, and Lu Yuan knew at a glance that the owners of these maps were all Tianzun. However, these maps were now in Lin Moya's hands, and the result was self-evident. These people were dead, and the maps had become Lin Moya's spoils of war. One map means a Tianzun. Lin Moya took out 7 maps, which means that at least 7 Tianzun were killed. There should be more than 7 Tianzun, as not all Tianzun would buy maps. Lin Moya's image in Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. Before, he was just a young genius, but now he had to add the word killing god behind him. Lu Yuan did not touch these maps. "I'm sorry, our Chamber of Commerce only recycles and upgrades the maps of the original owner." So that's the case. It seems that these things are useless. Lin Moya was not disappointed, and this result was actually very normal. Lin Moya said, "Then give me a map of the Wendao sect. In Nanzhou, there are 4 holy places, 3 major sects, and 2 superfamilies. They are all 7-star forces, ruling most of Nanzhou. Wendao sect is one of the 3 major sects, and its strength is not weaker than Hanshui Holy Land." The place of luck that Xiao had looked for before Lin Moya was within the sphere of influence of Wendao sect, and it just happens to border the sphere of influence of Hanshui Holy Land. It is a marginal area between the 2 forces, and it is also a place more suitable for the development of new forces. The map of Wendao sect is sold for 1000 third-level origin crystals. Lin Moya also asked for intermediate technology magic weapon information, which is sold for 100 third-level origin crystals. The 2 items total 1100 third-level origin crystals. This price is already very expensive for low-level Tianzun. Lin Moya is very generous. With a wave of his hand, 1100 third-level origin crystals were directly taken out. These origin crystals are his trophies. All the belongings of those Tianzun he killed belonged to him. Lin Moya was now a real rich man. Lu Yuan didn't care where Lin Moya's origin crystals came from. He took some of them and said, "You are a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can get a small discount when buying ordinary goods. After the discount, the total price of this transaction is 880 third-level origin crystals." Lin Moya remembered that Lu Fenjiao once told him that senior members can get a 20% discount when buying items. After Lu Yuan received the origin crystals, he immediately asked someone to connect the information and map. The information is placed in a jade card. The jade card is disposable and can only be viewed once. After viewing, it will be automatically destroyed. Moreover, Lin Moya cannot leak the information in the jade card. When Lufeng Chamber of Commerce transmits the information, it will require the buyer to swear a soul oath to keep it confidential. Otherwise, the market would have been full of exactly the same information, and Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would not be able to make money. The map can be used by others, but if you want to upgrade or replace it, you must come in person. Lin Moya can understand this. In front of Lu Yuan, he finished reading all the information about the technological magic weapons, and the card was automatically eliminated. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It was a pleasant transaction with Mr. Lin. I hope Mr. Lin will also be satisfied with our service." Lin Moya smiled and said, "I have a question. President Lu just said that ordinary chambers of commerce can get a 20% discount. What about extraordinary goods?" Lu Yuan smiled knowingly. The reason he said this was that he was waiting for Lin Moyo to ask this question. The goods of our Chamber of Commerce can be divided into 3 categories. The first category is ordinary goods, and the second category is fine goods. Buying fine goods requires some additional conditions, such as using fine-grade origin crystals and corresponding cultivation realms. As for the third category, it belongs to auction items. The Chamber of Commerce will hold auctions regularly, and you can buy some things that you can't usually see at the auction. It's just that not everyone can go to the auction. Of course, as a senior member, Mr. Lin, you can participate. Lin Moyo followed Lu Yuan's tone and showed some interest. President Lu, can you tell me what can be bought at the auction? Lu Yuan's tone suddenly became mysterious, and his voice quickly lowered. There are many kinds of things, not only items but also other things, such as some beauties. Lin Moyo understood that in addition to auctioning items, living beings can also be bought and sold at the auction. As far as he knows, when forces in the origin continent fight and kill each other, some people on the losing side will become slaves, and these slaves can be bought and sold. The origin continent is far more cruel than the big world. Lin Moyo asked, will spiritual materials and spiritual origin crystals also appear at the auction? Lu Yuan shook his head. Every auction is different, and I don't know exactly what will be there. If Mr. Lin wants to know, he can go to the auction in person. The next auction will be in 10 days. Although it is not a large auction, there will be many good things. If Mr. Lin wants to go, I can make the decision and reserve a room for Mr. Lin. Lin Moyo thought for a while. I will stay in Laichen for a few days, so it doesn't matter if I go and take a look. Lu Yuan smiled. Then Mr. Lin can prepare some boutique-level origin crystals. The things at the auction will be settled with boutique-level origins. Lin Moyo smiled. Then please help me exchange some. I still have some ordinary-level origin crystals on hand, so I will exchange them all for boutique-level ones. Lu Yuan said, no problem, but you might be at a disadvantage if you exchange it this way. Lin Moyo waved his hand, no problem. By the way, I have another batch of magic weapons that I want to sell to you. I wonder if you will accept them. Lu Yuan had already guessed where the magic weapons came from and agreed, yes, but the price will be lower than the market price. No problem. As he said this, he took out all the origin crystals of level 3 and above that he had recently obtained, as well as more than a dozen magic weapons. These are all spoils of war, so it doesn't matter if he suffers a little loss. Although the origin crystals cannot be exchanged from low level to high level, the same level can be exchanged between the fine and ordinary levels. In the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, the exchange of fine level to ordinary level is 1 to 10, and vice versa, it is 1 to 12, and the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce wants to make a profit from the price difference. Totaling up, the entire property of more than 20 Tianzans has become Lin Moyo's property. In addition to the origin crystals, there are also a batch of Tianzan realm magic weapons. These magic weapons are not of high level, and they are also ordinary goods in the Tianzan realm. They have no special properties, and they are not spiritual materials. Looking at the magic weapons and origin crystals, Lu Yuan sighed again. Lin Moyo's combat power must be superior, otherwise, it would be impossible to kill so many Tianzans. But he is a businessman, just doing business, and he doesn't care what Lin Moyo does. Lin Moyo sold the magic weapons he brought out at a very low price, and Lu Yuan could make a lot of money by reselling them. In fact, Lu Yuan really liked customers like Lin Moyo who never bargained. Chapter 2539. Chapter 2539, 2539. Chapter 2539, Fusion of Origin, a way to make money. Lu Yuan handed a storage ring to Lin Moyo. The origin crystals you exchanged are all in here. Please count them. Lin Moyo put away the storage ring without even looking at it. No need, I trust President Lu. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust. 10 days later, I will be waiting for your arrival. Lin Moyo nodded and got up to leave. Lu Yuan personally saw him off to the door. Senior members should receive this kind of treatment. When he arrived at the door, Lin Moyo suddenly asked, is Lu Fenjiao back? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment and didn't react immediately. After 2 seconds, his eyes flashed with brilliance. Mr. Lin, are you talking about Miss Fenjiao? Lin Moyo nodded. Yes, I wonder if she is back. Lu Yuan shook his head. No. Lin Moyo said, oh, and turned away without saying anything more. Until Lin Moyo disappeared from sight, Lu Yuan hurriedly ran back to the Chamber of Commerce, muttering, he actually knows Miss Fenjiao. After returning, Lu Yuan made inquiries and found that Lin Moyo's senior membership was indeed given by Lu Fenjiao. Although Lu Fenjiao and he both have the surname Lu, their status in the Chamber of Commerce is completely different. Lu Fenjiao is a direct descendant, while he is just a collateral descendant. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Fenjiao will become a deist master in the future and hold great power. She might even become the head of the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moyo's senior membership being given by Lu Fenjiao means that Lin Moyo is someone Lu Fenjiao values. Fortunately, I was polite enough to Mr. Lin, otherwise, I would have offended Miss Fenjiao. I remember that Miss Fenjiao went to the Boundary Sea to participate in the world battle. Mr. Lin said that Miss Fenjiao would be back soon. Could it be? Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a possibility. If Lu Fenjiao comes back, she will definitely return as a victor in the world war. So, Lu Fenjiao is likely to become a Daozun soon after she comes back. It is even possible that she has already come back and is now in seclusion to impact the Daozun. Lu Yuan felt that he should treat Lin Moyo well, and perhaps in the future, Lin Moyo could say a few good words for him. Then his life in the Lu family would be much better. Lin Moya left the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and calmly counted the origin crystals he had. There were only first level and second level ordinary origin crystals left, 2,385 first level ones and 489 second level ones. All those above the second level had been replaced with fine quality ones, including 443 third level fine origins, 295 fourth level ones, and 75 fifth level ones. These origin crystals, in terms of wealth, have surpassed most 3-star forces and are enough to be on par with 4-star forces. If a few 5th level world-class origins are added, perhaps only some 5-star forces can be on par with them. Unknowingly, Lin Moya had his first pot of gold. In terms of wealth, Lin Moya was already comparable to many forces that had experienced hundreds or thousands of years. After wandering around Leichen for most of the day, Moya found a hotel to stay in. He rented a separate courtyard. Although the cost was high, for Lin Moya, this little money was nothing. Lin Moya paid a month's rent directly. At night, the origin of the moon with a cold glow fell on the earth. Xiaoya started to practice boxing as usual, and the fist wind whistled in the yard. Lin Moya opened the formation in the yard so that Xiaoya would not be affected. Xianyo had fallen asleep soundly, and Xiao ate snacks while watching Xiaoya practice boxing. Lin Moya went directly into the world of rules and took a look at the spirit-bearded insect beast. After these days of eating, the two spirit-bearded insect beasts, one big and one small, finally ate their first origin crystals and had already started eating the second one. At this moment, they were very quiet, as if nothing else mattered as long as they had origin crystals to eat. Looking at the two foodies eating happily, Lin Moya smiled and said, "It's rare to find an origin spirit beast that is so easy to fool." Then he returned to the core of the world of rules and took out all the boutique-level origin crystals. A consciousness was transmitted to Infinite Fusion. "Little guy, can the boutique-level origin crystals be fused?" Infinite Fusion flew over, circled around the origin crystal a few times, and then came to Lin Moya, transmitting a simple consciousness, "No problem." During this period, Infinite Fusion had been absorbing and digesting the spiritual origin crystal, which can form an origin spiritual vein. A 6th-level origin crystal with spirituality can at least form a 4th-level origin spiritual vein. Infinite Fusion is equivalent to absorbing and digesting an entire 4th-level origin spiritual vein. During this period, Lin Moya clearly felt that Infinite Fusion had become much stronger, and it had not been completely digested yet, and was still getting stronger. So he wanted to try to see if he could fuse the fine-quality origin crystals. If he could, he would make a fortune, and he would never have to worry about origin crystals again. For example, he could exchange 3 4th-level fine origin crystals for 33rd-level fine origin crystals. Then he could fuse 10 4th-level fine origin crystals with Infinite Fusion. In total, he made more than 3 times the profit. Once this kind of no-cost business is successful, his origin crystals will continue to flow. Another point is that after establishing a powerful sect, the sect will no longer have to worry about origin crystals. Now that he had received a positive response from Infinite Fusion, Lin Moya was delighted. "Let's fuse it." Infinite Fusion ordered, and the familiar iron pot was transformed on the spot, and the 3rd-level fine origin crystal was swallowed first. Lin Moya found that the iron pot of Infinite Fusion seemed to be more refined, and many exquisite patterns appeared on it. His iron pot no longer looked like an iron pot, but a bit like a big soup pot for cooking soup. The overall appearance had become heavier, and it made a dull sound from time to time. The origin crystals were constantly colliding inside, making a constant rumble. Infinite Fusion spat out chaotic energy, and the chaotic energy evolved into invisible fire, heating the entire pot. About half an hour later, the fusion was over, the pot lid opened, and a large number of origin crystals flew out. 543 boutique-level 3rd-order origin crystals were fused into 108 boutique-level 4th-order origin crystals, and the other 3 remained unchanged. Lin Moya immediately understood that the fusion rate of boutique-level origin crystals is 5 to 1, not 3 to 1 for ordinary level ones. Compared with the calculation, the fusion rate is a little lower. But even so, he could still get more than twice the profit by exchanging the origin crystals. Lin Moya knew that his idea was feasible, but he had to think about how to exchange for a large number of origin crystals. It's definitely not possible to exchange directly. It's okay once or twice occasionally, but if it happens too often, it will definitely arouse other people's suspicion. And high-level origin crystals cannot be used casually. After all, there are few of them, and even the Holy Land cannot use them in bulk. There is a way, maybe this method is feasible. After Infinite Fusion merged the 3rd-level origin, it began to merge the 4th-level origin. Lin Moya did not let it merge all. Some 3rd-level origin crystals cannot only have big money, but also have to keep some small money. Lin Moya continued to perfect his ideas in his mind. If he establishes a force in the future, perhaps the method he is thinking of now will become his stable source of income. Soon, Infinite Fusion merged all the origin crystals. Finally, Lin Moya still had 3 3rd-order, 53 4th-order, 25 5th-order, 4 6th-order, and 3 7th-order origin crystals left. It seemed that the number of origin crystals was reduced, but the value was much higher than before. Especially the 3 7th-order origin crystals, which were of amazing value. It was a pity that when the 6th order was fused into the 7th order, it failed once. Otherwise, there should be 4 7th-order origin crystals. Chapter 2540. Chapter 2540, 2540. Chapter 2540, Can't Delay Too Long. Infinite Fusion mentioned that there would be a certain failure rate when fusing origins above the 7th level. I had never encountered it before, but now I finally did. After digesting and absorbing the spiritual origin crystal, Infinite Fusion, S own spiritual wisdom has significantly enhanced, allowing it to communicate with simple consciousness without guessing. It circled around Lin Moyu, and as simple consciousness came, the previous ones will not fail. This one will fail. The possibility of failure is not high. Lin Moyu understood the meaning of Infinite Fusion. Ordinary origin crystals will not fail when the 6th level is fused to the 7th level, so they can be fused without worry. However, fine origin crystals still have the possibility of failure when they are fused to the 7th level. But compared to before, the possibility of failure has been greatly reduced, and the overall failure rate is not high. Lin Moyu continued to ask, what about fusion into the 8th level origin crystal? Infinite Fusion flew a few circles, as if thinking, and then gave the answer, very difficult. After the 7th level, the value and effect of the origin crystal greatly improve with each level increase. Similarly, the failure rate also greatly increases. Infinite Fusion finds it difficult, meaning it will fail in most cases. If you want to increase the success rate, you must make it stronger. And to make Infinite Fusion stronger, you need high-level spiritual materials. Low-level spiritual materials are useless. Summoning elemental liches also requires spiritual materials. It seems that I have to find a way to obtain spiritual materials in the future. It is too difficult to have a spiritual origin crystal. This is unrealistic. I hope this auction will not let me down. However, with my current wealth, it is also difficult to compete with those truly powerful forces. I can only take it one step at a time. Lin Moyu knew very well that he had just set foot on the origin continent and had no foundation. There were many things that he could not expect. What he needed now was time. Lin Moya's consciousness returned from the rule world and saw Xiaoyu and Xiao playing. Xiaoyu had already practiced boxing, and her information was enhanced. The natural jade soul has almost no bottleneck in cultivation. As long as Xiaoyu keeps practicing, her realm can be quickly improved. But doing so is not a good thing. Cultivation is not just about realm, but also about state of mind, insight, and the process of growth. These seemingly unimportant things will eventually merge together and become the foundation of cultivation, supporting you to go further. So Lin Moyu only let Xiaoyu practice once in the morning and once in the evening every day. Don't be anxious, take your time. They played in Leichen during the day. Leichen is a big city, and it takes more than 1 or 2 days to walk through it. At night, they went back to the hotel to rest. On the night of the 4th day in Leichen, a strong fragrance suddenly drifted in from outside the yard. Lei Pengping actually came to the door and brought the same meat as last time, saying that she wanted to share it with Xiao and Xiaoyu. Lin Moyu was not surprised. With the strength of the Lei family, as long as he was still in the city, the Lei family would be able to find him. Xiao and Lei Pengping did not know each other until they fought. After the two competed, they turned from enemies to friends and played together in a blink of an eye. Lei Sangxiang, as Lei Pengping's most loyal follower, also came together. He and Lin Moyu sat together and talked about everything. Fortunately, Lin Moyu is no longer ignorant of the origin continent. The human emperor has sorted out a lot of information. Lin Moyu has read them all. Lei Sangxiang's love for Lei Pengping is beyond words. This kind of look cannot be concealed, and Lei Sangxiang has never thought of hiding anything. Although Lei Pengping is the little princess of the Lei family and is loved by everyone, Lei Sangxiang, as Lei Pengping's uncle, seems to be too doting. Even Lei Pengping's biological father may not dote on her as much. However, Lei Sangxiang did not say anything, and Lin Moyu did not ask too much. In the next few days, Lei Pengping would come every other day. Sometimes she would quarrel with Xiao, and even fight. Xiao would not let her go, and would quarrel and fight if she wanted, but neither of them used their cultivation. It was like children fighting. Xiao tried to persuade them to stop fighting, but she couldn't stop the two of them. Fighting and quarreling like children, their relationship became better and better. Lei Sangxiang and Lin Moyu drank tea and relaxed. It's rare for Pengping to find a playmate. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Is it because everyone in the Lei family is afraid of her?" Lei Sangxiang shook his head. "This is just one of the reasons. There is no one of Pengping's age in the Lei family, and the people nearby also know Pengping, so they don't dare to play with her like this. In fact, living in a family like ours is very lonely, and there are very few friends." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "You protect Pengping too well." Lei Sangxiang sighed. "Pengping has a hard life, and..." Having said this, Lei Sangxiang didn't say anything more, and Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions. It can be seen that the Lei family is very taboo about Pengping's dual souls, and they will not easily talk about it. However, Lin Moyu could see some clues and said casually, "In my opinion, Pengping's problem should be brought from the womb." Lei Sangxiang's eyes changed slightly. "What else did you see?" Lin Moyu said, "Lei Daiyu, you don't have to be nervous. I'm just telling you my opinion. Pengping's problem is a congenital issue. If it is not solved from the root, there is no way to really cure it. What you are doing now is just delaying it. I don't think it will be delayed for too long." Lei Sangxiang's eyes became complicated, as if he was struggling with his thoughts. After a long time, he said, "Lin Daiyu is indeed very sharp. We have invited so many people, but few can see that Pengping's problem is congenital." Once, a 6th-level alchemy master said something similar, but unfortunately, he could only see the problem but could not solve it. "I don't know if Lin Daiyu..." Lin Moyu knew that Lei Sangxiang was actually testing him and smiled slightly. "Although I have studied the soul quite a bit, I am not completely sure about Pengping's problem." Lei Sangxiang said, "How sure are you, fellow deist Lin?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "Based on what we have seen so far, I am only about 30% sure." Only 30%. Lei Sangxiang fell into deep thought. 30% certainty is really a bit low. Lin Moya continued, if I had more information, I might be able to increase my confidence. Punpun probably doesn't have much time left, maybe 1 or 2 years at most, or half a year at least. Lin Moya didn't say anything more. Although it was the truth, it was not pleasant to hear. Lei Sangxiang knew it well, so he sighed heavily and stopped talking. The two fell into silence, and neither of them said a word until Lei Sangxiang left with Punping. However, Lin Moya could see from his eyes that he was experiencing a strong internal struggle, and it was normal for him to not be able to make a decision for a while. Tianzan is also a human being. When facing things and people he cares about, it is impossible for him to be completely calm. After they left, Xiao said, Master, are they willing to let you help them in their time of need? Lin Moya smiled and said, not yet, but I think it will be soon. Xiao's eyes turned, if the Lei family asks the master to help, what conditions will the master set? What conditions? Lin Moya smiled slightly and looked into the distance, where there was a mountain, looming in the lightning. Chapter 2541. Chapter 2541, 2541. Chapter 2541, what are your conditions? About 100 miles away from Leichen lies Leishan Mountain. Leishan Mountain is well known as the birthplace of both Leichen City and the Lei family. A long time ago, the Lei family was just an ordinary family living at the foot of Leishan Mountain. However, after some fortuitous events, the Lei family began to prosper, growing rapidly and eventually becoming a powerful family. With their newfound strength, the Lei family established Leichen 100 miles away from Leishan Mountain. Despite their success, the Lei family did not completely block access to Leishan Mountain. Every once in a while, they would open the mountain to the public. Everyone knows that the real foundation of the Lei family lies within Leishan Mountain, where an origin spiritual vein is located. However, the Lei family is so powerful that no one dares to compete with them for this spiritual vein. Xiao exclaimed, Master, you actually want to go after Leishan Mountain? Bang! Before Xiao could finish speaking, Lin Moya knocked on her head. The knock was not light. Xiao covered her head with tears in her eyes. Master, can you be gentler? Xiao will be knocked silly. Lin Moya said unhappily, I think you're already silly without being knocked. Do you think you can just take over Leishan Mountain because you want to? Xiao whispered, what does the master plan to do then? Lin Moya said, I just want a quota. There is a core area in Leishan Mountain that is an excellent place for cultivation, comparable to many local cultivation spots. However, every time Leishan Mountain is opened, the number of places available to enter the core area is limited, and the competition is very fierce. Xiao asked, Master, do you want to go to the core area to cultivate? Lin Moya shook his head, not me, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was slightly startled. She didn't expect Lin Moya to want her to go to the core area to cultivate. She instinctively said, Master, Xiaoyu doesn't need it. Lin Moya looked at her, I have the final say on whether you need it or not. Xiaoyu retreated immediately, but her heart was full of emotion. Xiao chuckled, Master is so kind to Xiaoyu. But are you really sure you can cure Punpun? Lin Moya said, I'm 50% sure. Lin Moya would not exaggerate, being 90% sure is practically being 100% sure. Xiao chuckled, then let's wait. The Lei family will come to ask the master for help in their time of need. In the main hall of the Lei family, the head of the Lei family, Lei Jingying, sat on the main seat, slowly drinking tea. Several elders of the Lei family were also present, including Lei Jingying's elders and peers. They had just finished a discussion. Lei Jingying put down the teacup and said in a deep voice, the matter of opening Leishan Mountain this time has been decided. The quota for the core area will follow the previous rules. The day after tomorrow is the annual auction of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. We will auction off 3 quotas for the core area. As the head of the family, Lei Jingying's words were law in the Lei family. However, he was not a dictator. He often discussed matters with the elders and brothers in the family. At this moment, Lei Sangxian strode into the hall and nodded slightly to everyone. Lei Jingying smiled and said, Third brother, is Punpun asleep? Lei Sangxian hummed, already asleep. After he finished speaking, he sat in his seat without saying a word. Everyone in the family knew his character and didn't find it strange. The group discussed some other matters and then dispersed. In a blink of an eye, the hall was empty, with only Lei Sangxian still sitting there motionless. Lei Jingying tapped the table with his fingers, and an invisible force enveloped the entire hall. Third brother, if you have anything to say, you can tell me now. Lei Sangxian said, Brother, Punping has made some new friends these days. Lei Jingying nodded, I know that Punping has new friends, that's a good thing. Lei Sangxian continued, one of them said he has a 30% chance of curing Punping. The teacup in Lei Jingying's hand shook slightly, and his eyes showed deep thought. What does he want? Lei Sangxian shook his head, I haven't asked him to help yet. Lei Sangxian recounted the conversation between himself and Lin Moyo, including his impressions of Lin Moyo. Lei Jingying thought for a moment, tomorrow, I will go to see him in person. The next night, the moon had just risen, and Xiaoyu had not started practicing boxing when a fragrance drifted into the yard. Xiaoyu smiled, knowing who it was. In the fragrance, Xiaoyu's stomach gurgled again, and her desire for food was aroused. Xiaoyu had already run over to open the door. Lin Moyo looked outside the yard and muttered to himself, it's a different person today. Outside the gate, Pingpeng rushed in with food, delicious food is here. Behind Pingpeng, Lei Jingying walked in slowly. Lei Jingying had an extraordinary demeanor. As the head of the Lei family, he had been in a high position for a long time. He didn't look as serious as Lei Sangxiang, but his majesty was much greater. His appearance was somewhat similar to Lei Sangxiang, and his eyebrows also resembled Susu's. Lin Moyo had already guessed his identity and slowly stood up, clasping his fists towards Lei Jingying. Junior greets Senior Lei. As the head of the Lei family, Lei Jingying had the cultivation of a daozun, so Lin Moyo naturally dared not neglect him. Lei Jingying looked at Lin Moyo, his eyes slightly fixed, and then he smiled. Such a young Tanzun, a young talent, is really rare. Lin Moyo knew that his age could not be hidden from a daozun, and he accepted Lei Jingying's compliment frankly. Senior, you are too kind. I am just lucky. Lei Jingying laughed. How can there be so much good luck in the world? He came to Lin Moyo, sat down naturally, and poured himself a cup of tea very naturally, as if he were the host. But it did not make anyone feel awkward. Lin Moyo smiled and said, "Why did Senior Lei come here in person today?" Lei Jingying replied, "I came to meet Pengpen's new friend and to see you by the way." He looked at Lin Moyo, and many meanings were expressed clearly in his eyes. Lin Moyo naturally understood. Junior has a secret method to see the soul, so I have some research on the soul. From the first day I met Pengpen, I knew that she had two souls in one body, and I also knew that this condition was congenital. Because I don't know the specific reason, I am only 30% sure. I think Senior already knows this. Lei Jingying looked at Lin Moyo with some doubt. Suddenly, an immortal flame rose in Lin Moyo's eyes, and Lei Jingying immediately felt as if he were being spied on by Lin Moyo. This kind of spying went straight to the soul, and even as a daozun, he couldn't completely block it. Lin Moyo only took a look with the eye of the dead and then put it away. He knew that Lei Jingying already understood. Lei Jingying's expression changed, as if he believed Lin Moyo's words, and he asked in a low voice, "What are your conditions?" Chapter 2542. Chapter 2542, 2542. Chapter 2542. No matter who you are, I save your daughter, and you pay the price. This is a deal. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. If the price is agreed upon in advance, everyone will feel at ease. Although Lei Jingying had not yet asked Lin Moyo to save Pengpeng, he already hoped that Lin Moyo would help. Therefore, Lin Moyo could make any conditions he wanted. Lin Moyo did not need to hide his intentions and directly stated his request. Next time Lishan is open, I want a place in the core area. Lei Jingying frowned slightly. The place in the core area is useless for you. Lin Moyo shook his head. Not for me, but for my disciple. Lei Jingying followed Lin Moyo's gaze and saw Xiaoyu practicing boxing. Xiaoyu was very obedient. Even if there was something delicious, she would practice boxing first. Her punches were sharp and vigorous. Although she was not yet in the super god realm, she was already quite skilled. Lei Jingying looked at her a few times, with a little surprise in his eyes, and then smiled suddenly. Friend Lin, you have accepted a good disciple. There was a hint of envy in his tone, as he obviously recognized that Xiaoyu was born with a jade soul. Lin Moyo smiled. So, I want a place for her to practice in the core area. Lei Jingying nodded. Indeed, with such good talent, a trip to Lishan will be very beneficial. He believed Lin Moyo's words and took out a jade token. Pengpen's situation is recorded in it. You can read it, but keep it confidential. Lin Moyo said nothing and made a soul oath, promising not to reveal the secrets inside. He knew that the Lei family could not tell him everything. What they could share might include some secrets, but not the core ones. The Lei family had developed to this point, and as the head of the family, Lei Jingying was definitely not an easy person. He knew very well what could be said and what could not. After Lin Moyo made the oath, Lei Jingying handed him the jade token. Lin Moyo quickly read it and understood Pengpen's situation. The jade token then turned into powder. Lin Moyo closed his eyes to think, and Lei Jingying did not disturb him, slowly drinking tea. It was not until Lin Moyo opened his eyes again that Lei Jingying asked, "How is it? How sure are you now?" Lin Moyo said, 60%. 60% was already a very high probability and was totally worth a gamble. Lin Moyo did not tell the whole truth. In fact, he was now almost 100% sure. Lei Jingying was overjoyed, but on the surface, he remained calm. What do you need me to do? Lin Moyo shook his head. Nothing. I use my own secret method, not elixirs. Lei Jingying then asked, when can we start? Lin Moyo said, in a while, wait for Pengpen to fall asleep. The two drank tea and chatted, watching the three play until late at night. They were tired and yawned. In the blink of an eye, Lei Pengpen was already asleep on the ground. Lin Moyo came to Pengpeng and said to Lei Jingying, Senior, no matter what happens, please don't disturb me. Lin Moyo's words were a reminder to Lei Jingying that what might happen could exceed his expectations. Lei Jingying's expression became serious. I understand. Please proceed, fellow deist Lin. Not only would he not disturb Lin Moyo, but he would also ensure that no one else would. Lin Moyo nodded, squatted down beside Lei Pengpeng, and turned his two fingers into swords, tapping her forehead. The aura of the heavenly venerable surged wildly, and powerful life force instantly swept through Lei Pengpen's body. There are strict rules in Leichen. No matter who you are, even if you are a Daozun, you are not allowed to take action in Leichen. Although Lin Moyo did not take action, his full momentum was enough to be judged as taking action. For a moment, there were lightning and thunder in the sky, and the formation began to operate automatically. A formation spirit appeared and quickly locked onto the courtyard where Lin Moyo was. Countless people were awakened, and their eyes turned towards the sky. In just a few seconds, the courtyard where Lin Moyo was located became the center of attention. Retreat! Lei Jingying's heavy voice sounded, and in an instant, the formation stopped operating, and the formation spirit disappeared. The next second, Lei Jingying rose into the air, and his sharp eyes swept around. All the Tenzan who looked over groaned, and their souls were shocked. Even some of the Daozun retreated in shock. Although they were all Daizun, there were different levels among them. Lei Jingying was not an ordinary Daizun, and there was more than one Daizun in the Lei family. He could become the head of the Lei family, and his power was not just for show. Lei Jingying stood there and became the focus of the world, and no one dared to peek. Someone flew from the Lei family at a very fast speed and arrived at Lei Jingying's side in an instant. Lei Sangxiang asked, "Brother, what's going on?" Lei Jingying looked at the yard. "Friend Lin is rescuing Peng Peng. Let's not disturb him." Lei Sangxiang nodded and stood side by side with Lei Jingying, staring at the yard with a little nervousness. Lin Moya's body surged with majestic vitality, quickly covering every corner of Lei Pengpen's body, and then flowed towards her soul world. Lei Pengpen was only in the super god realm, and her soul world could not stop Lin Moya's power at all, and was quickly infiltrated. In her soul world, Lin Moya condensed into shape, looking at the two souls, one big and one small, entangled together. Lin Moya thought about the contents recorded in the Jade token and compared the situation in front of him with the contents in the token. Lei Pengpen's current situation was both caused by innate factors and not. It could only be considered half innate. More than a decade ago, a group of people from the Lei family entered Lishan Mountain and were attacked. In a fierce battle, Lei Sangxiang almost died. It was Lei Pengpen's mother who was attacked while protecting Lei Sangxiang. She was mortally wounded and, upon returning, was found to be pregnant with Lei Pengpeng. She managed to hold on and gave birth to Lei Pengpeng before passing away. Lei Pengpen's injury was also sustained at that time and was brought out from her mother's womb. It was not present from the moment of conception but was a result of her mother's injury. Therefore, it could only be considered a semi-congenital injury. If it were a true congenital injury, the difficulty would be much higher. This semi-congenital injury was much easier to treat. Everything must have a root cause. Lin Moya found the root cause and then had to prescribe the right treatment. No wonder Lei Sangxiang treats Lei Pengpeng so well. Besides being his niece, she is also the daughter of his savior. She was named Lei Pengpeng. Pengpeng means endless vitality. I'm sorry. Lei Pengpeng had two souls in her body since birth. The two souls were entangled and could not be separated. The other soul constantly fed on Lei Pengpen's vitality. To keep Lei Pengpeng alive, the Lei family tried every possible way to give her all kinds of good things to eat. Lei Pengpeng grew up eating natural materials and treasures, and her cultivation was pushed to the super god realm. Unfortunately, the growth rate of Lei Pengpen's own soul was far less than that of the other soul. Lei Pengpeng was still only in the super god realm, while the other soul had reached the god realm. Its appetite had been growing, and Lei Pengpeng couldn't hold on for much longer. No matter who you are, you will die today. You have eaten so many good things, and you will have to vomit them all out. Chapter 2543. Chapter 2543, 2543. Chapter 2543, Choose to Believe in Miracles. Lei Pengpeng has two souls in one body, one large and one small, entangled with each other and difficult to distinguish. The small soul is in the supergod realm and is Lei Pengpen's original soul. The large soul has reached the godly realm and comes from Lishan Mountain. It is unknown what kind of creature it is. The large soul almost completely envelopes Lei Pengpen's original soul, with 4/5 of the wrapping already completed. When the wrapping is fully completed, Lei Pengpen's soul will be devoured, leading to her death. At that time, Lei Pengpen's body may still be alive, but it will become a living dead. If a will is born, it will not be hers. In Lin Moya's perception, this large soul does not have much consciousness, only some instincts. This soul gives Lin Moya a gloomy and evil feeling. How can such a thing exist in Lishan Mountain? What is the Lei family hiding? Lin Moya knew that this was a secret related to the Lei family, and they would never tell him. The information he received did not specify what attacked Lei Pengpen's mother at that time. Even the Lei family did not want people to know that there were other creatures in Lishan Mountain. Lin Moya did not want to delve into it. He took money from others and helped them eliminate disasters. What he had to do now was to save Lei Pengpeng. The magnificent vitality finally filled Lei Pengpen's soul world. The large soul seemed very interested in Lin Moya's vitality. It squirmed wildly, wanting to devour it. Lin Moya was not stingy, eat if you want. A large amount of vitality was sent over immediately. The vitality first entered Lei Pengpen's soul body, flowed around in the soul body, and then was swallowed by the large soul. The large soul had already taken deep root in Lei Pengpen's soul and could not be distinguished. Lin Moya quickly outlined the location of the fusion of the two souls through the flow of vitality. In Lin Moya's eyes, countless tentacles grew out of the large soul body, like thin needles, deeply piercing into Lei Pengpen's soul. These needle-like tentacles constantly extracted power from Lei Pengpen's soul to meet their own needs. It was like a terrible parasite. No matter how many natural treasures Lei Pengpeng ate, they would eventually benefit from it. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the life force sucked away by it was instantly transformed into the power of death. The power of death has the property of corroding everything. After entering the origin continent, it changed from the law of life and death to the avenue of life and death in the origin continent, and its power was stronger than before. Lin Moya attacked the soul of the godly realm with the power of the avenue of heavenly venerable realm, causing great damage to it almost instantly. It screamed in fear, and its soul body shook continuously. At the same time, the thin needles rooted in Lei Pengpen's soul ejected powerful energy. Under the impact of this force, Lei Pengpen's soul was immediately severely damaged and almost collapsed on the spot. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. He knew this was the defense mechanism of the large soul. This was telling him that if he killed it, Lei Pengpen's soul would also be destroyed. Lei Pengpen's soul body was hurt, and it immediately reflected in her flesh. Fine blood gushed out from her body, and in a flash, Lei Pengpeng turned into a person covered in wounds, with blood oozing from her 7 orifices, looking extremely scary. Lei Jingying's heart tightened suddenly, and he instinctively wanted to stop it, but remembering Lin Moya's warning, he stopped again. Lei Sangxiang was also nervous. What's going on? Lei Jingying whispered, believe in fellow deist Lin. Lei Sangxiang suppressed his inner uneasiness and, after hesitating again and again, could only bear not to act. They all knew that Lei Pengpeng was now a dying horse, and if she was not treated, she would not live long. In the soul world, Lin Moya sneered, I guess others would be helpless at this point, but it's a pity that it doesn't work on me. The life force originally in the soul world surged wildly, densely entering Lei Pengpen's soul body, and began to help her repair the injuries of her soul body. At the same time, the law of time gathered in his hand, and Lin Moya pointed out with one finger, covering the 2 souls. Origin level magic, time curse. Instantly, the magic was activated, and the 2 souls, one large and one small, fell into a state of time chaos. The law of space followed and merged with the law of time to form a time and space barrier. While the soul was in a state of time chaos, Lin Moya made it fall deeper and enter another time and space simultaneously. Not only that, but the star charm lich flew out and cast the great way of illusion to confuse it, making it unaware of where it was and completely unaware of the damage. The power of death continued to exert force and constantly corroded it. At the same time, the power of life continued to repair Lei Pengpen's soul body. Lin Moya was very careful. Lei Pengpen's soul was too fragile. If he was not careful, her soul would be scattered. In Lin Moya's plan, it didn't matter how badly Lei Pengpen's soul was injured, but she must not die. Once she died, he could only turn Lei Pengpeng into a resurrected person. There was no other way. As long as she didn't die, he had a way. In the courtyard, Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian looked at each other. They could not hide their shock. Lei Jingying exclaimed, fellow deist Lin is indeed a genius. He actually combines time, space, and life, 3 great ways in one. Lei Sangxian also sighed, yes, it is extremely difficult for others to cultivate one great way, but fellow deist Lin actually cultivated 3 great ways at the same time, and they are all extraordinary. Lei Jingying said, the most important thing is that these 3 great ways are very difficult. I really don't know how fellow deist Lin did it. Lei Sangxian said, maybe, this time Pengpeng is really saved. Let's hope so. Hope surged in their hearts. Lin Moya's magic made them feel incredible. Cultivating 3 extremely difficult great ways at the same time and reaching the Tianzun realm is simply a miracle. Maybe this time, another miracle can be created. Under Lin Moya's careful manipulation, the evil soul body was rapidly dissolved. Time and space were divided into 2, time was chaotic, and the illusion was confusing. It had no idea that it was dying and had no idea what was happening. Until the end, it finally came to the brink of death. Facing death, it finally woke up, and an instinctive consciousness emerged. You can't kill me. If you kill me, she will die too. This evil soul only had some weak instincts and no real intelligence. It repeated this sentence over and over again, not begging for mercy, but more of a threat, threatening Lin Moya with Lei Pengpen's life. Lin Moya chuckled, don't worry, Lei Pengpen won't die. With a slight sound, the soul body finally collapsed completely, and the real soul flew away. At the same time, the thousands of fine needles pierced into Lei Pengpen's body collapsed simultaneously. As they collapsed, a wave of power exploded, instantly causing great damage to Lei Pengpen's soul body. Lin Moya had long been prepared for this move, and the power of life rushed in frantically to repair the soul body. Originally, in an explosion of this magnitude, the soul body should have collapsed on the spot. However, with the help of the power of life, the soul body was severely damaged but did not collapse on the spot. It's just that the current soul body is in a very bad condition, with more than 80% damage. The power of life can only temporarily maintain stability and cannot repair it. A lot of blood burst out of Lei Pengpen's body, countless wounds appeared, and her breath fell to the extreme. Although Lei Pengpeng is still alive now, she may die in the next second. Anyone who is not blind can see that there is no hope. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian's faces changed drastically at the same time. In their opinion, Lei Pengpen's soul had collapsed, and it was impossible to save her. But they still resisted and chose to believe in Lin Moya and chose to believe in miracles. Chapter 2544. Chapter 2544, 2544. Chapter 2544. Not accepting it means you are not giving me face. Countless cracks appeared in Lei Pengpen's soul world, and it was collapsing. Even Lin Moya's life force could only slow down the collapse but not reverse it. Lin Moya had anticipated this result. The 2 souls had been intertwined for over a decade, making them difficult to separate. Moreover, the evil soul must have had a backup plan. If it died, Lei Pengpen would also die. This was its way of ensuring survival, making it nearly impossible for others to deal with it. If it completely devoured Lei Pengpen's soul, it might even inherit her memories and become her. However, in front of Lin Moya, all its methods were ineffective. Lin Moya decisively killed it, only allowing it to strike one last blow. At the final moment, Lei Pengpen's soul did not collapse. As long as her soul did not dissipate, there was hope. It's a death sentence for others, but not for me. A spiritual flower fell from the world tree and, through the connected soul, floated into Lei Pengpen's soul world. The spiritual flower exuded a strange power, instantly stabilizing Lei Pengpen's collapsing world. The next second, the spiritual flower flew to Lei Pengpen's soul and bloomed fully. The beautiful petals, with a strange fragrance, absorbed Lei Pengpen's soul into them. The flower slowly shrank, like a gentle mother, soothing Lei Pengpen's wounds. The soul world became stable, and the picture quickly disappeared. The evil soul that Lin Moyo had killed had parasitized Lei Pengpeng for many years, absorbing countless soul powers. After its death, the soul power did not completely disappear, some still remained in the soul world. Now, as Lei Pengpeng's soul recovered, these remaining powers were pulled by the spiritual flower and entered her soul. Lei Pengpeng's injuries not only steadily recovered, but her soul also grew stronger. Lin Moya softly said, "Eat, try to eat more. These are all yours, now just returning them to their original owner." Watching Lei Pengpeng's recovery, Lin Moya knew his plan had succeeded. The spiritual flower could indeed repair all injuries, as long as the soul had not completely collapsed. For powerful practitioners, the body can be reshaped, but the soul is the real challenge. Now that the soul can also be restored through the spiritual flower, its value is unimaginable. If this news were to spread, countless people would come to Lin Moya for help. However, Lin Moya knew he couldn't do this. If he did, he would likely face people trying to kill him for the treasure. As for the Lei family, Lin Moya was betting that they would not betray him. Over the years, the Lei family's reputation on the origin continent had been recognized. If he misjudged, he could only consider himself unlucky. Sometimes, cultivation is a gamble. The spiritual flower became smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing. Lei Pengpeng's soul had fully recovered and was much stronger than before. At this point, her soul realm was close to that of a god. With some practice, she could truly become a god. Lei Pengpeng had consumed many precious materials, and with the accumulated medicinal power, she had become a precious medicine herself. By then, a god under 100 years old might appear. After confirming that Lei Pengpeng had fully recovered, Lin Moya withdrew from her soul world. He stood up slowly, clasped his fists towards Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang, and said, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." The two were overjoyed and descended from the air simultaneously. Lei Jingying approached Lei Pengpeng to check on her. Lei Sangxiang asked, "How is she?" Lei Jingying's eyes were full of disbelief and deep joy. He looked at Lin Moya and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Moya smiled and said, "This is also Miss Pengpeng's fate." Lei Jingying laughed, "Brother Lin is very talented. Even the 6th level alchemy master couldn't do it, but Brother Lin did it easily." "Is it really easy?" Lin Moya was self-aware. Without the spiritual flower, he wouldn't have been sure. Now that he had invested a spiritual flower, he expected to be rewarded. Lei Sangxiang said, "Fellow Deist Lin, please feel free to ask for anything. As long as the Lei family can do it, we will agree." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Sangxiang. The head of the Lei family has already agreed to my request." Lei Jingying nodded, "Don't worry. When Lishan is open in a few days, you will get a place in the core area." Lei Sangxiang said, "So you want a place in the core area? Pengpeng's life is worth more than this. You can think about it and ask for something else." In his eyes, Lei Pengpeng's life was of infinite value. A place in the core area of Lishan was not worth it. Lin Moya stopped when he saw the good. "Enough, the place in the core area is enough. If it weren't for this little guy, this place could be given up." The more Lin Moya refused, the more Lei Sangxiang wanted to give it to him. He waved his hand, "Not enough, not enough. If people know about it, they will think that my Lei family is stingy. In the past, we paid a great price to invite a 6th level alchemy master, but it was useless. You don't need to say anything more, Lin Xiaowa. I will send it to you tomorrow. You must accept it." Lei Sangxiang was in a very good mood at this moment and was very polite to Lin Moyo. He called him Lin Xiao all the time, as if he had regarded Lin Moyo as his good brother. Whether Lin Moyo wanted it or not, he had to give it to him. If Lin Moyo didn't accept it, it meant that he looked down on him. Lin Moyo had no choice but to agree. Lei Jingying took his beloved daughter back to the Lei family and called the servants to bathe and change her clothes. Lei Pengpeng was covered in blood and looked very scary. But even so, she slept very sweetly. Lei Pengpeng had experienced life and death and had truly walked through the gates of hell, so she needed to sleep for a while. Even when the servants bathed and changed her clothes, she didn't wake up. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang were sitting in the courtyard. Lei Jingying said, "Third brother, what do you think of Lin Xiaowa?" Lei Sangxiang thought for a while. "He is a strange man. It can be seen that he is very young and has good cultivation." Lei Jingying nodded slightly. "Do you know why he wants a quota in the core area of Lishan?" Lei Sangxiang shook his head. "Didn't Lin Xiaowa say that he wanted it for his disciple, the girl named Xiaoyu?" Lei Jingying said, "Do you know that the Kake sect is looking for a girl who was born with a soul-suppressing ability these days?" Lei Sangxiang frowned slightly. "Brother, do you mean that Xiaoyu is the person the Kake sect is looking for?" Lei Jingying nodded. "The timing is just right. There are not so many people with jade souls in the world, and they are of similar age." Lei Sangxiang whispered, "What are you going to do, brother?" Lei Jingying laughed. "We can't let the Kake sect find what they are looking for, but Lin Xiaowa is too defenseless. You can give him something tomorrow. Also, tell the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce that the number of places in the core area will be reduced by 1. Chapter 2545. Chapter 2545, 2545. Chapter 2545, One mountain cannot hold two tigers. Leichen has become lively these days, with two significant events on the horizon. One is the annual auction of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. As one of the most powerful chambers of commerce on the entire origin continent, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has branches in several large cities. Each branch holds an auction every year, attracting both major and minor forces. Each branch has its specialties due to different regional resources, and many forces come specifically for these specialties. For example, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in Leichen specializes in thunder-attributed materials and magic weapons. This year's auction is particularly special because it coincides with the opening of Leichen Mountain, and there will be an auction for the quota to enter Leichen. Many practitioners have come specifically for this quota. Leichen belongs to the Lei family, and every time it opens, the Lei family controls the entry quotas. These quotas are divided into two levels, ordinary and core area. There are 1,000 ordinary places and only 10 core area places, making the latter 100 times more valuable. The quotas are divided into three parts. 1. Hanshui Holy Land. The Lei family gives 400 ordinary places and 4 core places to the Hanshui Holy Land, which then distributes them. The Holy Land takes 40% of all places and usually redistributes half of these. 2. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The Lei family provides 300 ordinary places and 3 core places to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce for auction. These places go to the highest bidders, allowing the Lei family to profit. 3. Lei family. The Lei family retains 300 ordinary places and 3 core places for themselves. They usually offer 100 ordinary places through a competition in Leichen, where participants below the other shore realm can compete for them. The core places are reserved for the family's use. Lin Moya requested a place in the core area, so the Lei family reduced the number of core places auctioned to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce by 1, maintaining 3 core places for themselves. The Lei family decides how to allocate their quotas. Lin Moya was unaware of these details. In the morning, just after Xiaoyu finished her boxing practice, Lei Sangxian arrived with Lei Pengpeng. Lei Pengpeng's complexion was noticeably better, and her spirit was much improved. Lei Pengpeng bowed to Lin Moya. "Thank you, Senior Lin, for helping me." Lin Moya smiled. "No need to be so polite. Go play with Xiao and Xiaoyu." Although reborn, Lei Pengpeng's personality remained lively, and she quickly ran off to play. Lei Sangxian placed a box on the table, regardless of whether Lin Moya wanted it or not. "This is my personal thank you gift to you. It has nothing to do with the quota promised by my brother." He then took out 2 cards, one blue and one purple. The cards were made of a strange material and had the word Lei engraved on them, containing strong thunder attributes. Lei Sangxian placed the blue card on the table. "This is called a Leian card. Let Xiaoyu activate and refine it. It can help her hide her identity as a living soul. This badge was made by my eldest brother, and ordinary Daizun cannot spy on it. The 7-color sect is looking for Xiaoyu recently. You have to be careful. If they target you, it will be very troublesome. Even in Leichen, Tian Kaijin will find a way to deal with you." Lin Moya's heart tightened slightly. He took the badge and said, "Thank you for reminding me. I hadn't considered this." He thought he would be safe in Leichen. Lei Sangxian then placed the black card on the table. "This is the token for the core area. Let Xiaoyu refine it. In Leichen, this token can guarantee her safety." Lin Moyo asked, "Senior, how safe is Leichen?" "Leichen has been opened many times, and based on past experience, it is generally safe. However, accidents do happen." Lin Moyo wanted to be sure, especially since Lei Pengpen's mother was injured in Leichen. Lei Sangxian said, "Leichen is naturally not 100% safe, but as long as you have the token, you generally won't get hurt, especially the token for the core area, which is stronger than other tokens and enough to guarantee safety. In previous trips to Leichen, no one who entered the core area had any accidents." Lin Moya thought for a moment and asked, "What about Lei Pengpen's mother?" Lei Sangxian's expression changed slightly. "That was an accident." After hesitating, Lei Sangxian continued, "Leichen is very large. We only open the outermost part, even the core area is on the outer periphery. Pengpen's mother was inside." Lin Moyo understood that the real danger in Leichen lies inside, not in the open area. This reassured him. From Lei Sangxian's words, Lin Moyo inferred that the Lei family has been exploring Leichen and does not fully control it, only the outer periphery. Leichen is a world of secrets. Controlling even a part of it has made the Lei family a significant force. If they could control it all, they might rival the Holy Lands. When Lin Moyo met Lei Jingying, he sensed his ambition. Lei Jingying's goal is not just to protect the Lei family but to elevate it to the next level. If the Lei family rises to the level of a Holy Land, there will be conflict with the Hanshui Holy Land, leading to war. Lin Moyo thought a lot in an instant, feeling that chaos might soon come to this land. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts, realizing it was not his concern. At the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce branch in Leichen, the annual auction finally arrived. Guests streamed in, and all the service staff were busy receiving them. "It's so lively. There are more people here than in the market in Linhai City." Xiaoyu's eyes shone with excitement. Since she could remember, the most people she had seen were in the market in Linhai City. The world of Leichen was new to her. Xiao smiled. "Next time, let's go to the Master's Rule world. There are even more people there." Xiao looked like she had seen the world, as if to say, "Sister will take you to see more." Xiaoyu believed her and kept saying, "Okay, okay." Lin Moyo met Lu Yuan. As the branch president, Lu Yuan personally greeted him. For ordinary guests, it was not his job to do so. Seeing Lin Moyo, Lu Yuan immediately ran over. "Mr. Lin, you are here." Lin Moyo looked at him. "President Lu, you seem a little worried." Lu Yuan sighed. "That's right. The Lei family originally gave us 3 core quotas for Leichen, but now it's suddenly 2. I've already announced the news, and it's hard to explain now. Chapter 2546. Chapter 2546, 2546. Chapter 2546, the auction begins. Lu Yuan's frown was almost comical. He couldn't solve the problem at hand, but he had to face it. His head was about to explode. Lin Moyo could only silently express that he couldn't help. Lin Moyo asked, "What good things will be in this auction?" Lu Yuan hesitated and then lowered his voice. "According to the regulations, it must be kept confidential, but since Mr. Lin asked, I can reveal that there are 10 fourth-level world-class origin crystals in this auction." While he was speaking, he closely observed Lin Moya's expression. When he found that Lin Moya was not moved at all, Lu Yuan became more certain that Lin Moya was unusual. Ordinary people would be excited upon hearing about world-class origin crystals. Even a peerless genius would show some reaction. But Lin Moya did not change at all. It was as if he turned a deaf ear to it. This made Lu Yuan feel that Lin Moya had seen the world and looked down on world-class origins. How could he know that Lin Moyo had 5 fifth-level world-class origin crystals in his possession? And in the future, he could also fuse stronger world-class origin crystals, so he had no interest in the 4th-level world-class origin crystals that Lu Yuan mentioned. Seeing that Lin Moya did not respond, Lu Yuan changed the subject and asked, "I wonder what kind of treasure Mr. Lin needs." Lin Moya said, "Are there any high-level spiritual materials, such as spiritual origin crystals?" Lu Yuan was stunned and the corners of his mouth twitched quickly several times. "Mr. Lin, you must be joking. Spiritual origin crystals are too precious. Even if there were any, they would not be auctioned in a branch. Only the headquarters would be qualified to auction them. Ordinary people can't even see spiritual origin crystals, let alone obtain them. Even those big families may not have seen them." Then he asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, have you seen spiritual origin crystals?" Lin Moya smiled, "I have seen them before." Mr. Lin is truly amazing, to have even seen spiritual origin crystals. Lu Yuan guessed Lin Moya's identity and did not forget to flatter him. He led Lin Moya into the Chamber of Commerce auction house, directly to the second floor, and opened a private room. The entire auction could be seen from the private room, and there was a formation to prevent others from snooping. After Lu Yuan left, Xiaoyu asked softly, "Master, did you give me the quota from the Lei family?" Lin Moya hummed, "It should be. When you go to the core area, practice with all your strength and aim for good results." Xiaoyu knew that the core area quota was very precious, otherwise, Lu Yuan would not be so troubled. She clenched her fists tightly. "Master, don't worry, Xiaoyu will definitely practice hard." Xiaoyu was very touched, knowing that Lin Moyo had paid a lot for her. At the auction, guests kept coming in and taking seats, and soon it was full. After waiting for a while, Lu Yuan walked to the auction table at the front. A formation was activated, covering the entire auction venue, and the entire space was suddenly shrouded by a strange force. This force was very strong and contained the breath of a deist master. If anyone dared to cause trouble at the auction, this formation would teach them a lesson. Some people even suspected that there was already a deist master in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, hiding in the dark. Of course, this was just a precautionary measure. In fact, no one dared to offend the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, this was Leichen, and the Lei family alone was a formidable barrier. Lu Yuan stood on the stage and said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the annual auction of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, Leichen branch. Before the auction begins, I would like to apologize to everyone. Due to some special reasons, the number of core quotas for Leichen has been reduced from 3 to 2. No more nonsense, the auction will officially begin. Please welcome our auctioneer." Because Lu Yuan had already explained the reduction in core quotas to most people before the auction started, this restatement did not cause much commotion. No matter what, this matter was over and would not really affect the auction. A beautiful and dignified woman walked to the auction table and introduced herself loudly. "My name is Lu Jun, and I am the auctioneer for this auction. Before the auction officially begins, I will first introduce the rules of this auction. In the first half of the auction, the prices of all items are based on ordinary third-level origin crystals. In the second half of the auction, the prices of all items are based on fine third-level origin crystals. When paying, higher-level origin crystals can be used for redemption, with a ratio of 1 to 10. The first item of this auction is a magic weapon of the Supreme Realm. This magic weapon is called the Broken Water Sword. It has many formations engraved on it and was made by a 4th-level weapon refining master. It is superior in the Supreme Realm. The most important thing is that this broken water sword can be inlaid with origin crystals, which can greatly reduce the power consumption of the user. If you don't care about the cost and activate all the formations, the broken water sword can strike a blow almost as powerful as that of a heavenly venerable, but it can only strike once. The starting price is 100 origin crystals, and each bid must be no less than 10 origin crystals. Now, please bid. After some introductions, the auction officially began. It had been explained in advance that 100 origin crystals referred to ordinary third-level origin crystals. Everyone in the field began to bid. The first item was not of high value and was also a hot item, so the competition was not too fierce. Soon, a heavenly venerable bid 200 origin crystals and won the magic weapon. Then the second magic weapon was brought up, and a new round of bidding began. Lu Jun spoke freely. Although she was only a supreme being and there were many heavenly venerables in the audience, she was not nervous at all. In the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, the surname Lu means you are a member of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Like Lu Yuan, although he is only a collateral branch member, he is still part of the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, no one wants to offend him. The same is true for Lu Jun on the stage. She is also a member of the Lu family. Even if it is a heavenly venerable, they have to give her some face. The auction is divided into two parts, the first half and the second half. The first half is for ordinary items, and the second half is for the essence. Even ordinary items that can enter the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce auction are all fine products. Lin Moya said, see if you like anything, you can go and bid for it yourself. Xiao looked at the auction house, seemingly curious about every item, but she never bid. She was just curious. Ordinary magic weapons and the like could not arouse Xiao's interest. Instead, she was interested in some novel things. Xiao followed Xiao to join in the fun and did not bid at all. Items were auctioned one by one. In the first half of the auction, Lin Moya was also not interested. With his current vision, the things he liked were all fine products, which could only appear in the second half. Lin Moya drank tea slowly and did not bid once until the end of the first half. Not only him, but almost no one in the private rooms on the second floor bid. The people who could be in the private rooms had extraordinary identities. They basically came from major family forces and didn't care for ordinary things. After a short break, Lu Jun announced the start of the second half. The second half of the auction is also the highlight of the entire event. As an auctioneer, Lu Jun was obviously more enthusiastic. The items auctioned in the second half are all fine products among fine products. Once again, all the items in the second half will be settled with fine quality origin crystals, please pay attention. The first item of the second half will be auctioned now. Lu Jun unveiled the first item of the second half. Like the first item of the first half, the first item of the second half was also a magic weapon. When Lin Moya saw this magic weapon, he immediately became interested. Chapter 2547. Chapter 2547, 2547. Chapter 2547, Mysterious Light Boxing Gloves, Ordinary Quota. The first item in the second half of the auction was a magic weapon of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, though it was of the lowest grade within that realm. In the first half, a magic weapon of the Heavenly Venerable Realm had appeared, but in terms of quality, it couldn't be considered among the finest. The key feature of this new item was its usability. It didn't require the user to be in the Super God realm. Even those below that level could use it. Lu Jun, the auctioneer, was visibly more excited than in the first half and introduced this magic weapon with enthusiasm. This magic weapon is called the Xianguan Fist Gloves, crafted by a 4th level weapon refining master. It can be powered by origin crystals, with up to 5 crystals inlaid on the gloves. When fully activated, it can unleash an attack comparable to the strongest strike of the Venerable Realm. I believe many of you have younger generations in your clans. These boxing gloves can provide great security for them, acting almost like a personal protector. The starting price for the gloves is 100 origin crystals, with each bid increment being no less than 10 origin crystals. Lu Jun's words were full of temptation, appealing to the audience's desire to protect their descendants. Many present had younger family members, and the gloves could indeed offer significant protection. Lin Moyo had seen similar magic weapons before, notably on Gun Yanshui, though Gun Yanshui's magic weapon was stronger. The gloves in front of him were also impressive. If given to Xiaoyu, her safety would be greatly enhanced. Lin Moyo was tempted, and so were others in the audience. However, the high price made many hesitate, calculating whether it was worth the investment. As soon as the second half began, the origin crystals were settled at the boutique level. The starting price of 100 boutique level 3rd order origin crystals exceeded 1000 ordinary level 3rd order origin crystals, surpassing the value of most items from the first half. This price was only the starting point, and it was expected to rise significantly. 100 boutique level 3rd order origin crystals were a substantial amount for ordinary Tinzan, and many small families couldn't afford such a sum. Bidding started immediately, and the price quickly rose to 200 origin crystals, doubling in no time. The bidding then slowed, with fewer and fewer participants. Lin Moyo asked Xiaoyu, "Do you like it, Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu looked at the delicate boxing gloves, admiring the beautiful array patterns on them. Her eyes revealed her interest, but she shook her head upon hearing the price. Xiaoyu doesn't need it. Being sensible, Xiaoyu didn't want Lin Moya to spend so much on her. Lin Moya smiled and communicated with the formation, 300. His voice was altered by the formation, making it unrecognizable. At that moment, the bid had just reached 220 origin crystals, but Lin Moya's sudden bid of 300 increased the price by 80 at once. Lu Jun immediately announced, "The senior in room 11 has bid 300 origin crystals. Is there anyone who can continue to bid?" 300 fine-grade 3rd order origin crystals was already a high price, enough to buy some excellent Tinzan realm magic weapons. Most bids ceased after Lin Moya's offer. After confirming the bid twice, a voice called out, 320. Lu Jun had thought the gloves would be sold at 300, but someone unexpectedly raised the price. After a brief surprise, she announced, "The senior in room 5 has bid 320. Is there anyone else?" 350. Lin Moyo bid again without hesitation. Lu Jun quickly updated, "The senior in room 11 has bid 350. The auction house fell silent again. Some murmurs could be heard. 350 fine-grade origin crystals for these gloves? It's not worth it. Even for the younger generation, it shouldn't cost this much. True, this magic weapon is actually quite cheap." Xiaoya said cautiously, "Master, there's no need to spend so much money." Lin Moya smiled, "No problem." Lu Jun waited a few seconds before asking, "Is there anyone who wants to continue bidding?" Room 5 responded again, 360. Lin Moyo immediately countered, 400. The auction hall went completely quiet. 400 fine-grade third-level origin crystals were enough to buy 2 excellent Tins on Realm magic weapons. It seemed excessive for these gloves. After a few seconds, Room 5 bid again, 410. But the hesitation in the bidder's voice was evident. Lin Moya decisively bid, 500. The entire audience was silent. Someone whispered, "Is he crazy? These gloves are worth no more than 200. What a rich man. Which big family is he from? Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this." In private room number 5, a young man looked gloomy. "Why don't you let me bid more?" An older man in the room, almost middle-aged and more composed, replied, "These gloves aren't worth it." The young man was angry, "But they're useful to me. There are many useful things, but not all are worth the price. Our goal is to get a place in the core area. Everything else is secondary." After the middle-aged man stopped him, the young man remained silent and stopped bidding. After Lu Jun asked several times, she finally announced, "Congratulations to the senior in private room number 11 for winning the Xianguang Fist gloves." The gloves were taken away and would soon be delivered to Lin Moyo. Payment and delivery were the tradition of the auction. After Lu Jun finished the first auction, she started the second. The next item is 10 ordinary places to enter Lishan. I think all the seniors know the value of a Lishan quota, so I won't go into detail. There are 10 ordinary quotas, starting at 200 origin crystals, with each increment no less than 20. The auction starts now. There are 300 ordinary quotas in total, auctioned in groups of 10. How they are handled after being auctioned off is up to the buyers, and neither the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce nor the Lei family interferes. Often, these quotas are resold at a high price for profit. Many attendees came specifically for the Lishan quota. Once it was announced, the price quickly rose. Lin Moya was not interested in this, watching others bid quietly. The trip to Lishan is only useful for practitioners below the Tinzun realm. Lin Moya and Xiaowa had no use for it, and Xiaoyu already had a core area quota, making ordinary quotas irrelevant. Dong dong dong. The door of the private room was knocked, and Xiaowa quickly opened it to find Lu Yuan standing there with the boxing gloves. Lin Moya smiled, "I am flattered that the president personally delivered them." Lu Yuan laughed, "Mr. Lin's bids deserve personal delivery." This hinted at Lin Moya's distinguished identity. Lin Moya understood but didn't delve into it. He took out 5 fine-grade 5th-order origin crystals he had prepared. "Is this acceptable?" Lu Yuan was overjoyed and nodded. "Of course, Mr. Lin is very generous." After paying, Lu Yuan exchanged a few more polite words before leaving. Lin Moyo handed the boxing gloves to Xiaoyu, "Refine them." Xiaoyu's voice was filled with excitement. "Thank you, master." Lin Moyo laughed and watched the auction. The 10 ordinary places were eventually sold for 310 origin crystals. If calculated at this price, the Lei family could earn nearly 10,000 fine-grade first-order origin crystals just from the ordinary places. It's really fast to make money. Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh. With a big family and a big business, making money is indeed fast. Chapter 2548. Chapter 2548, 2548. Chapter 2548, The Remains of the Origin Spiritual Vein. Lishan quotas were grouped into lots of 10 and auctioned off like other commodities. The price for each group of Lishan quotas was fairly consistent, generally ranging between 300 and 350 origin crystals. Lin Moya noticed that most of the quotas were auctioned off to bidders in the private rooms on the second floor. These bidders were backed by family clans, and the quotas were very valuable to them. As various items were brought to the auction table and sold, Lin Moya refrained from bidding. Although the items were of good quality, they did not interest him. When all 300 Lishan quotas had been auctioned off, the event was nearing its end. Xiaowo asked curiously, "Master, there are so many good things. Don't you like any of them?" Lin Moya shook his head gently. "It's not that I don't like them, it's that they are useless to me. There are many good things in this world, but not all of them can be used by me." Xiaowa thought for a moment. Yes, with the master's abilities, these treasures are not very useful. Lin Moya smiled. "You understand again." Xiaowa snorted. "Of course, I'm not very smart." Lu Jun's voice came from outside. "The auction has 5 items left, and these are the finale of this auction. First, we will auction one spot in the core area of Lishan. The starting price is 200 origin crystals, and each bid must not be less than 20 origin crystals. Start bidding now. 200, 230, 300. Finally, it was time for the core area quota of Lishan to be auctioned. The bidding was fierce from the start, and the price quickly rose. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 500 origin crystals. 500 boutique-grade third-level origin crystals was a very high price. If converted to ordinary first-level origin crystals, it would be 500,000, an astronomical figure for ordinary practitioners. Xiaoyu was shocked. "So the quota for the core area is this expensive?" Xiaowa was also surprised. "Isn't it just a quota? Why is it so expensive?" Lin Moya smiled. "There are special reasons. The cultivation speed in the core area of Lishan is 100 times faster than the outside world, and there are also some extra benefits. All forces want to send their core disciples there to cultivate. The speed of cultivation is secondary, the real draw is the extra benefits." Xiaowa's eyes lit up. "What benefits?" Lin Moya smiled. "You'll know when Xiaoya comes back. I'll tell you then." Xiaowa snorted. "Master, why do you always say half of what you mean?" Lin Moya explained. "It's not half, it's that everyone gets different benefits. Some things should be obtained naturally, not forced. Xiaoya doesn't need to be deliberate when she goes. Just practice. Our purpose is different from others, we don't pursue those benefits." Xiaoya nodded. "Xiaoyu understands." Xiaoyu will work hard to practice. There is an origin spiritual vein in Lishan Mountain, and the power of the origin is incredibly strong, far exceeding the outside world. Practicing in the core area is not only fast but also very solid. As for those extra benefits, Lin Moya did not force it. If they come, they come. If not, it doesn't matter. Congratulations to the senior in room 5 for winning the core quota of Lishan Mountain this time. After rounds of bidding, the core area quota was finally auctioned off at a high price of 1,200 origin crystals. The winner was the same person in room 5 who had bid against Lin Moya earlier. This price was indeed very high. Some families couldn't afford so many origin crystals even with all their property. Lu Jun was very satisfied with the price, which was evident from her expression. Since the second half of the auction began, she had been noticeably more excited. She began to introduce the next item. The next item is quite special, the remains of a second-level origin spiritual vein. I think all the seniors know the function of the remains of an origin spiritual vein, but I will still introduce it here. The remains of an origin spiritual vein have a wide range of functions. They can be used in refining tools, refining pills, and feeding intact origin spiritual veins. Lu Jun introduced the role of the spiritual vein remains. Lin Moya also obtained specific information about the origin spiritual vein remains from the personnel department. Sometimes, an origin spiritual vein will be exhausted due to various reasons, eventually disappearing and leaving only the remains. These remains still retain some of the power of the origin spiritual vein and can be used as origin crystals to refine tools and pills. They can also be fed to intact origin spiritual veins to strengthen them. However, there are risks involved, and one must pay attention to the properties. If not done well, it could damage the existing origin spiritual vein. The value of the remains of an origin spiritual vein is not small, but it is not exceedingly high, especially for a second-level vein. After Lu Jun finished the introduction, she announced the starting price: second-level origin spiritual vein remains, starting price 200 origin crystals, each increase must not be less than 20. The auction started, but the venue was silent, and no one bid. Lu Jun and others were a little embarrassed. Low voices came from the audience: the remains of an origin spiritual vein, but only second level. If it were third level, it would be valuable. If it were fourth level, many people and forces would bid, but second level is too low. What's the use of a second level origin spiritual vein? Small families can't afford it, and big families don't like it. It won't fail to sell, will it? That would be bad. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce rarely fails to sell, and any failure to sell is a stain. Lu Jun felt helpless. There was no lottery item originally. 3 of the last 5 finale items were core quotas of Lishan, but the core quota of the Lei family suddenly decreased by 1, and they didn't have enough time, so they could only bite the bullet and take out the remains of the origin spiritual vein for auction. The value of the remains of the origin spiritual vein can be high or low, depending on whether anyone needs it. Lin Moya looked at the origin of the spiritual vein and suddenly said to Xiao, "Xiao, take a look at the luck of this spiritual vein remains." Xiao hummed, and the breath of the heavenly venerable burst out. The invisible avenue of luck suddenly surrounded her. The powerful breath of the heavenly venerable diffused in the auction hall, attracting the attention of many people. What are you doing? Are you going to take action? No, this breath comes from the second floor. Someone may be performing a secret method. Why perform a secret method? This breath is a bit strange. It seems to be there and not there. It has form but no substance. This is the power of the void. It is a genius who has achieved the heavenly venerable through the void tribulation. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Achieving the heavenly venerable through the power of the void is completely different from the meaning of an ordinary heavenly venerable. That is a true genius. As long as they can survive, it is almost certain they will achieve the Tao Venerable in the future. Lu Yuan looked at private room number 5 and knew that Lin Moya was inside. It turns out that Mr. Lin achieved Dao Zun by relying on the power of the void. No wonder Miss Feng Yao gave him senior membership. Miss Feng Yao's vision is really strong. Xiao's eyes were filled with mist as she stared at the remains of the origin spiritual vein for a few seconds before calming down. The luck of this origin spiritual vein is very strong. Chapter 2549. Chapter 2549, 2549. Chapter 2549, let's have some fun. Xiao used the avenue of luck to see that the luck of the spiritual vein wreckage was very strong. Normally, even if a spiritual vein that has withered and died has luck, it is not that strong. Originally, Lin Moya did not care, but just now he accidentally felt that there was a trace of life in this spiritual vein. Then he used the eye of the dead and saw a soul flame that was so weak that it could barely be detected. A living being was actually born in the wreckage of the spiritual vein. Lin Moya immediately thought of a possibility: the spiritual vein could be breeding living beings. Withering is just an appearance. In fact, this spiritual vein has a trace of spirituality and may breed living beings. When it is completely bred and evolved, it can become an origin spiritual vein with spiritual intelligence. With the spiritual intelligence of the origin spiritual vein, the future growth space is unlimited. In the history of the origin continent, there have been origin spiritual veins with spiritual intelligence, but few people know the specific information. After asking more than 20 heavenly lords, the human emperor only knew that such a thing existed. Just when Lu Jun was extremely embarrassed and felt that this item was really going to fail to sell and his auction career was about to be tarnished, Lin Moya's voice, like heavenly sounds, rang out. 200. A short offer, although only the reserve price, was enough to make Lu Jun excited. Lu Jun was afraid that Lin Moya would go back on his word, so he immediately responded, "The senior in room 11 bid 200. Is there anyone who wants to bid more?" There was complete silence in the venue, and no one bid more. Only a fool would raise the price. What's the point of this person taking the spirit vein debris? Is he going to feed his own origin spirit vein? The second level spirit vein is too weak and can't feed anything. Maybe he bought it for fun because he has a lot of money. After all, it is a rare item and can be collected. A group of people whispered to themselves with a little sarcasm. Most people thought that Lin Moyo had too much money to burn. He spent 200 fine third-level origins to buy a useless collection. After waiting for a while, just when Lu Jun was about to announce the result, a deep voice sounded, 220. Lu Jun almost blurted out that Lin Moyo won the auction item. Fortunately, she stopped in time and shouted, "The senior in the number 5 private room bid 220. Is there anyone who wants to bid more?" Lin Moyo was also surprised that there was someone competing with him. He looked in the direction of the number 5 private room. He couldn't see what was going on in the private room because of the formation, but he could feel that the other party seemed to be looking at him. Lin Moyo raised the price again tentatively, 240. After waiting for a few seconds, the person in the number 5 private room also raised the price again, pushing the price to 260. Lin Moyo already knew what the other party was thinking and drank tea slowly, shaking his head gently. "I'm willing to go for it." Xiao also said, "Master, he did it on purpose." Lin Moya naturally understood that the other party did it on purpose, precisely because of the Xianguan boxing gloves. For the Xianguan boxing gloves, he raised the price strongly, directly crushing the other party. The other party was still thinking about bidding for the quota of the core area of Lishan at that time, so he did not fight for it himself. Now that the quota is in hand, he will naturally not let me go. In that case, give him a surprise, see if you follow. Lin Moya smiled and quoted a price, 500. When Lu Jun heard this voice, she couldn't believe her ears. He raised the price from 260 to 500, doubling it on the spot. She even thought she had heard it wrong and instinctively asked, "Senior, can you say it again?" Not only her, but many people in the venue wanted to know if Lin Moyo had made a slip of the tongue. Lin Moya said, "You heard it right, the same price as the Xianguan boxing gloves, 500. Lin Moya deliberately mentioned the Xianguan boxing gloves to make the other party feel uncomfortable. At the same time, he was also telling the other party, "Do you want to follow? Can you swallow this?" In private room number 5, the young man who was originally gloomy was even more gloomy at this time. That guy knew. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, "Do you think others are fools? You did it so obviously, of course the other party knows it. But I advise you not to follow it again. As long as you quote the price again, the other party will definitely not raise the price again. Then I have to congratulate you, you have obtained a very rare collection. At the same time, you have to think about how to explain to your father when you go back." The young man snorted coldly, "You don't need to teach me, I know what to do." The middle-aged man said, "I didn't teach you, I just told you a truth. If you like to be willful, that's your business." The young man rolled his eyes and sneered, "I won't follow you. 500 origin crystals, this piece of garbage belongs to you." A moment later, Lu Jun announced that the remains of the second-level origin spirit vein belonged to Lin Moyo. The item that was originally thought to be unsold ended up being sold at a high price of 500 origin crystals, which made Lu Jun very happy. She started the next auction without stopping. The next one to be auctioned is a high-level material of the Tinzun realm. This material comes from Lishan, called Thunderstone, contains the power of Thunder Avenue, and can be used to refine equipment. The starting price is 300, and each increase in price must not be less than 30. Another auction started. Thunderstone is a very high-level material in the Tinzun realm. It can not only be used to refine Tinzun realm magic weapons, but also in some Daezun realm magic weapons. It is very valuable, and many people come here for it. The bidding was very fierce from the beginning, and the price went up all the way. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Yuan came with the spirit vein debris to deliver the goods. Lin Moya was very straightforward, took out 5 5th-level boutique origin crystals, and took the spirit vein debris in his hand. Lu Yuan said, "This thing is actually not worth so much." Lin Moya smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, President Lu. I would like to ask what is going on in private room number 5. Lu Yuan also saw that the person in private room number 5 just now was intentional, and he also knew the other party's identity, but he couldn't say it. With a little apology, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, the Chamber of Commerce has rules, I can't say it." Lin Moya nodded, "I understand, thank you, President." Lu Yuan turned around and said goodbye, and before leaving, he suddenly said, "The last auction item is a world-class origin crystal. Mr. Lin may try it." Lin Moya understood what Lu Yuan meant in a second, "I will participate." After he left, Xiao asked curiously, "What does he mean?" Lin Moya said, "He is telling me that the last auction item, the people in room 5, will also participate." Lin Moya bid for the remains of the origin spirit vein at a high price of 500 origin crystals. In fact, it not only helped Lu Jun, but also helped Lu Yuan. The failure to sell has an impact on both of them. Lu Yuan didn't say it, but it doesn't mean that he is not grateful in his heart. Although the Chamber of Commerce rules prevented him from telling Lin Moya the other party's identity, it is not impossible to remind him from the side. Now Lin Moya knows that the other party will participate in the auction of the world-class origin crystal. Then you can't just sit there doing nothing. If you want to play, then let the children play for a while. Chapter 2550. Chapter 2550, 2550. Chapter 2550, Some Things Require a Price. Congratulations to the senior in Room 2 for winning the Thunderstone. Lu Jun announced excitedly that the Thunderstone was bought by the person in Room 2 at a high price of 1,500 origin crystals. Next came the second spot in the core area of Lishan, which was also the last spot available. If you missed it this time, you would have to wait 100 years for Lishan to open again. The opening time of Lishan is not fixed, but it generally opens once every 100 years. Because it was the last spot, the competition was extremely fierce, with everyone bidding aggressively. This time, the spot was bought by the person in Room 3 at a high price of 1,260 origin crystals, which was 60 more than the previous spot. Competition for more than 1,000 origin crystals like this basically had nothing to do with those sitting on the first floor. Finally, it was time for the last item to be auctioned. Lu Jun was a little excited at this moment. The next item to be auctioned is the finale of this auction, a world-class 4th level origin crystal. The world-class origin crystal was revealed in front of everyone. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was not afraid that others would snatch it, so it was displayed openly. The aura of the world-class origin crystal spread throughout the auction hall, and everyone stared with wide eyes, admiring it carefully. The world-class origin crystal exuded a beautiful and dazzling light. Lin Moya glanced at it casually and didn't care. This level of origin crystal was not worth his extra attention. Among the people present, most had never seen a world-class origin crystal, and they all exclaimed in admiration. This is a world-class origin crystal, it's really a beautiful thing. Although it's only level 4, its value is inestimable, at least worth 100 level 4 origin crystals. What a joke, that's just the basic price. World-class ones are in short supply. If you meet someone who needs it, even if the ratio is 300 or 400, they will rush to buy it. That's right, it's a pity that it's only level 4. If it were higher, the value would be inestimable. The value of a world-class origin crystal lies not in its rank but in its function. It can help people break through and strengthen their origin spirit veins, and its effect is much stronger than the origin spirit vein debris auctioned earlier. A world-class 4th order origin crystal can allow a supreme being to easily break through to the heavenly venerable realm, with almost no conditions for the breakthrough. It can also greatly strengthen a 4th order origin spirit vein. Its functions are numerous, and its quantity is rare, making the price extremely high. After Lu Jun introduced its functions, she listened to the discussions of the people below the stage and slowly reported its starting price. World-class 4th order origin crystal, starting price 1,000 origin crystals, each bid increase must be no less than 100. Now, please make your bids, seniors. The reserve price was set very low. It was converted into a boutique-grade 4th order origin crystal at a value of 100 to 1 world-class origin crystal and then converted into a 3rd order origin crystal at a market price of 1 to 10. Everyone knew that this was just the reserve price, and it would definitely be overpriced in the end. It was hard to say how much the premium would be in the end. You could imagine that this was a battle between dragons and tigers. The moment the words fell, someone immediately made a bid. 1,500. The bidder came from room 5, and his tone was also a little excited. Lin Moya smiled, "You are so impatient. Don't worry, take your time." Less than a second after he made his bid, someone immediately followed up and raised the bid to 1,600. After that, people kept raising the price, and the auction price of this origin crystal soared all the way, quickly breaking through 2,000 and reaching a height of 2,500. Until this moment, the bidding speed slowed down. No matter which medium-sized sect family, 2,500 fine-grade 3rd-level origin crystals are not a small number. For ordinary people, it is a huge fortune. Only large families like the Lei family would not take this wealth seriously. However, large families like the Lei family do not look down on the world-class 4th order origin crystal. If they want their clansmen to break through, there will be better ways. If the Lei family also participates in the competition, then others don't have to compete. The bidding continued. When the bidding price broke through 3,500, the remaining bidders were only from 3 rooms, Room 2, Room 5, and Room 7. Among them, Room 2 and Room 5 had bid for the quota of the core area of Lishan respectively, showing their financial strength. Although Room 7 had also made several moves, it was in the first half and had not shown its real financial history. Until now, they had made efforts and aimed directly at the world-class origin crystal. Xiaowen narrowed her eyes. "Master, are we going to do it?" Lin Moya smiled. "No hurry, take your time." Lin Moya slowly drew a rune. Since the auction began, he had been studying the formation in the auction house. Now, he finally had some clues. A complex ancient rune was drawn and flew out from his palm. The ancient rune was silently integrated into the formation of the auction house. The formation of the entire auction house as a whole, and it is a formation. This gave Lin Moya an opportunity. Relying on his understanding of runes, Lin Moya drew an ancient rune. According to the standards of the origin continent, this ancient rune is of a very high level, reaching the 4th level. If according to the standards of the big world, the rune drawn by Lin Moya was at least at the 6th level, almost the level of the former Saint Rune Heavenly Venerable. The rune drawn by Lin Moya has no other function, just opening a backdoor for himself, so that he can move freely in the formation. Seeing that the rune was successfully integrated into the formation, Lin Moya summoned the brocade net monster. Jinyi Night Walk was activated, and Jinyi Witch flew silently towards room 5. The ancient symbol before opened a passage for Jinyi Witch. Jinyi Witch entered room 5 smoothly, and Lin Moya saw the situation in the room through the sight of Jinyi Witch, a young man and a middle-aged man. The young man has the strength of the God realm, and the middle-aged man has the strength of the supreme realm. The two look a bit similar, but they don't look like father and son, but like brothers. Lin Moya saw a familiar mark on their clothes. Leichen, Yin family. The Yin family of Leichen is also a big family in Leichen, belonging to the 5-star power. Compared with the 6-star power of the Lei family, it is inferior. There are also Daozun in the Yin family, and there is more than one. They also have their own huge industry in Leichen. Some people say that the Yin family has a relationship with the Gu family of Hanshui Holy Land, so the Lei family can only accept the existence of the Yin family. Some people also say that the Yin family is a chess piece placed in Leichen by the Hanshui Holy Land, specifically used to check and balance the Lei family. There are various opinions, but it is undeniable that the Yin family is indeed very strong. Lin Moya saw that the elders of the Yin family did not come this time, but only 2 juniors came. Obviously, the Yin family wanted the 2 juniors to come and gain experience. The middle-aged man was drinking tea on the side, calm and motionless, while the young man stood by the window and kept quoting. Lin Moya took a look and had a solution. Some things require people to pay the price. Chapter 2551. Chapter 2551, 2551. Chapter 2551, that client is too big. The Yin family is strong and well prepared. When the bid reached 4,000 origin crystals, Room 7 withdrew from the competition, leaving only the people in Room 2 and the Yin family in Room 5. In Room 5, the young man sneered, "The guys in Room 11 are scared and dare not compete with us at all. I told you, brother, you worry too much. We are well prepared this time. No one can be our opponent." The middle-aged man said with some disdain, "We are well prepared, but others are too. The people in Room 2 are also financially strong." The young man snorted, "Brother, you always think too highly of others and look down on yourself. Who are we? We are the Yin family. In Leichen, even the Lei family dares not do anything to us." Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, "Little brother, shut up." The aura of the Supreme was like a heavy punch, hitting the young man. The young man groaned and could no longer speak. The middle-aged man's voice was cold. "At home, you can say whatever you want, but outside, you can't say anything you want." The young man looked at the middle-aged man angrily, full of dissatisfaction, but he didn't dare to refute. Finally, the young man angrily quoted a price. At this time, the price had been pushed to 4,400 origin crystals, and the bidding speed was getting slower and slower. Only the people in the second private room were still competing with them. The middle-aged man said, "We don't have many origin crystals. If the price exceeds 5,500, we can only choose to give up." The young man snorted, "I won't give up. We have reached the limit, and they probably won't be much better off. In Leichen, except for the Lei family, who dares to compete with our Yin family in financial strength?" The middle-aged man didn't speak, but his expression was very dissatisfied. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at his younger brother had both a sense of regret and a bit of pampering. From his expression, it was clear that the relationship between the two was good. Lin Moyu, an outsider, didn't think so. He looked at the young man of the Yin family as if he were an idiot. The Yin family is also a 5-star force with several Dao masters. It is an absolute big family. How could they cultivate such an idiot? But the more idiotic, the better. Compared to the idiot brother of the Yin family, his elder brother was much calmer. In Lin Moya's opinion, he was a man of firm will. Fortunately, he was just the Supreme. There was no problem dealing with the Supreme. The bidding finally exceeded 5,000 origin crystals and reached 5,400, which was also the limit of the Yin family. The number 2 private room seemed to have lost its momentum and did not continue bidding. The young man of the Yin family laughed. "I said, they are also at their limit. If you want to compete with our Yin family, you are far behind." Suddenly, he shouted through the formation, "The idiot in the number 11 private room, bid if you dare." He was a little crazy, and his eyes were a little red. This kind of direct provocation rarely appears in auctions. The middle-aged man's eyes were full of helplessness, and he secretly spat out 2 words, "Idiot." The young man laughed crazily and arrogantly. Everyone in the auction was watching this good show. The young man of the Yin family continued to shout crazily, "Follow if you have the guts. As long as you follow, I won't compete with you. If you don't follow, you're a waste." In his provocation, Lin Moya's voice came from the private room, 5,500. The young man of the Yin family laughed, "You followed, you actually followed. Are you an idiot? You actually followed such a high price. Didn't you hear what I said? As long as you follow, I won't argue with you." Lin Moya said to himself, "No, you will be quiet." The star charm lich silently passed through the formation and came to the number 5 private room. The invisible and dreamy light lit up, and the young man of the Yin family's eyes changed slightly. He shouted again frantically, "I will offer 10,000 fine-grade 3rd-level origin crystals." Boom! The entire auction venue was completely boiling. Lu Jun trembled violently, with an expression of disbelief. "Are you sure you want to bid 10,000? The young man from the Yin family shouted, Sure, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and make up your mind." "Guy from room 11, do you have the guts to follow me again?" Lin Moya's voice sounded, "No more, the world-class origin crystal belongs to you." Lu Jun's voice also sounded, "Congratulations to the senior from room 5 for winning the world-class origin crystal." Ha ha ha. The young man from the Yin family laughed wildly, and the laughter echoed throughout the auction hall. From beginning to end, the middle-aged man sitting in room 5 did not say a word. He seemed to have seen nothing, heard nothing, and drank tea by himself. Lin Moya showed a sneer, the star charm lich returned silently, the brocade lich disappeared, and the ancient symbols in the formation also completely dissipated at this moment, as if they had never appeared. At the same time, Lin Moya erased the marks of the two liches in the long river of time. No matter who comes, they won't be able to find out the result of this matter. Even if the Yin family wants to investigate afterward, it depends on whether the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce agrees or not. The laughter of the young man of the Yin family had not stopped, and he was still laughing wildly there. And his eldest brother didn't know what happened. The illusion of the star charm lich is very powerful, and they don't know that they are affected by the illusion. How can a god and a supreme find the star charm lich? Xiao laughed, Master, your trick is too bad. Lin Moya shook his head and said, actually, it's okay, it just makes the Yin family bleed, it's nothing. With the financial resources of the Yin family, 10,000 fine third-level origins can still be taken out, at most it will be a little painful. Xiao asked, what if they can't take it out? Lin Moya said, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has a way to make them take it out. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is a 6-star force, and its strength is even stronger than the Lei family, which is also a 6-star. Even the Hanshui Holy Land has to give some face to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce sometimes. The Yin family is only a 5-star force, how dare they go against the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce? They have to pay this money even if they don't want to. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Yuan came again. Lin Moya smiled and said, why can't President Lu entertain that big customer? Lu Yuan smiled and said, that customer is too big, and the elders from the headquarters have already gone. Sure enough, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce did have a Daozun Realm Elder coming to the auction site. Perhaps they were worried about accidents, so the Daozun Realm Elders were responsible for the Yin family's transaction. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce acted flawlessly, and the Yin family had no way to regret it. Lin Moya smiled and said, congratulations to President Lu, the finale item was sold at a high price of 10,000. Lu Yuan said, I don't know why he was crazy and finally quoted such a price, but it's good this way, we can make more profit. He was frank. Being able to sell at such a high price is indeed an achievement for him, which will be more or less helpful. Lin Moya smiled, aren't you afraid that the Yin family will regret it? Lu Yuan said, they dare not. In private room number 5, the crazy laughter of the young man of the Yin family stopped, and he looked strange, why are they all looking at me? There is obviously a formation here, they should not be able to see me. He was a little panicked, knowing that the formation was there and others could not see him, but being looked at by dozens or hundreds of Tinzun through the formation, he also felt a little numb. The middle-aged man of the Yin family also realized that something was wrong, as if something bad had happened. There was a knock on the door, and a strong breath of Daozun rushed in from outside the door. Chapter 2552. Chapter 2552, 2552. Chapter 2552, once you've had good food, you can't go back. Lin Moya felt the aura of a Daozun Realm Master as soon as he left the auction. He knew that the Yin family would have to pay the money. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, a 6-star force second only to the Holy Land, dominates among the major chambers of commerce. Its methods are absolutely ruthless. Anyone who regards the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce as merely a group of pure businessmen will suffer a great loss. Lu Yuan escorted Lin Moya out and watched until he could no longer see him. When he returned to the Chamber of Commerce, he saw the two Yin family members leaving, looking as if they were mourning their parents. A Daozun was looking at them solemnly. Lu Fengqing, dressed in a plain robe with a neatly trimmed long beard, looked like an immortal, exuding an aura of authority. Lu Yuan approached the Daozun master, Elder Fengqing, what did they say? Lu Fengqing replied, they don't have the money for now, but I asked them to take a message back to the Yin family to send the origin crystals tomorrow. Lu Yuan asked, will the Yin family comply? Lu Fengqing snorted coldly, they'd better take the initiative to send it. If they wait for me to come, it won't be settled with just a small amount of origin crystals. Lu Yuan knew the strength of Elder Fengqing. It would be difficult for the Yin family to evade their debt from him. Lu Yuan's eyes turned, do you think there is anything strange about this matter? Lu Fengqing laughed, does it matter? Even if there is something strange, what can they say? The whole process is recorded as evidence, so there is no need to worry about them evading the debt. But what you said is interesting. They should have been plotted against by someone else. I am a little interested in the plotter. He thought for a moment and suddenly turned around, walking towards room 5. Come with me to have a look. He entered room 5 and pointed his finger into the air. The formation was revealed immediately. His eyes, sharp as a sword, swept across every corner of the formation. Lu Fengqing immediately let out a light exclamation. The formation has been tampered with. Lu Yuan showed a surprised look. This formation was set up by you personally, and someone could actually tamper with your formation. Lu Fengqing looked serious. He didn't expect that someone could actually tamper with his formation. He was proficient in formations, whether set up with objects or talismans. In the Chamber of Commerce, his formation methods were second to none. The formations of each branch were basically set up by him personally. Now someone could tamper with his formation, which really surprised him. He carefully searched for the veins of the formation, gradually seeing the traces of the formation being changed, and traced the source. Lu Fengqing said affirmatively, it was the person in room 11 who changed the formation. Lu Yuan's whole body trembled violently, it was Lin Moya. Lu Fengqing snorted, dare to tamper with my formation, you are really tired of living. He looked murderous, tell me, who is the person in room 11? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Lu Fengqing was very upset that his formation was tampered with. This was an insult to him as the master of the formation. Although the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce had rules that bitter information could not be disclosed, those rules were for outsiders. Lu Yuan did not dare to hide anything from Lu Fengqing. Lu Yuan said, his name is Lin Moyu, and he is a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Fengqing said, so what if he is a senior member? Senior members cannot tamper with my formation. At most, I will not kill him, but I will beat him up. Lu Yuan continued, his senior membership was given by Miss Feng Yao herself. Lu Fengqing snorted, so what if Miss Feng Yao gave it to him personally? Suddenly, he screamed, say it again, who gave him the membership? Lu Yuan replied, it was Miss Feng Yao. Lu Fengqing's eyes widened, muttering to himself, it turned out that the girl gave him a senior membership. No, I can't afford to offend this girl. When she comes back, I will be in trouble. Forget it, then I won't beat him. Lu Fengqing decided to let Lin Moyo go, which also made Lu Yuan relieved. He didn't want to offend either side. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Fengqing or Lu Fenjiao. Lu Fengqing's eyes turned, but this kid can actually tamper with my formation. He is quite capable. I have to try him. If possible, taking him as a disciple may be a good choice. Let me see what you did. Lu Fengqing checked again carefully. The formation has many functions, and recording what happened is one of them. Lin Moya never thought that he could still meet the owner of the formation after he had wiped out the traces. Only the owner of the formation can see that he has moved the formation and find clues. Other than that, it is difficult for others to find out. Although Lu Fengqing found that it was Lin Moya who did it, after some investigation, he did not find out how Lin Moya did it. Even when he used the magic weapon to go back in time, he could not find any traces. Lu Fengqing said, this kid is really thoughtful. He even erased the time mark, and even I can't see through his means. It's a bit interesting. Lu Yuan asked, Elder, since it is confirmed that Mr. Lin did it, then the Yin family. Lu Fengqing said with some disdain, the Yin family is the Yin family. The Yin family doesn't know that someone else did it. Even if they know, what can they do? Do they still want to deny it? You go down first, and I will study how this kid moved the formation. Back in the yard, Lin Moyo asked Xiaoya to refine the Xianguang boxing gloves, and he began to study the remains of the origin spiritual vein. He put the remains of the origin spiritual vein into the rule world and studied them carefully. Gradually, he figured out the specific situation of the remains of the origin spiritual vein. In the remains, there is indeed a living being. This living being is very weak, so small that it can be almost ignored. It seems that for some reason, the breeding failed. Although it failed, it also made the origin spiritual vein produce a trace of spirituality, but it is not a real spiritual origin spiritual vein, just a wreckage. If this thing is used to feed the spirit vein, it may not be as good as the world-class origin crystal. If it is used to refine tools and pills, it may not be as good as some high-level spiritual materials. It's really a bit useless. He sent a thought to Infinite Fusion, do you want this thing? There is at least a trace of spirituality in the wreckage, maybe Infinite Fusion will want it. It was with this in mind that Lin Moya decided to take a picture of it and try. Infinite Fusion flew over, circled the spiritual vein wreckage twice, and then flew back without looking back. At the same time, it also sent a will, rubbish, don't want it. Lin Moya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you don't want it, then don't want it. Why are you still calling it trash? Infinite Fusion had eaten a 6th-level spiritual origin crystal, and it was the kind of entity that would never look down on trash again after eating good things. But it has always been like this, and Lin Moya was just trying it. Lin Moya looked at the wreckage. If Infinite Fusion doesn't want it, then what's the use? Lin Moya felt like he had really brought back something useless. It was useless to keep it, but it would be a pity to throw it away. At this moment, the world tree suddenly swayed, making a rustling sound. A thought came. Give it to me, stay with me. Chapter 2553. Chapter 2553, 2553. Chapter 2553, I can't afford to support you if this continues. Lin Moya's current rule world is bustling. Infinite Fusion and the World Tree both have basic wills and can communicate in simple ways. The Array Spirit, Xiaojin, also has intelligence, but Xiaojin has nothing to do for the time being and sleeps all day long. The Golden Armor Ancient Talisman has temporarily lost its function, as its effect cannot keep up with the combat power improvement of the Undead Legion. After entering the Origin Continent, Lin Moya did not have time to transform and upgrade the Golden Armor Ancient Talisman. Xiaojin just temporarily fell asleep and waited for the future. However, Lin Moya did not give up on the Golden Armor Ancient Talisman. When he establishes a firm foothold, he will definitely upgrade it. The World Tree suddenly sent its will, and Lin Moya asked softly, do you want this debris? The World Tree sent its will again. I want it, I want it. Lin Moya smiled and said, okay, then it's yours. Lin Moya threw the spiritual vein debris to the World Tree, and a branch flew over and wrapped around the debris. Then a spiritual flower automatically fell off and enveloped the spiritual vein debris. The spiritual flower bloomed naturally, wrapping the debris completely. A strange aura emanated from the spiritual flower, and the spiritual vein that had been dead began to recover. Lin Moya was stunned. What? Spiritual flowers can even heal the injuries of spiritual veins. Lin Moya suddenly realized that he had underestimated the role of spiritual flowers. The healing effect of spiritual flowers is not limited to living beings, they can heal everything. Although the spiritual vein debris was dead, the living being it nurtured still retained a glimmer of life. Strictly speaking, it had not truly died. so the spiritual flower could play a role and revive it. The effect of the spiritual flower was too magical, and even Lin Moyo felt incredulous. He had never heard that the remains of an origin spiritual vein could be resurrected. Unfortunately, this is only a second-level origin spiritual vein. If it were a higher-level origin spiritual vein, it would be better. If he wants to find a place to settle, he must first have an origin spiritual vein, otherwise, the terrain will change, and he will not be able to take root. However, a second-level origin spiritual vein is too weak. Lin Moyo thinks that at least a fourth-level origin spiritual vein is needed. If it can be higher, it will be better. The fourth level is the bottom line. First, take root and then slowly cultivate it. The spiritual flower had an excellent effect. The origin spiritual vein recovered quickly, and the aura it emitted became stronger and stronger. It was the first time that Lin Moyo felt the aura of the origin spiritual vein. The strong aura of the origin made him feel suffocated. In the origin continent, everything relies on the origin, and the origin spiritual vein is the best representative of the origin. Even if there is only a second-level origin spiritual vein, its aura is still strong. But before the origin spiritual vein could fully recover, the branch suddenly rolled up the origin spiritual vein and sent it to the root of the tree. The roots of the world tree stretched out and swallowed the origin spiritual vein directly. The rich origin aura completely disappeared and was entirely covered by the world tree. After swallowing the origin spiritual vein, the world tree rustled and began to grow again, and another batch of spiritual flowers and fruits started to grow. After the previous batch was used by the dragon riders, there were less than 100 spiritual flowers and fruits left. At this time, another batch grew rapidly, which was a good amount. Lin Moyo also understood that the growth of the world tree required the power of the origin. However, it did not care about ordinary origin crystals. What it needed was the origin spiritual vein. Lin Moyo's mouth twitched. They are so picky. If this continues, I really can't afford it. Infinite fusion requires spiritual materials, and the requirements are getting higher and higher. Judging from now, next time, at least Dao Zun level spiritual materials will be needed. The world tree directly wants the origin spiritual vein. It lacks the origin spiritual vein itself, so where can we find so many origin spiritual veins for it? The origin spiritual vein is more scarce than spiritual materials. So, these two guys are more difficult than each other. Lin Moyo sighed and left the rule world. In the yard, Xiaoyu had finished refining the Xianguang boxing gloves and was practicing with them. After the boxing gloves were refined, they were as light as nothing in Xiaoyu's hands and had no effect on her boxing. Soon, Xiaoyu had completely adapted to the Xianguang boxing gloves. After Xiaoyu finished boxing, Lin Moyo took out 5 exquisite 5th-level origin crystals and embedded them in the boxing gloves. Then he brought Xiaoyu to the rule world and asked her to punch him. Xiaoyu knew that she couldn't hurt Lin Moyo, so she activated the Xianguang boxing gloves and punched Lin Moyo with all her strength. After several tests, Lin Moyo had completely understood the limits of the Xianguang boxing gloves. Activating one origin crystal, the Xianguang boxing gloves can hit an attack equivalent to a half-step supreme. Activating 3, the attack reaches the peak supreme. Activating all 5 origin crystals can hit a low-level Tianzun. 5 punches can be thrown in a row. After 5 punches, the boxing gloves will fall into cooling and need 10 minutes to recover. 5 exquisite 5th-level origin crystals are enough for Xiaoyu to hit thousands of punches, which can be used for a long time. The quality of the origin crystal is only related to the length of use, not the power. Even if you use 5 of the worst first-level origin crystals, you can hit a Tianzun realm punch, but it's only one punch. After testing the Xianguang fist, Lin Moyo asked Xiaoyu to put away the gloves and then said, "Now I will teach you the second set of boxing. You can learn it first, and you don't have to practice it. When you enter Lishan and break through the super god realm, you can practice the second set of boxing." Xiaoyu nodded. Baya bays. Lin Moyo taught Xiaoyu the second set of boxing of Zhuli Tianzun. The second set of boxing was just an improvement and upgrade on the first set of boxing, and most of it was the same. Xiaoyu only learned it twice and had mastered it completely. Zhuli Tianzun's boxing can refine the essence and the soul, which is very suitable for Xiaoyu. The first set can be practiced to the super god realm, and the second set can be practiced to the other shore realm. The second set of boxing is enough for Xiaoyu to practice. Lin Moyo drank tea, admired the Taiyan origin, and enjoyed the cool air brought by the sun origin. He didn't have a room to practice, but under the illumination of the Taiyan origin, Lin Moyo still felt that his cultivation had improved. After entering the origin continent, he has been adapting to the origin continent, and he has not yet fully adapted to the altar. There is no rush to practice. To adapt to the origin continent, for Lin Moyo, it is a process of consolidating the foundation. After Xiaoyu finished practicing boxing, Xiaoyu couldn't wait to pull Xiaoyu to play. This big child who has lived for tens of thousands of years still has a childlike heart and has endless games to play. Lin Moyo's ears suddenly moved, and he said to the two of them, "You play, I'll leave for a while." Xiaoyu asked, "Where are you going, master?" Lin Moyo said, "Someone is looking for me, I'll be back soon." After that, Lin Moyo left the yard and headed out of the city. Chapter 2554. Chapter 2554, 2554. Chapter 2554, How can you learn half of it? Lin Moyo left Leichen, his speed suddenly increasing as he crossed dozens of miles in an instant and arrived at a dense forest. Lu Fengqing looked at Lin Moyo and said coldly, "You little brat, you're really fast." It seemed there was a faint pressure on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's body sank slightly, feeling as if someone was pressing on his shoulders. It was hard to bear the pressure of a deist master. Lin Moya clasped his fists and saluted calmly. Lin Moya greets Senior Lu. I wonder what you want with me this late at night. Lu Fengqing said coldly, how do you know my last name is Lu? Lin Moya replied, Senior's clothes have the logo of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, indicating that you are a director of the chamber. And your appearance and temperament are somewhat similar to Miss Feng Yao, so I dared to guess that your last name is also Lu. Lu Fengqing's breath gradually softened, and the pressure disappeared. It seems you really know Miss Feng Yao. Did you meet her in the Boundary Sea? Lin Moya said, yes, I was fortunate to execute the Boundary Sea mission with Miss Feng Yao, and we met as enemies. Lu Fengqing nodded and did not delve further into the question. Do you know why I called you here? Lin Moya thought for a while and said carefully, it should be about the auction and the matter of the Yin family. Lin Moya could feel that Lu Fengqing had no ill intentions, so he did not hide anything, but he was also very confused. He had clearly erased all traces, so how could the other party still find him? Could it be that he had made a mistake? His mind turned quickly, but he felt that there was nothing wrong. He didn't know what went wrong. Lu Fengqing snorted, you are smart and didn't hide anything. I want to ask you, who told you to mess with my formation? Lin Moya suddenly realized and smiled bitterly, so you set up the formation. Only the person who set up the formation could sense that it had been tampered with and trace it back to him. He had calculated everything but didn't expect the owner of the formation to be present. He really hit a wall. Lu Fengqing said, do you know that tampering with other people's formations is equivalent to provocation? Lin Moya thought to himself, I didn't expect the owner of the formation to be here. I'm really unlucky. He cursed his bad luck but said, this time, it was indeed the junior who did something wrong. If the senior has any punishment, just tell me. Lu Fengqing said, you are so straightforward. If that's the case, then let's do it this way. There are 3 formations here. If you can crack them all, I will spare you. Lu Fengqing waved his hand, and a breeze blew, revealing 3 formations behind him. Each formation was not large but very mysterious. Their complexity was among the best Lin Moya had ever seen. Lin Moya looked at them for a while and shook his head, except for the one in the middle. I can't crack the formations on the left and right. Lu Fengqing's eyes widened. Why? Lin Moya said, I only know the way of talisman formations. Only the one in the middle is a talisman formation. The 2 formations on the left and right, one is a weapon formation, and the other is a combination of a talisman formation and a weapon formation. I can't crack them. Lu Fengqing looked strange, you haven't learned weapon arrays. Lin Moya said, I have only learned runes and rune arrays, and I don't know much about weapon arrays. If it is a weapon array below the Supreme Realm, I can try to crack it. I have no experience with seniors' weapon arrays. Lu Fengqing muttered, the weapon array and the talisman array are never separated. I don't know where you learned it, but you only learned half of it. Forget it, in that case, let's do the talisman array, but the difficulty will be increased. Lu Fengqing waved his hand and removed the formations on the left and right, leaving only the one in the middle. He flicked his fingers and randomly ejected a few ancient talismans, which merged into the talisman array. The talisman array suddenly roared and quickly became powerful. The whole action seemed casual, but it contained a strong deist charm, which was pleasing to the eye. Lin Moya saw Lu Fengqing's action, and his pupils shrank suddenly, exclaiming, a thought becomes a talisman. What Lu Fengqing did was the highest realm in runes, where a thought becomes a talisman. What he ejected was only the power of the origin, which quickly turned into an ancient talisman under his thought. This is also the realm that the holy talisman Heavenly Venerable has always sought but cannot obtain in the big world. Among the holy talisman Heavenly Venerable, the highest realm of drawing talismans is to create a talisman with one thought. Unexpectedly, it was so easy and casual in Lu Fengqing's hands. Lu Fengqing seemed very satisfied with Lin Moya's reaction. You have a good eye, you know that I use a talisman with one thought. Lin Moya said, there was once a senior who described to me the highest realm of drawing runes, which is to create a talisman with one thought. Unfortunately, I have never seen it. Lu Fengqing suddenly said, what is the highest realm of drawing talismans? Although it is not easy to create a talisman with one thought, it is still far from the highest realm. I don't know what kind of inferior goods your senior is. Don't talk nonsense, and quickly crack this formation. As long as you can crack the formation, forget about the previous things. If you can't crack it, you should be mentally prepared. Lin Moya had no choice but to go ahead. Although he was extremely talented in runes and had a special feeling that others did not have, he had no confidence in breaking the rune formation of the Daozun realm. When he came to the rune formation, Lin Moya began to study it seriously. The rune formation was extremely complex, and countless ancient runes were spinning and flying in the formation, making Lin Moya feel dizzy and his soul power consumed at an alarming rate. This feeling reminded Lin Moya of when he was at a low level and overestimated his own ability by touching the fragments of the rune. The two feelings were very similar, both exposed to ancient runes that were much higher than their own realm. In the ancient rune world, it represents the Tao of the Great World. Everything in the Great World is composed of an extremely complex ancient rune, and in the Origin World, the solid rune also contains the avenue of the Origin World. Learning ancient runes is equivalent to practicing the avenue. There are some differences in details between the ancient runes of the Great World and the ancient runes of the Origin continent. A slight difference in runes can lead to a huge mistake. This is a good opportunity to compare the two runes. Lin Moya realized that this was a great opportunity to learn the runes of the Origin continent. The world tree rustled, replenishing Lin Moya's soul power continuously. Lin Moya adjusted the consumption rate of his soul power to keep the replenishment rate and consumption rate consistent. Then, he fell into the ocean of rune knowledge again and began to wander. The difference between the runes of the two worlds was quickly found and corrected. Lin Moya drew inferences from one instance, and after finding one difference point, he could think of the difference points of other runes. He began to draw runes, and runes were generated one by one at his fingertips, and then dispersed. The runes drawn by Lin Moya were changing from the runes of the big world to the runes of the origin continent. Chapter 2555. Chapter 2555, 2555. Chapter 2555, You're too early to thank me. Lu Fengqin watched Lin Moya draw runes and finally understood why Lin Moya had learned rune formations but not weapon formations. In the origin continent, weapon formations and rune formations are never separated. But in some worlds within the Boundary Sea, this is not the case. So he comes from the Boundary Sea. Lu Fengqin realized that Lin Moya's rune path originated from the Boundary Sea. The rune path in the Boundary Sea is incomplete and fundamentally different from that of the origin continent. He was a little disappointed. People from the Boundary Sea, no matter how talented, are not much stronger, and their foundation has been laid. It is difficult to achieve great things. But why did Feng Yao grant him senior membership? Is there something special about this brat? Looking at him, although he is handsome, there are many more handsome than him. Lu Fengqing's eyes rose with an inexplicable breath, and gusts of breeze blew from all directions, silently brushing Lin Moya. Lu Fengqing finally showed a look of shock. This kid is only over 2,000 years old. He has cultivated to the heavenly venerable realm in just over 2,000 years, and his foundation is extremely solid, even more solid than the geniuses of the origin continent. This is a rare genius in 1,000 years who fought his way out from the Boundary Sea world. Lu Fengqing suddenly realized something was wrong. No, the kid just said that he and Feng Yao participated in the Boundary Sea order together. Only the Lord of the Boundary Sea world is eligible to participate in the Boundary Sea order. He is the Lord of the Boundary Sea, not from the Boundary Sea world. But this is not right. If he is not from the Boundary Sea world, how do we explain his runes? Lu Fengqing felt confused. Even with his Daozun brain, he couldn't figure it out. While he was thinking in confusion, Lin Moya's movements became faster and faster. Runes were constantly being corrected, from runes in the big world to runes in the origin continent. Lin Moya gradually realized the difference between the two, from knowing the external difference to understanding the internal difference. This allowed him to correct other runes himself. As long as the basic runes were corrected, then advanced runes and ancient runes would no longer be a problem. Lu Fengqing finally discovered this and was shocked again. This kid is really a rune genius. He has completed the rune correction in such a short time. Other rune geniuses from the Boundary Sea world would take at least half a year to a year. But he only has so much time. It is estimated that it will not take 2 hours. Compared to him, those so-called geniuses are simply idiots. Lin Moya's speed was so fast that even Lu Fengqing, the Daozun, was shocked and speechless. After more than an hour, Lin Moya completed the correction of most of the runes, and the remaining runes would not take much time. At this time, Lin Moya heard Lu Fengqing's slightly impatient voice. Are you done? When do you start? Lin Moya naturally knew that he could not hide the fact that he took the opportunity to learn runes from Lu Fengqing, but as long as Lu Fengqing did not say anything to stop him, he would learn it shamelessly. Now he also shamelessly responded, start now. Lin Moya finally began to really study this rune formation. After the rune correction just now, Lin Moya already had some understanding of this rune formation. Through a simple analysis of some of the unknown runes, he could also know their approximate functions. Lin Moya quickly analyzed this rune formation. He could not accurately analyze the specific functions of the Daozun realm rune formation. Although this array looks small, it is actually more complicated than the array at the auction. Although I don't understand the function of the array, I don't need to understand it. I just need to break it. The method to break it is also very simple. As long as you break its balance, the array will naturally break. Lin Moya found that this array has a very strong balance. As long as he breaks the balance, he can break the array. It is not easy to break the balance with external force. With his strength, it is almost impossible to do it. The balance cannot be broken from the outside, it can only be broken from the inside. Lin Moya began to draw the ancient symbol. This ancient symbol is exactly the same as an ancient symbol in the array. As long as this ancient symbol can be integrated into the array, the balance of the array can be broken. Lu Fengqing looked at the ancient symbol drawn by Lin Moya and laughed in his heart. He really found a way, but the real difficulty is how to send the ancient symbol into the array. It is not difficult to find a way to crack it, but it is difficult to send the ancient rune in. The rune array will reject external ancient runes, so it is not easy to get in. After Lin Moya finished drawing the ancient rune, his soul power moved and began to adjust the vibration frequency of the ancient rune. He wanted to keep the vibration frequency of the ancient rune and the rune array consistent. The vibration frequency of the rune array has been changing all the time, and this change seems very chaotic and irregular. But Lin Moya still found some rules from it. Every time the frequency of the rune array changes, it will last for about 0.1 seconds. That is to say, he needs to change the frequency of his ancient rune within 0.1 seconds after the vibration frequency of the rune array changes and send the auspicious rune in. Half a second is very short, but Lin Moya feels that he can do it. He first slowly adjusts the vibration frequency of the ancient rune to get as close to the rune array as possible. The vibration frequency of the ancient rune keeps changing, making a sound that only Lin Moya and Lu Fengqing can hear. Lu Fengqing is getting more and more surprised. His spiritual perception is so powerful, and his control of the frequency of the rune has reached a subtle level. He has a very strong talent for runes, the 10th person I have never seen. But it's not that easy to break my rune array. Before he finished his thought, Lin Moya suddenly adjusted the frequency of the ancient rune quickly and pushed it into the rune array. Lin Moya seized the opportunity and used 0.1 seconds to change the rune frequency and push it in. The whole action was like lightning and smooth, as if it was supposed to be like this. The ancient rune was integrated into the rune array very smoothly, and the balance of the rune array was broken and began to twist and deform. A few seconds later, accompanied by a slight sound, it broke on the spot. Lin Moya looked at Lu Fengqin. Senior, I have succeeded, right? As a deist master, Lu Fengqin would not go back on his word. Yes, you have succeeded. I will keep my word. I will forgive you for tampering with my formation. Lin Moya immediately bowed. Thank you for your magnanimity, senior. Lu Fengqin waved his hand. Thank you too much. Now let's settle the matter of you tampering with the auction and affecting the fairness of the auction. Lin Moya did not expect that Lu Fengqin would have this trick and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How do you plan to settle it, senior? Lu Fengqin took out a jade card. Here is some basic knowledge of the array. You go back and study it yourself. In 3 days, I will come to test you. If you fail, you know the next step. After the voice fell, Lu Fengqin disappeared with a breeze. Only Lin Moya was left in the breeze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2556. Chapter 2556, 2556. Chapter 2556, Learning the Formation. The speed is a bit fast. When the Sun Origin regained control of the world, Lin Moya returned to his yard. Xiaowo and Xiaoyu were sleeping soundly on the back of a calf, which had become their bed. They seemed to be sleeping more soundly than the calf itself. Hearing Lin Moya's return, Xiaowa sleepily said, Master, you're back. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, I'm back. Oh, Xiaowa responded casually and closed her eyes again. Lin Moya took out the jade token given by Lu Fengqin, feeling a bit helpless. I already have enough things to do, and now I have more work. After arriving in the origin continent, Lin Moya had many tasks at hand, leaving little time for his own cultivation. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his current tasks, new ones appeared. But he had no choice. Lu Fengqin's words were already spoken, leaving him no room to refuse. It was unwise to offend a deist master. The weapon array and the talisman array are inseparable. If this is the case in the origin continent, I need to fill this gap. His consciousness probed into the jade token, and he began to formally study the weapon array. The first information he received was the various basic knowledge of the weapon array. In the big world, there is also the theory of weapon arrays, and there have been many excellent array masters. However, in the big world, the talisman master and the array master are separate. The array master focuses on arrays, and the talisman master focuses on talismans, following two different routes. In the origin continent, the array and the talisman are not separated. Although there are two types of arrays, the weapon array and the talisman array, they are eventually combined, and the weapon and the talisman are fully integrated. In the origin continent, controlling the weapon with the talisman is the highest standard of the array. This is a path from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple. Lin Moya learned the knowledge of the weapon array and had an epiphany. First, one practices the weapon array and the rune array separately, and then merges the two array methods. The merged array is very complicated, which is from simple to complex. After reaching the limit on this path, one simplifies it again, integrating the runes into the corresponding magic weapon, and finally turning it into an array treasure. Once the array treasure is created, the array is naturally formed, which is from complex to simple. Lin Moya had a good understanding of the rune array and was very familiar with it. Although he had not systematically studied the weapon array, he had encountered it before. For example, the 10,000 stars array that comes with the Red Star Supreme bloodline is already the ultimate array in the big world. Lin Moya had some basics, so he was not unfamiliar with the weapon array of the origin continent. A lot of knowledge about the weapon array was absorbed by Lin Moya, and his understanding of the weapon array continued to deepen. 2 hours later, Lin Moya suddenly took out 5 origin crystals, all of which were ordinary first-order origin crystals. With a flick of his finger, the origin crystals flew out naturally and formed a strange pattern in the void. The origin crystals emanated a strange power, which connected with each other, and then suddenly expanded to cover a circular area with a diameter of about 3 meters. This is the simplest formation among the weapon formations, which has the effect of sound insulation and concealment. The formation masters in the origin continent typically use this formation as their entry-level formation. Most formation masters can arrange this formation within a month after learning the weapon formation, which is considered extremely talented. If they can arrange the weapon formation within 10 days, they are top talents. But Lin Moya, after learning the weapon formation, took less than 2 hours. And in these 2 hours, at least half an hour at the beginning was spent comparing the formations of the two worlds. The time he actually spent learning the formation was only a little more than an hour. It seems that I also have a talent for weapon formations. Lin Moya smiled slightly, feeling a bit complacent. Xiaowo had woken up by this time, her big eyes wide open. Master, are you learning the formation? Lin Moya nodded, just for fun. Xiaowo wondered, what's the use of this formation? Lin Moya smiled, no use. With a wave of his hand, the formation naturally dissipated and disappeared. Xiaowo looked around and felt that it was meaningless, so she went to play with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had already started her morning practice and was boxing in the yard. Lin Moya continued to study the jade token. The way of weapon formation is profound and extensive, and I have only touched the surface. The jade token given by Senior Lu records a total of 3 formations, each one more difficult than the other. It seems that to satisfy him, I have to master all 3 formations. Senior Lu doesn't actually want to do anything to me. He wants me to break the formation and learn the formation. Does he want to take me as his apprentice? Lin Moya recalled Lu Fengqing's eyes and thought it was not impossible. No matter what, the thoughts of a deist master are hard to guess. Lin Moya wiped away the messy thoughts in his mind and continued to study the array. To set up the array, magic weapons and various materials are needed. These magic weapons and materials are collectively called array tools. Some arrays are extremely special and require special array tools. Normally, the stronger the array tool, the stronger the array. Before finding a suitable array tool, you can use origin crystals instead. Origin crystals are universal array tools that can be used in various places. Only a small number of arrays cannot use origin crystals. The 3 arrays left by Lu Fengqing and the Jade Token require different numbers of array tools. The first array requires 5, the second requires 10, and the third requires 20. Each array is more difficult than the last. When the sun origin was high in the sky, its scorching power fell on the earth. Lin Moya flicked his fingers, and 20 origin crystals flew out. The origin crystals, guided by Lin Moya's will, accurately fell into position, forming a peculiar shape. The origin breaths connected with each other, and in an instant, the whole yard shook. My array is done. Lin Moya shouted, and the array was activated. Thunder suddenly sounded in the array, mixed with the sound of waves. In the area covered by this mine array, the enemy would be continuously attacked by thunder. However, the mine array is only a basic array in the weapon array, classified as a first-level, entry-level array. In Lin Moya's eyes, this array is too weak and can only deal with the true God realm. With a wave of his hand, the array dissipated, and Lin Moya shook his head gently. The first-level array is too weak. It took half a day, but Lin Moya finally mastered all 3 arrays. Even for a top-level talented array master, it would take at least 2 months to master these 3 arrays. But Lin Moya only took about 5 hours. If Lu Fengqing knew about this speed, he would probably jump up in shock. Even as a deist master, he couldn't remain calm. The formation above Thunder City suddenly sounded a deafening thunder, followed by lightning, which was many times stronger than the previous water mine formation. At the same time, the gate of the yard was violently knocked open, and Lei Pengpeng rushed in. Let's go watch the competition. She shouted and pulled Xiao and Xiaoyu out, ignoring Lin Moya. Chapter 2557. Chapter 2557, 2557. Chapter 2557, How about registering as a talisman master? The formation above Leichen continued to thunder. Lightning turned into a signpost pointing directly outside the city. Countless people walked out of the city, and for a time, the area outside the city was crowded. Several arenas had been set up outside the city, and practitioners were fighting in the arenas. As per usual practice, the Lei family took out 100 Leishan spots and distributed them through arena competitions. There were 6 arenas in total, representing different realms. Super God Realm, True God Realm, God King Realm, God Honor Realm, Other Shore Realm, Supreme Realm. The rules were simple. Practitioners entered the corresponding arena for competition. The winner stayed, and the loser stepped down. Those who won 5 consecutive matches could secure a spot. The quotas allocated to each realm varied. The Super God Realm and True God Realm each had 1 quota. The God King Realm and God Honor Realm each had 15 quotas. The Other Shore Realm had 20 quotas, and the Supreme Realm had 30 quotas. All spots were on a first-come, first-served basis until they were all taken. Participants needed to register at the Lei family's registration office, which would assign their order of appearance. These competitions were difficult to fake, even with friends involved. However, absolute fairness was not guaranteed, and the Lei family did not pursue it. In Leichen, they set the rules, and everyone had to abide by them. If you had the ability, you could compete. If not, you had to leave. It was that simple. Lei Pengpeng rushed out of the city with Xiao and Xiaoyu, heading straight to the arena area, excitedly watching others fight. Lin Moya and Lei Sangxian followed behind, both feeling a bit helpless. Lei Sangxian looked at Lei Pengpeng, who was surprisingly energetic and fully recovered, and there was always a smile in his eyes. Lin Moya smiled and said, after Miss Pengpeng recovered, her cultivation progressed very quickly. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Lei Sangxian narrowed his eyes. This is all thanks to fellow deist Lin. Otherwise, Pengpeng would have only suffered misfortune, not blessing. The evil soul that once attached itself to Lei Pengpeng like a parasite left a part of its soul power after death. All this soul power became Lei Pengpeng's nutrients. In just a few days, Lei Pengpeng's realm had greatly improved. It wouldn't take long for her to reach the True God Realm, and the True God Realm was not the limit. According to Lin Moya's estimation, Lei Pengpeng could reach the Godly Realm in a short time. Lin Moya said, Pengpeng will also go on this trip to Leishan. Lei Sangxian nodded, she will go. In fact, whether Pengpeng was cured or not, she would go. Lin Moya understood what Lei Sangxian meant. Pengpeng was injured in Leishan. If there had been no other way, perhaps only Leishan could have provided a rescue. Fortunately, Lin Moya appeared and cured Lei Pengpeng. This time, Pengpeng went to Leishan not to save her life but to practice. As the little princess of the Lei family, no one dared to object to her entering the core of Leishan. Lei Sangxian said, Miss Xiaoyu should gain a lot from entering the core of Leishan this time. Lin Moya smiled, I hope so. I wonder when the trip to Leishan will start. Lei Sangxian said, tomorrow at noon, when the origin of the sun is the strongest, we will open Leishan. The competition in the arena was in full swing. The people who scrambled for the Leishan spot at the auction were also fighting to the death here. The fights on each stage were extremely exciting. The practitioners used all their skills to fight for the top spot. Lei Punpun pulled Xiao and Xiaoyu, constantly shuttling between the various stages, cheering for one and then going to another, having a lot of fun. In the arena, it was not easy to maintain 10 consecutive victories, but those who could achieve 10 consecutive victories were all strong people in the same realm. The arena competition would be held until the sun rose the next day. If the quotas had not been filled by then, the Lei family would distribute the remaining spots based on the stage results. So many people, even if they failed, as long as the results were acceptable, still had a glimmer of hope. Lin Moyo asked, "What is the situation in Lishan?" Lei Sangxian said, "It's not a secret. Under Lishan is an origin spiritual vein. Leichen and my Lei family rely on this origin spiritual vein. This is well known, but many people don't know that there is a natural formation on this origin spiritual vein. This formation is extremely complex. Our Lei family has only cracked a small part of it over the years." Lei Sangxian's words were brief and did not go into detail, but he believed that Lin Moya could figure it out. What he said was not a big secret, and he would not reveal the real secret. There is a natural formation on the origin of Lishan's spiritual vein, and the top leaders of many powers know it. Lin Moya said to himself, the natural formation on the origin of the spiritual vein is really difficult. The naturally formed formation is like a natural barrier, and with the continuous power provided by the origin of the spiritual vein, it is really difficult to crack. Lei Sangxian sighed, "That's right. The 7th level formation master in the Hanshui Holy Land has come to see it, but the result was helpless." Lin Moya suddenly asked, "Senior Sangxian, do you know which senior of the Lu family arranged the formation in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce?" Lei Sangxian said, "Of course I know. The number 1 formation master in the Lu family is Senior Lu Fengqing, who is also a 7th level formation master. So his name is Lu Fengqing. Lu Fengqing and Lu Fenjiao, it seems they are from the same family." Lin Moya thought to himself, and he was relieved. He knew that Lu Fengqing would not really do anything to him. Lei Sangxian continued to mutter, "Even the 7th level formation master can't do anything. Unless there is an 8th level formation master, my Lei family may really be helpless with this formation." In the origin continent, whether it is a formation master, a talisman master, an alchemist, or a weapon refiner, they can be divided into 1 to 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are directly called formation masters, alchemists, etc. Levels 4 to 6 can be called masters, such as alchemy masters and formation masters, and after the 7th level, they are respectfully called grandmasters. No matter which one, once you become a grandmaster, your status will be completely different. Grandmaster level people will be respected wherever they go. Lin Moya thought to himself, with my rune level, I wonder what level I can be considered. Should I go to the Rune Master Association and register as a rune master? In this way, I will have an identity in the origin continent, and it will be much more convenient to move around. Array masters need to understand weapon arrays and rune arrays. If you want to understand rune arrays, you need to know runes very well. But there is another type of rune master. Although some rune masters can arrange rune arrays, they do not use weapon arrays, so they study runes and take a completely different path. Rune masters tell everyone on the origin continent that runes are not only used to arrange arrays but can also do many other things. Even many rune masters feel that as long as the rune array is evolved to the extreme, it will not be weaker than the array method combining runes and weapons. Lei Sangxian looked at Lin Moya with a smile. It seems that fellow deist Lin is also quite interested in refining pills and refining instruments. Lin Moya said, "I know nothing about alchemy and refining, but I know a thing or two about runes. I can try it after this trip to Lishan is over." Lei Sangxian said, "Okay, I will take you there then." Chapter 2558. Chapter 2558, 2558. Chapter 2558, Lishan Mountain Range, Lei Family Heritage. The sun set, and the moon rose. Under the shining lunar origin, the arena was still in full swing. When the sun origin appeared again, completing the rotation of the sun and moon, the Lei family manager gave an order, and the arena competition ended. Most of the 100 spots had been allocated, with only a few remaining to be distributed by the Lei family. The Lei family allocated the remaining spots according to different realms and scores. Some people were dissatisfied and raised objections during the process, but they were immediately suppressed by the Lei family. Lei Sangxiang and Lin Moya stood in the air, watching the entire process. Lei Sangxiang asked, "What do you think of my Lei family's approach?" Lin Moya replied, "This is the way of the world. It is impossible to convince people with reason alone. You can only convince people with strength. They are not wrong, and the country is not wrong." Lei Sangxiang said, "In fact, my Lei family does this to teach them not to be so naive in the future." Lin Moya agreed, "Naive people will die early." Lei Sangxian laughed heartily, "Yes, the naive ones will die early. Let's go to Lishan. Don't worry about Pengping and the others. Someone will naturally bring them here. Within the sphere of influence of my Lei family, they will be fine even if they make a fuss." Lei Sangxian flew towards Lishan, and Lin Moya followed closely. Lishan is not far from Leichen, only about 100 kilometers. After flying for a while, the entire Lishan mountain range came into view. On Lishan, silver snakes flew like dragons. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Lishan does not refer to a single mountain but a mountain range. There is a powerful origin spiritual vein under the Lishan mountain range, and coupled with the natural formation, the entire mountain range is shrouded in thunder all year round. The closer to the center, the stronger the thunder. Lei Sangxiang introduced, the Lishan mountains are about 10,000 miles deep, and part of them extends deep underground. No one knows how deep they go. The area open to our Lei family is in the direction of Leichen, 200 miles before entering the mountains. The core area is about 500 miles away. Lei Sangxian took Lin Moyu into the Lishan Mountains. After flying 100 miles, Lin Moyu saw an ancient castle. The castle was crowded with people, supporting a formation. The formation echoed the thunder in the sky and was faintly connected to the formation in Leichen. It was precisely because of the existence of this formation that Lin Moyu was not attacked by thunder after entering the Lishan Mountains. Lei Sangxian said, if someone enters Lishan at other times, they will be attacked by thunder. The deeper they go, the greater the power of the thunder. After more than 1,000 miles, even a Daoist master will find it difficult to move. The Lishan mountain range is 10,000 miles deep, and even Daozun can only enter within 1,000 miles. It shows how powerful Lishan is. Lin Moyu looked at the ancient castle, where many Lei family members were active. Is this ancient castle the place where the Lei family made their fortunes in the past? Lei Sangxian laughed. Friend Daolin, you have good eyesight. This is indeed the place where my Lei family made their fortunes. Lin Moyu could see that the ancient castle was very old, and many places in it were different from the style of the Lei family. Obviously, the ancient castle was not built by the Lei family. It is very likely that the Lei family discovered the ancient castle and made their fortunes by leveraging it. Lei Sangxian did not hide this fact, which shows that the Lei family has completely controlled this place and is not afraid of others knowing it. Lin Moyu observed carefully and found that the location of this ancient castle seemed very special, situated in a very unique position. But Lin Moyu could not see what was special about it, just felt that it was unusual. The two passed the ancient castle and continued forward. After flying more than 100 miles, a second castle appeared in sight. It looked the same as the previous castle, the only difference being its location. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, feeling more and more uneasy. Lei Sangxian noticed Lin Moyu's expression. Did Daoist Lin see anything? Lin Moyu thought for a while. The locations of the two castles are a bit special. They seem to be built along a special vein. They appear to be more than 100 miles apart, but they are actually part of a whole. Lei Sangxian laughed. Daoist Lin has good eyesight. I mentioned before that there is a natural formation in the Lishan Mountains, and the two castles are located at the nodes of this natural formation. It is precisely with these two that our Lei family can control this area. Lin Moyu showed a strange look. Isn't this a secret? Lei Sangxian shook his head. Of course not. Many people know, but what if they know? Do they dare to rob it? Even if the Daoist master of the Holy Land comes, he can't take it. He said it with great confidence. Lin Moyu realized that these two castles might just be the visible power of the Lei family. The Lei family may control more than just these 2 points in the natural formation of the Lishan Mountains. The Lei family can manipulate the power of Lishan through the nodes they control. Even the Daozun of the Holy Land cannot pose a threat to the Lei family. This is the Lei family's confidence. Leichen is just the outer layer. The real foundation of the Lei family is in Lishan. After Lei Sangxian took Lin Moyu over the second castle, they landed on a mountainside. After the mountainside was repaired, a circular square with a diameter of about 1 kilometer was formed. There were already many Lei family members here, and they were ready. Every time Lishan is opened, it is a big event for the Lei family, and the Lei family prepares early. When Lei Sangxian arrived, the children of the Lei family greeted him one after another. A Lei family heavenly venerable ran over quickly and saluted Lei Sangxian respectfully. "Third master, you are here." Lei Sangxian waved his hand. "Go and do your work first, don't worry about me." "Okay, third master, do as you please." Lei Sangxian is the younger brother of the Lei family's patriarch, ranking third, and the Lei family members call him third master. Lei Sangxian pointed to the other side, where 200 Lei family members stood in a square formation. "These are the children of my Lei family who are going to enter Lishan this time. Fellow Daoist Lin, take a look at this momentum, is it okay?" The 200 Lei family members were of different realms, from the super god realm to the supreme realm. They were dressed uniformly, all exuding a powerful aura. As members of the Lei family, most of them practiced thunder magic, and their temperaments were extremely sharp. Each person was like a sharp knife in thunder, making it difficult for others to look directly at them. This kind of sharpness gradually disappears when one reaches the heavenly venerable realm, integrating yin and yang. Lin Moyu said, "Lishan has a great opportunity. Why should the family share such a good opportunity?" Lei Sangxian laughed and said, "The ancestor once said that any opportunity cannot be monopolized by one family and needs to be shared. Sometimes, it is an opportunity, but also a cause and effect. It is not a good thing for one family to monopolize it." Lin Moyu had some understanding of cause and effect, so he could understand the meaning of Lei Sangxian's words. Opportunity is also cause and effect. If the cause and effect are too great, the Lei family may not be able to bear it. So dividing the quota and the opportunity is actually letting others share the cause and effect. Lin Moyu said, "The ancestor of the Lei family is very wise." Lei Sangxian said, "Indeed, the wisdom of the ancestor is beyond our comparison." Suddenly, a chill spread from afar like a sharp arrow, and the temperature dropped suddenly. Lei Sangxian said, "The people from the Hanshui Holy Land have arrived." Chapter 2559. Chapter 2559, 2559. Chapter 2559. Is it Xiaoyu from Linhai City? The troops of Hanshui Holy Land arrived with a biting cold. Their team was larger than the Lei families, and at the front was a luxurious sedan chair, almost like a palace. It was pulled by 2 white horses with wings, known as flying snow white horses, unique to Hanshui Holy Land. These horses were not only used for pulling carriages and riding but were also excellent fighting spirit beasts. The weakest among them, after reaching adulthood, was at the Supreme Realm, and the strongest could reach the Heavenly Master Realm. Hanshui Holy Land had an army composed of flying snow-white horses, making their combat power extremely formidable. The Lei family had given Hanshui Holy Land 400 ordinary places and 4 core places. The specific distribution of these places was entirely up to Hanshui Holy Land. Generally, they would keep 100 ordinary places and 2 core places, distributing the rest among their subordinates. Perhaps they didn't want to be involved in such a significant cause and effect. What the Lei family ancestor understood, Hanshui Holy Land could definitely understand as well. Those who received these quotas also came with the Hanshui Holy Land team, wearing various types of clothing. Lei Sangxiang called out loudly, "Who is the elder of the Holy Land team this time?" The sedan chair opened, and with a chill, Guni Anhai flew out. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. What a coincidence. Lei Sangxiang asked, "Does fellow deist Lin know him?" Lin Moya nodded. "Elder Guni Anhai, I just met him some time ago." Guni Anhai also saw Lin Moya and narrowed his eyes. "Boy, we meet again." Lin Moya laughed. Lin Moya greets the senior. "How are you, senior? I wonder if fellow deist Nian Shui has come." Guni Anhai waved his hand. "Don't try to get close to me. You know what you have done. You are lucky I didn't settle the score with you." At this time, a cold voice came from the sedan. "Grandpa, I heard someone calling my name." The sedan opened again, and Gun Yenshui appeared at the door. After seeing Lin Moya, Gun Yenshui frowned slightly, then smiled. "Senior Lin, we meet again." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Yeah, what a coincidence." Lin Moya noticed that Gun Yanshui's temperament had changed significantly. There was a faint murderous aura around him, indicating that he was practicing the secret method inherited by the Horned Dragon Star Lord. This level of murderous aura was too weak for Lin Moya, but Gun Yanshui's cultivation had progressed rapidly. In just a few days, he was about to reach the Supreme Realm. Previously, he was a saint, 10 steps away from the Supreme. Now, he had become a half-step Supreme, and after the trip to Lishan, he would likely become a Supreme. Lei Sangxiang saw some clues and sensed there were issues between Lin Moya and Gun Yanshui. Gun Yanshui approached Lin Moya. "Senior Lin, are you going to enter Lishan too? It seems that Lishan is useless to you." Lin Moya said, "It's not me entering Lishan, but my disciple. I didn't expect fellow deist Nian Shui to come too." Gun Yanshui was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you to have a disciple. He must be very talented." Lin Moya laughed. "He's okay, but I can't compare to you. You've made great progress in cultivation recently. It seems that Xingjun's inheritance is extraordinary." Gun Yanshui laughed lightly. "Nianshui's murderous aura is nothing compared to yours. Even the murderous aura of the Star Lord is just child's play in front of you." The two laughed at each other like two old foxes. Lei Sangxian was slightly surprised. "I heard before that there was a genius in the Holy Land who got the inheritance of a certain Star Lord. I didn't expect him to be so young." Gun Yanshui saluted Lei Sangxian. "Senior, you are too kind. Yanshui is just lucky. It is also because Senior Lin did not compete with me, otherwise, this inheritance would not be mine." Lei Sangxian felt he could not understand Lin Moya more and more. Not only could he cure injuries that even Daozan was helpless to treat, but he also possessed 3 great ways and now could even give up the inheritance of Xingjun. And from what they said, the murderous aura of the Star Lord is not as good as Lin Moya's. There are only a few Star Lords famous for their murderous aura, and the most likely ones are. Lei Sangxian looked at Gu Nianhai. "Fellow deist Gu, is the Star Lord inheritance obtained by the Holy Land the Horned Dragon Star Lord?" Gu Nianhai smiled. "Yes, it is the Horned Dragon Star Lord." Lei Sangxiang murmured, "The Horned Dragon Star Lord is in charge of killing. Every time he appears in the world, he will inevitably set off a bloody storm. I don't know where the bloody place is this time." Gu Nianhai said, "Our Holy Land already has a countermeasure, so fellow deist Lei doesn't have to worry." Lei Sangxiang nodded. "Well, I believe the Holy Land will handle it." At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Lin Moya. "Fellow deist Lin, you have to be careful." Lin Moya nodded slightly in response. He would naturally be careful. It would be best not to provoke the Holy Land. If he really had to provoke it, although he couldn't win, it would not be a problem to save his life. Another team arrived. This team was extremely large, composed of people who had won quotas through the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and those who had won quotas in the arena competition. They came under the leadership of the Lei family. You can't walk around in Lishan. Once you leave the range of the formation, you may be bombarded by thousands of thunders. The Lei family had been waiting outside Leichen early and brought everyone here when they arrived. Lei Pengping, Xiaowa, and Xiaoyu were also in the team. The 3 of them sat on the back of the calf and flew at the front of the team. With Lei Pengpeng, the little princess of the Lei family, she could do whatever she wanted, and the Lei family would only follow her and dare not have any objections. After meeting Lin Moya, Xiaowa commanded the calf to fly over. Xiaowa took the lead, flew out of the calf, turned into lightning, and hung on Lin Moya. "Master, why did you come here alone first?" Lin Moya laughed. "Why are you hanging on again?" Xiaowa sniffed the smell on Lin Moya's body with her little nose. "It's been a long time since I hung on." Xiaowa wants to hang on for a while. Xiaowa didn't care about other people's eyes. As long as she wanted to hang on, she must hang on. Lin Moya also knew, so he let her do it. After all, she is also a Tianzun, and there are few people who dare to laugh at her. Lei Pengping asked curiously, "Is it fun for Sister Xiaowa to hang on?" Xiaowa nodded. "It's fun. The master smells so good." Lei Pengping said, "I want to hang on too." Ahem. Lei Sangxiang immediately stopped Lei Pengping. "Pengping, no." Lei Pengping said, "Oh, okay." She could only give up. She naturally knew that it was not possible. Xiaoyu finally jumped off the calf and called sweetly, "Master." Lin Moyo touched Xiaoya's head. Don't be nervous. Practice well later. Xiaoya nodded. Master, don't worry. Xiaoyu will practice hard. Gu Nianshui's eyes lit up. Senior Lin, is this the disciple you accepted? Lin Moya nodded. The only disciple. Gu Nianshui said. She said her name is Xiaoyu. Is she Xiaoyu from Linhai City? Lin Moya looked at Gu Nianshui unkindly. Some things are over. Gu Nianshui suddenly felt an invisible pressure falling on him. Lin Moya's eyes contained murderous intent, making him very uncomfortable. At this time, Gu Nianhai took a step forward and blocked in front of Gu Nianshui, also staring at Lin Moyo unkindly. Lei Sangxiang also moved half a step without saying a word, just blocking in front of Lin Moyo. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 2560. Chapter 2560, 2560. Chapter 2560, I'm not done with you. The incident involving the Lan family in Linhai City happened not long ago. At that time, Lan Tingya secretly attacked and tried to harm someone named Xiaoyu. The name matched, the age matched, and Lin Moyo had also been in Linhai City before, so Gu Nianshui instinctively felt that the Xiaoyu in front of him was the same Xiaoyu that Lan Tingya had mentioned. Xiaoyu hid behind Lin Moyo and carefully poked her head out. Master, did I say something wrong? She looked like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head and feeling very scared. Xiaoyu jumped off Lin Moyo and glared at Gu Nianshui and the others. Who dares to bully sister Xiaoyu? Believe it or not, I'll make them suffer a great misfortune. She was not afraid of Gu Nianshui and the others at all, because her eyes were more discerning than anyone else's. It was a pity that Xiaoyu looked too cute, and her fierce appearance did not have any deterrent power. But Xiaoyu's aura of the Tianzun realm was real and not deceptive at all. Lei Pengpeng also joined in. Who dares to bully Xiaoyu? I'll be the first to disagree. She suddenly glanced at Xiaoyu and then quickly changed her words. No, I'll be the second to disagree. The originally tense atmosphere became a little more relaxed with the addition of these two funny characters. Lin Moya reached out and patted Xiaoyu on the head. Why are you yelling? You have nothing to do here. Xiaoya's head shrank. Don't hit people on the head, it'll make them stupid. Lin Moya smiled and ignored her, but looked at Gu Nianshui. This matter is over, and the Lan family is no longer there. If you want to talk about this matter, then Lin can only sacrifice his life to accompany you. Although the Holy Land is strong, I am not afraid of the group. Lin Moya said it very bluntly. Xiaoyu is indeed the Xiaoyu mentioned by Lan Tianyu. I did what I did to Lan Tianyu. What do you want? Gu Nianhai sneered repeatedly. The boy is very brave. A mere Tianzun dares to challenge the Holy Land. Lin Moya shook his head. Senior is wrong. I have never thought of challenging the Holy Land. It's just that I believe in a saying, once a teacher, a father for life. Whoever wants to touch my disciple, I, as a master, will naturally not agree. And he looked at Gu Nianshui, fellow deist Nianshui, don't forget your soul oath. Even if the Holy Land has means to evade it, I think it will have to pay a price. Fellow deist Nianshui, think about it and see if it's worth it. Lin Moya was very tough and had no intention of giving in. Gu Nianhai said coldly, it's just a soul oath. At this time, Lei Sangxiang suddenly interrupted Gu Nianhai. Fellow deist Gu, you are a distinguished guest of our Lei family. Gu Nianhai raised his eyebrows. Does your Lei family also want to participate in this matter? Lei Sangxiang said, little friend Lin has done a great favor to my Lei family. Within the scope of our Lei family, we must protect him. Gu Nianhai obviously didn't believe it. He is just a Tianzun. What great favor can he do to your Lei family? Lei Pengpeng jumped up. My illness was cured by the senior. People from your Holy Land have also come to see it, but they had no solution at all. It's really useless. After saying that, Lei Pengpeng didn't forget to make a face. Gu Nianhai was shocked. He looked at Lei Sangxiang. Really? Lei Sangxiang nodded. It's true. Fellow deist Lin is the benefactor of my Lei family. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Gu Nianhai knew about Lei Pengpeng's illness. At that time, a deist master in the Holy Land went to see her but was helpless. He didn't expect that Lei Pengpeng's strange illness was actually cured by Lin Moyo. Gu Nianhai knew that Lei Sangxiang would not joke about this matter, it must be true. Now, things became tricky. He wanted to attack Lin Moyo, at least not within the Lei family's territory. Even though the Lei family obeyed the orders of the Hanshui Holy Land, the Lei family was not like other forces that were dependent on the Hanshui Holy Land. On the contrary, in addition to Leichen, there were many forces that also relied on the origin spiritual vein that snaked out from Leichen. These forces can basically be regarded as the subordinates of the Lei family. If the Holy Land must fight with the Lei family, it will naturally win, but it will also pay a heavy price. The Lei family is not a soft persimmon and is not something that can be squeezed at will. Hey, it's so lively. Suddenly a voice sounded, and several people turned their heads and saw someone flying from afar. He did not move forward according to the route given by the Lei family but walked on the edge of the formation. Countless thunders fell from the sky and struck him. But strangely, whenever the thunder was about to strike him, he could always dodge at the last moment. No matter how dense the thunder was, it could not strike him. Just this move revealed the extraordinary nature of the other party. Gu Nianhai frowned at the person who came. Crazy old man, why are you here? Lei Sangxiang also laughed and said, it turns out to be Senior Fengqing. What brings you here? The person who came was Lu Fengqing, and only a master of formations like him could move freely in this natural formation. Lu Fengqing kept wandering in the formation, passing through the thousands of thunders without being touched by a single one. He was a bit unrestrained, like a true immortal, flying out of the formation and coming to the front of several people. I happened to be hosting an auction in Leichen and found some interesting things, so I stayed for a few days. It just so happened that your Lei family's Lishan was opened, so I came to join in the fun. Gu Nianhai blew his beard. When did you, a crazy old man, join in the fun? I think you want to take advantage of the formation in Lishan. Lu Fengqing snorted. With your wisdom, it's hard for me to explain to you. Just say whatever you want. You. Gu Nianhai shouted angrily, and the breath of the Daozun realm surged. Lu Fengqing said coldly, "What? You want to fight me? Believe it or not, I will surround you with magic." Gu Nianhai shouted angrily, "You dare?" Lu Fengqing snorted, "What's there to be afraid of? If you don't believe me, you can try it." Gu Nianhai was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He knew very well that this crazy old man could really make a bed. Lu Fengqing ignored Gu Nianhai and looked at Lin Moyu. "Why are you here instead of studying the formation well?" Lin Moyu said, "My junior disciple is going to enter Lishan, and I have mastered the formation you gave me." Lu Fengqing said, "Oh," and suddenly his eyes widened. "What did you say? You have mastered it? Is it the first method?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I have mastered all 3 formations." Lu Fengqing's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "Show it to me." Lin Moyu took out a handful of origin crystals, which seemed to pop out casually, and the origin crystals quickly formed a mind formation. Lu Fengqing's eyes widened and almost popped out. "Have you learned it before?" Lin Moya's movements were natural and freehand, not like someone who had just come into contact with the array. Lin Moyu shook his head. "I have seen the array, but I have never learned it." Lu Fengqing's eyes swept over Lin Moyu, and finally, he suddenly said to Gu Nianhai, "Old man, if you dare to touch him, I will never let you go." Chapter 2561. Chapter 2561, 2561. Chapter 2561, I will curse you. Gu Nianhai stared at Lu Fengqing, showing no weakness in his demeanor. "What is his relationship with your Lufeng Chamber of Commerce?" Lu Fengqing replied, "He is a senior member of our Lufeng Chamber of Commerce." "Do you think that matters?" Gu Nianhai retorted, "He is just a senior member. There are so many senior members in your Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Have they never died?" Although senior members enjoy privileges and preferential treatment in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, there are so many of them. How can the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce take care of everyone? And there are several senior members in Hanshui Holy Land. How can a senior member fight against another senior member? Lu Fengqing began to be unreasonable. "I said it matters. Anyway, if you dare to touch him, I will not agree." Gu Nianhai looked at Lu Fengqing's crazy look, then at the Minaret, and seemed to realize something. His face became extremely ugly as he realized that Lin Moyu might have a strong talent for formations. And in recent years, Lu Fengqing seemed to have been looking for disciples. If Lu Fengqing believed that Lin Moyu was his disciple, then he really couldn't do anything. And if he thought about it carefully, there was no real deep hatred between him and Lin Moyu. In this situation now, he was more concerned about his own face. If he retreated, where would his face be? If it got out in the future, he would lose face. As a deist master, he could do nothing else, but face was the most important. Just when he was in a dilemma, Gu Nianshui said, "Grandpa, you promised your grandson that you would let your grandson handle Senior Lin's affairs by himself." Gu Nianhai suddenly found a way out. Grandpa forgot about this matter. He swept his eyes over several people and snorted coldly, "For Nianshui's sake, let's just forget about this matter." After that, he turned around and returned to the sedan chair, never showing up again. Finally, he had a way out. If he continued to stalemate, he would definitely lose face again. Gu Nianshui said to Lin Moyu, "Senior Lin is right. The matter of the Lan family in Linhai City has passed. Miss Xiaoya's identity is not important." Nianshui was abrupt in this matter. "Please don't be offended by it." Lin Moyu said, "It's just a misunderstanding." Gu Nianshui bowed, "Senior, you are magnanimous. Nianshui will remember it and will repay you generously in the future." After that, he bowed to Lu Fengqing and Lei Sangxian, then returned to the sedan chair. Xiao frowned, "Master, why do I feel that this person has something to say?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Of course there is something to say, but it doesn't matter. This matter is not important." Lei Sangxian frowned, "The people of the Holy Land Gu family are not easy to mess with, and he has inherited the legacy of the Horned Dragon Star Lord. Fellow deist Lin should be careful in the future. Thank you for your reminder, I will be careful." Lin Moyu didn't care about Gu Nianshui's words. If he dared to come to him in the future, it would be hard to say who would repay whom generously. What about the inheritance of the Horned Dragon Star Lord? In his eyes, it was nothing more than that. Xiao said cautiously, "Master, I want to curse him." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, there is a deist master beside him. He will be discovered, and he has many treasures on him, so he will not be easily affected." Xiao thought for a while, "It doesn't matter, I will curse him after I go in. I have memorized his breath, he can't escape." Lin Moyu smiled, "It's up to you, but be careful." At this time, Lu Fengqing suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Moyu. "Come here, I have something to say to you." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, can't you say it here?" Lu Fengqing shouted, "Come here when I tell you to, so much nonsense." Lei Sangxian laughed, "Don't worry, Lin Daiyu, Miss Xiaoyu will be fine here." Lei Pengpeng also promised, "Don't worry, I will protect Xiaoyu." Lu Fengqing pulled Lin Moyu and flew to the corner of the platform. With a wave of his hand, a formation was formed naturally. He took Lin Moyu into the formation and immediately isolated it from the outside world. The world in the formation seemed like an independent world. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, do you have any important instructions?" Lu Fengqing said, "Tell me the truth, have you really never learned the formation before?" Lin Moyu answered firmly, "No." Lu Fengqing continued to ask, Then how long did it take you to master the mine formation? Lin Moya calculated carefully, about 2 hours. Lu Fengqing's eyes widened again, 2 hours. Lin Moya said, about the same. I didn't calculate carefully, but the difference should not be too big. Lu Fengqing snorted twice. Do you know how long it takes for a normal formation master to comprehend the mine formation? Lin Moya shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Lu Fengqing made a strange cry. If you can comprehend it in a month, it is considered a rare genius. You only took 2 hours. If you are not bragging, then you must be a demon. Lin Moya smiled bitterly. Is it so difficult? Maybe it's because my realm is higher, so I can comprehend it faster. Bullshit. Lu Fengqing cursed. The mine array is only a first-level array. As long as you are above the other shore realm, you can set it up. This is not a matter of realm at all. He rolled his eyes. Come on, I have a Kuoshui Yinli array here. Learn it on the spot. Lu Fengqing stuffed a jade card to Lin Moya without saying anything, and asked him to learn it on the spot. Lin Moya took the jade card and smiled helplessly. Is it so urgent? Lu Fengqing urged. Yes, it's so urgent, immediately, right away. Lin Moya still didn't do it, but continued to ask. Then is the matter of the junior at the auction considered settled? Lu Fengqing waved his hand. It's settled, it's settled. You quickly learn it for me. It's good to be settled, just learn it. Lin Moya's soul power moved, and his consciousness channeled the jade card, and the method of setting up the Kuoshui Yinli array was immediately transmitted. Kuoshui Yinli array is a second-level array, and it is more difficult among the second-level arrays. The difficulty lies in that this is a weapon array. It requires the foundation of both the weapon array and the talisman array, and they must be integrated together. The fusion process is somewhat complicated, with many key points, and if you are not careful, it will cause the array to collapse. The difficulty is several times higher than the previous water mine array. Seeing Lin Moya start to learn, Lu Fengqing started counting. I want to see if you are bragging. It takes 3 to 6 months for ordinary geniuses to master the Kuoshui Yinli array. It takes 1 to 2 months for top geniuses. The brat is very familiar with the talisman array. According to this, he should be faster than the top geniuses. I don't know if 10 days is enough. According to the speed of the water mine array, it should not take 10 days, maybe 3 or 5 days will be enough. Time passed little by little, and the Lei family officially opened Lishan. Thunder roared through the world, and a formation appeared. Everyone entered Lishan with a token in hand, and the formation would send people to different areas according to the token. There is a huge difference between the core area and the ordinary area. One by one, people disappeared into the formation. Lei Pengping and Xiaoyu walked in hand and disappeared. Mist rose in Xiao's eyes, and she kept muttering, I will curse you, and you will be in big trouble. Chapter 2562. Chapter 2562, 2562. Chapter 2562, what do you think? Do you agree? Lishan Mountain had been opened, and the thunder did not affect Lin Moya within the formation. Lu Fengqing's formation blocked all external sounds, allowing Lin Moya to study in peace. 4 hours later, under Lu Fengqing's shocked gaze, Lin Moya suddenly moved. He ejected one origin crystal after another, a total of 99 first-order origin crystals, combining them into a peculiar structure. The origin breath quickly connected with Lin Moya's soul power as a bridge. In a blink of an eye, a weapon formation had been formed, but Lin Moya did not activate it. Then, he began to make runes. One by one, ancient runes were drawn and flew into the already formed formation, merging with it. A total of 9 complex ancient runes flew into the formation, and Lin Moya used his soul power to connect the 9 ancient runes, making them complete the connection and become a whole. In the same space area, a department and a formation existed simultaneously. However, neither formation was activated. Lin Moya still used soul power as a bridge to connect the 2 formations together. In an instant, the formation was activated, and thunder sounded within it. Unlike the magnificent thunder outside, this was Yin thunder, which was terribly low. The thunder in Lishan is Yang thunder, with a strong masculine aura, burning the soul and destroying the body. The thunder in the Kuoshui Yin Lei formation is Yin thunder, which sounds dull and powerless. It seems that it will not cause any injuries when it falls on the body, but it can actually cause damage directly from the inside of the body. And Yin thunder will remain in the body and is difficult to cure. In the eyes of many people, Yin thunder is more difficult to deal with than Yang thunder. After Lin Moya set up the formation, he looked at Lu Fengqing. Senior, is it okay? Lu Fengqing was speechless. He had thought that Lin Moya might be able to set up the formation within 3 to 5 days, assuming he hadn't exaggerated about the previous water mine formation. But he never expected that Lin Moya would master the formation and set it up in just 5 hours. The whole process was done in one go. Although the speed was not fast, it was definitely not something a first-time learner could do. Every formation master progresses through repeated failures before achieving success. At this moment, Lu Fengqing thought of his own process of learning the Kuoshui Yin Lei formation. It was a tearful and unbearable past. Hearing Lin Moya's words and listening to the Yin Lei formation, Lu Fengqing said, it's okay, but the speed of setting up the formation is a bit slow and not very practical. Lin Moya said, it's indeed a bit slow. If you can wave your hands to form a formation like the senior, you can play a big role when fighting the enemy. Lu Fengqing coughed lightly, you are still far from reaching my level, but you have a good talent. I have a suggestion. You can consider it. Judging from Lu Fengqing's attitude and tone, Lin Moya had guessed 3 or 5 points, but he still said, Senior, please speak. Lu Fengqing said, I am already a 7th level formation master, and I need a disciple. I am satisfied with your talent, so I want to take you as my disciple. Lin Moya looked apologetic. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I already have a master, so I can't take you as my master. Lu Fengqing frowned. Where is your master? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't know where he is for the time being. The masters he was referring to were Bai Yaiwan, Meng Yanwen, and Yin Quanxing. The three of them were his enlightenment teachers. Once a teacher, a father for life. Moya could not accept others as his teacher. Lu Fengqing looked at Lin Moya's appearance and knew that he was not lying. Is your master also a Daoist master? Lin Moya shook his head. No. Lu Fengqing frowned even tighter. Could it be a heavenly master? Lin Moya said, my master is an enlightenment teacher, not even in the super god realm. Lu Fengqing was stunned on the spot. Your enlightenment teacher is not even in the super god realm. The super god realm is too far from him. He couldn't imagine how someone who was not even in the super god realm could cultivate such a young heavenly master. It can only be said that this disciple has a strong talent, all by his own practice, not by the teaching of the master. Lin Moya said, this has nothing to do with cultivation. Once you become a teacher, you will be a father for life. When I was insignificant, master treated me like a son, so I will treat master like a father. Lu Fengqing also became serious at this time. You are now a heavenly master. If your master is not even in the super god realm, he may have died. Lin Moya said, it has nothing to do with life and death. I will never have another master in this life, so I can only be. Lin Moya said very firmly. This is his true inner thought and cannot be changed. He didn't say half of his words. Now Meng Yanwen and the other two are missing. He doesn't believe that Meng Yanwen is dead. In the ancient battlefield in the big world, there are traces of the Shangxia Tower, and there are also Meng Yanwen's words. All signs indicate that Meng Yanwen and the other two are not dead. The old Taoist in a green robe took the entire small world away, which may be the reason why Meng Yanwen survived. Lu Fengqing saw Lin Moya was so determined that he could only sigh helplessly in the end. How about this? I invite you to be a formation master in Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moya had been determined to develop his own power, so it was naturally impossible for him to be a formation master in Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but he had not refused yet. Lu Fengqing continued, don't rush to refuse. I invite you to be a formation master, not to join the Chamber of Commerce. There are many formation masters in the Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the direct formation masters of the Chamber of Commerce like me, there are also many guest formation masters. These formation masters don't have to do anything for the Chamber of Commerce at ordinary times. They will only take action when the Chamber of Commerce makes a request. And the Chamber of Commerce will not force them to accept the requests, it is all voluntary. They can do whatever they want at ordinary times, and the Chamber of Commerce will not interfere. I can tell you that there are many guest formation masters in the Chamber of Commerce who are elders of other sects or even patriarchs of other families. It doesn't matter. You don't have to pay anything at ordinary times, just take action when the Chamber of Commerce makes a request. It is voluntary, and you can refuse. If you complete the Chamber of Commerce's requests, you can get the Chamber of Commerce's rewards. Is there such a good thing in the world? Lin Moya couldn't believe it. Lin Moya said, how can I be qualified when my formation level is so poor? Lu Fengqing said, you are indeed not qualified now. The guest formation masters in the Chamber of Commerce are at least 4th level formation masters, but what I value is your future. You will definitely become a formation master, or even a grand master in the future. I can also make a promise to you here. As long as you agree, I can give you a lot of formation information for free. These materials are not cheap to buy, and you may not be able to buy them even if you have money. Lu Fengqing sounded like a bad guy trying to trick a child with candy. What he was betting on was Lin Moya's future. But for him, if Lin Moya doesn't become a talent in the future, all he will lose is a piece of information. Lu Fengqing said, what do you think? Do you agree? Chapter 2563. Chapter 2563, 2563. Chapter 2563, deep in the mountains, tens of people die, and no one can survive. Faced with Lu Fengqing's gracious invitation, Lin Moya could not find a reason to refuse. Although he had only come into contact with a few formations, Lin Moya had already developed a strong interest in the way of formations. For example, the Kuoshui Yinli formation that he arranged by himself can be divided into the Talisman formation and the Instrument formation. The Kuoshui Yinli formation is almost the top existence among the second-level formations. When disassembled, the Talisman formation is only a first-level formation, and the Instrument formation is also the most common formation in the second level. However, when combined, they form the top second-level formation. The combination of the Instrument formation and the Talisman formation is very powerful, which aroused Lin Moya's interest. Now, with such a great benefit in front of him, Lin Moya naturally would not refuse. Lin Moya said, I agree. Lu Fengqing laughed, not bad, not bad. Come on, I will take you back to the Chamber of Commerce to sign the agreement. But before that, you have to go to the Formation Master for assistance and register as a Formation Master. As he said this, he withdrew his formation, and the thunder outside came in immediately. Lin Moya hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, my disciple has already entered Lishan. After she comes out, we will go back together. Lu Fengqing thought for a while. Yes, there is no rush. But I can give you the basic information of the Formation Master first. As he said this, he stuffed a jade card into Lin Moya's hand. Here are most of the information of the Formation Master, and most of the formations from level 1 to level 3. I will give you other information later. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded above their heads. The thunder was very close, almost at their ears, and at the same time, a huge force was gathering above their heads. Lin Moya looked up and saw that a dark cloud had appeared in the sky at some point, and electric snakes were flying and circling in the dark cloud, as if they would fall at any time. Lu Fengqing's face changed. "Oh no, you should put away the Kuoshui Yinli formation." At this time, the Kuoshui Yinli formation was still running, and at the same time, a dull thunder sounded. Lin Moya then realized that the dark clouds in the sky were not targeting him, but the Kuoshui Yinli formation. The thunder in Lishan is Yang thunder, and the thunder in the Kuoshui Yinli formation is Yin thunder. Yin and Yang complement and counteract each other. The appearance of the Kuoshui Yinli formation broke the special balance and attracted a large number of Yang thunders. Lei Sangxiang also noticed the abnormality here at this time. Under the control of the Lei family, there should be no thunder here. Lin Moya immediately wanted to put away the Kuoshui Yinli formation but found that the Kuoshui Yinli formation had lost control and could not be taken back. It seemed to be locked by some force and had solidified there. Cannot take back the formation. Lin Moya tried several times but failed. Lu Fengqing also discovered this and said in a low voice, "Cut off the connection with the formation." The Kuoshui Yinli formation was arranged by Lin Moya and had a special connection with him. Lin Moya immediately cut off the connection with the Kuoshui Yinli formation, but it was still a step too late. When his consciousness just rose, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck the Kuoshui Yinli formation. The Kuoshui Yinli formation was shattered on the spot. How could a mere second-level formation compare to the thunder of Lishan Mountain? The thunder of Lishan Mountain smashed the Kuoshui Yinli formation with an extremely strong force, and a large amount of thunder power followed the connection between souls and attacked Lin Moya. The power of thunder was so powerful that it exceeded the limit of Tianzun. Lu Fengqing shouted loudly, and the power of Daozun burst out. He pointed out with one finger, just above the thunder. The runes on his fingertips flashed, and a formation was instantly generated. Bang! Amid the sound of breaking, Lu Fengqing was blasted back with a muffled groan, and the formation on his fingertips was also broken on the spot. The power of thunder was amazing, as if the appearance of the Kuoshui Yinli formation had angered it. What a strong power! Lu Fengqing thought in his heart. The power of thunder exceeded his imagination, and he couldn't stop it in a hurry. Even Daozun couldn't stop it, let alone Lin Moya. Lin Moya had no time to dodge and was hit by thunder. The ground exploded, and Lin Moya disappeared with the lightning. Thunder rushed over 3 times. What happened? Lu Fengqing also rushed back. It was my negligence. Fellow deist Lin's formation attracted the thunder of Lishan. Where Lin Moya was originally, there was only a large pit with a diameter of about 10 meters. This square was built by the Lei family using a special method, using a lot of rare materials, and it has a strong resistance to thunder. When Lishan Mountain is closed and the Lei family is not controlling it, this square is constantly under the attack of the thunder of Lishan Mountain. The thunder of the Tianzun realm can't hurt the square at all. Now that a big pit can be blasted out of the square, it means that the power of this thunder has reached the Daozun realm. Looking at Lu Fengqing's appearance, you can know that it has indeed reached the Daozun realm. Lin Moya is only in the Tianzun realm. No matter how strong his talent is, Tianzun is Tianzun. How can he withstand the attack of the Daozun realm? Lei Sangxiang thought in an instant that Lin Moya might be dead. He whispered, "Senior Fengqing, is fellow deist Lin dead?" Lu Fengqing was not sure at this time. It's hard to say. Although Tianzun can't withstand the attack of thunder, he won't be completely destroyed. Even if there is no body, there will be more or fewer traces left, but there is nothing here now, so I think that fellow deist Lin may still be alive. After carefully looking at the pit, Lei Sangxiang felt that what Lu Fengqing said made sense. I don't think fellow deist Lin is a short-lived person, he should still be alive. At this time, Xiao also rushed over. She didn't look panicked at all. The master is still alive, I can sense it. Lei Sangxiang asked, "Miss Xiao, can you really sense fellow deist Lin?" Xiao nodded. "Of course, the master is still alive, living better than anyone else." Lei Sangxiang asked, "Can you sense where fellow deist Lin went?" Xiao carefully sensed it, pointed in a direction, and said, "It's there. I don't know how far it is, but the master seems to be in a special environment." Looking in the direction pointed by Xiao, Lei Sangxiang's face became a little ugly. Why would he go there? The direction Xiao pointed to was deep in the Lishan Mountains. Because he didn't know the exact location, Lei Sangxiang didn't know where Lin Moya was. But he knew that no matter where Lin Moya was, the depths of the Lishan Mountains were not a place that Tianzun could go. Even if he was a deist, he had to be careful inside. If he took a wrong step, he might be doomed. Lu Fengqing said in a deep voice, "Is there any way?" Lei Sangxiang said, "If he is really inside, it will be troublesome." Lei Sangxiang immediately sent a message to Lei Jingying and told him what happened here. A moment later, he received a message from Lei Jingying saying that he was on his way, and Lei Sangxiang was relieved. "Brother is on his way, let's talk about it when he arrives." Xiao was not worried at all. The master will be fine. The two did not take Xiao's words seriously, especially Lei Sangxiang, who knew the Lishan Mountains best. Tianzun was in there, basically dead. In the sedan chair in the distance, Guni Anhai said coldly, "If Tianzun enters the depths of Lishan Mountain range, he will die." Chapter 2564. Chapter 2564, 2564. Chapter 2564, Are you worried that I'll die? Guni Anhai's eyes were cold. Although Lin Moyo had no personal grudge against him, Lin Moyo had taken advantage of Gun Yenshui, making Guni Anhai feel humiliated. This time, because Lei Sangxiang and Lu Fengqing tried their best to protect Lin Moyo, Guni Anhai felt humiliated once again. Guni Anhai wished that Lin Moyo would die. The wind and thunder roared, countless thunders exploded, and Lei Jingying broke through thousands of thunders and roared. As a deist master, Lei Jingying's strength was much greater than Lei Sangxiang's. He regarded the thunder in Lishan as nothing, like a god of war descending. Lei Jingying, wearing a thunder and lightning snake, asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Lu Fengqing, who knew Lei Jingying, immediately explained what had happened. Lei Jingying frowned. The thunder in Lishan is extremely young thunder, which is inductive with Yin thunder, and they complement and counteract each other. He looked thoughtfully into the depths of the mountain. "Let me see." Lei Jingying's figure became illusory. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed that several Lei Jingyings flew out of his body, like countless clones, rushing into the sky, or drilling into the earth, merging into Lishan from all directions and corners. Lu Fengqing had a little envy in his eyes. With tens of millions of clones, the cultivation of the Lei family master has improved again. Lei Sangxian said, "Brother is too kind." In the distance, Gu Nianhai's pupils shrank suddenly, and he whispered, "Tens of millions of clones." He also had envy in his eyes, and at the same time, some jealousy. Lei Jingying's strength far exceeded his. After a moment, Lei Jingying's illusory figure became solid again. "I did sense that someone had entered the depths of the mountains, but I can't find the exact location." Lu Fengqing said, "Even you can't find it." Lei Jingying nodded. "The environment in the depths of the mountains is too complicated. I need time. Sangxiang, come and help me find it." Lei Sangxiang nodded, "Okay." The two quickly went to the depths of the square, where there was a formation arranged by the Lei family. Lu Fengqing did not follow. After all, it was the formation of the Lei family, and he, a formation master, was not suitable for medical practice. In the depths of the square, a formation was in operation, and the children of the Lei family surrounded the formation and guarded it. The two brothers, Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang, came to the formation, and Lei Sangxiang asked, "Brother, where is fellow deist Lin?" He knew that Lei Jingying must have found Lin Moyu, but he said he didn't find him, which must be a problem. Lei Jingying had a little worry between his eyebrows. "I did find him, in that place." Lei Sangxiang's face also became extremely ugly in an instant. How could it be? Lei Jingying sighed, "Fellow deist Lin, it seems that this time, it will be troublesome." Lei Sangxiang knew that it was more than trouble. If you entered there, you would be dead. In the history of the Lei family, there was no precedent of a Tinzan entering there and coming out alive. Even if a Daizan went there, if he was lucky, he would be skinned, and if he was unlucky, he would be seriously injured. Lei Jingying said, "If fellow deist Lin really can't come back, then take good care of Miss Xiaoyu and Miss Xiaoa. This is the last thing we can do for fellow deist Lin." Lei Sangxiang sighed helplessly. "That's the only way." Suddenly, a strange breath rose. The two looked back at the same time and saw a road rising from Xiao's body, flying around Xiao like a dragon. Lu Fengqing, who was beside Xiao, was shocked at this moment. The road of the power of emptiness. Lei Jingying took a step forward and came to Xiao's side in an instant. "Little girl, what are you going to do?" Xiao gritted her teeth and said, "I want to help the master." Xiao closed her eyes and tried her best to control the avenue. After a while, her face was pale, as if she had exerted too much force. "Help Lin Moyu." Lin Moyu is now in the depths of Lishan. How can Xiao help? He suddenly realized something, waved his hand, and the powerful power of the deist master surged out. Thunder roared in the sky, and thunder fell one after another, and the surroundings turned into a sea of thunder. Lei Jingying used his method to protect Xiao. Lu Fengqing was surprised. It turned out to be a heavenly master who achieved the power of the void. The meaning of the heavenly master who achieved the power of the void is only known to them, the deist masters. Compared with ordinary heavenly masters, the heavenly master who achieved the power of the void has many times greater possibilities in the future. And the power of the void is ethereal, and all kinds of strange and wonderful uses are not comparable to ordinary avenues. Lei Sangxian knew that Xiao had the power of the void a long time ago, but he never knew which avenue La Xiao's power of the void belonged to. Lei Jingying looked at Xiao's avenue. It changes unpredictably, and her luck is bad. Could it be the avenue of luck? Lu Fengqing's face became even more shocked this time. The avenue of luck, this avenue actually has a comprehender. Lei Jingying said, "Maybe I saw it wrong. When the little girl wakes up, I will know it tomorrow." Lu Fengqing thought about it. If it is really the avenue of luck, then the little girl. Lei Jingying frowned and said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao is also a benefactor of my Lei family. No one should think of taking advantage of her." Lu Fengqing shook his head hurriedly. "Master Lei, don't misunderstand. If Miss Xiao really comprehended the avenue of luck, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I would like to invite Miss Xiao to become our guest elder." Lei Jingying looked at Lu Fengqing and said, "If that's the case, then it's okay." He knew the strength of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce very well. Although it and the Lei family were both six-star forces, it was actually much stronger than the Lei family. Even if it faced the Holy Land, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was not afraid of anything. The impression given by Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is that they only do business to make money, but they don't develop power. Many people don't think that Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is that strong. Only people like Lei Jingying know how strong Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is, and they are not afraid even if they face the Holy Land. Xiao's breath continued to rise, and the avenue was like a dragon roaring in the illusion. Gu Nianhai watched from a distance. His eyes were full of complexities. The power of the void makes the heavenly venerable. I don't know which great law it is, should such a person be kept. In a secret place deep in the Lishan Mountains, as waves of coolness flowed into his body like clear water, Lin Moya finally regained control of his body. The terrifying thunder shattered the space of the origin continent and brought him here. The power of thunder that can shatter the space of the origin continent is beyond imagination. But Lin Moya did not suffer any harm, but was temporarily paralyzed and lost control of his body. Until now, control has finally returned. Feeling the coolness coming from the inexplicable void, Lin Moya knew that this was the power of luck, and Xiaowa used the avenue of luck to enhance his luck. This little guy is worried that I will die. Lin Moya chuckled. After waving his hands and feet, all the numbness had disappeared, and Lin Moya officially assessed the situation in front of him. He was in a special space, outside the space was a void, and there were countless thunders in the void. Lin Moya could feel the power of thunder, and it was not difficult to kill him. In front of him, there was only one road, leading directly to the depths of the space, and this road was also composed of thunder. These thunders, even for a Daozun, are difficult to bear. There is only one road in front of me. If you fall into the void, you will die. Lin Moya had no choice but to step on this road composed of thunder and walk into the depths of the space. Chapter 2565. Chapter 2565, 2565. Chapter 2565, the key to solving this situation. The thunder road was not long, and it soon reached its end. At the end was a field of thunder. As Lin Moya arrived, the thunder in front of him parted like a curtain. The thunder road extended deeper into the field. A dangerous aura emanated from behind the curtain. Lin Moya's spiritual sense warned him of the danger inside, but he had no choice. The thunder road behind him was disappearing, and he had only one way to go forward. After passing through the curtain, the thunder road in front of him suddenly widened, transforming from a narrow path to a broad road. The deeper he went, the wider the road became. Waves of numbness came from the soles of his feet, but fortunately, the numbness was not strong enough to affect his movements. Lin Moya took 2 steps forward, and the curtain behind him closed with a crackling sound. His way back was cut off, leaving him no retreat. In the surrounding thunder, pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. Fierce light shone in the eyes, and then dozens of thunder beasts, formed by thunder, rushed out and charged straight at Lin Moya. The thunder beasts were very fast, rushing over with lightning and thunder. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and countless skeleton gods flew out to meet the thunder beasts. The thunder beasts let out sharp roars and spewed countless bolts of thunder. The thunders intertwined into a net, covering the sky and the earth. The skeleton gods waved their bone swords, and countless swordshi slashed out, tearing the thunder net apart. The thunder net was broken on the spot, but it reformed in the next moment. The swordshi clearly tore the thunder net to pieces, but it could not stop it from recovering almost instantly. Lin Moya's heart moved. Attack the thunder beasts. He gave the order, and the skeleton gods immediately turned to attack the thunder beasts. The majestic swordshi tore the thunder beasts apart, but like the thunder net, the thunder beasts fully recovered in the next second. Thunder was originally intangible, making it difficult to destroy with physical attacks. The thunder net fell on the skeleton gods, and in an instant, their bodies collapsed and shattered on the spot. Like a chain reaction, the thunder continued to spread among the skeleton gods, and they would die if they touched it. Fortunately, the skeleton gods also had undead spirits, allowing them to be resurrected immediately after death. The skeleton gods fought with the thunder beasts under the thunder net. The skeleton gods would die if they touched the thunder net, but their sword energy could also tear the thunder beasts apart, buying a little time. Lin Moya found that the thunder beasts became slightly weaker after killing the skeleton gods. The thunder net woven by the thunder beasts also became slightly weaker. The power of the thunder beasts was not endless, there was an upper limit. In this way, as long as there were enough skeleton gods, they could weaken the thunder beasts' defenses in rotation. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the first legion of the Dragon Riders Corps was dispatched. The number 1 legion commander summoned a large number of dragon riders on the spot to replace the skeleton gods and fight against the thunder beasts. The power of the dragon riders was much stronger than that of the skeleton gods. Although they still could not stop the attacks of the thunder beasts, they could consume more of the thunder beasts' power. Moreover, with the commander of the corps in command, Lin Moya didn't need to spend his mind controlling them. The number 1 legion commander quickly adapted to the rhythm and manipulated the dragon riders to fight against the thunder beasts. The situation quickly stabilized, and the thunder beasts' power was rapidly consumed. Finally, in the dragon riders' repeated attacks, the thunder beasts were destroyed and no longer reborn. Lin Moya took a deep breath and took a step forward. In an instant, thunder exploded in the void, and another group of thunder beasts rushed out. This time, the number of thunder beasts nearly doubled compared to before, and their power was slightly enhanced. The thunder beasts intertwined a thunder net, which was denser and more powerful than before. The number 1 legion commander shouted in a low voice and quickly commanded the dragon riders to fight fiercely with the thunder beasts. One attack after another tore the thunder beasts apart, but the thunder beasts' attacks also continuously killed the dragon riders. The number 1 legion commander controlled the rhythm, letting the dragon riders rotate and cooperate with the undead spirits. Lin Moya frowned. Could it be that the number and strength of thunder beasts will increase with every step? He looked at the long thunder road. If he wanted to reach the end, it would take at least 1,000 steps. If it doubled every time, even if he had the undead legion, he would definitely not be able to hold on. If even I can't do it, then others who come here will surely die. But since there is such a layout, it must not be a dead end. If the heavenly venerable can't come, these thunder beasts shouldn't be so powerful. Only a few thunderbolts in the void can kill any heavenly venerable, including me. Lin Moya never thought that he was unkillable, but he knew he was not easy to kill. His spiritual sense told him that the thunderbolts in the void were enough to kill him. But if that was the case, why bother evolving the thunder beasts? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him outright? This question was worth pondering. According to Lin Moya's experience, there were only two ways to reach the end. One was to force his way through with extremely strong strength, but this required at least the strength of the Daozun realm, and he might not be able to do it even if he used all his strength. The second was to solve the current situation, and the key to solving this situation lay in the thunderbolts in the void. Lin Moya began to observe carefully and stopped moving forward. At this time, he felt a strong interest. He hadn't encountered a problem-solving situation for a long time. Just like the previous dungeons and later secret realms, Lin Moya was very interested in this kind of challenge and was very good at it. The number 1 Legion commander commanded the Dragon Riders to fight against the Thunder Beasts, buying Lin Moya time. Until all the Thunder Beasts were killed, Lin Moya still didn't see any clues. Am I wrong? Lin Moya was thinking, and suddenly he found that the thunder road behind him suddenly rose with countless thunders, which merged with the thunder in the void and evolved into a sea of thunder. The retreat was completely cut off, and he couldn't take a step back, so he could only move forward. This is telling me that time is limited. Lin Moya had no choice but to take another step forward. In an instant, thunder roared in the void, pairs of eyes appeared, and then countless thunder beasts rushed out. The number of thunder beasts this time doubled again, and they were stronger than ever. The first batch of thunder beasts was about 50. The second batch of thunder beasts increased to 100. Now the third batch of thunder beasts had reached 200. The number doubled, but fortunately, the increase in strength was not as significant. This made Lin Moya more certain that this challenge was not an impossible one. When the third batch of thunder beasts appeared, Lin Moya finally saw some clues. At the moment the thunder beasts appeared, Lin Moya saw that there seemed to be something behind the thunder. When the thunder beasts rushed out of the thunder, they would tear a small hole in the thunder, and something was hidden behind the small hole. Lin Moya's mind moved, and he took another step forward. Thunder roared, and in an instant, 400 pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. The fourth batch of thunder beasts, a full 400, rushed out. Lin Moya stared at the area where the thunder beasts appeared without blinking, and the thunder in the void was torn into countless small holes, revealing the things behind them for an instant. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and it was not clear enough. Two batches of thunder beasts, a full 600, the number 1 Legion commander summoned more dragon riders to deal with them. There were enough dragon riders to handle some thunder beasts. Lin Moya's eyes flickered, and he quickly thought of a way. Try this approach. Chapter 2566. Chapter 2566, 2566. Chapter 2566, those who find it difficult cannot do it, and those who can do it will not find it difficult. The law of time rose, and a path emerged. Time goes back. The scene in Lin Moya's eyes changed, replaying the moments when the thunder beasts appeared, revealing the gaps torn by their emergence and the objects behind those gaps. He looked at not just one, but many. It turns out to be like this. Lin Moya finally saw clearly that behind these small gaps were origin crystals. These origin crystals were different from those he had seen before. The origin crystals he had seen before had no special properties and could be considered universal. But the origin crystals he saw this time had specific properties. The origin crystals with properties had some special functions, making them more valuable than the universal origin crystals. These origin crystals are not of high level, they are only second level and are just ordinary grade. Thunder beasts are evolved from origin crystals. The most important thing is that these origin crystals are connected to each other, forming a certain formation. After watching repeatedly, Lin Moya finally determined that the reason these origin crystals could evolve into thunder beasts was mainly because they formed a formation. The farther he went, the more formation nodes he activated, and the number of thunder beasts that appeared increased accordingly. Based on Lin Moya's understanding of formations, this was not a complicated formation, but its nodes could be countless. According to the current situation, it was normal for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of thunder beasts to appear in the end. And the more nodes of the formation that were activated, the greater the power, and the stronger the thunder beasts would become. Currently, the thunder beasts were only at a low-level Tinzan realm, but there was no guarantee that mid-level or even high-level Tinzan realm thunder beasts wouldn't appear in the future. It wouldn't take many tens of thousands of high-level Tinzan realm thunder beasts, combined with their characteristics, would be a headache for him. The problem to solve now was to crack the formation hidden behind the thunder. This is a weapon formation. With my current understanding of formations, I can't crack it yet. If it were a talisman formation, it would be fine, but it's a weapon formation. Lin Moya frowned. His understanding of weapon formations was too limited, and his foundation was weak. If it were a talisman formation, he could crack it in minutes. Weapon formations and talisman formations have similarities and differences. Lin Moya suddenly thought of Lu Fengqing and used the jade token given by Lu Fengqing. Since he didn't understand weapon formations, he would learn it now. It's not impossible to learn and apply it immediately. I hope it's useful. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he summoned the 2nd to 10th Legion commanders in succession. He gave orders for the 1st to 10th Legion commanders, with their own dragon cavalry legions, to cooperate and resist the thunder beasts. The next second, he took 3 steps in a row. The 5th batch of thunder beasts, 800 heads. The 6th batch of thunder beasts, 1,600 heads. The 7th batch of thunder beasts, 3,200 heads. Almost simultaneously, 5,600 thunder beasts rushed out. The 10 Legion commanders also summoned a large number of dragon cavalry corps to fight the thunder beasts. The void was occupied by thunder beasts and dragon cavalry corps, and the battle was fierce. Lin Moyo, his whole body wrapped in the law of time, began to study the knowledge of formations in the jade card at the fastest speed. The time avenue roared, and Lin Moya's personal time began to accelerate. 1 second passed in the outside world, but 3 seconds passed for Lin Moyo. His time was accelerated threefold, giving him more time. Time in the origin continent is as stable as space, and it is very difficult to change time. With his current ability, he could accelerate time in the world by onefold, but on the origin continent, he could only accelerate it threefold with all his strength. Under threefold acceleration, the laws of the avenue became chaotic. In this state, he couldn't comprehend and study the laws at all. Fortunately, the content in the jade card was just the basic knowledge of formations, which had nothing to do with the law and was not affected. Lin Moya turned into a knowledge absorber, quickly taking in a lot of information about formations and understanding it rapidly. Lin Moya found that his talent for formations was not inferior to his talent for runes. He comprehended it very quickly, with almost no bottleneck. The principles of formations, the methods of arranging formations, the composition forms of formations, and various information were all quickly understood and mastered. As time passed, the thunder road behind him slowly evolved into a sea of thunder. Even if a deist master entered the sea of thunder, they would be skinned. If a heavenly venerable entered, they would surely die. An hour later, the battle between the dragon riders and the thunder beasts came to an end, and the number of thunder beasts was decreasing. Nearly 6,000 thunder beasts were all killed. The thunder sea finally came behind Lin Moyo. Master! Master, wake up! The legion commanders shouted one after another, knowing that the thunder sea was very dangerous. Finally, when the thunder sea was about to arrive, Lin Moya took another step forward. Boom! More than 6,000 pairs of eyes lit up at the same time, and this time there were 6,400 thunder beasts. Lin Moya's eyes shot out a brilliant light, and his fingers flicked continuously. 10 origin crystals, almost in no particular order, shot into the gaps torn by the thunder beasts and collided with the origin crystals behind the gaps. The positions of the 10 origin crystals shot by Lin Moya were all particular and different. They almost didn't distinguish between the first and the last order and knocked down their targets at the same time. The origin crystals that were ejected knocked away the origin crystals behind the thunder, and the 10 nodes in the formation changed instantly. The thunder beasts that were about to evolve also dissipated at this moment. The formation stopped running, and the evolution failed. Lin Moya smiled lightly. It turned out to be so simple. Many things are difficult for those who don't know, but easy for those who do. Lin Moya was helpless with the formation behind the thunder before. After mastering the basic knowledge of weapon formations, he realized that this formation was so simple. The formation hidden behind the thunder was not an advanced formation but just a second-level formation. This formation is called the stacking wave formation, and its only function is to continuously increase the nodes, with almost no upper limit. This formation is used in many places, especially in some sects, which can combine their own formations with the stacking wave formation to increase the formation nodes in large quantities to enhance the power of the main formation. Strictly speaking, the stacking wave formation is not the main formation but exists as an auxiliary formation. The formation itself is not surprising. The real thing that can evolve the thunder beasts is the thunder in the void. Without these thunders, the stacking wave formation is rubbish. But similarly, without the stacking wave formation, these thunders can't evolve so many thunder beasts. Lin Moya felt satisfied after breaking through the situation, and the sense of achievement he hadn't felt for a long time made him excited. He walked step by step on the increasingly wide thunder road, and no more thunder beasts appeared. He walked all the way to the end. Lin Moya stood at the end of the thunder road. Sure enough, just as I guessed, we still have to fight in the end. Chapter 2567. Chapter 2567, 2567. Chapter 2567. I've been waiting for a long time. At the end of the thunder road, a colossal thunder beast lay in wait. All the previous thunder beasts seemed like child's play compared to this one. This thunder beast was enormous, exuding the aura of a high-level Tanzun. Lin Moya sensed that it would be more challenging to deal with than a typical high-level Tanzun. In the void, the stacking wave formation behind the thunder had evolved into thunder beasts. This beast was the initiator and the true source of the formation. When Lin Moya cracked the stacking wave formation earlier, he had already realized that there must be a significant entity behind the formation, serving as the center of the entire array. The existence of the stacking wave formation was merely to borrow its power. As expected, he saw this massive entity. Lin Moya's arrival woke the beast. It opened its eyes and let out a low roar. In an instant, thunder filled the sky, sweeping through the entire space. Countless thunderbolts came from all directions, hitting the Thunder Beast King and causing its power to surge sharply. The mighty pressure rolled over and rushed toward Lin Moyo. Lin Moya's body shook, and the immortal golden body activated, his whole body shining with golden light, blocking the pressure. He looked at the void on all sides. Fortunately, the thunder in the void did not merge with it, otherwise, there would be no need to fight. Based on his previous experience dealing with thunder beasts, if the thunder in the void merged with it, its power would be almost endless. Then there would be no need to fight. Facing a being with a higher realm than himself, with endless power, and who could not be beaten or torn apart, unless a deist master intervened, he would be unable to deal with it at all. But fortunately, the thunder in the void, except for the first wave that empowered it, did not merge with it. Then it could still be dealt with, using the same method as before. Kill him! Lin Moya commanded the Legion commanders. The 10 Legion commanders waved their swords simultaneously. Kill! In an instant, countless dragon riders rushed out. Knowing the opponent's strength, they did not hold back. Countless dragon riders occupied a large area of the void and charged toward the Thunder Beast King from all directions. The Thunder Beast King finally woke up completely, roaring as lightning exploded from its body, turning into an endless sea of thunder. In an instant, the Dragon Rider Corps collapsed collectively. The power of the Sea of Thunder was too strong, and they died upon contact. Lin Moyo and the Legion leaders were not surprised by this result. The first batch of Dragon Riders died, and the second batch rushed out immediately. Bone slash. With an order, the Bone Law rose up, and a world of bones appeared in the void. Countless bones shook and danced, evolving into a powerful attack that bombarded the Thunder Beast King. The Thunder Beast King roared, lowered its head slightly, and shot out from the lightning. The radio exploded, blasting the bones into pieces. The crushing power of the high-level Tinzun was too strong and terrifying. Lin Moyo whispered, "Sure enough, there are many good people." Lin Moyo was not worried at all. This battle had just begun. The 10 Legion commanders all had their own wisdom, and the first 2 waves of attacks were just tests. The Dragon Riders who died before suddenly resurrected collectively. This change stunned the Thunder Beast King. Bone Battle Formation. Death Charge. Death Breath. The 10 Legion commanders commanded the Dragon Rider Corps to launch a frenzied attack. The Dragon Riders formed a battle formation, launched a death charge, and crashed into the Thunder Beast King at astonishing speed. Thunder permeated the Thunder Beast King's body, turning into thunder armor. The battle formation collided with the thunder armor and collapsed on the spot, unable to break through. The death breath ignited flames, surrounding the Thunder Beast King, but still could not hurt it. The gap in rank brought about a complete suppression of power. It could not be beaten, nor could it be stopped, and there seemed to be no way. However, as the commanders of the Dragon Rider Corps, they did not know what giving up meant. As long as Lin Moyo asked them to fight, they would fight to the last man and not retreat. More Dragon Riders rushed out of the Rule World and attacked the Thunder Beast King. The 10 commanders had a total of 100 million Dragon Riders, plus the resurrection of the undead spirits. If they wanted to kill all 100 million Dragon Riders, they would tire the Thunder Beast King to death. Batches of Dragon Riders were killed by the Thunder Beast King, resurrected again, and attacked again. The 10 commanders let the Dragon Riders attack in batches, not just mindless charges. Lin Moyo saw it and smiled. Although this guy is strong enough, he is too stupid. He doesn't know the principle of capturing the king first, and he doesn't understand the decapitation tactic. If this goes on, it will be exhausted in a little time. Lin Moyo saw the outcome. As the battle continued, the Thunder Beast King, like the smaller Thunder Beasts, was gradually weakening. This also meant that he could be worn out to death. When the power was exhausted, it would be its death. Lin Moyo didn't know what form the Thunder Beast King existed in, but he could see that it had no wisdom. Since this was the case, he was too lazy to think of other ways and left it to the 10 Legion commanders to deal with. Although the Thunder Beast King was strong, it didn't realize that it was being rapidly weakened. It only knew to keep killing these damn Dragon Riders. But no matter how it killed, it couldn't kill them all. It didn't know that the 10 Legion commanders let the Dragon Riders fight it in batches, and the Dragon Riders it killed were not the same batch at all. The cooldown time of the undead spirits was reasonably allocated by the Legion leaders, forming a cycle. Even if it killed to exhaustion, it couldn't really kill even one Dragon Rider. Lin Moyo used this almost cheating and shameless tactic to drag it into the abyss of death. The power of the Thunder Beast King gradually weakened, and its breath decreased accordingly. After being worn out for half an hour, the Thunder Beast King fell from the high-level Tinzun to the mid-level Tinzun. At this time, the 753 captains in the Dragon Rider Corps could finally play a role. 10 Dragon Rider Corps, hundreds of captains, all had the combat power of the mid-level Tinzun. They led the Dragon Riders to attack, and in their repeated attacks at the cost of their own lives, the power of the Thunder Beast King decreased more rapidly. In the 50th minute of the battle, the power of the Thunder Beast King had dropped to the low-level Tinzun. In a few minutes, it couldn't even maintain the Tinzun realm. At that time, its fate would be the same as that of the smaller Thunder Beasts, and it would be completely worn out. A few minutes later, when the Thunder Beast King finally reached its limit, suddenly the sound of thunder echoed in the void. Countless thunderbolts flashed and fell on the Thunder Beast King. The Thunder Beast King's already weakened breath quickly recovered, and in a blink of an eye, it returned to the mid-level Tinzun, and was still recovering. The Legion leaders immediately ordered the Dragon Riders to interfere, but at this moment, the Thunder Beast King was surrounded by thunder and could not be approached. Lin Moyo was not in a hurry, showing a hint of a smile. "I've been waiting for this." He took out a fine-grade third-level Origin Crystal, waved it fiercely, and the Origin Crystal turned into a stream of light, flying to a specific spot in the sky. With a light bang, the Origin Crystal exploded, and the Sun method was revealed. This formation connected to the thunder in a special way to provide power for the Thunder Beast King. Lin Moyo threw out another fine-grade third-level Origin Crystal and smashed it hard on one of the nodes of the formation. The formation stopped working with a bang, and a large number of cracks appeared, breaking like glass. Chapter 2568. Chapter 2568, 2568. Chapter 2568, Everyone is Mortal. As the formation was broken, the thunder stopped falling and no longer provided power to the Thunder Beast King. At this time, the power of the Thunder Beast King had just recovered to the middle-level Tinzun, and it had only recovered less than half, unable to last long. The formation that Lin Moya destroyed was only a third-level formation. Its function was to provide a square area for the Thunder Beast King. The Thunder Beast King had the ability to absorb lightning, and this formation only needed a little guidance to provide thunder for the Thunder Beast King. Similarly, it was quite easy for Lin Moya to crack it. The formation itself had no defensive power, and it was broken by Lin Moya in 2 or 3 attempts. At this time, Lin Moya did not fully master formations below the 3rd level, but he understood the principles. Although he couldn't set up the formation, he could crack it. Fortunately, the Jade card given by Senior Lu contains most of the basic knowledge of formations. Through this basic knowledge, the fundamentals of the formation can be deduced. As long as the formation is not too complicated, it can be deduced. Lin Moya found that talisman formations and weapon formations have many similarities. His knowledge of talisman formations also played a huge role at this moment, allowing him to understand it better. It's a pity that there wasn't enough time to learn and master the hundreds of formations recorded in the Jade card. After the formation behind the thunder was cracked, the Thunder Beast King completely lost its source of power and could no longer be replenished. Under the siege of the Dragon Riders, all its strength was slowly consumed until it completely collapsed. The Thunder Beast King shattered like fireworks, and a portal composed of thunder appeared where it died. "You passed the test, come in." A voice suddenly sounded, and the portal opened. Lin Moya was shocked. "There is someone here. I should be in the Lishan Mountains. Could it be a senior from the Lei family?" Although the voice was just a voice, it was filled with unimaginable majesty, and a trace of aura came from behind the portal. Lin Moya couldn't tell the realm of the other party, but it was definitely a Daozun. Compared to the Daozuns he had seen before, this one seemed a little different. Lin Moya didn't know much about Daozuns, only that there was a huge difference in experience within the Daozun realm. They were both Daozuns, but there was a world of difference between them. A powerful Daozun could easily slaughter a weaker Daozun. This gap seemed more terrifying than any previous gap between realms. Lin Moya instinctively felt that the senior behind the Thunder Gate was an extremely powerful Daozun. Lin Moya walked into the portal calmly. He couldn't be careless. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. Entering the portal, Lin Moya felt like he had experienced a short teleportation. There was a constant roar in his ears, and countless thunders exploded in front of his eyes. Each thunder could easily kill him. An invisible force took him through the thunder and brought him to another space. This space was a world of thunder, and there was nothing but thunder. Even the avenue became weak in this space, and Lin Moya could hardly sense his own avenue. The operation of the law also became obscure. Lin Moya was shocked, and the avenue was actually isolated. He realized that he might have really come into contact with some big secrets. Even the avenue could be isolated, which was unimaginable. Daozun is the master of the avenue, but he also relies on the power of the avenue. What kind of existence could be so high and profound? Lin Moya felt that among the people he had met, perhaps only 3 people could have this ability. They were the old man in green robes and his wife, and the old man who gave him the essence of ancestral water. Lin Moya looked at this independent space. It was like a cave surrounded by countless thunders, leading to an unknown place. Lin Moya did not move forward rashly but stood there and said, "Senior, are you there?" His voice was immediately covered by the thunder as soon as it came out, and it could not be heard far at all. This was a sea of thunder, with endless roars. Lin Moya felt his mind was shaken when he stood here, making it difficult to calm down. The thunder affected his soul and even his heart of Tao. Suddenly the thunder stopped, and the surroundings became silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Moya heard his heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing, and even the faint sound of skin stretching and accommodating. The sudden change made Lin Moya feel a little uncomfortable and difficult to adapt for a while. Thunders intertwined silently in front of him, and a figure appeared in the lightning. Remnant soul. Lin Moya was shocked. What was here was actually a remnant soul. If the remnant soul had the power to isolate the avenue, how strong would the complete body be? Lin Moya couldn't imagine it. It was completely beyond his understanding. Lin Moya saluted the figure. Lin Moya greets the senior. Taking the initiative to introduce oneself is the greatest respect. The figure was illusory and hazy at first. As the thunders fell on him, the figure quickly solidified and finally turned into an old man with an immortal-like appearance. He was wearing a thunder robe, like a banished immortal in thunder. Just a wisp of soul exuded an aura stronger than Lei Jingying, not to mention the strength of his body. Lin Moya knew that this was the strongest person he had ever seen besides the 3 people. A heavy voice sounded, "Your name is Lin Moya, correct?" Lin Moya nodded, "Senior is right." The remnant soul looked at Lin Moya, "You have good talent, and your soul is very pure. Your future is very bright." Lin Moya immediately looked flattered, "Senior, you are too kind." The remnant soul shook his head slightly, "You don't have to be so exaggerated. This is not your true heart, and you don't have to deliberately please a dead man like me." Lin Moya was stunned for a moment and put away his slightly exaggerated expression. "Senior is so powerful, how could you?" The remnant soul sighed, "Everyone will die one day, and if you can't achieve the Tao, what can you do if you don't die? You have passed the previous test and are qualified to inherit my mantle, but whether you can succeed or not depends on your own luck in the end." As he said this, he turned and walked towards the depths of the space, leaving footprints wherever he passed. Lin Moya immediately followed. He did not walk around, and every step was on the right platform of the footprints. Who knows what is in this passage? It will be relatively safer to take the road that others have walked. A heavy voice came from the front, "You are very cautious. Caution is a good thing and can help you go further. But being too cautious is also a bad thing and will make you lose many opportunities. Lin Moya found it strange. Why did this sound familiar? It seemed that he had said something similar before. At that time, he taught others, and now it was someone else's turn to teach him. This feeling was very strange. However, Lin Moya still tried to reply sincerely, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will pay attention to it." The remnant soul turned around and looked at Lin Moya, as if he had seen through Lin Moya's mind long ago. Lin Moya smiled shamelessly. What is the senior's legacy? Thunder. Chapter 2569. Chapter 2569, 2569. Chapter 2569, The Great Monument of the Origin Crystal. The remnant soul uttered the word thunder, indicating that his avenue was thunder. Lin Moya couldn't help but speculate about his identity. Could he really be a member of the Lei family? The Lei family also inherited thunder, and the two were very similar. The remnant soul walked and said, "There are thousands of avenues, and any one of them, as long as you reach the end, can prove the way. You have many avenues, which are really complicated. In fact, you are not suitable to be my successor." He could see that Lin Moya had many avenues, which seemed to conflict with his philosophy. Lin Moya thought to himself, going to the end of one avenue is not my way. What's more, I have never thought of becoming your successor. Lin Moya's heart of Taoism was firm. He set his own path early and has been following it ever since. No matter who it is, they can't change it. This is Lin Moya's heart of Taoism, firm and powerful. The remnant soul said, "Although I know that you probably can't become my successor, as the first Tianzun to come here and pass the assessment in 10,000 years, there are still some things you should do." Lin Moya had dealt with remnant souls many times and knew that these remnant souls would obey the orders left by their original bodies in most cases. This remnant soul in front of him was like this, doing things according to the rules set by the original body before his death. However, there are exceptions. If it has its own spiritual wisdom, things will develop in another direction. The rules of the original body before his death are still useful, but the remnant soul will also have its own ideas. The most basic idea is to get rid of fate and make oneself a real living being. A remnant soul of Shenfu Tianzun once had a similar change. Lin Moya was not sure whether the one in front of him would be the same, so he could only remain cautious. The other party obviously discovered Lin Moya's situation but didn't care and just kept moving forward. Stepping on the thunder, step by step, he finally came to the deepest part of the space. The deepest part was a space similar to a cave. In front of the cave, there was a large monument as tall as two people. Lin Moya was surprised when he saw the large stele. It's actually an origin crystal. The entire monument was an origin crystal, an extremely huge origin crystal. This origin crystal had reached at least the 7th level, and it was a fine 7th level. Such a large piece was composed of at least thousands of fine 7th level origin crystals, and its value was inestimable. It's really a big deal to refine so many origin crystals into a large stele. Fine 7th level origin crystals, others can't even get one, but there is such a big piece here. If people knew about it, I'm afraid that the Daoist masters in the Holy Land would come to snatch it. The remnant soul came to the large stele and said loudly, "Look at the inscription." Inscription? Lin Moya didn't see any words on the large stele, but since the remnant soul asked him to see it, there must be. Perhaps, this was another test. Lin Moya used his soul power to communicate with the large stele, trying to use this method to check the inscription. When his soul was about to touch the monument suddenly emitted a powerful force, which bounced his soul away. Lin Moya knew that the method of communicating with soul power was not feasible, so he immediately tried other methods. He put his hand on the monument and was very careful, so as not to cause the inscription to counterattack. The surface of the monument was extremely smooth, and there was no text at all. Lin Moya tried to inject his power into the monument, which again caused the monument to counterattack, and the great force shook Lin Moya several steps away. The remnant soul stood aside without saying a word, just watching quietly. Lin Moya knew that this was a test. If he couldn't even see the inscription on the monument, he would not be qualified to get the other party's mantle. Lin Moya was not interested in the mantle and the like, he just wanted to leave here. Obviously, if he couldn't pass the test, he couldn't leave here. Soul power was not enough, law power was not enough, and pure physical strength was probably not enough. Lin Moya's mind turned quickly. After coming here, there are only two kinds of encounters, one is the formation, and the other is the thunder. Then the secret to unlocking the inscription should be between these two. This question is not that simple. If it can be unlocked only by the power of thunder, then the people who come in can unlock the inscription as long as they master thunder. The people of the Lei family can do it easily. Obviously, it is not entirely dependent on ordinary thunder power. Lin Moya looked at the lightning that was constantly jumping and flashing around the space and thought about why he came here. He was sure that if he wanted to see the inscription, it must be related to the power of thunder. Although he could not control thunder, drawing runes was Lin Moya's forte. Drawing a few runes related to thunder was a matter of thought. Lin Moya quickly drew a lightning rune, which was just a low-level rune, and it was done in a thought. The lightning rune flew out, exploded in front of the monument, and fell on the monument in a flash. The monument suddenly lit up, and Lin Moya narrowed his eyes. At the moment the monument lit up, he saw some words. However, the monument only lit up for a moment, not even 0.01 seconds, and it was not clear at all. If it was in the outside world, Lin Moya could also use the law of time to go back in time and watch repeatedly until he could see it clearly. But now, the avenue had been isolated, and the law of time had become extremely obscure, and it was impossible to go back in time. Lin Moya tried to draw lightning runes again, from low-level runes to lightning ancient runes, and drew them all. Even his strongest lightning ancient rune could only make the monument light up for about 0.1 seconds, and it was not fully lit yet, and some of the words were still unclear. Even if he could draw ancient runes continuously, he still couldn't see the inscriptions clearly. It seems that using ancient runes is not the right way. After a little thought, Lin Moya suddenly looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of the right way. The right way should be to use the thunder in the space. There were countless thunders in the space, and each one was enough to kill him in seconds, and the power was unimaginable. Then the key to the problem was how to trigger these thunders. Lin Moya immediately thought of what happened when he came here. Yin and Yang complement each other. Using Yin thunder can trigger Yang thunder. In this case, then set up a Yin thunder formation. Lin Moya immediately took out a few first-level origin crystals and quickly set up a mine formation in front of the stone tablet. The mine array is a first-level array, and its layout is extremely simple. It belongs to the Yin lay system like the Kuoshui Yin lay array. After arranging the array, Lin Moya quickly retreated and activated the array at the same time. Boom! The mine array was running, making a roaring sound. In an instant, the thunder in the space was activated and fell from all directions on the mine array. The mine array collapsed on the spot without a trace of hesitation. Lin Moya looked at this scene. It can indeed trigger thunder, but the mine array is not strong enough. If the mine array is not good, the water Yin lay array may not be enough. Lin Moya looked at the remnant soul. Senior, is there a time limit? The remnant soul shook his head. 1 month. Lin Moya was delighted. 1 month, enough. He immediately took out the jade card and checked the array. Chapter 2570. Chapter 2570, 2570. Chapter 2570, 4th level formation, lightning formation. 1 month is the time for 30 cycles of the moon and sun. The opening of Lishan Mountain this time will last for 1 month. Lin Moya knew in his heart that if he could not solve the mystery within 1 month, he might be trapped here forever. There were many more puzzles ahead, and the one in front of him was just one of them, so he had to hurry up. There were hundreds of formations in the jade card, but fortunately, there were only more than 20 third-level formations. Among these, only 2 were related to thunder, the thunder and fire formation and the wood thunder formation. Thunder and fire belonged to Yang, and wood thunder belonged to Yin. Lin Moya started to learn the wood thunder formation directly. The remnant soul looked at Lin Moya quietly without saying a word. He did not disturb Lin Moya but just waited patiently. He had waited for 10,000 years, and his patience was unimaginable. Such a short time was nothing to him. 5 hours later, Lin Moya put away the jade card. One by one, the origin crystals popped out, and more than 300 first-order origin crystals formed a wood thunder formation around the large monument. The wood thunder formation was activated, and bursts of thunder were heard. The thunder was low, in sharp contrast to the thunder in the Lishan Mountains. When the wood thunder formation was activated, the thunders around were immediately attracted and hit the wood thunder formation. The wood thunder formation could not resist the powerful thunder at all and was broken in an instant. As a third-order formation, the thunder attracted by the wood thunder formation was several times more powerful than the previous water mine formation. Moreover, Lin Moya deliberately arranged the wood thunder formation around the large monument. When the wood thunder formation was broken, the thunder also drilled into the large monument. The large monument was activated, shining, and countless words were revealed. Lin Moya seized the moment and checked it immediately. This time, because the thunder power was strong enough, the duration of the large monument's illumination was much longer, and the inscriptions on the monument were all revealed. After shining for more than 20 seconds, the inscriptions became dim again. At this moment, Lin Moya looked strange. It turned out to be like this. 20 seconds was enough for Lin Moya to remember the entire inscription. He did it, and wrote down the contents of the inscription word for word. What made him feel strange was the content recorded in the inscription. The inscription recorded 2 parts in total, one was a formation, and the other was a secret technique. The formation was called the Thunder Induction Formation, a 4th-level formation, and its function was to attract thunder. It needed to be placed in a place full of thunder to work. It could attract a lot of thunder, whether it was used to fight enemies or for practice, and it was very useful. And most importantly, the thunder it attracted would not cause harm to itself. Lin Moya realized that this was the correct way to activate the inscription. The method of using Yin thunder to attract Yang thunder was actually not correct. The other secret technique was the thunder secret method, which required the corresponding laws to cooperate. Lin Moya had not learned the laws of thunder, so he could not master it in a short time. What he could master was the lightning formation, and the formation was also the key to solving this problem. It seems that this senior's legacy should be the formation and the art of thunder. To solve this problem, you must master one of the two. Lin Moya understood and immediately began to study the lightning formation. The 4th-level formation is much more difficult than the 3rd-level formation, and even for him, it takes some time. A stream of clear air fell from the void and penetrated into his body. Lin Moya knew that Xiao was still using the Great Way of Luck to improve his luck. Lin Moya also used the explosive luck technique to improve his luck to the limit. Luck turned into a dragon, ringing in his ears. Lin Moya's mind was completely immersed in the comprehension of the formation. With the dual blessing of luck and the great way of luck, his comprehension speed accelerated again. All kinds of difficulties were broken and did not constitute any obstacles. The remnant soul, who had been motionless all the time, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the top of Lin Moya's head, muttering to himself, "The great way of luck. After many years, someone else has comprehended the great way of luck. This boy's luck is also amazing. If he doesn't die, his future is limitless. Perhaps he has a chance to touch that realm." These words could only be heard by the remnant soul himself, and Lin Moya did not know. If he knew, Lin Moya would probably be shocked, and his view of the remnant soul would completely change. The remnant soul can only have a part of the body's memory, and which part of the memory it can have is determined by the body. And the remnant soul in front of him, his memory is obviously very complete. Such a remnant soul is extremely abnormal. After the remnant soul finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and continued to remain silent. Lin Moya spent 5 hours to completely master the formation. Then he spent another hour verifying it in his own rule world. After confirming that it was correct, he took out a large number of origin crystals and began to arrange the formation. He still arranged the formation around the large monument, but this time Lin Moya was very careful to ensure that the formation was square. The 4th level formation consists of more than 600 formation nodes, and each formation node requires an array device as the formation eye. The formation device can be a magic weapon, various materials, origin crystals, or even stones. The difference is that the different levels, qualities, and properties of the formation devices will directly affect the power of the formation. When the formation is running, the formation device also needs to withstand the pressure brought by the formation. The higher the level of the formation, the higher the requirements for the formation tools. Lin Moya still used first-order origin crystals, which were the best materials he had on hand for the formation. The entire formation used the same first-order origin crystals as the formation tools, making the formation more harmonious. Although it could not further enhance the power of the formation, it was neither good nor bad. After the previous consumption, he still had 2,000 first-order origin crystals on hand, so he had to use them sparingly, not knowing how many he would need in the future. After half an hour of busy work, the formation was finally arranged. Lin Moya activated the formation, and the lightning formation started running, releasing a strange breath. In the surrounding space, countless thunders were attracted and fell towards the lightning formation. Lin Moya felt the difference. The previous thunders struck the wood thunder formation like a sharp weapon, treating the Een thunder as an enemy and wanting to split it into pieces. But now, the thunder fell on the lightning formation with a hint of gentleness, not wanting to smash it. A large number of thunders fell into the lightning formation and gathered together, increasing in number. The lightning formation gradually evolved into a sea of thunder. The lightning formation was built around the monument, and the monument was also surrounded by thunder. Finally, the monument was completely swallowed by the sea of thunder. At this moment, the monument was fully activated. A beam of light shot out from the monument, and the thunder in the distance split like a curtain, revealing a passage. The remnant soul slowly opened his eyes. "Let's go." As he said this, he walked towards the passage, and Lin Moya hurriedly followed. Chapter 2571. Chapter 2571, 2571. Chapter 2571, It is indeed a good seedling. The passage was eerily silent, surrounded by thunder, yet devoid of any actual thunderbolts, a strange phenomenon. The remnant soul walked ahead in silence, and Lin Moya followed closely behind. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Senior, how many more tests are there?" The remnant soul replied slowly, "It's almost over. You are a heavenly venerable, so the test for you won't be too difficult." Lin Moya suddenly realized something. The remnant soul of the senior in front of him had great authority here and was not merely carrying out a predetermined task step by step. He could control the difficulty of the tests. The lower the realm of the person who entered, the easier the test, and vice versa. To verify his guess, Lin Moya asked again, "Senior, what if a supreme comes in?" The remnant soul answered, "A supreme is not qualified to come." The remnant soul didn't say much, but each sentence revealed deep meaning. These two short sentences explained that only the heavenly venerable and the deist venerable were qualified to come here and accept the test. Those below the heavenly venerable were not qualified to enter at all. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more difficult the test would be. This also implied that the original body of this senior was far superior to a deist venerable. If it were not far superior, how could he test a deist venerable? In a few words, the remnant soul had revealed enough information. Lin Moya suppressed his inner shock and refrained from asking more questions. He knew very well that curiosity should be controlled and appropriate for the occasion. The remnant soul walking in front unconsciously showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed very satisfied with Lin Moya's alertness. After walking along the passage for a while, they arrived at their new destination. At the end of the passage was a platform no more than 10 meters in radius. Beyond the platform lay an endless sea of thunder, terrifying in its intensity. Lin Moya knew that if he fell into it, he would surely die. About 100 meters away from the platform, in the sea of thunder, nearly 1,000 crystals floated in the void. These crystals looked identical, each with a diameter of about half a meter, exuding a strong aura of origin. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that these crystals were all made from origin crystals. They were not ordinary origin crystals but fine-grade origin crystals, at least level 7. It was already surprising enough to use fine-grade level 7 origin crystals to refine the large monument. Now, these nearly 1,000 origin crystals, each half a meter in diameter, added together, were more than 10 times the size of the large monument. Lin Moya realized that he had still underestimated the strength of this senior. The crystals floated in the air, and above each crystal, there was a sword. Lin Moya could not see the rank of these swords, but he was sure that their rank was very high. The remnant soul said, "Stand on the platform and become the center of the formation." Following the direction pointed out by the remnant soul, Lin Moya saw that there was indeed an extremely complex formation carved on the platform. He stood on the platform as instructed and became the center of the formation. At that moment, he felt a connection with the crystals floating 100 meters away, and he could control them. Although the control was not very precise, he could indeed make them change positions according to his will. However, this kind of control consumed a lot of soul power and was difficult to maintain. The remnant soul continued, "Control these formation tools and complete the 5-star Sky Thunder formation, then use this sword." Lin Moya finally understood the test. He had to use himself as the center of the formation to control the crystals floating in the void and arrange them into a 5-star Sky Thunder formation. However, he didn't understand the 5-star Sky Thunder formation and had never even heard of it. Lin Moya looked embarrassed. "Senior, I don't know how to form a 5-star Sky Thunder formation." The remnant soul said, "The 5-star Sky Thunder formation is under your feet. Understand it yourself." Lin Moya looked down and saw that there was indeed an extremely complex formation carved around him. There was no written description, but it was engraved on the platform in the most primitive and simple way. Everything needed to be understood by oneself. Compared with jade tablets and stone tablets, the difficulty of learning formations in this way was unknown. Test your understanding, soul power, and control. The time limit is only 1 month, and there should be 29 days left now. This kind of test is simply impossible for ordinary people to complete. Lin Moya realized that to pass this test, one needed a strong talent for formations. If an ordinary formation master came, unless they had come into contact with this formation before, they would be in the dark. According to Lu Fengqin, even if you were a formation genius, it would take 1 month to learn and master a 3rd-level formation. What's more, the difficulty of this 5-star Sky Thunder formation was obviously beyond the 3rd-level formation. Lin Moya felt that it was more difficult than the 4th-level lightning formation and couldn't help asking, "Senior, is this a 5th-level formation?" The remnant soul said, "Almost." What a good almost. Is it, or is it not? How can it be almost? Lin Moya didn't delve into this issue because it was meaningless. What he had to do now was to learn and comprehend the 5-star Sky Thunder formation and then manipulate these origin crystals to arrange the formation. Then, he would use the 5-star Sky Thunder formation to attack the sword above. Just treat it as learning a new formation. Lin Moya looked down at the 5-star Sky Thunder formation carved on the platform and began to study it. This primitive learning method was a first for Lin Moya. The overall shape of the formation began to emerge in his sight. The formation nodes began to take shape in his mind, and the outline of the formation quickly became clear. The soul power began to be consumed rapidly, and the world tree swayed wildly, continuously replenishing Lin Moya's soul power. After swallowing the remains of a 2nd-level origin spirit vein, the world tree not only produced a large number of spirit flowers and fruits but also strengthened its own power. The speed of replenishing soul power was faster than before. Lin Moya consumed it quickly, and the world tree could replenish it in time. In this way, Lin Moya saved the time needed to restore his soul power. Time was very precious now, and every bit of time saved was valuable. Gradually, a formation with nearly 1,000 nodes took shape in the soul world. This was just a simulation, not the final state of the formation, and there were still many imperfections. Lin Moya kept adjusting the formation to make it perfect. This test was not just about setting up the formation but also about using the 5-star Sky Thunder formation to attack the sword above. The sword was not big, and to hit it accurately, precise control over the formation was required. To achieve precise control, the formation had to be perfect. In the process of adjusting the formation, the basic knowledge of formations given by Lu Fengqin played a significant role. Solid basic knowledge and the principles of formations allowed Lin Moya to make judgments and constantly correct any omissions. Finally, a nearly perfect formation took shape in the soul world. After confirming that there were no problems, Lin Moya began to manipulate the crystals in the void and formally set up the 5-star Sky Thunder formation. The remnant soul looked at Lin Moya and said in a voice that only he could hear, "The speed is very fast, the comprehension is excellent, the soul power is sufficient, and the recovery speed is better than that of ordinary people. It is indeed a good seedling, but it's a pity." Chapter 2572. Chapter 2572, 2572. Chapter 2572, 3 times never come true. Lin Moya devoted himself to the formation, constantly adjusting the position of the crystals. The whole process was not as simple as he had thought in advance. The crystals in the void were affected by external forces. The dense thunder around formed a special force field that constantly affected the position of the crystals. Not only was there a force field generated by thunder, but there was also a special force field formed between the crystals, causing them to affect each other. Lin Moya had just put a crystal in place, and if he was careless, the crystal would shift. The displacement distance was very short, often only the distance of a finger. But if each crystal was slightly off, the final formation would be different. The fact that a slight difference can lead to 1,000 miles of error is extremely obvious when setting up the formation. More than 1,000 crystals, each one must be placed accurately and fixed to prevent them from moving at all. Lin Moyo could only consume a lot of soul power to control it. As Lin Moyo thought before, this test not only tested comprehension but also the power of the soul and control ability. If it weren't for the support of the World Tree, Lin Moyo estimated that he would not be able to complete it. Gradually, Lin Moyo entered a state of ecstasy, no longer caring about other things, just adjusting the formation to perfection. The process of adjusting the formation was also a process of learning. Lin Moyo learned a lot of knowledge about the instrument array. The instrument array is different from the rune array. The rune array is basically unaffected by the environment. In most cases, it can be easily arranged. Runes are originally something between the virtual and the real. They can have entities or not. The instrument array is different. The instrument array is real. Each node array needs to be filled with corresponding array instruments. The higher the level of the instrument array, the more complex it is, the more array eyes there are, and there will inevitably be an impact on each other. The higher the level of the formation, the greater the internal impact, and the external environment will also affect the instrument array. So if you want to arrange a perfect instrument array, you need to find a way to offset the two effects. Lin Moyo was now learning on the spot how to offset the two effects of the internal and external formation. No one taught him. Lin Moyo was completely self-taught. With his extremely sharp spiritual sense, he adjusted little by little. He was completely immersed in it and could not extricate himself. He even forgot about the test. He now had only one thought, which was to perfectly arrange the 5-star Sky Thunder formation. The remnant soul's eyes lit up slightly. This talent is really strong. It's a pity that he has many avenues and the road ahead is difficult. It's a pity. While praising Lin Moyo's talent, the remnant soul felt sorry for Lin Moyo. In his opinion, going all the way is the correct route for cultivation. When human power is exhausted, Lin Moyo has gone astray. No matter how high his achievements are in the future, there will be limits. In the inexplicable void, clear air continued to fall, and Lin Moyo's explosive luck technique had not stopped. With a two-pronged approach, Lin Moyo was always in a state of great luck. After repeated efforts and continuous adjustments, the formation gradually tended to be perfect. Lin Moyo didn't know how long it had been, and time seemed to have lost its meaning. Finally, he arranged the formation perfectly. Activate. Lin Moyo whispered in his heart, and for a moment he was actually a little excited. Soul power was like a key, opening the formation. The 5-star Sky Thunder formation started to work with a roar. The space that had been quiet for a long time suddenly rang with thunder, which shocked Lin Moyo's whole body. 5 points of starlight suddenly appeared in the formation, and then 5 stars rose and danced around the formation. Lin Moyo became the master of the formation at this moment. He manipulated the formation and locked onto the sword farther away. Boom! Lightning and thunder flashed in the formation, and countless thunders poured into one of the stars, and then turned into sharp arrows and hit the sword. The sword, which had been motionless all the time, suddenly moved and avoided the attack. You can dodge. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and the formation continued to operate. More power surged out, and the other 4 stars also lit up at the same time. In an instant, the 5 stars moved together, shooting out thunders. The sword danced in the air, dodging the thunder. No matter how dense the lightning was, it was helpless. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and he shouted, 5 stars merge into one, heavenly thunder. The 5 stars burst into dazzling light, and countless thunders poured into the 5 stars in the formation at the same time. Then, the 5 stars flew towards each other at the same time and merged with each other. A thunder sank into the void and disappeared, and then another sword appeared above the head, like a heavenly thunder. Without giving the sword any chance to dodge, the heavenly thunder hit directly. In the thunder light, the sword fell into the sea of thunder around the space. The sea of thunder boiled at this moment, and countless thunders flew out like snakes, raging in the air. In the thunder, Lin Moyo suddenly felt that he had lost contact with the 5-star Sky Thunder formation. The 5-star Sky Thunder formation collapsed automatically, turned into crystals again, and floated in the void. The platform, which was originally at the end, extended into the depths of space again. It was like a bridge, passing through the sea of thunder and reaching the other side. The remnant soul walked forward and whispered, "Follow." Lin Moyo immediately followed and asked, "Senior, how long has it been?" Just now, he was immersed in the state of comprehension, and Lin Moyo didn't know how much time had passed in the outside world. But he knew that it should not have been more than a month, otherwise, the test would have ended long ago. The remnant soul said, 10 days. It's only been 10 days. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Senior, what is the next test? The remnant soul said, no more. Ah, it's over? Lin Moyo was stunned for a moment. He thought there would be at least 1 or 2 more tests. It seemed a bit hasty to end it like this. The remnant soul explained, nothing happens more than 3 times 3 tests are enough. The Thunder Beast test that Lin Moyo just entered was the first one. The second test was the test of the large monument, which required learning and mastering the 4th level formation and the Thunder formation in the shortest time. The third test was the 5-star Sky Thunder formation, which was a 5th level formation, and it was not easy to set up because of the mutual influence of thunder. The 3 tests were one after another, from combat power to understanding, to soul power and control, covering all aspects. And the time was extremely limited. If the first step was late, the rest would be too late. Lin Moya started the first test very quickly, without wasting any time. The saying that nothing happens more than 3 times reminded Lin Moya of the old man who gave him the ancestral water essence. He also said something similar: nothing happens more than 3 times, and it is fate when it comes to 3 times. But Lin Moya felt that there was no connection between the two. The remnant soul brought Lin Moya to the end, and in front of him was a sea of thunder, which was boundless, and thunder was everywhere wherever he looked. The platform they were on seemed so small and lonely in the sea of thunder. The remnant soul raised his right hand lightly, sword. With a humming sound, a bolt of lightning shot out and came into the remnant soul's hand, turning into a sword. This sword was the one that was blasted into the thunder by the 5-star sky thunder formation before. The remnant soul swung the long sword high and slashed it down. The sword light swept past, and the sea of thunder was instantly split into 2, revealing a huge passage. Chapter 2573. Chapter 2573, 2573. Chapter 2573, The Way of Heavenly Thunder Taoist. This was the first time the remnant soul attacked, and it was also the first time Lin Moya felt the terrifying power of the remnant soul. This power was indescribable. Lin Moya's spiritual sense told him that he was insignificant in front of this power. Lin Moya knew his own strength very well. He was not afraid of anyone below the Daozun realm. Even facing a Daozun, he could still save his life. This inexplicable strength sometimes brings some inexplicable illusions. These illusions grow imperceptibly, and even he himself does not notice them. Until now, all the illusions disappeared in front of this power. Lin Moya felt as weak as the first time he saw Antares. The boundless sea of thunder separated, and Lin Moya's pupils shrank suddenly. He saw a person in the center of the sea of thunder. The man sat high above the thunder, as if he was the master of thunder, and countless thunders obeyed his orders. He just sat there, and an endless aura rose up, as if he was going to tear the world apart. Lin Moya had a feeling that even if the opponent only had one corpse, the aura of death could kill him. No need to do anything, the aura of mourning was enough. The person in the thunder looked exactly the same as the remnant soul in front of him. The remnant soul said, "You guessed right, this is my body." Lin Moya shouted in his heart, "Or did I guess right? I was totally wrong." The moment he saw the corpse, Lin Moya realized that he had been mistaken. The remnant soul in front of him was not separated from the main body. It was the remnant left after the main body was severely injured and the soul was not destroyed. Although they are all remnant souls, there are essential differences. The remnant soul after being injured has all the memories. As long as the injury can be recovered, there is a chance to revive again. And the remnant soul separated is always just a remnant soul. Even if it is born with independent intelligence, it still cannot escape the fate of the remnant soul. The platform naturally extended along the separated passage, approaching the person in the sea of thunder. Lin Moya said, "With the ability of the predecessors, there should be a chance to recover and be reborn." The remnant soul said, "The wound of the great Tao cannot be restored. Unless there is such a being who takes action, there may be a chance." Lin Moya was a little confused. Junior doesn't quite understand. The remnant soul said, "You will understand soon." While speaking, the platform came to the center of the sea of thunder, and Lin Moya saw this strong man up close. The remnant soul took a step forward, came to the flesh body, and then merged with it. He returned to the flesh body, and the flesh body that had been dead suddenly burst into amazing vitality. The eyes opened, and thunder rose from them. He looked at Lin Moya with thunder in his eyes. Crack! Lin Moya felt that there was an endless thunder exploding in his rule world. He was paralyzed on the spot, standing there, unable to move. Then, the other party pointed a finger, turned into thunder, and went straight into Lin Moya's eyebrows. In an instant, a terrible force rushed into the soul world. The defense of the soul world was torn apart like paper, and this force gathered in front of Lin Moya's soul and finally turned into 2 origin crystals. These 2 origin crystals were of high rank, both exquisite 8th rank origin crystals, and their value was inestimable. If Daozun knew about it, he would definitely try every means to tear open Lin Moya's soul world and grab them. Lin Moya finally recovered from paralysis. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still frightened. Fortunately, the senior didn't want to kill me, otherwise I would have died just now. Yes, if he wanted to kill me, he could have done it at any time along the way, and he didn't have to wait until the end. Lin Moya found that he was a little worried and anxious. Facing such an existence, all his cautions were actually meaningless. Whether the other party wanted to kill him or take over his body, it was easy. Just as Lin Moya was worried, a message came over, and Lin Moya immediately understood the other party's identity and some of his experiences. The senior in front of him, with the honorific name of Tinlii Daoran, comprehended the Great Way of Thunder. His cultivation was extremely strong, reaching the 9th realm of Tao, and he was only one step away from that mysterious and indescribable realm. But this one step away was like a natural chasm, and he could not reach it even after practicing for millions of years. Until hundreds of thousands of years ago, he decided to go all out. He came to Lishan, where there was an 8th level origin spiritual vein with a thunder attribute. The most valuable thing was that there was also an extremely large natural formation here. The combination of the two could greatly enhance his strength. He wanted to use this origin spiritual vein in natural formation to help him complete the final impact. Tinley Daorin spent 1,000 years understanding the natural formation in Lyshan and laid out his own formation, which was connected to the natural formation. In this way, the formation in Lyshan became more dangerous, and at the same time, this 8th level origin spiritual vein of thunder attribute could also be used by him completely. What Tinley Daorin had learned in his life, in addition to the Thunder Dao, was the formation. However, he was different from Lu Fengxing. He followed the path of weapon formation, which had nothing to do with runes. According to his rank, he had reached the 8th level formation master and was only a little away from the highest 9th level. After thousands of years of careful preparation, Tinley Daorin launched an attack. In the end, he still failed. Although he did not die, his soul was injured by the Dao and his foundation was broken. The body that had been cultivated for a lifetime was also severely damaged, but with the help of the Thunder Mountain origin spiritual vein, the body gradually recovered later. It's just that this injured soul can never recover, and he has been spotted by the Dao and cannot leave here. When he failed, he used a special method to deceive the Dao and let the Dao think that he was dead. Once he left here, the Dao would send down thunder and lightning again and put him to death again. Lin Moyo opened his eyes and saw that the remnant soul of Tinley Daorin was already standing in front of him, while his body was still sitting in the sea of thunder, motionless. Tinley Daorin whispered, "Now you know everything." Lin Moyo had an impulse in his heart, wanting to use the spirit flower to help Tinley Daorin heal his wounds. The wound of the great Dao, perhaps the spirit flower could heal it, but Lin Moyo did not move. He did not know what Tinley Daorin would do to him after he took out the spirit flower. People's hearts are fickle, and without the ability to protect himself, Lin Moyo did not dare to take out the spirit flower easily. Lin Moyo is very clear about the principle of holding a treasure and being guilty. Lin Moyo whispered, "Senior, is your injury really incurable?" Tinley Daorin said, "What if it can be cured? Will you be struck back to your original form by the Great Dao after you are cured? I am not sure that I can save my life for the second time under the Great Dao. Now I can still survive with the help of this Thunder Mountain spiritual vein. In fact, there is no difference between being here and being outside." He said it with some sadness and strong helplessness. Lin Moyo couldn't help asking, "What can I do for you?" Tinley Daorin's eyes were filled with thunder. "You are the only one who has truly passed the test, but unfortunately, you are not suitable for my way." Lin Moyo knew that he was indeed not suitable for Tinley Daorin's way. The fundamental concepts of the two were completely different. Maybe they could end up in the same place, but not now. I have no regrets for failing to impact, and now my only thought is that I don't want my way to end here. Chapter 2574. Chapter 2574, 2574. Chapter 2574, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. Tinley Daoist failed to reach that ultimate realm, but he had no regrets. All he wanted was to find a successor who could pass on his Tao. However, he was so arrogant that he looked down on ordinary people and those who did not share his philosophy. Someone had come here before, gained his initial recognition, and received some benefits from his stay. That person was the ancestor of the Lei family. It can also be said that the Lei family's Tao came from Tinley Daoist. The Lei family only received a very small part of his inheritance, but the ancestor of the Lei family later evolved his own inheritance with the help of Tinley Daoist's Tao and embarked on his own path. Everyone knows that the Lei family started from Lyshan, but they don't know that there is a real master hidden in Lyshan. The origin spiritual vein controlled by the Lei family is not the most fundamental one. The most fundamental 8th level origin spiritual vein of thunder attribute has always been controlled by Tinley Daoist. After Tinley Daoist failed to reach a higher realm, this spiritual vein was affected by the power of the Tao and evolved again. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the origin spiritual vein has gradually become stronger and is developing towards the 9th level origin spiritual vein. This spiritual vein has grown a huge branch outside Lyshan, forming a 7th level origin spiritual vein with thunder attributes. This 7th level origin spiritual vein is the one controlled by the Lei family. The 7th level origin spiritual vein continues to grow under the earth, and it may become many branches. Many forces have established sects and families on this spiritual vein, but they also have to rely on the Lei family, pay tribute to the Lei family every year, and must obey the orders of the Lei family. Otherwise, once the Lei family cuts off their souls, it means that the Taoist tradition will be cut off, and the sect will be destroyed and the clan exterminated. So after controlling Lyshan, the Lei family is still exploring Lyshan. They hope to find the source of the spiritual vein and truly control Lyshan. Unfortunately, as long as Tinley Daoist is still there, the Lei family will not be able to control Lyshan. This is also the reason why the Lei family has not made much progress over the years. Lin Moyo finally understood the whole story. With his understanding of cause and effect, he did not think that Tinley Daoist was definitely hopeless. "Senior, from my understanding of cause and effect, there is always a way out. You were able to save your life under the Great Dao, so there must be other ways to go." Tinley Daoist rarely smiled. "There is indeed a way, but it is not easy to go." Lin Moyo said, "I dare to ask you how to go, maybe I can help you." Tinley Daoist shook his head. "You can't help, but it's okay to tell you. The most important thing is that this spiritual vein must become a 9th level spiritual vein. When the time comes, I will merge with it and use the power of the spiritual vein. Maybe there will be a chance to try again. But it is so difficult to upgrade the spiritual vein, especially from the 8th level to the 9th level. I don't know how many years it will take, and I don't know if I can wait." It could be heard that Tinley Daoist did not hold too much hope. Maybe this hope is really slim, but it is not completely gone. Lin Moyo said, "I believe there will be such a day, But what about the soul of the senior? Tinley Deist suddenly laughed. You underestimate the Dao Nine Realms too much. As long as the origin spirit vein can be promoted to the 9th level, the soul injury of this master can naturally recover. If the soul is still like this, what's the point of fighting? Lin Moyo thought so too. Although the soul injury is difficult to cure, it is not completely incurable. Even I have a way to deal with it. How can the existence of Dao Nine Realms not have a way? Through Tinley Deist, Lin Moyo already knows the difference in the Daozun realm. The Daozun realm is different from any of the previous realms. It is not divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high, but is divided more finely. The Daozun realm is divided very finely from the weakest Dao 1 realm to the strongest Dao 9 realm. In the Daozun realm, there is a saying that one realm leads to heaven, and the difference in strength is huge for each realm. However, Lin Moya still does not know which realm the Daozun he has come into contact with are in. After chatting with Tinley Deist for a while, Lin Moya raised the most important question. Senior, you gave me the inheritance, can you tell me what your requirements are for the inheritor? Tinley Deist has been waiting here for so many years, screening countless people. Except for the ancestor of the Lei family, no one could meet his standards, which shows how high his requirements are. In this regard, Lin Moya can't just find someone and give the inheritance to him. In addition to good talent, character must also be tested. You can't find a murderer otherwise, the cause and effect will be a big trouble. Tinley Deist said in a deep voice, originally you were a good candidate, but unfortunately you have too many ways, and my philosophy is not in line with it. But you can inherit my weapon array. You are very talented in weapon arrays, so there is no problem with this. I hope you can find someone who shares the same philosophy as me for my fundamental Thunder Road. You can assess talents and other things. I will not restrict you. The subtext of this sentence is, I can't control you either. Just focus on your efforts. Lin Moya naturally understood. Does the senior have any requirements for gender? Is there a restriction that the teaching can only be passed on to males but not females? Tinley Deist was amused. Am I such a pedantic person? Not pedantic? Lin Moya felt that Tinley Deist was quite pedantic, otherwise, his teaching would have been passed down long ago, and he would not have waited for hundreds of thousands of years without finding a successor. First, find some decent candidates, pass on your teaching, and slowly spread out. With more and more people, there will always be some geniuses among them. But he insisted on waiting for someone who was top in everything and ended up waiting for hundreds of thousands of years without finding a successor. The ancestor of the Lei family was lucky and got a little bit of inheritance. You can think about these words in your heart, but you dare not say them. Lin Moya said, I have a disciple who is in Thunder Mountain at the moment. I think she might be able to do it. Tinley Deist's eyes condensed. Are you planning to keep the wealth within the family? Lin Moya said, I do have this idea. Senior, you can take a look first, but you must agree to it first. He knew Tinley Deist could see the whole mountain. He was the source of the origin spiritual vein, and everything that happened in Lishan could not be hidden from him. Tinley Deist narrowed his fingers, and the sea of thunder rolled. One by one, the people who entered Lishan appeared in the picture. At the same time, a huge origin spiritual vein was also revealed. The people who came in were all located at the nodes of the origin spiritual vein. Lin Moya quickly analyzed that this spiritual vein was the 7th level origin spiritual vein controlled by the Lei family. Those who entered the core area were located at the center of a node of the spiritual vein, and those with ordinary qualifications were near the spiritual vein node. At the center of the node, the origin power would naturally be much more. The Lei family used the formation to strip the thunder attribute in the spiritual vein and turn it into pure origin power, so that all the people who practiced inside could obtain a large amount of origin. Lin Moya saw Xiaoyu and Gun Yanshui. Hey, the appearance of Gun Yanshui. Chapter 2575. Chapter 2575, 2575. Chapter 2575, Xiaoyu's second master. Lin Moya wouldn't mistake someone. Gun Yanshui's clothes hadn't changed, but her appearance and temperament had. Tinley Deist asked, is the disciple you mentioned her? Lin Moya shook his head, not her. Her name is Gun Yanshui, from the Hanshui Holy Land. When I saw her before, she was a man. I don't know why she became a woman. Tinley Deist took a look. She has a magic weapon that can change her appearance and temperament. The level of the magic weapon is quite high, in the realm of Daozun, so you can't see through it. So that's how it is. Tinley Deist said, what do you think about your relationship with her? Lin Moyo asked, why do you say that, senior? Tinley Deist said, there is a cause and effect entanglement between you and her, either hatred or love. Since you don't even know her gender, it is probably hatred. Lin Moya said, before, because of the competition for the inheritance of Jiao Xingjun, I had some conflicts with her, but it can't be said that we have a grudge. Tinley Deist looked at Gun Yanshui, with thunder flashing in his eyes. This girl is a bit unlucky. It seems that there will not be much gain this time, and don't expect smooth sailing for a period of time in the future. But she has the support of Hanshui Holy Land, and she can recover under the impact of the Holy Land's luck, but it will take some time. Lin Moyo immediately realized what was going on. It must be Xiao who made a move and cursed Gun Yanshui invisibly. Before, with Gun Yanhai by her side, Xiao didn't dare to curse her for fear of being discovered. After Gun Yanshui entered the core area, Xiao could secretly launch a curse to weaken Gun Yanshui's luck. This silent curse, with Xiao's Tinzun realm, Gun Yanshui couldn't detect it at all. Looking at Gun Yanshui in the picture, he frowned slightly, and it was obvious that her cultivation was not going smoothly. Lin Moya was too lazy to care about her but looked at Xiaoyu. Senior, this is my disciple. Tinley Deist looked at Xiaoyu, and gradually, his eyes became more focused. The scene in front of him enlarged, and the rest of the people disappeared, leaving only Xiaoyu. Tinley Deist whispered, "I was wrong, it turned out to be a natural jade soul." The Lei family gave Xiaoyu a magic weapon to hide her aura, and even Tinley Deist was deceived. Xiaoyu was born with a jade soul, which is a very strong talent for cultivation. It may not meet Tinley Deist's requirements, and Lin Moyo had no idea. Tinley Deist looked at Xiaoyu, and his eyes gradually showed satisfaction. He said to himself, "She has just reached the super god realm not long ago. She has not comprehended the laws and has completely relied on her physical strength to advance. She is born with a jade soul and a pure heart. She is indeed a good seedling. I don't know how her comprehension is." Lin Moya said, "She has good comprehension. Although she has never been exposed to formations, she is born with a jade soul, so she is not much worse. Even if her comprehension is not as good as the seniors, she can still inherit the senior's legacy. It may be difficult to surpass the senior. After all, it is difficult to produce a senior with such talent in a million years." Tinley Deist snorted, "Don't flatter me, but this girl is your disciple." Lin Moya said, "I will tell Xiaoyu to worship the senior as her master, and I will teach on behalf of the senior." Tinley Deist thought for a while, "If you say so, it's okay, but I also have a request." Lin Moya immediately said, "Senior, please speak." At this point, Lin Moya knew that it was almost certain that Xiaoyu would have a new master. Tinley Deist said, "Every 100 years, you must bring her back to Lishan to let me see her progress in cultivation. At the same time, I will also check your progress in the way of formation. Although you only inherited my way of formation, you are also half of my successor. You must not lose my face. So this is the request. Of course, I have to agree. Don't worry, senior, I will bring Xiaoyu back every 100 years to accept your inspection. Now, do you want to see Xiaoyu?" Tinley Deist shook his head. "She is only in the super god realm now and can't come here." "It doesn't matter. If she can't come, I will go to see her, and you can come with me." As he said this, the remnant soul of Tinley Deist stretched out his hand and pressed it on Lin Moya's shoulder. The scene in front of Lin Moya changed, and he found himself in the area where Xiaoyu was. Tinley Deist controlled the source of the Lishan spiritual vein. As long as he wanted, he could teleport freely in the Lishan spiritual vein. But now, only a wisp of his consciousness came here, and he also brought Lin Moya's consciousness here. Lin Moya's body was still deep in the Lishan mountains at this moment. Xiaoyu was practicing boxing, with great vigor. She was practicing the second set of boxing taught by Lin Moya. "Xiaoyu!" Lin Moya called out. Xiaoyu suddenly heard Lin Moya's voice. She was stunned at first, then reacted. After seeing Lin Moya, she ran over and called sweetly, "Master! Master, Xiaoyu has reached the super god realm." Xiaoyu is not lazy. The cultivation speed here is so fast. After entering the super god realm, Xiaoyu finally broke away from the category of ordinary people and could barely be considered a cultivator. Practicing in the core area of Lishan, with a large amount of origin power infused, Xiaoyu's natural jade soul ability was revealed. Her realm had no bottleneck, and it improved rapidly. With the power of the flesh alone, she had broken through to the super god realm. At present, Xiaoyu had not comprehended any laws. She was walking the same path as Jushin Lizun, purely proving the way with power. Now Xiaoyu's opportunity had come. Xiaoyu noticed Tinley Deist. She only felt that Tinley Deist's majesty could not be looked at directly, so she immediately saluted. Xiaoyu pays homage to the senior. Tinley Deist whispered, "Kneel down." His voice was like the power of heaven, which made Xiaoyu's body tremble and her legs a little weak. But Xiaoyu did not kneel down. She gritted her teeth and persisted. "Kneeling to the sky, kneeling to the earth, kneeling to parents and masters, this is the principle taught by Lin Moya, and there is no need to kneel to others." So Xiaoyu did not kneel. Seeing this, Tinley Deist was not angry but showed satisfaction. At this time, Lin Moya said, "Xiaoyu, follow me." Hearing Lin Moya's voice, Xiaoyu knelt on the ground, but her little face was full of confusion. Lin Moya said, "The senior is Tinley Deist. I have discussed with the senior, and the senior decided to pass on a legacy to Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu wants to worship the senior as a master." Xiaoyu uttered, and her big eyes suddenly became moist. "Master, don't you want Xiaoyu?" Lin Moya shook his head. Master will not abandon Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu worships the senior as a master, it is still the master who teaches Xiaoyu. So Xiaoyu still has to follow me, but Xiaoyu will have another master. Nothing else will change. Xiaoyu seemed to understand, but she knew that Lin Moya would not harm her, and she could continue to be with Lin Moya and Xiaoyu, which was enough. Xiaoyu immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Tinley Deist. "Xiaoyu greets master." After 3 kowtows, Xiaoyu's apprenticeship was complete. Tinley Deist showed a rare smile. "Yes, practice well in the future, don't let down the reputation of the master." Xiaoyu said, "Master, please rest assured, Xiaoyu will work hard to practice and will never be lazy." Lin Moya looked on the side and laughed. Xiaoyu didn't know the reputation of Tinley Deist at all. She just said it casually. But Xiaoyu's words were sincere, she really wouldn't slack off. Tinley Deist nodded. "You are my only disciple. These gifts are my welcome gifts." Chapter 2576. Chapter 2576, 2576. Chapter 2576, 3-piece Tao Guardian Set. Taoist Tinley tapped his finger lightly, and a gap suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiaoyu. A bunch of items fell out of the gap. Startled by the sudden appearance, Xiaoyu took a half step back. Looking at the dazzling array of items, Xiaoyu couldn't tell whether they were good or bad, but her instincts told her they were all valuable. She immediately called out sweetly to Taoist Tin Li, "Thank you, Master Tin Li." Taoist Tin Li, very satisfied with Xiaoyu, waved his hand. "These are small and inconspicuous things. You are at a low level now and can't use the best items. When your realm is higher in the future, I will give you better things." Xiaoyu asked, "Master Tin Li, what are these?" Taoist Tin Li said, "Your pseudo-master will explain it to you." At this moment, Lin Moya felt that he was on equal footing with Taoist Tin Li and could even call him brother. Taoist Tin Li was a Dao 9 realm existence, at the peak of the Dao 9 realm. Even if the Lei family ancestor saw him, he would probably kneel and respectfully call him ancestor. With Xiaoyu's light, Lin Moya could actually be on equal footing with Taoist Tin Li, which made him feel special. Taoist Tin Li tapped his finger, and a beautiful and exquisite belt slowly rose. A circle of origin crystals was inlaid on the belt, a total of 18. These origin crystals were all fine, each as large as the 6th level. Lin Moyo had seen similar belts on Gun Yanshui. At that time, Gun Yanshui relied on a similar belt to block the murderous aura in the sky. However, Gun Yanshui's belt only had 10 origin crystals, which was obviously not as good as the one in front of him. Taoist Tin Li introduced, "This belt is called the Dao Protection Jade Belt. It has 18 origin crystals on it, which can resist attacks. You can activate it yourself. If your life is in danger, it will automatically activate. When activated, the origin crystals on the jade belt will glow. The more glowing origin crystals, the stronger the jade belt's defense will be. It can block attacks from the 2nd level of the Dao realm at most. When the origin crystals are used up, they can be replaced, but it is best to use origin crystals of the same level and properties for all 18. A belt that can resist attacks from the 2nd level of the Dao realm and can protect the owner spontaneously is a valuable item. If sold, it would fetch a sky-high price. With this belt, no one below the Dao Zun level could touch Xiaoyu. After the introduction, the Dao Protection Jade Belt automatically flew into Xiaoyu's hands. It was not only easy to use but also easy to refine. Just a drop of blood was needed. Xiaoyu squeezed out a drop of blood on the jade belt in front of Taoist Tin Li. The jade belt glowed beautifully and the next second, it automatically wrapped around Xiaoyu's waist. The jade belt could be large or small, change color and pattern, and be moved at will, making it convenient for field distribution. Xiaoyu liked the Dao Protection Jade Belt very much. She smiled so hard that her eyes curved into crescent moons. "Thank you, Master Tin Li." Taoist Tin Li laughed, pointed his finger again, and the second gift flew out. It was a piece of clothing, equally exquisite and gorgeous, and looked somewhat similar to the jade belt for protecting the way. The only difference was that the clothing was not inlaid with origin crystals. However, the exquisite lines on the clothing were refined from the origin crystals. This dress was very beautiful, and Xiaoyu was immediately attracted to it. From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen such beautiful clothes. Taoist Tin Li introduced, "This dress is called the Dao Protection Jade Clothing, and it is a set with the Dao Protection Jade Belt. The jade clothing has 2 layers, the inner layer is attached to the soul and protects the soul. The outer garment and the jade belt can protect the body. The jade garment can absorb the power of the origin between heaven and earth to replenish strength, and it can also be replenished through the jade belt. When used alone, it can also resist the attack of the 2nd realm of Taoism. If used together with the jade belt, it can resist the attack of the 3rd realm of Taoism." After that, Taoist Tin Li placed the jade garment in front of Xiaoyu. After Xiaoyu completed the blood recognition, the jade garment immediately appeared on her. Its appearance could be changed according to Xiaoyu's ideas. Xiaoyu called sweetly, "Thank you, Master Tin Li. Master Tin Li is so nice." Taoist Tin Li seemed to be very fond of Xiaoyu's tricks, and his usually serious face was coaxed into a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Lin Moya saw it all. Taoist Tin Li really had never taken a disciple. Such good things, he just took them out. Even if Gun Yanshui, a direct descendant of the Holy Land, had many magic weapons, he couldn't match Xiaoyu's too. With the jade clothes and jade belt, Xiaoyu immediately became invincible under the Daoist master. Taoist Tin Li smiled, "Don't worry, there's more." The 3rd gift flew out, which was a short sword. Judging from the style, it was a set with the jade clothes and jade belt. Sure enough, after Taoist Tin Li's introduction, it was indeed a complete set. The sword was called the Dao Protection Soul Sword, but the Dao Protection Soul Sword could not be used at ordinary times. It would only take the initiative to attack when it was attacked fatally. It could exert the attack of the 1st realm of Dao, and even the peak Tenzun was very likely to be killed. The jade clothes and jade belt were mainly for defense, and the Dao Protection Soul Sword would automatically kill in danger. The meaning of Taoist Tin Li giving these 3 magic weapons was not to let Xiaoyu rely too much on them, but purely to ensure Xiaoyu's safety. With these 3 magic weapons, even if Lin Moya wanted to kill Xiaoyu, it would be difficult. It can be said that whoever dares to kill Xiaoyu below the Daozun realm will eventually be killed. Taoist Tin Li continued, "With these 3 magic weapons, your safety should not be a problem, but the master does not want you to rely on them. In the world, the only thing you can really rely on is your own strength." Xiaoyu was very well behaved and saluted Taoist Tin Li. "Xiaoyu will remember the teachings of Master Tin Li." Taoist Tin Li nodded slightly, "This is the last one, you keep it." The last item was a storage ring. After Xiaoyu completed the recognition of the master, she saw the contents of the storage ring, and her eyes suddenly widened. "There are so many origin crystals." Taoist Tin Li nodded, you can use these origin crystals for cultivation, or use them to replace the origin crystals on the jade belt. Although the number is not large, it is enough for you to use for a while. Xiaoyu was surprised. Too much, Xiaoyu can't use so much. Taoist Tin Li chuckled. Master gave it to you, just take it, practice well, and don't be lazy. Xiaoyu nodded her head, like a chicken pecking at rice. Master, don't worry, I won't be lazy. Taoist Tin Li nodded. Then we will leave first, you practice well. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with Lin Moyo. It took Xiaoyu a long time to come back to her senses, and then she collected her mind and began to practice. Her boxing was vigorous, full of momentum, and extraordinary power. In the Sea of Thunder, Lin Moyo came back to his senses and looked at Taoist Tin Li beside him. Senior, you are too good to Xiaoyu. Taoist Tin Li snorted lightly. My disciple should not be underestimated. A few magic weapons are nothing. After the trip to Lishan, you have to pass on the Tao on my behalf. After 100 years, I will check it. If you don't do badly, I may leave Lishan and come to find you. Chapter 2577. Chapter 2577, 2577. Chapter 2577, shamelessly acknowledging the big brother. Lin Moyo had no doubt that Taoist Tin Li had the ability to find him. Even if he stayed away from Lishan or even left Nanzhou, it might not be useful. The power of a Dao 9 realm cultivator was beyond his imagination. It was obvious that Taoist Tin Li valued this disciple he had just accepted very much, and he also valued his own inheritance. Lin Moyo immediately agreed. Don't worry, senior, I will do my best to teach her. Taoist Tin Li nodded. You don't have to call me senior all the time. We are both Xiaoyu's masters now, and we are equals. Just call me brother. Lin Moyo was not polite and changed his words directly. Big brother Tin Li, I am taller than you. Lin Moyo's face was so thick that it had no edge. Otherwise, he would not have called Antares his brother back then, and it would have been impossible for him to become friends with Tianlong and Shuazi Tinzun later. It was the same now. Since Taoist Tin Li had spoken himself, Lin Moyo would not be polite and directly called him big brother. If one day, Taoist Tin Li can really break through the 9th realm of Taoism and be reborn in Nirvana, then Lin Moyo would make a fortune. Lin Moyo had seen that Taoist Tin Li was actually a very simple person, just like his Taoism, simple and direct. There was no harm in getting along with him. Taoist Tin Li shook his head. Don't talk about climbing up. You have deep luck, boundless blessings, and your achievements are limitless. Maybe, I will rely on you in the future. What I said is not nonsense. This possibility is very high. The journey of practicing Taoism is long and boundless, and it is hard to say who can reach the end first. After wasting hundreds of thousands of years, it is unclear what will happen next. Lin Moyo listened to Taoist Tin Li's words. Brother, what you said makes sense. I will learn from you. Taoist Tin Li continued. Now that Lishan is open, the 7th level origin spiritual vein outside Lishan has been activated, and it is not convenient for you to leave for the time being. You should practice here during this period of time. If you don't understand anything, just ask. Although our paths are different, my cultivation experience can still provide a reference. It's just that the structure of the origin continent has changed over the past few 100,000 years, and I'm out of date, so let's not talk about it. Taoist Tin Li's thinking is simple, direct, and straightforward. With such a senior in the 9th realm of the Tao by his side, Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't be polite and raised many questions. Most of the questions were related to the cultivation of the great Tao. After entering the Tinzun realm, although Lin Moyo had his own ideas about the path of cultivation, he didn't know whether his ideas were right or not. He was still adapting to the origin continent, and his cultivation had not moved for a long time, always maintaining the level of just entering the Tinzun. He tried to comprehend the great Tao, but the Tao of the origin continent is not so easy to comprehend. Whether it is the immortal great Tao, the space great Tao, or the time great Tao, he had tried them all, but the results were very limited. At this speed of cultivation, it would take at least thousands of years to go from a low-level Tinzun to a mid-level Tinzun. For Lin Moyo, who is used to rapid progress, this speed of cultivation is unbearable. Moreover, Lin Moyo also wanted to establish his own power in the origin continent, so that those people in the big world would not be rootless duckweed after entering the origin continent. In addition, Lin Moyo felt that establishing power would also be useful for his own cultivation. Taoist Tin Li answered Lin Moyo's questions. To cultivate in the origin continent, one must inevitably understand the great Tao. Understanding the great Tao is a slow process. Even if you have a good understanding, it takes time. If you want to speed up your cultivation, the easiest way is to borrow the origin spiritual vein. However, there are very few origin spiritual veins, and most of them are controlled by various forces, and the higher the level, the more so. In addition to the origin spiritual veins, there is also luck related to cultivation. In the explanation of Taoist Tin Li, Lin Moyo gradually understood the various key points of cultivation. His idea was not wrong. The origin is the key to cultivation. If you want to speed up the cultivation, you must rely on a large amount of origin. The best choice is to use the origin spiritual veins, and the second is to use the origin crystals. The higher the level of the origin crystals, the better. In addition to the power of the origin, luck is also closely related to cultivation. Lin Moyo's personal luck is very good, almost at the top. At the same time, his luck is also very strong. Strong luck can keep his luck at the top and rarely fluctuate. Strong luck can also make Lin Moyo turn danger into good fortune, and his cultivation is also smooth sailing with few bottlenecks. But the luck of a single person always has a limit, so if you establish a sect power, you can gather the luck of the entire sect power into one, making your own luck stronger. Strong luck can make Lin Moya's practice smooth, Taoist Tin Li sighed in his answer. He was alone in the past, and his biggest mistake was not to establish a sect. If he had established a sect and had the blessing of the sect's luck, perhaps his ending would be different. According to his words, he did not lose in cultivation but in luck. Luck is something illusory, but it really exists. Taoist Tin Li explained to Lin Moya the points that need to be paid attention to in each realm. The two have different paths, but many experiences are shared. Lin Moya finally understood the difference between the Heavenly Venerable Realm and the Deist Venerable Realm. In the Heavenly Venerable Realm, one can initially mobilize the power of the Great Tao and use the Heavenly Tao calendar for his own use. In the Deist Venerable Realm, one can control the power of the Great Tao. Within a certain range, he is the Venerable of the Great Tao, so he is called the Deist Venerable. According to the number of Great Taos that can be controlled, it is divided into 1 to 9 realms. Deist Venerable 9 realms, such as Taoist Tin Li, has already mastered the entire Great Tao and can burst out the full power of the Heavenly Tao. His Thunder Great Tao is young and has the power to destroy the world. Using and controlling are two completely different concepts, so the gap between the Heavenly Venerable and the Deist Venerable is huge. If you encounter someone who practices the same Great Tao, the Deist Venerable Realm can even deprive the Heavenly Venerable Realm of the ability to sense the Great Tao, greatly weakening the power of the Heavenly Venerable, and there is no way to fight. At the same time, by using the power of the Great Tao, the Deist Venerable Realm will have some magical abilities, which are also incomparable to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. After having a certain understanding of the Deist Venerable Realm, Lin Moyo asked, "What realm is above the Deist Realm?" Taoist Tin Li's eye showed a trace of yearning. "That is a mysterious realm. Only when you really step into it will you know." Lin Moyo asked curiously, "You don't know either?" Taoist Tin Li sighed, "I touched it once, and I could feel the mystery of that realm, but unfortunately, I didn't step into it." Lin Moya comforted, "Those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future, and there will be opportunities in the future." Taoist Tin Li laughed, "Then I'll borrow my good words from little brother Lin." Lin Moya suddenly thought of something. "Brother, do you know what the essence of Zushui is?" Taoist Tin Li was shocked. "Have you seen the essence of Zushui?" Seeing Taoist Tin Li's reaction, Lin Moya knew that the essence of Zushui must be extraordinary. Taoist Tin Li said to himself, "The essence of Zushui, that is a legendary thing." Chapter 2578. Chapter 2578, 2578. Chapter 2578, Take a Gamble. Lin Moya once asked Tianlong about the essence of ancestral water. Tianlong knew of its existence but was unsure of its specific uses. According to Tianlong, the dragon god of the dragon clan once obtained a drop of the essence of ancestral water and regarded it as a treasure. At that time, Lin Moya realized that the essence of ancestral water was extremely precious. He had obtained more than 10,000 drops of ancestral water and, after using some, still had over 9,000 drops. However, he only had 1 drop of the essence of ancestral water, whose value was tens of thousands of times greater than that of ordinary ancestral water. Now, seeing Tin Li Deist's reaction, Lin Moya felt it was normal. Tin Li Deist had a trace of envy in his eyes. The essence of ancestral water, that is a legendary thing. Only the ancestors of some holy lands and major sects have the opportunity to obtain it. How exactly it is obtained and where it comes from, I am not very clear. Anyway, I am not qualified. Lin Moya was shocked. Tin Li Deist, who had reached the 9th realm of Taoism and even touched that mysterious realm, was not qualified to obtain the essence of ancestral water. Lin Moya believed that even the ancestors of the Holy Lands might not be as high as Tin Li Deist in terms of realm cultivation. Tin Li Deist said, "Do you feel strange? To obtain the essence of ancestral water, it depends not on cultivation but on luck. Of course, the realm of cultivation is also necessary, just passable. The most important thing is luck. Only when the luck reaches a certain level is there a chance to obtain a drop of ancestral water essence." Lin Moya was stunned for a moment. He could never have thought that to obtain the essence of ancestral water, the main factor would be such an illusory existence as luck. Tin Li Deist continued, "I only figured it out later that the reason why I failed to reach that realm was that my lack of luck was one of the reasons. If I had enough luck and could get a drop of ancestral water essence, maybe I wouldn't have failed." Lin Moya was surprised. "Can the essence of ancestral water help to reach that realm?" Tin Li Deist nodded. "If you want to reach that realm, the essence of ancestral water is not a must, and not having it does not mean failure. Having it does not mean success either. Otherwise, those holy lands and major sects would have already had people step into that realm. It's just that if you can have the essence of ancestral water, you can greatly increase the success rate. So you have to build a sect, gather a lot of luck, and finally get the essence of ancestral water, and strive to enter that realm. The old Taoist has nothing to help you here. Here are some origin crystals. You keep them, maybe they will be useful in the future." Tin Li Deist took out a few origin crystals and placed them in front of Lin Moyo. These origin crystals all had attributes. Origin crystals with attributes, at some point, can be more valuable than ordinary origin crystals, or at least equal. Tin Li Deist took out a total of 10 origin crystals, each of which was a fine quality 8th level origin crystal, and their value was inestimable. Lin Moya was surprised and quickly refused. "No, these origin crystals are useful to you, brother." Tin Li Deist waved his hand. "No problem, it's a little gift from your brother. Don't refuse." Lin Moya looked at the 10 exquisite 8th level origin crystals in front of him and was a little moved. He knew that these 8th level origin crystals had extraordinary significance to Tin Lii Deist. Origin spirit veins can produce origin crystals, and a large part of the origin crystals in the origin continent comes from origin spirit veins. But normally, the origin crystals naturally produced by the origin spirit veins will be lower than their original level. The origin crystals produced by an 8th level origin spirit vein are basically 6th level or 5th level. Even 7th level ones are not produced very well, not to mention origin crystals equivalent to the origin spirit veins. The origin spiritual vein in Lycian is of the 8th order, and the origin crystals normally produced should be of the 5th or 6th order. Most of them are still of the ordinary order, and the proportion of fine quality crystals is not large. Only when it is controlled by humans will the origin spiritual vein condense and produce origin crystals of the same level as the spiritual vein. This production method actually harms the spiritual vein, and it will not be done under normal circumstances. Tin Lii Deist can easily take out many 5th and 6th order origin crystals, and even a small number of 7th order origin crystals. Because those are naturally produced and condensed by the spiritual vein, there will be no impact on the origin spiritual vein. But now Tin Lii Deist has taken out 10 fine quality 8th order origin crystals, which will obviously cause damage to the origin spiritual vein in Lycian. He originally hoped that the origin spiritual vein could be promoted to the 9th order. Only in this way can he be reborn and impact that realm again. Now it is not a good thing for Tin Lii Deist to forcibly condense the fine quality 8th order origin crystals and consume part of the power of the origin spiritual vein. Even if the spirit vein is strong enough, 10 origin crystals are nothing, but sometimes it is just like this, and it can't be any worse. Tin Lii Deist didn't care. Little brother Lin, don't worry. Although I hope the spirit vein can be promoted to the 9th level, it is so difficult to promote to the 9th level. I am just thinking about it. Maybe it won't be able to open in another million years. If things go wrong, you will have reached the 9th level of Taoism by then, or even enter that level one step earlier than me, and I will have to rely on you to save me. So, keep it well and don't think too much. Lin Moyo could tell that Tin Lii Deist really wanted him to take it. He believed in his spiritual perception and could feel that Tin Lii Deist had no ill will towards him but really recognized him. He practiced the Great Way of Thunder and practiced only the Way, and the Yang Thunder. Tin Lii Deist was just like his way, upright and straightforward. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the 9th level of the Way. The Great Way that a practitioner comprehends is actually related to his original heart. Lin Moyo did not refuse and put away the origin crystals. Tin Lii Deist smiled, that's right. There is still some time, and the old Taoist will guide the power of the origin for you to help you practice. With the 8th level spiritual vein, the practice of these few days is equivalent to many years outside. Lin Moyo was moved and said to himself, let's take a gamble. Lin Moyo, who never did anything without confidence, decided to take a gamble at this moment. Sometimes, being cautious is a good thing, but sometimes, being overly cautious is not a good thing. Lin Moyo said, brother, I was lucky enough to get a drop of the essence of ancestral water. Tin Lii Deist, who was about to activate the power of the origin of the spiritual vein, stopped on the spot. He stared at Lin Moyo blankly and then said, are you joking? But the next second, his eyes widened, and he couldn't say a word. A drop of water the size of a fingernail appeared in Lin Moyo's hand. This drop of water was extremely pure, without a trace of impurities, as if it was the purest thing in the world. But in the water drop, countless great ways were condensed. As a strong man in the 9th realm of Taoism, Tin Lii Deist's eyes were attracted at once, and then his whole body trembled. He opened his mouth several times and then closed it several times without uttering a word. To make a being who has lived for millions of years and reached the 9th realm of Taoism become like this, you can imagine how much impact the essence of ancestral water has on him. After a long while, he barely recovered. Take it back. Chapter 2579. Chapter 2579, 2579. Chapter 2579, Sincerely Treating, Friendship of Age. The reaction of Taoist Tin Lii was within Lin Moyo's expectations but also beyond them. Taoist Tin Lii obviously recognized that this was the essence of ancestral water. Having lived for a million years and reached the 9th realm of the Tao, his knowledge was far beyond the imagination of the world. Even if he had never actually seen the essence of ancestral water, he could recognize it at a glance as long as he had heard of it. His shot was similar to what Lin Moyo thought, but the choice he made in the end was beyond Lin Moyo's expectations. Lin Moyo said, the essence of ancestral water can help you reach that realm. Taoist Tin Lii nodded gently, you are right, but this drop of ancestral water essence is useless to me. Why? Lin Moyo asked curiously. Taoist Tin Lii said, the essence of ancestral water is connected with luck. This drop of ancestral water essence is yours, and no one else can use it. Thinking of what Taoist Tin Lii said before, if you want to obtain the essence of ancestral water, you must have strong enough luck. The essence of ancestral water is indeed related to luck, but Lin Moyo didn't expect that it is also connected to luck, and only those who obtain it can use it. Taoist Tin Lii's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little touched. I appreciate your kindness, but this essence of ancestral water is really useless to me. From being an old Taoist to becoming an elder brother, at this moment, he finally accepted Lin Moyo from the bottom of his heart. Knowing the function of the essence of ancestral water, Lin Moyo was willing to take it out, which was enough to prove his sincerity. Although the two knew each other for a short time, they had become confidants. Sometimes it is so strange that knowing each other for many years may not necessarily make good friends, and some people can become brothers in life and death just by looking at each other. Lin Moyo and Taoist Tin Lii were like this. They met briefly, accepted disciples together, treated each other sincerely, and finally became friends regardless of age. After putting away the essence of ancestral water, Taoist Tin Li warned, although no one else can use the essence of ancestral water, you cannot let outsiders know about it. Especially when you are insignificant and have a treasure, some people will be jealous and kill you. The leaders of those great sects and the old monsters in the Holy Land are very selfish. They can do anything for their own interests. It is normal to kill you and take away your luck. Luck is not static. It can be taken away by others, and it can also take away other people's luck. In the origin continent, the higher the level, the more attention is paid to luck. Lin Moyo understood what Taoist Tin Li said. I understand. I will not let others know about my essence of ancestral water. Lin Moyo felt that he had more and more secrets. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal could not be known by others, the essence of ancestral water could not be known by others, and the world tree could not be known by others either. He even thought that the existence of the Shenzhou Ding must not be known to others. In the eyes of Taoist Tin Li, the leaders of the great sects and the old monsters in the Holy Land are not good people. It makes sense. How could these people be good people? Those who can stand firm in the origin continent and reach that level all fought their way out. What's more, besides them, there are also the demons. The demons and humans have always been at odds with each other, and killing the geniuses of the human race is what they are most willing to do. The cultivators in the origin continent are also doomed to fail if they make a mistake. After Lin Moyo put away the essence of ancestral water, he turned his palm and a strange flower appeared in his hand. Give this to my brother, maybe it will help him. The Taoist Tin Li of the Dao Nine realm widened his eyes again. He had never seen the flower in front of him before, but he could feel that this flower was extraordinary and contained a magical history. Even he couldn't see through it. There were too few things in this world that he couldn't see through. Taoist Tin Li felt that he was more shocked than he had been in a million years. He couldn't see through the spirit flower, so he could only ask, what is this? Lin Moya naturally wouldn't tell anyone about the existence of the world tree, but he wouldn't lie either. This is called a spirit flower. It's used to heal injuries. It's said it can heal any injury. Before, Lei Pingping of the Lei family, her soul injury was healed by me with a spirit flower. Taoist Tin Li thought for a while. I know about Lei Pingping. Her mother was injured by the corrupted soul beast. Although the Lei family killed the corrupted soul beast, before it died, the corrupted soul beast hid its soul in the fetus. Lei Pingping and the corrupted soul beast became companions. The Lei family went to Lishan several times, hoping to find a way to save her. If it was an acquired injury, there would still be a way to save her, but that girl was born with the corrupted soul beast. There was no way to save her. If the Lei family hadn't found a lot of natural treasures, that girl would have died long ago. Lin Moya learned from Taoist Tin Li the reasons why Lei Pingping was injured and knew that the thing that hurt her was called the corrupted soul beast, which was a very appropriate name. Taoist Tin Li took the spirit flower from Lin Moya and sensed it carefully. He could sense the power contained in the spirit flower, but he couldn't see through it. I didn't expect this flower to heal the soul. Lin Moya said, brother, why don't you try it? Taoist Tin Li trusted Lin Moya, without any doubt, and directly absorbed the spirit flower into his soul world. The spirit flower bloomed in Taoist Tin Li's soul world, and Taoist Tin Li was wrapped. In Lin Moya's view, a spirit flower appeared outside Taoist Tin Li's remnant soul. The spirit flower bloomed brilliantly, wrapping Taoist Tin Li's soul. Soon, a strong breath rose from the spirit flower, and Taoist Tin Li's soul began to recover with the help of the spirit flower. The sea of thunder churned around, and countless thunders intertwined and exploded, rushing to the sky like waves. About 10 seconds later, the power of the spirit flower was exhausted, and it turned into smoke and dust and completely dissipated. Taoist Tin Li opened his eyes and said slowly, this flower is really magical, and it has a strong healing effect on soul injuries. Unfortunately, the power in the flower is too weak, and it doesn't work very well on me. His breath was a little stronger than before, but he still hadn't recovered, and as time goes by, his injuries will still return to their original state. The injury of the Great Tao is really hard to cure. Lin Moya sighed in his heart. Taoist Tin Li was too high in realm. The lack of spirit flower power was only one reason. The second reason was that his injury came from the Great Tao, and the effect of the spirit flower was greatly weakened. In this case, even if the spirit flower was used a few more times, the result would be useless. However, if the world tree became stronger and the spirit flower became stronger, perhaps the result would be different. Taoist Tin Li looked at Lin Moya and said, don't be disappointed. This matter has been expected. Brother, you should hurry up and practice because I will draw the origin for you. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Now it seems that if you want to cure Taoist Tin Li, you can only wait for his realm to rise, the world tree to become stronger, and produce more effective spirit flowers. Then I'll trouble you, big brother. Lin Moya calmed down and began to practice. Taoist Tin Li held the sword and waved it in the air, attracting powerful original power. These original powers had no attributes, and the thunder attribute had been stripped away by Taoist Tin Li. If the original power had substance, it would fall on Lin Moya like a waterfall. In an instant, all kinds of insights came to his mind. Lin Moya saw his own avenue, and in the blink of an eye, he was immersed in the avenue and began to wander. Chapter 2580. Chapter 2580, 2580. Chapter 2580, Spiritual Vein Riot, Lei Family Ancestor. Outside Lishan, Xiaowa repeatedly used the avenue of luck to improve Lin Moya's fortune. She could sense that Lin Moya was still alive. At this moment, no one could persuade Xiaowa otherwise. Normally very obedient, she now only believed in her own feelings. Her persistence shocked Lei Jingying and others. Lu Fengqing arranged a formation around Xiaowa so that no one could disturb her. People outside couldn't see what Xiaowa was doing. Lei Jingying, Lei Sangxian, and Lu Fengqing had a tacit understanding and plan to keep the matter of Xiaowa's intervention to themselves. The Lei family and Lu Fengqing had their own plans and would not reveal anything on the surface. Everything had to wait until the end of this trip to Lishan. Once everything was settled, they could sit down and discuss slowly. Lei Jingying and Lu Fengqing knew what it meant to be a practitioner of the Avenue of Luck. Boom! Lightning exploded, and a roar came from the depths of Lishan. Then the earth shook violently. Many people fell to the ground, unable to react in time. Everyone looked towards the depths of Lishan. Lightning exploded, and countless thunders fell like waterfalls, blasting into the earth. Lishan continued to shake, and countless boulders were blown into the sky and annihilated by lightning. Lei Jingying's face changed. It's the origin spiritual vein. Lu Fengqing asked, what happened? Lei Jingying shook his head, indicating he didn't know. I'll go and see. Countless lightning flashes burst out of his body as he rushed into the sky and flew towards the depths of the mountains. Lei Jingying was very fast and reached the depths in an instant, but then he retreated even faster. Lei Jingying did not retreat normally but was forced back. At this moment, Lei Jingying looked a little embarrassed, with traces of lightning burns on his body. As a member of the Lei family, he controlled lightning, but at this moment, he was injured by lightning, which was puzzling. Lei Sangxian was shocked. Brother, are you okay? Lei Jingying shook his head. No problem. The lightning flashes on his body flowed like water, erasing the embarrassment. Lei Jingying just said, I don't know why, but the origin spiritual vein rioted, attracting thousands of thunders, and even I can't get close. Lei Sangxian said, how could the origin spiritual vein riot? Could it be? He showed shock in his eyes and suddenly thought of Lin Moyo. Although they all thought that Lin Moyo was dead, Xiaowa had always insisted that Lin Moyo was still alive, and they were all a little shaken. In addition, the sudden riot of the origin spiritual vein couldn't help but make people think. Lei Jingying said, if little friend Lin is really still alive, it would be a miracle. The origin spiritual vein rioted, and not to mention Lin Moyo, even he would find it difficult to survive in it. Looking at the Lei family, only their ancestor could escape unscathed in this situation. If Lin Moyo is still alive now, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Lei Sangxian said, brother, the spiritual vein rioted for no reason. Do you think we should notify the ancestor? Lei Jingying said, the ancestor is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed easily, but... He hesitated. The ancestor of the Lei family cannot be disturbed easily, but it does not mean that he cannot be disturbed at all. Lei Sangxian said, the spiritual vein is related to the foundation of our Lei family. For the sake of safety, I think it is better to tell the ancestor. Boom! 10,000 thunders fell again, and the whole Lishan mountain was shaking, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was about to collapse. Lei Jingying said in a deep voice, okay then. He took out a communication jade token and informed the Lei family ancestor who was in retreat. I have told the ancestor. I wonder if the ancestor will respond. The Lei family ancestor was in retreat, and they didn't know whether he could see the message. All they could do now was wait. The thunder from far away continued to fall, becoming stronger and stronger, turning into countless waterfalls, like the sky falling. The terrible power swept out from the depths of Lishan Mountain, and even the square where Lei Jingying was located was affected. Lei Jingying raised his leg and stomped, and the formation rose to cover the square and block the thunder. Guni Anhai, who had not appeared for a long time, suddenly came over. Lu Fengqing moved his body and stopped him halfway. Old man, what are you doing here? Guni Anhai snorted coldly, it's none of your business, you lunatic. Forget it. Lu Fengqing stopped Guni Anhai because he didn't want him to know the situation in the garden. Although Xiaowa was in the formation, Guni Anhai was a deist master. If he got too close, he would discover her. Lei Jingying also came over. Is there anything you need, deist friend Gu? Guni Anhai still maintained due respect for Lei Jingying, the head of the Lei family. After all, Lei Jingying's cultivation level was higher than his, and his fists were stronger. His identity as an elder of the Holy Land was not very useful in front of the head of the Lei family. Guni Anhai said, I just want to ask what happened. Lei Jingying said, for some reason, the origin spiritual vein suddenly rioted. I have notified the ancestor of my family. Guni Anhai frowned, the spiritual vein rioted, so will the children of our Holy Land be in danger? What he was really worried about was Guni Anshui's safety. Lei Jingying said, no, they are still some distance away from the spiritual vein, and there will be no danger. Deist friend Gu, don't worry, my daughter is also among them. Guni Anhai was relieved. If that's the case, it's the best. He turned around and went back. With Lu Fengqing, the madman, around, he didn't want to stay any longer. As soon as he returned to the sedan chair, a terrifying aura rose from afar. The terrifying pressure swept over, making Guni Anhai feel uncomfortable. Then, he saw a giant made of thunder appear in the distance, with wings shaking behind the giant, and thunder coming through the building rapidly. Guni Anhai's mouth twitched. The ancestor of the Lei family, who has integrated the avenue and evolved his true body, has actually reached this point. We must report this to the Holy Lord. The power of the ancestor of the Lei family exceeded his imagination and was much stronger than expected. If this continues, the Lei family may pose a threat to the Holy Land. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian saw the giant thunder with wings at the same time, and their eyes showed excitement. The ancestor is here. The ancestor's strength has improved again. The children of the Lei family knelt on the ground one after another, shouting ancestor. The ancestor of the Lei family evolved into a true body of the great Tao, rushed into the depths of Lishan, and disappeared in the ministers of thunder. The appearance of the ancestor of the Lei family was like a stimulant, making every child of the Lei family present extremely excited. Only Guni Anhai had a gloomy face. The strength of the Lei family was not a good thing for the Hanshui Holy Land. There is no room for two tigers on one mountain. In his opinion, there will be a battle between the Holy Land and the Lei family. The ancestor of the Lei family evolved into a true body of the great Tao, rushed into the depths with thousands of thunders, and he could feel that the origin of the spiritual vein was indeed rioting. After carefully sensing it, his face became solemn. The source of the spiritual vein riot is not here, but inside. He flew deeper, where Taoist Tin Li was. He knew that above the Lei family's original spiritual vein, there was another stronger and larger spiritual vein. That was the source of the entire Lishan spiritual vein, and the Lei family's spiritual vein was derived from that spiritual vein. At the same time, he also knew that there was an extremely powerful existence there. This was the biggest secret of the Lei family, and only he knew it. Chapter 2581. Chapter 2581, 2581. Chapter 2581, Just Call Me Brother. The Lei family patriarch flew to the depths of Thunder Mountain, breaking through an invisible barrier to enter the core area of Thunder Mountain. The spiritual veins here were turbulent, more violently than ever. There was no thunder falling instead, the thunder had turned into a sea of thunder. The Lei family patriarch did not dare to touch the sea of thunder, knowing it was a forbidden area. He said loudly, "Senior, Lei Ning greets you." He used his Tao to project his voice, which resonated through the thunder and echoed across the world. He called repeatedly, one after another. A moment later, the voice of Taoist Tin Li sounded from the sea of thunder. "What's the matter?" In the sea of thunder, the shadow of Taoist Tin Li rose. It was just a shadow, but it brought terrible pressure, making the Lei family patriarch breathless and almost unable to maintain the true body of the Tao. The ancestor of the Lei family realized the vast gap between him and Taoist Tin Li. Even though he had comprehended the true body of the great Tao, he was still as weak as an ant in the eyes of the other party. Lei Yiming, the ancestor of the Lei family, said respectfully, "I have met the senior. How are you?" Taoist Tin Li looked serious and unhappy. "If you have something to say, just say it." Lei Yiming knew the temper of Taoist Tin Li and was neither angry nor dared to be angry. His tone remained respectful. "Junior saw the origin of the spiritual vein riot, so I came to see it." Taoist Tin Li said, "The spiritual vein riot was caused by me, so there is no need to make a fuss." Lei Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was done by the senior, then it's okay. This powerful senior wanted to do something, and he had no way to control it, nor did he dare to control it. It was already very good to be able to get an answer. Lei Yiming said respectfully, "I'll take my leave now." Just as he was about to leave, Taoist Tin Li suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Lei Yiming stopped immediately. "What do you want, senior?" Two shadows appeared beside Taoist Tin Li. One was Lin Moyo, who was practicing with his eyes closed, and the other was Xiaoyu, who was practicing boxing. "His name is Lin Moyo, and he is my brother. Her name is Xiaoyu, and she is my disciple." Taoist Tin Li introduced the identities of the two people and didn't say much else. Lei Yiming was a smart man, and he immediately understood what Taoist Tin Li meant. "Junior understands. From now on, they are the most distinguished guests of my Lei family. No one dares to touch them in my Lei family's territory." Taoist Tin Li nodded. "Okay, you have just realized the true body of the great Tao. After you have stabilized for a period of time, come here to practice for a while. I will teach you something." Lei Yiming was overjoyed and almost knelt on the spot. "Thank you, senior." Taoist Tin Li waved his hand. "Let's go." Junior bids farewell. Lei Yiming was very obedient and turned around to leave immediately. The ancestor of the Lei family, who was dignified and adamant in front of others, was as obedient as a quail in front of Taoist Tin Li. This is the change caused by strength. No matter who you are, if you are not as strong as others, you can only obey. The ancestor of the Lei family asked him to do things, and at the same time, he would give sweet things to make the ancestor of the Lei family willing. The spiritual vein riot was caused by Taoist Tin Li's arousing the power of the spiritual vein. It would cause some damage to the spiritual vein, but for Lin Moyu, it was a great benefit. Under the infusion of the power of the origin at all costs, countless great insights were stuffed in. Lin Moyu didn't even need to feel anything, he could directly understand the countless mysteries of the great Tao. His cultivation level was also improving rapidly, and he was improving all three of the great Taos. These 10 days were equivalent to hundreds of years of hard practice. Lin Moyu experienced again what it meant to upgrade like a rocket. Lei Yiming returned from the depths of Lishan Mountain, bringing the great Tao's true body, and came to the square. He put away his true body and revealed his true face. Lei Yiming looked like a middle-aged man, not much older than Lei Jingying, with lightning all over his body, and he looked like a bolt of lightning. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian came to Lei Yiming and saluted respectfully. "Meet the ancestor." Lei Yiming waved his hand. "You are the head of the family, you don't have to do this. The head of the family should act like the head of the family. Lei Jingying is the face of the Lei family. No matter who he faces outside, he will not be polite." Lei Jingying understood this truth. "Ancestor, do you know what happened in the depths of Lishan Mountain?" Lei Yiming said, "Nothing, the spiritual veins are a little turbulent, and they will recover in a few days. Don't worry." Hearing Lei Yiming say this, Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian both breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Yiming is the stabilizing force of the Lei family, and his words will not be wrong. Lei Jingying said, "I'm sorry to disturb the ancestors' retreat this time." Lei Yiming said, "It's okay, I just finished my training and came out of retreat to see the current situation of my Lei family. It just happened that Lishan Mountain was opened, so let's see how the younger generation of my Lei family is doing this time." Lei Yiming obviously didn't leave and was ready to wait here. Naturally, no one dared to oppose his decision, and Lei Jingying wished it would be so. With Lei Yiming here, there is no need to worry about any trouble. Lei Yiming's eye swept across the whole scene and finally fell on Xiaowa. Xiaowa was in the formation, and it could block Guni Anhai, but it could not block Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming not only saw Xiaowa but also saw the avenue of luck on Xiaowa. His eyes fixed. What's going on? Lei Jingying immediately reported everything, and Lei Yiming's eyes turned and he immediately figured it out. Lei Yiming whispered, "Protect her." Lei Jingying nodded immediately. "Don't worry, ancestor, Miss Xiaowa is in my Lei family, nothing will happen." Practicing without rest, 30 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the opening of Lishan this time also came to an end. The spiritual veins deep in Lishan calmed down a day ago and no longer rioted. It was as if nothing had happened. With the Lei family's order, the formation was running, and those who were sent into Lishan were teleported back one by one. There were many people going in, and the formation teleported one by one, and it would take some time to send them all back. There was no danger in Lishan, and everyone was safe. Lei Yiming squinted his eyes and looked at everyone who came out. Lei Jingying looked at him strangely and thought to himself, "Is the ancestor looking for someone?" Suddenly, Lei Yiming found the person he was looking for. "Please bring this girl over." Lei Jingying immediately responded, "Yes, sir." The person Lei Yiming pointed to was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had just been teleported out and was still confused. Lei Jingying walked quickly to Xiaoyu. "Miss Xiaoyu, please come over." Xiaoyu knew Lei Jingying, she said "Oh" in a daze, and followed Lei Jingying. She walked and looked around, but did not see Lin Moyo. Strange, where did the master go? Xiaoyu did not know where Lin Moyo was. She just thought Lin Moyo had something to do and left. Lei Jingying brought Xiaoyu to Lei Yiming and was about to introduce her, but Lei Yiming took the initiative to speak. "You are Miss Xiaoyu, right?" Xiaoyu instinctively nodded. "Yes, senior." Lei Yiming waved his hand and said, "Miss Xiaoyu, you don't need to call me senior, just call me brother." Ah! Lei Jingying, Lei Sangxian, and Lu Fengqing were all stunned. If Xiaoyu called Lei Yiming big brother, wouldn't Lin Moyo become Lei Yiming's senior? They all became Lin Moyo's juniors, and even Xiaoyu's juniors. Xiaoyu was obviously a little overwhelmed, not knowing whether to call him or not. "Xiaoyu." In a panic, Lin Moya's voice sounded like a heavenly sound in Xiaoyu's ears. "Master!" Xiaoyu ran over with cheers as if she saw a savior and suddenly shrank behind Lin Moyo and hid. Chapter 2582. Chapter 2582, 2582. Chapter 2582. Anyone who dares to touch you will become Lei's enemy. Xiaoyu hid behind Lin Moyo, poking her head out to look at Lei Yiming. This old senior was so intimidating, and he actually asked her to call him big brother. Given his appearance, she should be calling him uncle. With a sound like glass breaking, Xiaoyu suddenly broke through the formation and rushed out, crashing into Lin Moyo's arms like a storm. She clung to Lin Moyo, wrapping her arms and legs tightly around him as if she wanted to merge into his body. "Wu, master, you are finally back." The sound of crying filled the air, followed by a wet sensation. Xiaowa's tears fell like rain, hitting Lin Moya's face with a heavy thud. These were the tears of a heavenly venerable. Each drop was heavy enough to kill someone in the other shore realm. Lin Moya knew what was going on and patted Xiaowa on the back. "Don't worry, I'm not seriously injured." Xiaowa cried and sobbed. Xiaowa knew master would be fine, but Xiaowa was worried and scared. Lin Moya comforted her. "I'm back now, don't worry. Xiaowa has worked hard these days." Xiaowa whispered, "It's not hard at all." These days, Xiaowa had been using the avenue of luck, constantly consuming her power. How could it not be hard? Now, Xiaowa's breath was weak and almost overdrawn. Lin Moyo understood Xiaowa's efforts, and the power of life flowed into Xiaowa's body, helping her recover. The power of life flowed like water, and Xiaowa's body emitted white light, exuding vitality. After a while, Xiaowa fell asleep in Lin Moya's arms. Xiaoya felt strange on the side. She didn't know what had happened. But Xiaoya knew that something significant must have occurred, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. She didn't ask, even if she wanted to. Now wasn't the time. Xiaoyu also noticed the expressions of others. Lei Jingying, Lei Sangxian, and Lu Fengqing all looked at Lin Moyo as if they had seen a ghost. Only the strange uncle, Lei Yiming, seemed relatively normal. Lu Fengqing came to Lin Moyo and shouted exaggeratedly, "How are you still alive?" His voice was very loud, and Lin Moyo frowned. "Senior, please keep your voice down. Xiaowa just fell asleep." Lu Fengqing immediately lowered his voice. "How are you still alive? Not only alive but your cultivation has improved so much." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Junior was just lucky and survived by chance." Although Lin Moya was still a low-level Tianzun, he had made significant progress compared to before. Previously, he had just entered the low-level Tianzun realm, but now he had taken a big step forward and was not far from the mid-level Tianzun. Every step forward in the Tianzun realm requires a lot of time, comprehension, and opportunity. The speed of cultivation is very slow, often taking tens of millions of years. Things like Lin Moya's sudden improvement in cultivation are impossible unless he encounters a great opportunity. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian looked at each other, and they also felt that Lin Moyo had received a great opportunity from the depths of Lishan. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to improve so much without 1,000 or 800 years. Only Lei Yiming knew the situation. He took a step forward and blocked Lu Fengqing, interrupting his next words. Lei Yiming introduced himself to Lin Moyo, "Old man Lei Yiming." Lin Moyo immediately bowed. "Junior Lin Moyo, greetings, senior." He had heard from Taoist Tin Li before that the ancestor of the Lei family was called Lei Yiming. Lin Moyo was also slightly surprised that the ancestor of the Lei family would come here. Lei Yiming was very generous, don't talk about seniors or juniors. Lei and fellow deist Lin hit it off right away. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Lei. Lin Moyo had already become a close friend of Taoist Tin Li, calling him brother. He was immune to this. Senior, this is not good. Lei Yiming waved his hand. What's good or bad? You are worried about Jingying and Sangxiang, it doesn't matter, we can talk about our own things. No one knew Lei Yiming's true thoughts. Taoist Tin Li just told him Lin Moya's name and said nothing else. Lei Yiming naturally knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to tell others that Lin Moya was his brother, Lei Yiming, and whoever dared to touch Lin Moya would be his enemy. He had thought too simply before. If he was of the same generation as Xiaoyu, he would have to be Lin Moya's junior. It would be more reasonable to call Lin Moya brothers. As for Taoist Tin Li, he decided to talk about his own things. I think Taoist Tin Li would not blame him. While talking, Lei Yiming tried his best to show a kind smile and did not forget to look at Xiaoyu, which scared her into shrinking her head back. His words made Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang stand there in disbelief. They couldn't understand what Lei Yiming said to Xiaoyu before. Now he said this to Lin Moya again. What exactly did their ancestor want to do? Was he crazy? But they didn't dare to question it. As children of the Lei family, the words of the ancestor could not be questioned. In the eyes of Lei Yiming, Lin Moya was quite helpless and could only call him Brother Lei. Lei Yiming laughed. Okay, you are my brother from now on. Whoever dares to touch you will be my enemy. These 2 tokens are given to you. Whoever dares to touch you, just take out the tokens and Lei will come out. As he said this, he took out 2 tokens and stuffed them into Lin Moya's hands. The tokens were made of high-level origin crystals, with the word Lei engraved on one side and E on the other. Lin Moya could feel that the token contained Lei Yiming's will. As long as the token was activated, Lei Yiming could use this will to condense the Daozun clone. When the Daozun reached a certain level, he could clone himself into millions of clones. Turning the clones into magic weapons and leaving them to the descendants was also a means of protection. Lei Yiming gave 2 tokens, one for Lin Moya and the other for Xiaoyu. Lin Moya did not refuse and accepted them calmly. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang were even more shocked. They knew what Lei Yiming's token meant. In the Lei family, this token is called the Lei Zuling. Among the children of each generation of the Lei family, only the most outstanding one can get it. Lei Jingying got one back then, but Lei Sangxiang did not. Unexpectedly, Lei Ming now has 2. Lei Jingying even suspected that Lin Moya might be his ancestor's illegitimate son. This treatment was too good. Lu Fengqing also trembled all over and said to himself, is the Lei family ancestor crazy? In his opinion, the Lei family ancestor's behavior was crazier than his own, but he didn't dare to say it. No matter what, he didn't dare to offend the Lei family ancestor. Boom! Lightning flashed, and Lei Pengpeng appeared in the square covered with lightning. Lei Pengpeng put away the lightning, glanced around, and immediately ran over happily. Father, third uncle, I'm back. Lei Jingying smiled, I'm glad you're back. Lei Yiming looked at Lei Pengpeng, your injury is indeed healed. Lei Jingying said, thanks to fellow deist Lin, Pengpeng is safe and sound. Lei Pengpeng ran up and saw Lei Yiming. Hey, ancestor, you are here too. Lei Yiming also liked Pengpeng, the little girl has gained a lot. This time, Lei Pengpeng has gained a lot, and her realm has entered the realm of true gods. The large amount of natural materials and treasures she has eaten for so many years finally came into play. In the next period of time, Lei Pengpeng's cultivation will increase rapidly. Lei Pengpeng laughed and said, of course, I'm a genius. Grandpa, I want to play with Xiaoyu for a while, is that okay? Lin Moya knew that Xiaoyu was not comfortable here and smiled, go play with Pengpeng. The 2 immediately held hands and went to the side to talk in private. Chapter 2583. Chapter 2583, 2583. Chapter 2583, Yin family, Yin and Yang people. After Xiaoyu and Lei Pengpeng left, Lei Yiming said, you all leave for a while. I want to talk to brother Lin alone. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang left without hesitation. Lu Fengqing also tactfully stepped back. An invisible force enveloped the 2, isolating them from the outside world. Lei Yiming said, brother Lin, are you wondering why I want to be on good terms with you? Lin Moya nodded, it's true that I'm a little confused, but as a senior, you must have your reasons. Lei Yiming said, I'm a straightforward person who practices the Thunder Dao. I don't like to beat around the bush. I'm on good terms with you and gave you the Lei Ancestor token for several reasons. First, you saved Pengpeng. Pengpeng is my great-granddaughter, a blood relative. You are her savior, so I naturally have to thank you. Second, I have a good impression of you. Don't disbelieve it. From the first time I saw you, I felt a good impression. The third reason is because of Senior Tin Li. As he spoke, he glanced towards the depths of the Lishan Mountains. Lin Moya suddenly realized that the third reason was the biggest reason. It turned out to be the order of Taoist Tin Li. No wonder Yiming was so abnormal. Lin Moya asked, what did brother Tin Li say to you? Lei Yiming said, nothing much. Senior Tin Li just told me that you are his brother and Miss Xiaoyu is his disciple. Originally, I wanted to be friends with Miss Xiaoyu, but I think it's better to be friends with you. I don't think the senior will blame me. Lin Moya laughed. It was indeed as he said. Other reasons were secondary. Taoist Tin Li was the foundation. It seems that he still benefited from Taoist Tin Li, but it's good this way. With the Lei family as a backer, it will be easier for him to settle down in the origin continent. Before he has enough strength, it is also a good idea to raise a big flag and find a backer. What's more, this backer will not ask you to do anything but will only do things for you. Where can you find such a good thing? After Lei Yiming finished speaking, he explained, Brother Lin, don't think that I did this only for Senior Tin Li. The other two reasons are also very important. If you didn't meet my expectations, I wouldn't do my best. It would be better if he didn't explain. Once he explained, it felt like he was trying to cover up something. However, Lin Moya's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he knew it very well. No matter where you are, everything is done for profit. Especially for an ancestor like Lei Yiming, he has to consider the Lei family and think twice before doing anything. The Lei family is his backer, and he also wants to find Taoist Tin Li as his backer. In the final analysis, one's own strength is the most important. After a discussion, Lin Moyo had a general understanding of Lei Yiming's personality and temper. People who practice the Thunder Dao actually don't have too many scheming thoughts and are more straightforward. Lin Moyo also likes to deal with such people and is straightforward. The sound of thunder continued to rumble, and people kept teleporting out of Lishan. Suddenly someone roared, "It's you! You stole my boxing gloves!" The aura of the godly realm rose, and the young man of the Yin family rushed towards Xiaoyu with strong murderous intent. Xiaoyu was talking to Xiao at this time, wearing the Xianguang boxing gloves on her hands, gesturing something. Suddenly someone rushed towards her, and Xiaoyu, who had no combat experience, exclaimed and punched out instinctively. The light of the Xianguang boxing gloves flowed, and an attack was launched, and the young man of the Yin family was immediately repelled. If the Xianguang boxing gloves are fully launched, they can exert the attack of the heavenly realm. But Xiaoyu used it officially for the first time, and in a hurry, the power of this punch was less than 1/10,000th, only at the godly realm level. The young man of the Yin family was shocked and flew into the air, standing in the air, with precious light flowing on his body, and the killing intent continued to rise. You dare to resist? This young master will kill you now. As he said this, he rushed towards Xiaoyu again, with a stronger momentum than before, far beyond the godly realm. He also had a magic weapon similar to the Xianguang boxing gloves, which could be used to exert power far beyond the godly realm. Stop! Stop! Who dares to take action in the land of the Lei family? The angry shouts rang out, and the Lei family wanted to stop it, but it was still a step too late. Lei Pengpeng shouted angrily, "Get out!" As she said that, she took a step forward and blocked Xiaoyu, with precious light flowing on her body, and a sword appeared in her hand. The sword was inlaid with 5 origin crystals, and the origin crystals glowed at the same time, and the Lei Xianxian sword was swung out. The brilliant sword energy swept up, with strong thunder in it. The young man of the Yin family was immediately blown away by the sword energy, and the whole person flew uncontrollably into the air, then fell heavily. His whole body was wrapped in lightning, and he could not move for a while. Lei Pengpeng held the sword, like a female war god, staring at the young man of the Yin family with sharp eyes. "Yin Yang, what do you want to do?" Xiaoya couldn't help laughing when she heard the name. What a strange name. Lei Pengpeng snorted coldly. His surname is Yin, and his name is Yin Mingyang, but I like to call him Yin Yang. Being in Leichen together, Lei Pengpeng naturally knew Yin Yang. Xiaoya said, "Oh," she knew from the other party's first sentence that he was a Yin family member, and her Xianguang boxing gloves were snatched from him at the auction. The Lei family members came over one by one and stood in front of Lei Pengpeng. This is the territory of the Lei family. Even if they are Yin family members, they can't break the rules here. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian came side by side. Their faces were not good. Breaking the rules on the Lei family's territory, even if it was the Yin family, would have to pay the price. As for the reason, it was not important. No matter what the reason, you cannot act here. Lei Yiming and Lin Moyo also noticed the situation and walked over together. Xiao hung on Lin Moyo, and Lin Moyo looked a little strange. But no one dared to laugh. Lin Moyo was standing side by side with their own ancestor, who dared to laugh. Seeing Yin Mingyang who could not get up, Lin Moyo roughly guessed the cause and effect of the matter. At the auction, I snatched a magic weapon that he had taken a fancy to, but I didn't expect him to hold a grudge. Lin Moyo was not worried about Xiaoyu's safety at all. Now Xiaoyu is a complete little hedgehog. Even if the Yin family's deist master took action, he might not be able to move the young lady. Lei Yiming looked at Yin Mingyang with a bad look, and his voice was low. Who else from the Yin family came this time? The Lei family manager immediately said, to reply to the ancestor, there is also the current eldest master of the Yin family, Yin Mingzong. Where are they? Just teleported out. As soon as the words fell, a man came running over. It was Yin Minjiang's elder brother, the middle-aged man he had seen at the auction that day. Yin Mingzong was much younger than the last time at the auction. He was a supreme before, but now after the trip to Lishan, he has broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. The quota for the core area that the Yin family had bid for was given to Yin Mingzong. Yin Mingzong came to Yin Mingyang, helped him up, and at the same time used the power of the heavenly venerable to eliminate the lightning on his body. As soon as Yin Mingyang recovered, he immediately shouted, "Brother, it was this dead girl who stole my Xianguang boxing gloves." "Shut up!" Yin Mingzong shouted angrily, and at the same time slapped him in the face. Chapter 2584. Chapter 2584, 2584. Chapter 2584, The Flexible Yin Mingzong. Yin Mingyang was stunned by his elder brother's slap, but Yin Mingzong didn't have time to pay attention to him at that moment. Seeing the Xianguang boxing gloves on Xiaoya's hands, the angry Lei Pengpeng, and the lightning on Yin Minjiang's body, he quickly guessed the cause and effect of the situation. He saluted everyone and apologized. "My brother did something wrong. I apologize on his behalf. The Yin family will make amends. I hope the seniors of the Lei family will be generous and not bother with the juniors." He put his attitude very low and admitted his mistakes directly without a word of nonsense. In this way, it was difficult for the Lei family to blame him further. Before the auction, Lin Moya felt that Yin Ming's own was very cunning, several times smarter than his brother. Now it seemed that he was not only cunning but also very smart, knowing how to judge the situation and bend and stretch as needed. Lu Fengqing said, "Your Yin family is really rich. You just took out a huge fortune, and now you are bleeding again. But with such a spendthrift in the Yin family, no matter how much wealth you have, it will be squandered. The hard work of the Yin family's ancestors is all for naught." Lu Fengqing's words were extremely sarcastic, but he was a Daoist master and also the Daoist master of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The Yin family couldn't afford to offend him. Yin Mingzong looked at his incompetent brother fiercely and then whispered, "My Yin family's apology will surely satisfy all the seniors." Lei Sangxiang said, "Well, let's see what kind of apology your Yin family can come up with." Lei Sangxiang did not push Lin Moyo out. At this moment, it would be best for their Lei family to come forward to make the Yin family bleed to the greatest extent. If Lin Moyo were pushed out, with his identity as a low-level Tinzun, the Yin family would not take him seriously at all. Yin Mingzong nodded, "Senior, don't worry. My Yin family knows what to do." Lin Moyo had been staring at Yin Mingzong. Although he seemed sincere, his eyes were full of hatred. This hatred was not only for his own brother but also for Xiaoyu and Lei Pengpeng. This person cannot be kept. Lin Moyo marked him and would kill him if there was a chance. After all, the Yin family is a 5-star force. If the Yin family is concerned about it, it will sometimes be troublesome. The Lei family can indeed be used as a backer, but once you leave the Lei family, it's hard to say. Yin Mingzong took his useless brother away. Lei Sangxiang said, "Pengpeng, put away the sword." Lei Pengpeng obediently put away the magic weapon. "Father, third uncle, why don't you kill him?" Lei Jingying said, "You can't kill him for the time being." "Why?" Lei Pengpeng asked. Lei Jingying glanced at Gu Nianhai in the distance and said lightly, "The reason is not enough." Lei Sangxiang touched Lei Pengpeng's head. "Pengpeng will understand these things in the future, so you don't have to think about them now." Lei Pengpeng snorted lightly, "When I become powerful in the future, I will kill him. This hermaphrodite is the most annoying." Lei Sangxiang laughed, "Okay, then keep him and wait until you become powerful in the future." Several people were chatting and laughing, and they did not shy away from discussing killing. Being in the origin continent and being born in the Lei family, they were already accustomed to such things. Lin Moyo already understood that the Yin family should be related to the Hanshui Holy Land. The Yin family was the eye of the Hanshui Holy Land placed in Leichen to monitor the Lei family. The Lei family did not want to fall out with the Hanshui Holy Land, so they could not touch the Yin family for the time being. When the day comes when the Lei family is really going to fight the Hanshui Holy Land, the first family to be destroyed will be the Yin family. It is true that the Lei family is straightforward, but they are not stupid, otherwise, they would not be able to become a 6-star force. Yin Mingzong took Yin Mingyan away, and after walking a distance, Yin Mingyan said viciously, "Brother, why didn't you help me?" Yin Mingzong looked at him as if he were an idiot, and he had already cursed him 100,000 times in his heart. "Help you? With so many Dao masters here, am I looking for death if I help you?" However, he did not say so. The Yin family cannot turn against the Lei family for the time being, so you have to bear this matter. "I slapped you just now just for show. I shouldn't have hurt you. You should hold back this anger and tell the ancestor when you go back. The ancestor will definitely reward you. Don't be so impulsive in the future. If you are really hurt, your father will feel bad, and so will your brother." Yin Mingzong's slap looked heavy, but it actually hurt but did not injure. Yin Mingyan lost his temper after hearing this. "I understand. Thank you, brother. I won't be so impulsive in the future." The roar continued, and lightning flashed as people who entered the mountain kept returning. Gu Nianshui appeared in the square with a flash of lightning. Gu Nianhai stepped out to Gu Nianshui's side, but his brows were tightly furrowed. When Gu Nianshui went in, she was a half-step supreme. When she came out, she was still a half-step supreme. It can't be said that there was no progress, but it was too little. They had expected that after coming out of the core of Thunder Mountain, she could at least become a low-level supreme being. If they were lucky, she might even become a mid-level supreme being. Gu Nianhai knew very well the qualifications of his granddaughter, and that she was the most talented person in this generation of the Holy Land of Hanshui. Gu Nianhai's face looked a little ugly. "What's going on?" Gu Nianshui whispered, "I don't know either. The source in the core of Thunder Mountain is indeed very rich and very powerful, but I can't absorb it. It seems that the source power in Thunder Mountain is incompatible with me." Gu Nianhai whispered to himself, "Incompatible." He thought for a few seconds, could it be because of the inheritance of the Horned Dragon Star Lord? After thinking about it carefully, this is the only possibility. Gu Nianshui said, "Grandpa, could it be the Lei family who did it?" Gu Nianhai immediately denied, "The Lei family can't do it. If the Lei family could do it, the Holy Lord wouldn't have let you come." Gu Nianshui nodded, "Then it may be related to the inheritance of the Horned Dragon Star Lord." Gu Nianhai said, "Go back first and let the Holy Lord take a look." The two returned to the sedan chair, and they would leave after everyone arrived. Gu Nianhai was in a bad mood now. Gu Nianshui's trip was a waste of this quota. Although the matter is not big, it is a bit depressing. Lin Moya watched this scene. He was the only one who knew why Gu Nianshui had not made any progress. In fact, it was all because of Xiaowa. Xiaowa weakened Gu Nianshui's luck, which led to this situation. When Gu Nianshui returned to the Hanshui Holy Land, Xiaowa's curse would naturally become ineffective under the influence of the Holy Land's huge luck. As for whether the Holy Land Lord could see the problem, it depended on his own ability. Half a day later, everyone was sent back from Lyshan, and the release was completely over. Everyone left one after another, the Lei family opened the formation, and Lyshan entered a closed state again. Chapter 2585. Chapter 2585, 2585. Chapter 2585, Taoist Tin Li is really generous. Leichen, Yin family. The head of the Yin family, Yin Changra, looked downcast, his face slightly gloomy. He had a feminine appearance, fair and clean, exuding a gloomy temperament. Although he was the head of the Yin family and the father of Yin Mingzong, he looked younger than Yin Mingzong. He had the cultivation of the Daozun realm and was one of the main decision-makers of the Yin family, with a status second only to the ancestor. At this moment, Yin Mingzong and Yin Mingyan stood in front of him, silent. Yin Mingzong had told Yin Changru everything that happened in Lyshan without any errors and also shared some of his own speculations. Yin Changra took a sip of tea and whispered, "Zomer, do you mean that the previous auction was also related to these people?" Yin Mingzong whispered, "I think it is very likely. The three of them not only snatched the Xianguang boxing gloves but also competed with me at the last auction and then suddenly stopped. They are obviously acquainted with Elder Lu Fengqing of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. I think it is very likely that they are the ones who did it. Perhaps they joined forces with Elder Lu Fengqing to gain benefits from our Yin family." Hearing Yin Mingzong's analysis, Yin Changra fell silent. He knew that his eldest son had always been cautious in doing things. He really couldn't understand why such an accident happened at the auction this time. No matter how rich the Yin family is, it is impossible to use 10,000 third-level fine origin crystals to buy a fourth-level world-class origin crystal. The Yin family would never do such a loss-making business. The two brothers went to the auction before, which was also a kind of experience, and with Yin Mingzong there would not be any trouble. Unexpectedly, an accident still happened. Yin Changra knew that the two brothers must have been calculated, but he couldn't find any clues, and the Yin family couldn't afford to offend the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, so this loss was taken. After suffering a loss, the Yin family naturally wanted to retaliate, but they couldn't find the source. This accidental discovery is a good clue. Yin Changra said, "We can't afford to offend the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but we can't take this dumb loss. Zomer, Minger, take some people and bring those people back." Yin Mingzong said, "What about the Lei family?" Yin Changra said, "Bring the thunder shielding formation. It's best if they are obedient. If they resist, just kill them directly. Do things cleanly and quickly. Minger, learn from your elder brother and control your temper. You are so old, but you are not good at all. If you still do this, how can your father be assured and hand over the Yin family to you in the future?" Yin Mingyan faced his father and behaved very well. He didn't have the temper of the past at all. He said timidly, "Father, don't worry, I will learn from my elder brother." Yin Changra waved his hand, "Go, do it tonight, so as not to have more dreams at night." As the second-ranked family in Leichen, although they are not as good as the Lei family, they are very familiar with Leichen. They know how to avoid the surveillance of the Leichen formation. As long as the movement is not too loud, the Leichen formation will be difficult to detect. After the trip to Lyshan, Lin Moya returned to his own yard. The Lei family originally wanted to invite Lin Moya to live in the Lei family, but Lin Moya declined. He had the idea of using the Lei family as a backer, but he could not really rely on the Lei family. The real backer can only be himself, and the Lei family can only be used to wave the flag at most and be released for use at critical times. It was not until he returned to his own residence that Lin Moya put Xiao down and placed her on the back of the calf. Xiao felt a familiar breath in her sleep and became very relieved. She hugged the calf and continued to sleep soundly. This time, Xiao was really exhausted, almost overdrawn, and almost hurt her origin. Lin Moya used the power of life to stabilize Xiao's foundation. Now the best way for Xiao to recover was to take a nap, but this nap would be a bit long. Xiao came to Lin Moya obediently, "Master, this is something given by Master Tin Li." She handed the storage ring given by Taoist Tin Li to Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Since it was given to you by Senior Tin Li, it is yours." Xiao shook her head, "It is full of origin crystals. Xiao can't use so many." "Oh, how many?" Xiao couldn't count them, so she simply took out all the origin crystals and piled them into several small hills in the yard for her master to take a look. Lin Moya was slightly shocked, "It's really a lot." There were two piles of small hills in front of them. The largest pile was 6th order ordinary origin crystals, with more than 5,000 crystals. It was equivalent to 5 million 3rd order ordinary origin crystals. The other pile was 6th order fine origin crystals, with a total of 500 crystals. The value of these origin crystals was inestimable. If all were converted into the most common 3rd order origin crystals, there were at least 10 million crystals. Big brother Tin Li is really generous. Lin Moya was secretly amazed. Taoist Tin Li gave quite a lot of origin crystals. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Xiao has become a rich woman." Xiao shook her head. "Xiao doesn't need so many origin crystals. Master is more useful than Xiao with them." Lin Moya smiled and shook his head. "Xiao keeps them first. If I need them in the future, I will ask Xiao for them." Xiao hesitated for a moment but finally put away the origin crystals obediently. "Then when Master needs them, tell Xiao at any time." Lin Moya said, "Xiao, your Master Tin Li is busy and cannot teach you in person. I will pass on his thunder Dao to you on his behalf." Xiao's eyes widened. "Do I still need to practice the boxing that Master taught me?" Lin Moya smiled slightly. "The two are not contradictory, you can practice them together. Now concentrate and calm down, Master will teach you the great Dao." Xiao immediately adjusted her breathing, and her mind instantly fell into silence. Born with a jade soul, coupled with Xiaoya's innocent heart, concentrating and calming down is as easy for her as eating and drinking. Lin Moya gently tapped Xiaoya's brow with one finger, and the great Tao of Taoist Tin Li was passed on. Taoist Tin Li gave Lin Moya 2 jade cards, one of which recorded his lifelong formation learning, and the other jade card was the great Tao of Thunder. The great Tao of Thunder is extremely powerful, and Xiaoya's current realm is simply unbearable. So Lin Moya only passed on a part of it first. At this moment, another benefit of the born jade soul was also revealed. Xiaoya's soul physique can almost perfectly match any kind of power. Born with a jade soul is the top cultivation physique on the origin continent. No matter which great Tao is cultivated, it can be rapidly improved. Lin Moya passed on all the cultivation methods of the great Tao of Thunder to Xiaoyu on behalf of Taoist Tin Li. While teaching the great Tao, Lin Moya also gained something from it. Although he did not practice the great way of thunder, he could learn from others' experience. All the great ways eventually lead to the same destination, which did not prevent Lin Moya from learning from one example and applying it to other cases. After the teaching was completed, Xiaoyu closed her eyes for 4 months to digest it. Lin Moya began to accept the formation of Taoist Tin Li. Yin and Yang alternated, and the origin of Taiyin soon ruled the earth. Lin Moya suddenly opened his eyes, looked outside the courtyard, and sneered, "You are really brave, Yin family." Chapter 2586. Chapter 2586, 2586. Chapter 2586, how about asking you to kill someone? The yard was very quiet. Xiaoyu was still sleeping on the calf, which lay on a soft bed without moving. Xiaoyu was still absorbing and digesting the cultivation method. Taoist Tin Li's avenue was very majestic, and it would take some time to absorb it completely. Lin Moya came back to his senses from the sea of formations. Taoist Tin Li had come a long way in the art of formation. According to the level, he had reached the level of an 8th level formation master, one level higher than Lu Fengqing. However, Taoist Tin Li specialized in weapon formations and did not integrate rune formations into them. Most of the formations he practiced were related to thunder. Lin Moya could not copy them completely but could only absorb their essence and then integrate them into his own ideas to form his own way of formation. In fact, every formation master has their own way of formation. If you only learn from your predecessors, it is difficult to become a formation master. Lin Moya did not fully understand this yet, but it did not prevent him from forming his own way of formation. The path that Lin Moya takes has always been his own path. The process is long, but Lin Moya is very confident. He has discovered that he has a talent for formation that is comparable to his talent for runes. Things that others find difficult to understand can be easily mastered by him. In just half a day, Lin Moya had mastered the knowledge of the formations of the 1st to 3rd levels from Taoist Tin Li and integrated it with his own knowledge of formations, making it his own. The originally quiet courtyard suddenly became even quieter, and all the sounds disappeared at this moment. The courtyard temporarily disappeared from the surveillance of the Leichen formation and entered another space. The courtyard was shrouded by an inexplicable force, shrinking continuously, and the space expanded accordingly. Lin Moya looked outside the courtyard calmly, and the eye of the undead was opened at the same time. Soul flames burned and rose in the eye of the undead. "You are really brave." A total of 8 people came, 1 god, 1 low-level heavenly venerable, 5 middle-level heavenly venerables, and 1 high-level heavenly venerable. Lin Moya knew their identities without having to guess. The god was Yin Ming Yang, also the Yin Yang person mentioned by Xiaoyu. The low-level heavenly venerable was Yin Ming Zong, the eldest young master of the Yin family. The 5 middle-level heavenly venerables and 1 high-level heavenly venerable were naturally the heavenly venerables of the Yin family. "I'm not stupid, I guessed it was me," Lin Moya muttered to himself. It was not difficult for the Yin family to guess him. He first bid for the Xianguan boxing gloves, which caused a conflict with the Yin family, and then raised the price. The most important thing was that he also knew Lu Fengqing. The Yin family just gritted their teeth and gave Lu Fengqing the crystal of the origin of the sky pole. With such a relationship, they could naturally guess that it was him. As for evidence, there was no need for evidence. Lin Moya just felt strange that they were so bold that they dared to take action in Leichen. They should have a way to avoid the surveillance of the Lei family's formation. Lin Moya looked outside the courtyard and vaguely discovered a formation. This formation covered the courtyard. The Yin family used this formation to dare to act recklessly in Leichen. Lin Moya waved his hand, and the world of rules unfolded, taking in the sleeping Xiaoyu and the calf. As for Xiaoyu, she did not move. Anyone who dared to take action against Xiaoyu would be afraid for their own life. Then Lin Moya took out the tea set and leisurely made tea for himself. The gate of the courtyard was pushed open, and Yin Mingzong walked in with his men. Seeing such a leisurely Lin Moya, Yin Mingzong was a little surprised. "You knew we were coming." Lin Moya didn't care at all. Drinking tea by himself, is it important? Yin Mingzong whispered, "Since you knew, why didn't you leave?" Yin Mingzong felt a little uneasy. With the relationship between Lin Moya and the Lei family, as long as he lived in the Lei family, no one in Leichen could do anything to him. But he didn't go. Was it for his own reasons? Or was there something else he relied on? Yin Mingzong looked around. There was nothing in the yard except the motionless Xiaoyu and Lin Moya, who was leisurely drinking tea. There were several houses behind the yard. The houses were closed, and there was no breath inside. When he was unsure, Yin Mingyan couldn't help but speak. "Brother, why waste time talking to him? Just catch him and take him back, and kill him if he dares to resist." Yin Mingzong whispered, "Wait, something is wrong." Yin Mingyang looked around. "What's wrong? There's no one else here." Lin Moya suddenly laughed. "The Yin Yang man is right, there is indeed no one else here." Yin Mingyang said, I said there is no one else. Suddenly, he glared at Lin Moyu, boiling with anger, you dare to call me a yin yang man. Lin Moya said, how about you kill someone with yin yang in the future? Anyway, you are going to die soon. Yin Mingyang roared, you are going to die, and your whole family is going to die. Kill him for this young master will cut him into pieces. Yin Ninjiang's young master temper came up again, and he roared loudly. But the few heavenly venerables who followed did not move. They had to obey Yin Mingzon's orders, not this idiot second young master. Yin Mingzon said to the high-ranking heavenly venerable beside him, Uncle Wang, is there really no one? His name is Yin Changwang, who is of the same generation as Yin Changro but belongs to a branch. Yin Changwang nodded, there is indeed no one else. In that case, let's do it and make a quick decision. Yin Mingzon suppressed his inner doubts and gave an order. Several heavenly venerables started at the same time and attacked Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo chuckled and tapped his fingers on the table. In an instant, 10 skeleton kings appeared behind him. The sudden appearance of the skeleton kings scared several Yin family heavenly venerables. Each skeleton king was as powerful as them. Yin Ningzon's face changed drastically, and Yin Changwan beside him also changed his face. I made a mistake. He did not hesitate and attacked Lin Moyo. He slapped out with his palm, and the palm prints were overwhelming, attacking from all directions, covering Lin Moyo and the skeleton kings. When he slapped out, the skeleton kings stood up and waved the bone swords at the same time. Spell, White Bone God Slashing. The sword light lit up, and the 5 middle-level Tinzan of the Yin family screamed at the same time and retreated in panic. Blood holes exploded on their bodies, and blood rushed out without stopping. At the same time, countless wounds appeared all over their bodies, and the skeleton king's White Bone Law attacked their souls at the same time. As soon as they met, the 5 people were injured. They took out pills and threw them into their mouths. The injury to the flesh was a trivial matter, but the injury to the soul was much more troublesome. Fortunately, Yin Changwang acted quickly, and his attack had already covered the skeleton kings and Lin Moyo. Die! Yin Changwang shouted softly. The skeleton kings collapsed in the palm prints. At this time, there was a figure flashing around Lin Moyo, and Cheng Hongguang appeared beside Lin Moyo. Cheng Hongguang waved his hand, and the power of the high-level Tinzan realm burst out, blocking the attack for Lin Moyo. Yin Changwang's expression suddenly changed. High-level Tinzan. Yin Ningzon knew that he was in trouble. Lin Moyo was actually protected by a high-level Tinzan. In this case, it would be difficult to capture him. His eyes turned. Uncle Wang, entangle the high-level Tinzan, we will deal with Lin Moyo. Ming Yang, you go and catch that girl. Good. Yin Changwang shouted and attacked again. He took out a net-like magic weapon and threw it towards Cheng Hongguang. Cheng Hongguang snorted coldly and slapped out with his palm, directly knocking Yin Changwang's magic weapon away. Yin Changwang controlled the magic weapon and fought with Cheng Hongguang. The 5 heavenly venerables of the Yin family plus Yin Ningzong attacked Lin Moyo again. Suddenly, their faces changed drastically. The 10 skeleton kings that were scattered were resurrected at the same time and appeared again. At this time, Yin Mingyan had also attacked Xiaoyu, but Lin Moya did not move at all and continued to drink tea. Not good, Mingyan stop. Yin Ningzong shouted, but it was too late to go back. Chapter 2587. Chapter 2587, 2587. Chapter 2587, you will definitely not survive. Yin Ningyan did not heed Yin Mingzong's warning. He didn't want to capture Xiaoyu, he wanted to kill her. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he kept muttering, I'll make you pay for snatching my magic weapon. He was furious that Xiaoyu had taken his Xianguan boxing gloves, and his heart was full of hatred. So, when he attacked, he aimed to kill Xiaoyu. Using a magic sword, he turned into lightning and shot at Xiaoyu's head. Being a god, and Xiaoyu only in the super god realm, the difference between them was vast. Even a breath from him could kill Xiaoyu, but he still used a magic weapon, intending to obliterate her completely. In his eyes, there was only crazy hatred, no mercy at all. As Yin Ningzon's voice sounded, Yin Ninjiang's sword had already reached Xiaoyu. A bright light bloomed from Xiaoyu's body, and with a light sound, the lightning exploded, shattering Yin Ninjiang's magic weapon into slag. The jade belt on Xiaoyu's waist sparkled, actively protecting its master. Yin Ningzon's pupils shrank suddenly, a protective treasure. This kind of magic weapon is called a protective treasure, and it is difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Those who can obtain a protective treasure must be extraordinary. But the next second, his eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, stop. His shouting was just a reminder to Yin Mingyang, but it was a step too late again. A short sword appeared above Xiaoyu's head, turning into lightning. It instantly circled around Yin Mingyang and then returned. The whole process was faster than lightning, and Yin Mingyang, as a god, had no time to react. The next moment, lightning flashed all over his body, and he exploded, filling the yard with broken flesh. He was really shattered to pieces, and his soul was scattered. Lin Moya knew very well that if Yin Mingyang hadn't intended to kill Xiaoyu, the Dao Soul Sword would not have appeared. The difference between their realms was too great, and Xiaoyu couldn't resist the opponent's fatal blow at all, so she activated the Dao Soul Sword. Xiaoyu was now a hedgehog. Even if a Tinzan wanted to kill her, there was only one way to die. Lin Moya said slowly, now he has truly become a dead Yin. Yin Ningzong was furious, you dare to kill Mingyang, do you know who he is? Lin Moya smiled, does it matter who he is? Yin Ningzong roared, you are dead. The Yin family will not let you go. Lin Moya shook his head and said, I don't know whether I will die or not, but you will definitely not survive. His fingertips tapped lightly on the table, and the skeleton kings were now inside and outside the yard. The yard was full of skeleton kings standing tall, 100 skeleton kings filled the space, and the whole yard was packed. If it weren't for the Yin family's formation, the small yard couldn't even fit a skeleton king. Yin Ningzong screamed, "With so many puppets, who are you?" Lin Moya sighed, "You don't know the main and the secondary. It seems that you are just a little clever, and it's hard to achieve great things." After that, the skeleton kings swung their swords and cut them down at the same time. Spell, White Bone Slashing God. In the sword light, the Tinzun brought by the Yin family screamed at the same time. The sword light tore them into pieces, and the White Bone Law destroyed their souls simultaneously. Yin Ningzong's body was shining with precious light. As the eldest son of the Yin family, he had a magic weapon to protect him, but his magic weapon was inferior to Xiaoya's three-piece set of protection. Under the strong sword light, Yin Ningzong's magic weapon only lasted for half a second before it was broken and collapsed on the spot. Yin Ningzong spurted blood, and his body and soul were severely injured at the same time. But with the magic weapon to protect him, Yin Ningzong was able to save his life. Lin Moya chuckled, "Not bad, he's still alive." Yin Ningzong was full of fear for Lin Moya at this moment. "Senior, spare me, don't kill me." Lin Moya smiled, "When you are dying, you finally distinguish the primary from the secondary. I thought you were not afraid of death, but it seems so. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death." Yin Ningzong's face changed drastically, the fear of death filled his eyes, and he shouted, "Uncle Wang, save me." Lin Moya shook his head and said, "He can't even save himself, how can he save you?" At this moment, Yin Changwang had been entangled by Cheng Hongguang. The strength of both sides was similar. With the help of the power of the magic weapon, he was invincible. He saw everything that happened in the courtyard. He wanted to save people but was dragged by Cheng Hongguang. Hearing Yin Ningzong's cry for help, Yin Changwang roared, "Get out of here." The huge power of the high-level Tinzun rolled and moved, and the thunder shielding formation suddenly roared and was about to fall. The thunder shielding formation is very strong. Even if a high-level Tinzun fights in it, it can remain intact for a certain period of time. Even if Yin Changwang wants to break the formation, it will take time. Lin Moya chuckled, "Is this considered a cocoon for oneself?" He had seen clearly that this formation comes from a formation plate. The array was just outside the courtyard, but unfortunately, they were not the real masters of the array and could not manipulate it remotely. Now they were trapped in the array and could not escape. The Skeleton King changed his target and locked onto Yin Changwang. Lin Moya pointed his finger, and the law of time flowed at his fingertips. Spell, Time Curse. Yin Changwang's soul was in great pain, and he could not help but scream. The soul fell into a state of time chaos. Although it was only for a short time, it was enough to put Yin Changwang in danger. Lin Moya took the opportunity to eject a drop of ancestral water and landed on Cheng Hongguang. Cheng Hongguang's breath increased sharply, and the power of his palm doubled, and in an instant, it was thousands of palms. Yin Changwang fell from the air with blood spurting out, and the Skeleton King was ready to go, swinging the bone sword and slashing wildly, and Yin Changwang's injuries were serious again. Cheng Hongguang took advantage of the situation to kill him while he was sick, and his attack was more fierce than before. "Get out of here." At the critical moment of life and death, Yin Changwang burst out with amazing power, and powerful power surged out, shaking all the Skeleton Kings away. The Skeleton King's bones were all broken, unable to resist his attack, and collapsed on the spot. Yin Changwang's whole body was emitting water light, and the water light was like a dragon, constantly rotating around him. This breath looks familiar. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he thought of the Hanshui Holy Land. Yin Changwang's breath was somewhat similar to Guni Yanhai. He murmured to himself, "It seems that the Yin family is really a nail eyeliner placed in Leichen by the Hanshui Holy Land, as the outside world said." Yin Changwang used the secret method of the Hanshui Holy Land, and his breath increased sharply. Although he was still a high-level Tinzun, he was much stronger than before. The formation roared and was about to collapse. Yin Changwang did not lose his mind. He rushed to Yin Ningzong and wanted to save people. As for killing Lin Moyu, it was no longer important. Now he had to save people and protect himself. There was light in Yin Ningzong's demise, and he saw the hope of life. Lin Moya chuckled, "It's useless." The Skeleton King who had just died was resurrected again and attacked the two at the same time. Yin Changwang groaned, and the water dragon on his body roared, and actually blocked the attack of the Skeleton King. But Yin Ningzong was not so lucky. His body was instantly blown to pieces, following in the footsteps of his brother. Yin Changwang failed to save people. He looked at Lin Moya fiercely and turned to flee. Lin Moya flicked his finger, the space twisted slightly, and a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Yin Changwang. Yin Changwang's face changed drastically. Worm Mother. The Worm Mother of the high-level Tinzun appeared and unfolded into its final form. The Worm Mother in its final form has the strongest single combat power. When the Worm Mother of the high-level Tinzun unfolds its final form, its combat power can be called invincible under the Tinzun, and only the dragons of the same realm can match it. Yin Changwang's face changed drastically, and he wanted to escape in another direction. But the Worm Mother moved so fast that she caught up in an instant, and the sharp blade that was more powerful than a magic weapon passed like lightning. Yin Changwang's eyes dimmed instantly, and his body and soul were shattered together. Chapter 2588. Chapter 2588, 2588. Chapter 2588. See if the Lei family has the courage. Scattered flesh and blood were strewn all over the ground, filling the entire yard with the smell of blood. Xiaoyu was still immersed in Taoist Tin Li's teachings and had not yet woken up. Lin Moya sat there from beginning to end without doing anything. The tea on the table was steaming hot, and the fragrance of the tea mixed with the smell of blood created an extremely strange and special aroma. It's a different taste to be accompanied by blood rain. With a light laugh, a roasting immortal flame flew out from his fingertips and exploded in the yard. The sea of fire enveloped the yard, purifying the blood. The power of life spread, and the destroyed objects in the yard were quickly restored. In a blink of an eye, almost everything had been restored, with only a few places that could not be completely restored. Lin Moya sighed lightly. It's a pity that time cannot be reversed, otherwise, it could be restored to its original state. Time can be accelerated or decelerated, but it cannot be reversed. If one has great magical power, objects can be taken from the long river of time, which can also restore the yard to its original state. But it is still not a reversal of time. In the time segment of the captured object, these things will be lost, and some unknown cause and effect will be triggered. There are great causes and effects in the long river of time, which cannot be easily touched. Tell me, what is your real purpose? Lin Moya said softly. Undead flames surrounded Yin Mingzong and others who had just died, forcing them to kneel on the ground. At this moment, Yin Mingyan, who had been like a madman, no longer looked the same. He also became very obedient and knelt on the ground devoutly. The protagonist of this incident was Yin Mingzong. After becoming a resurrected person, he completely became Lin Moya's servant and immediately revealed everything without any reservation. The purpose of this visit was actually very simple, to capture Lin Moya and bring him back. He determined that Lin Moya was the one who plotted against him at the auction before. At the same time, he felt that it was impossible for Lin Moya, a Tianzun, to have such strong strength. Behind Lin Moya, there must be a stronger force supporting him. He believed that someone wanted to deal with the Yin family, and it was very likely the Lei family. After all, the Yin family is the spy of the Hanshui Holy Land in Leichen. If there is a chance, the Lei family will definitely deal with the Yin family. After listening to Yin Mingzong's report, Lin Moya couldn't help but smile and said, "You really think too much. If the Lei family wanted to deal with the Yin family, they would do it openly and honestly, not through sneaky means." The thought flashed through Lin Moya's mind, and he felt that his thinking was not right. In this way, he would become a sneaky person. Now that the Yin family has taken action against him, they will definitely not let him go, and it is difficult to explain if Yin Mingzong and others returned empty-handed. From Yin Mingzong, Lin Moya learned about the Yin family's style of doing things and the people who used Yin Changra. Even if they don't take action in Leichen, they will take action when he leaves Leichen, and the next time they take action, it may be Daozun. Lin Moya asked, "How many Daozuns are there in the Yin family, and what realms are they in?" Yin Mingzong said, "There are 3 Daozuns in total. The head of the family and the elder are both in Dao Realm 1, and the ancestor is in Dao Realm 2. The ancestor of the Yin family has been in seclusion for many years and generally does not ask about family affairs. The elder is the previous head of the family and the father of the current head of the family, Yin Changra. Yin Changra has 2 sons, Yin Mingzong and Yin Mingyang. If nothing unexpected happens, when Yin Mingzong reaches the high-level Tianzun, the position of the head of the family will be passed to him. Yin Changra once got the position of the head of the family in this way. The direct line of the Yin family has no descendants." Lin Moya whispered to himself. Yin Mingzong and Yin Mingyang had all died in his hands, and there was no successor to the direct line of the Yin family. Lin Moya was thinking about how to deal with the Yin family. Before solving the Yin family, he could not leave Leichen for the time being, and Lin Moya didn't think that if he let the resurrected Yin Mingzong and others go back, they could hide it for a long time, and it would reveal flaws sooner or later. Then let's deal with the Yin family. Lin Moya had a bold idea. The Yin family is a 5-star force with 3 Dao masters, and the ancestor of the family is in the 2nd realm of Dao. With his strength, he is far from being the opponent of the Yin family. If any Dao master comes, he can only barely save his life. If the ancestor of the 2nd realm of Dao takes action, he can't save himself. So to deal with the Yin family, he can only borrow power. In Leichen, the only family that can deal with the Yin family is the Lei family. How to borrow the power of the Lei family has become the most important issue. Although the Lei family does not have too many twists and turns, they are not stupid. If they do it too obviously, it will be easily seen, and in this way, it will be counterproductive. After thinking about it, Lin Moya decided to get straight to the point. From Yin Mingzong's mouth, he learned that the Lei family has actually been suppressing the Yin family, but because the Yin family is backed by the Hanshui Holy Land, the Lei family has never touched the Yin family. In other words, the Lei family will move the Yin family sooner or later, unless the Lei family is willing to be inferior to the Hanshui Holy Land forever. At the same time, Lin Moya also learned a secret: there is a teleportation array in the Yin family. This teleportation array goes directly to the Hanshui Holy Land. As long as the Yin family is in trouble, the Daozun in the Hanshui Holy Land can go directly to Leichen from the teleportation array. The teleportation array is very secretive, and the Lei family doesn't know about it at all. After thinking about it, Lin Moya had an idea. "You go back first, just treat this operation as a failure, don't show any flaws, and wait for my order." As resurrected people, Yin Mingzong and others immediately accepted the order. If they showed any flaws, Yin Mingyan was actually the key. Yin Mingyang once again showed his familiar temperament, unruly, unyielding to anyone, a little crazy, and prone to anger. It is not easy for all kinds of emotions to appear in one person at the same time. The lightning shielding array was removed, and the space in the yard returned to normal. The array on Leichen did not find anything and continued to operate normally. Several people left silently, as if nothing had happened. From the arrival of Yin Mingzong and others to their departure now, it was only more than 10 minutes. Everything had changed drastically. Soon after they left, Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes, with lightning flashing in her eyes, and Xiaoya showed joy. "Master, I have memorized all of Master Tin Li's Thunder Avenue." It is right to memorize everything, and it would be abnormal if she didn't. Lin Moya said, practice slowly, and ask me if you don't understand anything. When you have digested and understood all these cultivation methods, I will teach you the way of formation. Xiaoya blinked her big eyes. I heard that the way of formation is difficult. Can I learn it? Lin Moya said, you will know after learning it. In fact, it is not that difficult. You will know when the time comes. Xiaoyu, practice first. I have to go out for a while. Xiaoya said, oh, and began to practice the thunder Dao of Taoist Tin Li. In Leichen, the original power of thunder and lightning is very strong. Practicing the thunder Dao in Leichen will have twice the result with half the effort. Lin Moya left Xing Hongguan here to protect Xiaoyu, just in case. At the same time, he opened the formation in the courtyard and then went to the Lei family. Halfway, Lin Moya's plan for the Yin family was quickly perfected. By the time he arrived at the Lei family, the plan had taken shape. Next, it depends on whether the Lei family has the courage. If the Lei family does not dare, then I can only find another way and find a way to leave Leichen. Lin Moya knew very well that he could not be a match for the Yin family alone. If the Lei family was unwilling to take action against the Yin family, then he would have to change his plans and ask the Lei family to help him leave Leichen, or even leave the area controlled by the Hanshui Holy Land. In addition to the Lei family, he also had a backup plan, which was the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moya would never put all his eggs in one basket. Chapter 2589. Chapter 2589, 2589. Chapter 2589, Yin family, you are looking for death. The moon hung high in the sky, and Leichen was still bustling with activity. As night deepened, more practitioners appeared. Some had finished a whole day of practice, while others returned from outside adventures, gathering in the city to drink and share their tales. Those who returned from adventures often spoke nonsense, as if to prove they were still alive. Today marked the end of the trip to Leichen. The lucky ones who returned had made progress in their cultivation and were in high spirits, sharing their stories. At this moment, these people were the protagonists of the night. Lin Moyo passed through most of Leichen and arrived at the Lei family's residence. After announcing his identity, Lei Sangxian personally came out to welcome Lin Moyo. In the reception room, Lei Sangxian had good tea prepared, and Lin Moyo was treated as an honored guest. Upon hearing the news of Lin Moyo's arrival, Lei Yiming and Lei Jingying also rushed over. Lei Yiming smiled, "Brother Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Moyo got straight to the point, "The Yin family tried to kill me." Lei Yiming's face changed drastically. "The Yin family is so bold. When did this happen?" Lin Moyo replied, "Just now. They used the lightning shielding array." Hearing this, they knew Lin Moyo was not lying. The lightning shielding array was well known to them, specially made by the Hanshui Holy Land to target the Lei family. Lei Yiming looked at Lei Jingying, "Xingying, check it out." Lei Jingying nodded and took out a formation plate. The lightning on the plate jumped, echoing the formation in Leichen. Lin Moyo knew that the real core of the Leichen formation was the small formation plate in Lei Jingying's hand. After some inquiries, Lei Jingying confirmed Lin Moyo's words, "We found traces of the lightning shielding array not long ago, and the location was in Lin Xiao's yard." Lei Yiming's eyes turned cold. The Yin family is getting bolder. They dared to take action directly. It seems we need to teach them a lesson. Lei Jingying asked, "Can you tell us the details of what happened? How many people from the Yin family came?" Lin Moyo roughly described the situation, and Lei Yiming and the others were shocked. Lei Sangxian couldn't believe it. "You mean the Yin family sent 5 middle-level Tianzun and 1 high-level Tianzun?" Lin Moyo nodded. "Fortunately, I had some means, so they didn't succeed. But the Yin family's intention to kill me will not stop. I have sworn to be irreconcilable with the Yin family." After pondering for a few moments, Lei Jingying asked, "What do you want to do, little friend Lin?" Lin Moyo said, "I am alone and far from being a match for the Yin family. Now there are 2 ways to go. One is that I leave Leichen, but I would need a few seniors to escort me out of Leichen, preferably out of the control area of Hanshui Holy Land." Lei Yiming snorted coldly. "Doing this would imply that our Lei family is afraid of the Yin family. This road is blocked." Lin Moyo said, "Brother Lei, you don't need to think that way. This is not about being afraid of the Yin family. The conflict is only between me and the Yin family and has nothing to do with the Lei family. If the Lei family finds it inconvenient, I can also go to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. I think they will have a way." Lei Yiming slapped the table, making a muffled sound. "Brother Lin, don't say anything more. I said this road is blocked. Choose another one." Lin Moyo sighed. "The second way is to destroy the Yin family." As soon as these words came out, Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxian were shocked. They had thought about what Lin Moyo might suggest, but they didn't expect this. Lin Moyo was too bold to suggest destroying the Yin family. However, Lei Jingying did not express his opinion. With the ancestor present, he would let the ancestor decide. After pondering for a few seconds, Lei Yiming said, "It is not impossible to destroy the Yin family. I have wanted to do it for a long time, but to destroy the Yin family, we need a reason." Lei Jingying added, "The Yin family is backed by the Hanshui Holy Land. We are not ready to turn against the Hanshui Holy Land. And there's the issue of the Yin family's teleportation array." Lei Yiming said, "I know. So we need a reason to destroy the Yin family, and we need to find a way to solve the problem of the teleportation array. As long as these 2 problems can be solved, the Yin family can be destroyed." Lei Jingying said, "The problem of the teleportation array is difficult to solve. It was arranged by an array master from the Hanshui Holy Land. We can't even block it." While speaking, he pointed his finger into the air, revealing a topographic map. The map showed the Yin family's residence, with every location clearly marked, including the teleportation array. While the Yin family monitored the Lei family also monitored the Yin family. Lei Yiming looked at Lin Moyo. Brother Lin, do you have any ideas? Lin Moyo, recognized by Taoist Tin Li, must have some extraordinary abilities. Lin Moyo said, reasons can be made up even after the fact. But to stop the gossip, give them a reason. Yin Mingyang brought the Yin family Tianzun and attacked Miss Lei Pingping halfway. Is this reason enough? Lei Jingying stared at Lin Moyo, feeling that he was talking nonsense. Although Yin Mingyang is an idiot, he wouldn't do such a thing. Lin Moyo asked again, is this reason enough? If not, we can at Yin Ming's zone where let Pingping kill them and fight to the death. Lei Yiming understood that Lin Moyo had a way to do it. He whispered, what about the teleportation array? Lin Moyo said, I can also solve the problem of the teleportation array, but I can't provide evidence. It depends on whether Brother Lei believes me. Lei Yiming pondered again. After a moment, he made a decision and whispered, I believe you. Lin Moyo asked, Brother Lei, have you thought about how to explain to the Hanshui Holy Land after destroying the Yin family? Bang! The huge jade table shattered under Lei Yiming's palm. Lei Yiming was full of heroic spirit. Explain to hell. If the Hanshui Holy Land dares to turn against my Lei family, we can also peel off a layer of their skin. Even if we really fight, the worst that can happen is that our Lei family will return to Lishan. What can they do to us? There is a Taoist Tin Li in Lishan. If Hanshui Holy Land dares to come, everyone will die. Lei Yiming looked at Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang. Xingying, Sangxiang, do you have any questions? Seeing that the ancestor had made a decision, Lei Jingying naturally had no problem. In fact, we have wanted to destroy the Yin family for a long time, but we have never found a good opportunity. There is no room for two tigers on one mountain. The Lei family is the only tiger in Leichen. They have lived with the Yin family for so long. It's time to settle accounts. The few people discussed it again, and Lin Moyo told everything he knew about the Yin family. The Lei family actually knew the situation of the Yin family very well, and the few people quickly discussed a complete plan. The next day, Lei Pengpeng took several Lei family members to play in Leichen. This time, Lei Sangxiang did not follow. Coincidentally, Yin Mingyang also brought Yin family Tianzun to the city and met Lei Pengpeng. Yin Mingyang suddenly spoke out, wanting to marry Lei Pengpeng. The two immediately clashed. Yin Mingyang was injured by Lei Pengpeng's protective magic weapon, and the Yin family's Tianzun then attacked Lei Pengpeng with the intent to kill. This scene happened in the most crowded area of Leichen, and countless practitioners witnessed it. Lei Pengpeng relied on the magic weapon to protect herself and escaped with serious injuries. Several disciples of the Lei family were also seriously injured. The next second, the Leichen formation was activated, and the sound of thunder resounded throughout the city. In the thunder, an angry voice sounded, Yin family, you are looking for death. Chapter 2590. Chapter 2590, 2590. Chapter 2590, anyone who dares to touch the Yin family is seeking death. The owner of the voice was Lei Jingying, Lei Pengpeng's biological father. Everyone knew that Lei Pengpeng was the little princess of the Lei family and everyone's treasure. Anyone who dared to attack Lei Pengpeng was simply tired of living. As Lei Jingying's angry voice sounded, countless thunders gathered in the air and locked onto the Yin family. It's over, the Yin family is in big trouble. How could Yin Mingyang, this idiot, think of marrying Miss Pengpeng? Isn't this just asking for trouble? And Miss Pengpeng didn't want to, but she didn't hurt anyone. This time, the Lei family was really offended. Did the Yin family deliberately turn against the Lei family? Many onlookers didn't know the truth at all. They only believed what they saw with their own eyes, unable to think of the deeper meaning. Lin Moyo stood in his own yard. Once this step is taken, the Lei family can't turn back. In his mind, he reviewed the scene at the Lei family half a day ago. The reason why he first proposed leaving was to wait for Lei Yiming's words that this road was blocked. The same words, said earlier or later, have completely different effects. After Lei Yiming said that this road was blocked, Lin Moyo already knew that the matter was half done. In addition, the Lei family originally wanted to destroy the Yin family but could not find an opportunity, so the next step was naturally a sure thing. Later, it was exactly as he thought. In fact, thinking about it later, Lin Moyo felt that not only was he using the Lei family, but the Lei family was also using him. Lei Yiming's last few words seemed to be as if he knew that he would definitely have a way. But no matter what, the Lei family did attack the Yin family. Now that the reason was there, the prelude to this war had been thoroughly unfolded, and it only needed an opportunity to turn to the climax. The lightning of the Leichen formation became more and more intense, turning into a sea of thunder, hovering over the Yin family. For a time, the Yin family was in chaos. The head of the Yin family, Yin Changra, turned into a phantom and appeared in the air. His face was gloomy. Lei family head, this is a misunderstanding. Lei Jingying's appearance also turned into a phantom in the air. He looked like an immortal god. Looking down at Yin Changra, there is no misunderstanding. Pengpeng was seriously injured by your Yin family's Tianzun. Countless people in Leichen have seen it. Yin Changra immediately said, it must be a misunderstanding. Our Yin family can make compensation. Lei Jingying snorted coldly, your Yin family's compensation to me is not enough. At this time, the situation of the two was witnessed by the whole city. Countless people looked up at the sky, amazed. My goodness, the two largest families in Leichen, their heads of families are confronting each other. Such a scene is rare in 1,000 years. This time, the Yin family has offended the Lei family badly. Everyone knows that the most precious thing to the Lei family is this little princess. The Yin family has stirred up a hornet's nest. I don't know how it will end this time. The Yin family is in big trouble, and the Lei family will definitely not let it go. Prepare tea, prepare wine, and prepare to watch the show. This is a major event that has not happened in Leichen for thousands of years. How can those who are not interested miss this opportunity? This will be a great topic of conversation in their cultivation career. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and Leichen shook. The Yin family suddenly exploded. The Lei family's formation had not yet launched an attack, and the Yin family had already exploded. The terrifying power swept the entire Yin family. The Yin family's formation lit up and blocked the powerful impact. The explosion was extremely powerful, almost reaching the limit of Tianzun, and almost reaching the level of Daozun. Even with the protection of the formation, almost 1/5 of the Yin family was razed to the ground, and a large number of Yin family members died on the spot. And the center of the explosion happened to be the location of the Hanshui Holy Land teleportation array. The teleportation array was destroyed in this explosion. Yin Changra's face changed suddenly, and he suddenly realized that the Lei family had planned it long ago, and they wanted to destroy the Yin family. Lin Moya saw it in his eyes and snorted coldly. The last support of the Yin family is gone. The self-destructor was naturally Yin Changwang. As a resurrected person, Yin Changwang broke into the teleportation array, and the Yin family was destroyed. If it was an external attack, the Yin family's array would be enough to hold out until the support of the Hanshui Holy Land arrived. But now it was destroyed from the inside, and the Yin family's teleportation array was destroyed in an instant. The next moment after the self-destruction, the thunder that had been accumulated for a long time fell down, and countless thunders turned into a big net, and the Yin family was shrouded in it. Lei Jingying, who was originally just a shadow, suddenly revealed his true body, and a thunder road evolved behind him, carrying wind and thunder to sweep across the Yin family. The formation in the Yin family flashed, resisting thousands of thunders. But this is Leichen, everything is controlled by the Lei family, and the resistance of the Yin family seems so fragile. Their greatest reliance was also destroyed in the self-destruction of Yin Changwang. Yin Changro roared, Lei Jingying, I will fight you. Yin Changro also summoned his avenue, and the avenue turned into glaciers, which rose thousands of miles, as if to pierce the sky and the earth. Lei Jingying snorted coldly, you are not qualified. His thunder avenue turned into a giant whip, with a roaring sound and thousands of thunders. Yin Changra's glacier was instantly shattered. Lei Jingying is in the second realm of Dao, Yin Changro was only in the first realm of Dao, and the difference in strength between the two is not small. Yin Changro also knew that he was not Lei Jingying's opponent, but in this situation, he could not retreat. Changro, retreat. A voice suddenly sounded in the Yin family, and someone shot out from the Yin family at the same time. Yin Changra's face was happy, and he immediately retreated. A glacier appeared out of thin air. Unlike the thousands of glaciers like Yin Changra, there was only one glacier at the moment, but it stretched for thousands of miles like a mountain range, and at the same time, it was extremely condensed and solid. The glacier and the thunder whip collided with each other, and the ground of Leichen cracked and roared continuously, as if the whole city was about to break. The one who came out of the Yin family was the eldest elder of the Yin family, who was also Yin Changra's father. Lei Jingying sneered, I didn't expect that you have reached the second realm, but it's useless. Today your Yin family will be destroyed. The elder of the Yin family snorted coldly, if you want to destroy my Yin family, it depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Lei Jingying's eyes were neither happy nor sad, you will see. He took out a formation plate and tapped it lightly a few times, and the formation plate was activated immediately. In the Leichen formation, countless thunders fell, and the Yin family's formation became shaky in an instant. The Yin family's formation was already strong enough, and it could only block the Leichen formation for a moment. This was just the beginning. The formation plate continued to operate, and the earth shook more and more violently. Thunders emerged from the ground, carrying a stronger breath of origin, sweeping the whole city like a storm. Under the earth, a more powerful formation appeared. This formation is directly connected to the origin spirit vein and contains terrifying power. The double thunder of heaven and earth, the two formations enveloped the Yin family. The Yin family's formation finally couldn't hold on and exploded. In an instant, countless lightnings poured into the Yin family, and the Yin family was about to turn into a sea of thunder. The Yin family screamed continuously, and countless Yin family members died on the spot. The elder of the Yin family gritted his teeth, asshole, stop it. He controlled the glacier and smashed it towards Lei Jingying frantically. Lei Jingying held the long whip transformed by the Thunder Avenue in his hand and easily blocked the glacier. The two were both in the second realm of Daozun, but Lei Jingying's strength was still slightly better than that of the elder of the Yin family. Yin Changra used his Wanli Glacier to replace the Yin family formation to resist the thunder. At the same time, he shouted loudly, please come out of seclusion and save my Yin family. All the surviving children of the Yin family also knelt down at this moment, shouting loudly, please come out of seclusion and save my Yin family. Yin Mingzone was also among them, shouting with him to kill people. Boom! The Yin family was shaken, thousands of thunders were shaken away, and the ancestor of the Yin family broke through the thunder and broke out of the seclusion. Whoever dares to touch the Yin family will be killed by me. Chapter 2591. Chapter 2591, 2591. Chapter 2591, some things are hard to explain to you. The ancestor of the Lei family broke through the barrier at the last moment. His aura was extremely powerful, and the cold air swept through the entire city. Countless bolts of lightning were frozen before they could get close to him. Even the lightning was frozen. The power of the Lei family ancestor far exceeded that of the great elder. He saw the miserable state of the Yin family and snorted coldly, Lei family, I will not let this go. Die. You are the one who will die. Before the ancestor of the Yin family could make a move, a more powerful aura appeared in the air. Lei Yiming arrived with a sea of thunder. He transformed into a giant with thunder wings on his back and punched the ancestor of the Yin family. In an instant, the sky shattered, and a sea of thunder appeared in the world. The ancestor of the Yin family screamed, "Daojinshin, you have reached the fourth realm." Lei Yiming snorted coldly, "Correct answer, but no reward." Before the punch landed, the Yin family had completely collapsed. The members of the Yin family collectively spat blood. The aftermath alone was unbearable for them. Yin Changra's Wanli Glacier continued to collapse, and his 487 could not stop Lei Yiming's attack. However, he did not dare to put away the Wanli Glacier, otherwise, all the children of the Yin family would die. The ancestor of the Yin family spat blood from his mouth. He was injured by just one punch. He was only in the second realm of Daozun, and there was a huge gap between him and the fourth realm of Daozun. The ancestor of the Yin family roared, "You guys run away, I'll hold him back." He threw out a Daozun realm magic weapon broadsword, which exploded, bursting out with extremely powerful energy, and forcibly blasted through the sea of thunder, reaching the outskirts of Leichen. At the cost of a Daozun realm magic weapon, he opened a way out for his people. Yin Changro immediately seized the opportunity, waved his hand, and gathered the remaining members of the Yin family, rushing out of the city. The elder held Lei Jingying back, and the ancestor of the Yin family used all his strength to hold Lei Yiming back as much as possible. Lei Yiming did not stop him and let Yin Changro leave. Lin Moya saw it and smiled. "Sure enough, they escaped, just as I thought." Xiaoyu was also watching this amazing battle. "Master, can the Yin family escape?" Lin Moya smiled. "Does Xiaoyu hope they can escape?" Xiaoyu shook her head. Although Xiaoyu doesn't understand, the Yin family doesn't seem to be good people. Lin Moya laughed. "There are no good or bad people in this world." Yin Changro rushed out of the city with his clansmen and fled quickly. He didn't forget to look back. "Lei family, this hatred will definitely be repaid double in the future. You have no chance." 3 thunderclaps fell from the sky, blocking Yin Changra's way. Practicing the Thunder Road, the speed of the Lei family is definitely above Yin Changra's. Yin Changra knew that he couldn't escape with his speed, so he didn't run away immediately. He said to Yin Mingzone behind him, "Zomer, you take your people and go first, I will hold him back. If I survive, I will come to find you again." Yin Mingzone nodded, "Go." After that, he suddenly attacked his people. The attack was extremely fierce, and he was completely going to kill them. Not only him, but also several middle-level Tinzuns who were traveling with him also attacked their people at the same time. Yin Changra's face changed drastically. "Zomer, what are you doing?" Yin Mingzone did not answer, just kept killing people. The screams continued, and in a blink of an eye, 1/3 of the people he brought out had been killed by them. "Stop it." Yin Changro activated the Wanli Glacier, and Yin Changzone was immediately frozen and unable to move. This was for his son, and he directly killed several other middle-level Tinzuns. Several middle-level Tinzuns were frozen to death on the spot, and then there was a bang, and they exploded one after another. It's a pity that the self-explosion of the middle-level Tinzu had no effect on the Daozun. Lei Sangxiang saw this with a complicated look. He intuitively felt that the reason why Yin Mingzone was like this should be related to Lin Moyo, but he didn't know how Lin Moya did it. Yin Changro roared, "Go!" The dozens of surviving Yin family members immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Lei Sangxiang didn't chase, but looked at Yin Changro. "It's your turn." He summoned his Thunder Avenue, which had 3 thunder whirlpools, which were extremely terrifying. Lei Sangxiang's name was related to his avenue. The same Thunder Avenue can evolve into different appearances in the hands of different practitioners. The 3 generations of the Yin family all have glaciers, but they are all different. The same is true for the Lei family. There are 3 whirlpools in Lei Sangxiang's Thunder Avenue. Each whirlpool represents one of his attacks, and one attack is stronger than the other. If you can't bear it, the other party will die. If you can bear it, you will die. The Thunder Avenue locked onto Yin Changra. "Take my first shot, and all the thunder will burst out." In the Thunder Avenue, a vortex suddenly lit up, and countless thunders surged out of it. In an instant, all the thunders burst out, and countless thunders illuminated the world and blasted onto Yin Changra's glacier. Yin Changro roared, and he pushed the power of the avenue to the extreme, and the glacier spread a chilling cold, freezing the world. There were bursts of roars, and the glacier broke one after another, and the thunders ruthlessly tore his glacier apart. Yin Changro retreated with blood spurting out of his mouth. His avenue was severely damaged in the first shot, and it almost collapsed. Yin Changro was full of horror. He did not expect the combat power of Lei Sangxiang to be so strong. He stared at Lei Sangxiang and said in disbelief, Why is your power so strong?" Lei Sangxiang is the same as himself, both are in the first realm of Daozun. Why is there such a big difference in combat power in the same realm? Lei Sangxiang snorted coldly. "Some things are difficult to explain to you, and you are about to die, so there is no need to know. Since you have become a dog, you must be prepared to be slaughtered. Please take the second sound." In the Thunder Avenue, the second vortex glowed. 5 thunders hit the top of the head. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow flashed by, representing the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Thunder Avenue is not only thunder, but also can be integrated with other attributes. The second strike of Lei Sangxiang is to integrate 5 attributes. After integrating other attributes, the power of thunder has increased significantly. Although the second sound has only 5 thunders, the power is much stronger than the first sound of 10,000 thunders. Boom! The 5 thunders fell almost at the same time, and the 5 elements of attributes are mutually reinforcing and restraining. Under the simultaneous explosion, the power of thunder has been increased again. At this moment, the power of thunder was close to the second level of Daozun. Yin Changru was swallowed by thunder along with his screams. A dignified Daozun was smashed to pieces by thunder. A very inconspicuous weak light lit up, and Lei Sangxian's eyes condensed. Sure enough, there is a life-saving magic weapon. It must be the Hanshui death substitute from the Hanshui Holy Land, but it's useless. He looked at 56,000 yuan and saw a figure thousands of miles away. Yin Changra, who was obviously dead, appeared thousands of miles away at this moment. He was horrified and fled into the distance without looking back. At this moment, he didn't care about anything and just wanted to escape. The next moment, Yin Changra suddenly burst into lightning all over his body and couldn't move. A thunder road appeared above his head, and the third vortex in the heavenly Tao was shining. Lei Sangxiang shouted in a low voice, the third sound, the body-destroying and soul-destroying thunder. The seemingly weak thunder shot out from the vortex without a trace of fireworks and fell on Yin Changra. Silently, Yin Changra was shattered again. Lei Sangxiang saw it. This time, he is really dead. After confirming that Yin Changra was really dead, he stopped paying attention and looked into the distance, muttering to himself, those guys who escaped, I don't know how to kill them. Chapter 2592. Chapter 2592, 2592. Chapter 2592, unless the Holy Land doesn't want to do it anymore. As previously mentioned, the escaped Yin family members were all handed over to Lin Moyo for handling. After all, this matter was caused by him, so Lin Moyo had to take responsibility. In addition to giving the Lei family a reason, he also destroyed the Yin family's teleportation array and promised to deal with the escaped Yin family members. Under Lei Sangxian's gaze, one skeleton god general after another flew over, holding the heads of the Yin family members. Lei Sangxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Tianzun realm puppets? Could it be that fellow deist Lin was able to fight back against the Yin family's attack before because of these puppets? Previously, he thought that Lin Moya used the token given by Lei Yiming, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lin Moya's voice suddenly came from the mouth of one of the skeleton gods, Senior Lei, the Yin family members, a total of 87 people, have all been eliminated. Yuan Sure was spared. Lei Sangxian looked at Yin Mingzong, who was unconscious on the ground. Do you want to kill him? Lin Moya's voice rang out, he is still useful, keep him for now. Lei Sangxian nodded and had no objection to this. A mere Tianzun 16 couldn't cause any trouble, and this Tianzun seemed to be a pawn of Lin Moyo. Lei Sangxian didn't know what means Lin Moyo used to control others, but he wouldn't ask too much. At this moment, the battle in Leichen had come to an end. Under the strong suppression of the Lei family, the Yin family was completely finished. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Death was the only fate awaiting them. In just half a day, the ancestors and the elders of the Yin family were killed one after another, and the Yin family was completely destroyed. The Lei family's business for so many years was not for nothing. Although there was a great battle in the Daozun realm, the scope of the battle never expanded. The powerful formation completely encircled the battle area, and the damage to Leichen was minimal. Only the area where the Yin family was located was completely razed to the ground. Lei Sangxiang also brought Yin Mingzong back to Leichen. In his opinion, Yin Mingzong was already the last survivor of the Yin family. He didn't know that Yin Mingzong, as a resurrected person, had died once. Lei Jingying's deep voice rang out in the air, from now on, there will be no Yin family in Leichen. He officially announced that the Yin family was removed from the list. Countless people sighed the Yin family, once so arrogant, became history in just half a day. The power changes in the origin continent are so cruel. One moment they were still high and mighty, and the next second, they were dead bodies, or even had no bones left. The Yin family is the best example. In the Yin family, blood and flesh were all over the ruins. Lei Jingying used the formation to close the area where the Yin family was located, and no one was allowed to approach. Lin Moya took the token given by the Lei family, got into the formation, and came to the ruins of the Yin family. Lei Yiming and the other 3 were there, in addition to Yin Mingzong. This time, only the 3 of them from the Lei family took action to destroy the Yin family. Lin Moya knew that the 3 of them were not the full strength of the Lei family. Lin Moya bowed slightly to the 3 people. I'm sorry to bother you all for my business. Lei Yiming waved his big hand. Brother Lin, why do you say that? The Yin family is a thorn in our eyes, and we have wanted to get rid of them for a long time. Lei Jingying glanced at Yin Mingzong. Brother Lin, why do you still keep him? Lin Moya said, of course, it's for the Yin family treasure house. Lei Jingying showed some surprise. The Yin family treasure house is actually in his hands. Lin Moya said, it's not in his hands, but he knows where it is and how to get in. Lin Moya looked at Yin Mingzong. Lead the way. Yes. Yin Mingzong was very obedient and immediately led everyone to the location of the Yin family treasure house. The Yin family treasure house exists in an independent space. If there is no one to lead the way, it is difficult to find it normally. Even if you plow the Yin family repeatedly, you can't find the Yin family treasure house. To open the treasure house, you need some special methods. Lin Moyo also learned this from Yin Mingzong. He was also a little curious about what would be in the Yin family treasure house. The entire Yin family is now a ruin, with traces of lightning and scorch everywhere, and the air is also filled with strong lightning properties, as if thunder will burst at any time. Several people came to the center of the former Yin family. There should have been an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the lake, which was originally a place for people to rest and enjoy the scenery. Now the lake water has been completely evaporated, and even the bottom of the lake has been broken by thunder, and the exquisite pavilion in the middle of the lake has become a pile of rubble. Lei Jingying said, I didn't expect that the Yin family would place the entrance to the treasure house here. Lei Yiming sneered, the more this is the case, the less likely it will be discovered. I am curious about what is in the Yin family's treasure house. Lin Moya said to Yin Mingzong, open it. Yes. Yin Mingzong responded in a low voice, and a lot of blood spurted out of his body. He gathered blood into a seal and crashed into the void. A transparent film suddenly appeared in the empty void. The seal fell on the film and turned into a piece of blood, dyeing the film red. The film melted quickly, and the Yin family's treasure was revealed. Lin Moyo explained, the Yin family's treasure house needs the Yin family's direct bloodline to open it. Lei Sangxian laughed, that's why fellow deist Lin wants to spare his life. Lin Moya nodded slightly and looked at the Yin family's treasure house. Powerful auras of origin rushed out from the Yin family's treasure house. Lei Yiming stretched out his hand and grabbed everything in the Yin family's treasure house. A large number of origin crystals and various magic weapons. Most of the magic weapons were of the Supreme Realm and the Heavenly Realm, and there were only 2 of the Dao Realm. In addition, there were some cultivation methods that the Yin family had obtained through various means over the years. The bulk of the Yin family's treasure house was still origin crystals. There were quite a few 5th and 6th level origin crystals, but most of them were ordinary grade, and there were only a few fine grade ones. Lin Moyo lost interest after just a glance. The Yin family's treasure house sounded very famous, but it turned out to be worse than Xiaoyu's. Lei Yiming waved his hand, these things are not worth my Lei family's attention, so I'll give them all to Brother Lin. Lin Moyo immediately shook his head, no, I don't need so many, and I didn't contribute anything this time. Lei Yiming shook his head, Brother Lin, don't refuse. I'm telling the truth, these things are really not worth my Lei family's attention. If Brother Lin wants to build up his power in the future, various magic weapons are indispensable. Although the things here in the Yin family are not very good, they can be used as a makeshift. If Brother Lin must refuse, then he does not regard me as his brother. Lin Moya still refused several times, but in the end, he could not refuse and could only put them all away. He also saw that the Lei family did not lack these things. The Yin family's treasure house was nothing in the eyes of the Lei family. Lei Yiming said, okay, without further ado, I will send Brother Lin away. I estimate that the people from the Hanshui Holy Land will come tomorrow at most, and they may blame Brother Lin at that time. Lin Moya was a little worried, the Hanshui Holy Land will embarrass the Lei family. Lei Yiming laughed, it's been difficult for a long time. Over the years, the Hanshui Holy Land has made things difficult for us, but they don't have the strength to fight us. Unless their Holy Land doesn't want to continue, my Lei family is not easy to bully. Lin Moya nodded, then I'll trouble Brother Lei. A moment later, a teleportation array in the Lei family was activated, and Lei Yiming and Lin Moya disappeared from Leichen. Chapter 2593. Chapter 2593, 2593. Chapter 2593, this time, we made a lot of money. In the Hanshui Holy Land, beside a cold pond, Gu Nianshui sat quietly. Her original appearance had returned, and her beautiful face carried a hint of murderous aura. A chill rose from the cold pond, 10,000 meters high, and fell like a waterfall onto Gu Nianshui. She frowned slightly, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Not far away, a woman stood in the air with bare jade feet. The cold air turned into clouds beneath her, supporting her as she floated up and down. She had a beautiful face, dressed in white, and exuded a chill all over her body, like an ice jade fairy. Gu Nianhai stood aside, not daring to approach. He looked at the woman with respect in his eyes. Holy Lord, how is Nianshui? This woman, who looked like an ice jade fairy, was the current Holy Lord of the Hanshui Holy Land. She was also known as Gu Hanyu, the Jade Fairy, or the Jade Holy Lord. Gu Hanyu's voice was as cold as ice. Someone cursed Nianshui and reduced her luck, which led to her failure in this trip to Lishan. Nianhai, think about it. Has Lingbing offended anyone recently? Gu Hanyu looked only in her 20s, but she was actually Gu Nianhai's ancestor. In terms of seniority, Gu Nianhai had to call her grandma. However, with her cultivation, age was meaningless, and only realm mattered. Gu Nianhai thought for a moment and suddenly realized, could it be that girl? He recounted the events in Lishan Square, mentioning Xiao. He had sensed the power of the void from Xiao but was blocked by Lei Jingying and Lu Fengqing at that time, so he didn't see it clearly. Looking back, only Xiao had this possibility. It is related to the junior named Lin Moyo again, Gu Hanya said after a moment of silence, her eyes becoming serious. There are only 2 possibilities for a heavenly venerable who can manipulate the power of the void to reduce luck. One is to have a corresponding luck-related magic weapon, which is very rare. The second possibility is that this heavenly venerable named Xiao achieved her realm through the law of luck. No matter which it is, it has a certain allure for Gu Hanyu. If the luck-related magic weapon is used well, it can be more terrifying than a deist realm magic weapon. If it is the second possibility, then it is best for this Xiao to be absorbed into the Hanshui Holy Land. Those who achieve the heavenly venerable with the power of the void will inevitably become deist venerables in the future. Gu Nianhai said, they are still in Leichen. Do you want the Yin family to kill them? Gu Hanyu replied, no need to kill them for now. She looked at Gu Nianshui, I used the luck of the Holy Land to flush Nianshui's luck, and the curse has been offset. Nianshui's luck will be fully restored shortly. At this time, Gu Nianshui slowly woke up, having heard all the conversations. She said, Grandma, let me deal with this Lin Moyo personally. Gu Hanyu looked at Gu Nianshui with a rare trace of tenderness in her cold eyes. Okay, let Nianshui handle it personally. Suddenly, a ray of light flew from afar. Gu Hanya caught it and obtained the message within. Her eyes showed a trace of surprise. The Yin family was destroyed. Gu Nianhai exclaimed, "What happened?" Gu Hanya said, "It was the Lei family. They destroyed the Yin family with the power of thunder." Gu Nianhai said, "This time Lei Yiming came out of retreat and mastered the true body of the great Tao. He should have been promoted to the fourth realm of Daozun. Does he want to go to war with us?" Gu Hanya thought for a while. It shouldn't be. Lei Yiming knows very well that even if he is promoted to the fourth level of Daozun, he will not be our opponent. He destroyed the Yin family, probably to tell us that Leichen is his Lei family's territory, so we should not interfere. Gu Nianhai asked, "Isn't he afraid of our revenge?" Gu Hanya shook her head. "It's strange that he would be afraid. You know who Lei Yiming is. If we really take action, he will definitely fight us to the death. Even if we destroy the Lei family, it will not benefit us." Gu Nianhai said, "Then how do we deal with the destruction of the Yin family?" Gu Hanya replied, "The Yin family is the Yin family, we are us. You don't have to worry about this matter. Just take care of Nianshui, I will handle the rest." She looked at Gu Nianshui. "Nianshui will practice here for another 3 days and then leave. You can't stay for long." Gu Nianshui responded obediently, "Grandma, don't worry, Nianshui understands." After Gu Hanya left, a smile appeared on Gu Nianshui's face. "Lin Moyu, it's interesting. With the help of the Lei family's spiritual vein, Lei Yiming personally sent Lin Moyu out of Leichen. The Lei family's spiritual vein spreads 100,000 miles, and Lei Yiming sent Lin Moyu to the farthest point. Lei Yiming said, "From here, go all the way north, about 5 million miles, and you can leave the control of the Hanshui Holy Land. It's not that I don't want to continue to send Brother Lin, but the Hanshui Holy Land is monitoring my every move. In the area where the Lei family's spiritual vein is located, I can move freely. Once I leave the spiritual vein area, the Hanshui Holy Land will find me." Lin Moyu was a little shocked. With Brother Lei's ability, can't he hide his own breath? Lei Yiming shook his head. "There is no way. Hanshui Holy Land has a magic weapon that can monitor the movements of all Daozun within the Holy Land, so the next road depends on Brother Lin himself. But I believe that with Brother Lin's ability, nothing will happen. If you build a power somewhere in the future, remember to send someone to bring back a letter, and I will definitely send a gift. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is a good choice. They are not afraid of the Holy Land. You can find them for anything." Lin Moyu is no longer a novice who knows nothing about the origin continent. He knows many situations in his heart. The complexity of this world is far beyond his imagination. Now, he only needs to leave the scope of Hanshui Holy Land, and there will be no danger for the time being. The tentacles of Hanshui Holy Land cannot reach the territory of Wendao sect. Before leaving, Lei Yiming suddenly reminded again, "You must be careful of Wendao sect. The people in this sect look very kind, but they are actually cruel and ruthless. Try not to offend them. If you do, you must kill them all. This is a sect that will come to the old after beating the younger ones." Lin Moyu nodded. "Brother Lei, don't worry, I understand." Lei Yiming left. This place is located at the edge of the Lei family's spiritual vein. If he stays too long, he will be detected by the Hanshui Holy Land. The magic weapons of the Hanshui Holy Land monitor the movements of all the Daoist masters in the Holy Land area. Lin Moyu took out the map, checked it carefully, and then turned into a stream of light and flew away. A mere 5 million miles, in the big world, not even half a step is needed. But in the origin continent, the speed is limited, the space law is difficult to use, and the space gate cannot be opened. The distance of 5 million miles is not short. This time, the road is not safe, so Lin Moyu took Xiaoyu and others into the rule world and didn't let her out. While rushing on the road, Lin Moyu counted the gains of this time. If you don't count, you don't know. Once you count, you will jump. This time, I made a fortune. Chapter 2594. Chapter 2594, 2594. Chapter 2594, This Saint Remembers Your Breath. Lin Moya's eyes were extremely bright. He knew that he had truly made a fortune this time. The 3 Daozuns of the Yin family all had pieces of flesh and blood in his hands. For others, these pieces, despite not decaying for thousands of years and containing a lot of energy, had no other use. But for him, the flesh and blood of Daozuns were lethal weapons. Using them to trigger a corpse explosion was enough to kill other Daozuns instantly. This way, even if he faced a Daozun, he would have a trump card to strike back. What a pity, there are no Dao patterns. Lin Moyu learned from Tin Li Daoren that after reaching the Daozu realm, Dao patterns appear in the body. The higher the realm, the more Dao patterns there are. Dao patterns usually appear on flesh, blood, and bones, mostly on bones. They record the Dao of Daozuns. The same flesh and blood, with or without Dao patterns, contain a huge difference in power. The flesh and blood Lin Moyu obtained did not have Dao patterns. He did not know how powerful it would be if he used such flesh and blood to explode the corpse. Would it remain the same or weaken accordingly? Lin Moyu also wanted to try to see if he could restore the Dao pattern by resurrecting the Daozun with the resurrection of the dead. If the resurrected Daozun does not have the Dao pattern, his combat power will be greatly weakened. However, there is no chance to experiment with corpse explosions now. Under the surveillance of the Hanshui Holy Land, he cannot revive the Daozun. These things can only be discussed later. Lin Moyu thought. The Dao pattern is the embodiment of all that the Daozun has learned. The Dao pattern contains powerful power. But even the Daozun cannot easily use the power in the Dao pattern. Only after reaching the 4th realm of the Daozun can you mobilize the calendar area in the state of the Dao true body. So Brother Lei, who is in the 4th realm of the Daozun, can easily crush the ancestor of the Yin family. No wonder those Tianzun were so shocked when the giant power lich showed the Dao True Body. Until now, Lin Moya knew that the Dao True Body was a powerful calendar area that could only be obtained by the fourth realm of the Dao Zun. However, the giant lich does not have such a powerful Dao pattern, so its Dao body is not very powerful and is only slightly stronger than the low-level Tianzun. Lin Moya thought in his heart, Brother Tin Li said that there is a special material between heaven and earth, born and raised, and naturally has Dao patterns. If you can get this material and use it to summon elemental liches, maybe you can really exert the power of the Dao body. But materials with Dao patterns are too rare, so you can only think about it. Lin Moya felt that he was a little too ambitious. This harvest was already amazing enough. The entire Yin family treasure house belonged to him. There were more than 4,000 ordinary grade origin crystals, more than 1,000 fifth grade crystals, and more than 500 large grade crystals. It's a pity that they were all ordinary grade. There were relatively few fine grade ones, ranging from dozens to hundreds. In addition, there were some magic weapons. There were dozens of magic weapons in the Tianzun realm and 2 magic weapons in the Soizun realm. It's just that there is no time to check them carefully now, and I will talk about it in the future. I didn't expect that soon after coming to the origin continent, I would become a wealthy man rich enough to make a fortune. With the origin crystal in Xiaoya's hand, my wealth is comparable to that of a 6-star force like the Lei family. So much wealth gives Lin Moya confidence, the confidence to take root. In Leichen, the battle ended. The place where the Yin family was located was blocked by thunder, and no one was allowed to approach. The Tianzun who were watching the excitement gradually dispersed when they saw that there was no more show to watch. Only a few Daizun could see deeper things. In Lu Fenking's eyes, invisible forces were surging towards the Lei family. Above the Lei family, there was also a group of invisible forces, which was connected to the origin of the spiritual veins, magnificent and amazing. This is the luck of the Lei family. As a 6-star force, the luck of the Lei family is extremely strong. Moreover, the Lei family controls a 7th-order origin spiritual vein, which suppresses the luck of the Lei family. Anyone who wants to move the Lei family must consider the consequences. Even the Hanshui Holy Land is the same. Once the luck of the Lei family is backfired, the Hanshui Holy Land will also lose a layer of skin. This is also the confidence of the Lei family. They know that the Hanshui Holy Land dare not move them easily. As long as they have a legitimate reason, even if they destroy the Yin family, the Hanshui Holy Land still dare not move them. At most, they will come to the door to ask for a crime and give some compensation, and the matter will be over, and the Yin family will die in vain. The existence of the Yin family is destined to become a victim in the struggle between the Lei family and the Hanshui Holy Land from the beginning, and it is difficult to escape. At this moment, the luck of the Lei family is constantly absorbing the luck of the Yin family to make itself stronger. The struggle for power is not only a struggle for resources but also a struggle for luck. Lu Fengqing had seen through it long ago. After watching for a while, he shook his head gently. It's none of my business. The Yin family will be played to death sooner or later. It's just a matter of whether they die early or late. He ignored it and went to the yard where Lin Moya was. When he arrived at Lin Moya's residence, he found that Lin Moya was no longer there. The house was empty. Hey, where did the brat go? He had told Lin Moya before that after the trip to Leishan, he would take Lin Moya to the Formation Master Association for formation certification. After registering as a formal formation master, he invited Lin Moya to become a guest formation master of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The brat doesn't seem like a person who would break his promise, but judging from the situation here, he should have left. Lu Fengqing analyzed the clues in the yard and concluded that Lin Moya was indeed gone. There were footsteps behind him. Lu Fengqing turned around and saw Lei Sangxiang. Lei Daio, are you here to see Lin Daio as well? He called Lin Moya a brat, but in front of outsiders, Lu Fengqing still formally called him Lin Daio. Lei Sangxiang said, I came here specially to wait for Lu Daio. Oh. Lu Fengqing was a little confused. Does Lei Daio want to see me for something? Lei Sangxiang said, nothing, just came to tell Lu Daio that Brother Lin has left. As for where he went, Lei can't tell you. But with the ability of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, it shouldn't be difficult to find Brother Lin. Lu Fengqing's eyes turned, and he immediately understood what was going on. He knew that Lin Moya must have participated in the extermination of the Yin family, so he left first to prevent the Hanshui Holy Land from causing trouble. The Hanshui Holy Land might not be able to do anything to the Lei family, but it could definitely kill him, unless he never leaves the Lei family. So it is best for Lin Moya to leave. Lu Fengqing smiled. Lu knows. Thank you fellow Deus Lei for telling me. Lei Sangxiang nodded. Today at the earliest, tomorrow at the latest, the Holy Land will definitely come. Fellow Deus Lu should also leave Leichen to avoid trouble. Lu Fengqing clasped his fists. Thank you fellow Deus Lei for reminding me. Lei Sangxiang hummed, turned around, and left, and Lu Fengqing also left quickly. He not only wanted to leave here but also to leave Leichen, a place of trouble. After they left, the air twisted and a graceful figure appeared. Gu Hanyu looked at the courtyard where Lin Moyo had lived. The Yin family's affairs are indeed related to Lin Moyo. What an interesting child. She tapped her jade finger lightly, and the space in the courtyard suddenly changed, and the power of time enveloped the courtyard. On her fingertips, an exquisite ring shone, emitting a powerful power of time. She reversed time and searched for Lin Moya's traces in the long river of time. But no matter how she looked, she couldn't find Lin Moyo. Hey, the time mark was erased. Did the Lei family take action? It's interesting. When did the family have the magic weapon of the Avenue of Time? But it doesn't matter. This Saint Lord has remembered your breath and will find you soon. Before that, talk to Lei Yiming first. Chapter 2595. Chapter 2595, 2595. Chapter 2595, The Lord of the Holy Land is coming. Half a day after the destruction of the Yin family, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted within the Lei family. This aura quickly faded and dissipated, as if it had never appeared. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared to ask. In the Lei family, Lei Yiming stood with blood at the corner of his mouth and a slightly gloomy expression, motionless. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. His appearance was strange. Lightning flowed through his upper body, while his lower body had turned into an ice sculpture. No matter how strong the lightning was, it couldn't break the ice. The yard where Lei Yiming stood had turned into an ice world, with everything frozen. However, this frozen world did not affect the outside of the yard at all. The powerful and terrifying force only existed within the yard. Lei Jingying and Lei Sangxiang felt the disturbance and rushed over quickly. Additionally, 3 other Daoist masters from the Lei family appeared simultaneously. These 3 Daoist masters had not even taken action during the destruction of the Yin family. Including them, the Lei family had a total of 6 Dao Zuns, which was much more powerful than the Yin family. When they saw Lei Yiming's condition, their faces changed drastically. Just as they were about to rush over, they heard Lei Yiming shout, "Don't come over." The 5 Dao Zuns stopped immediately, not daring to approach. They could all feel the powerful force lingering in the yard. As long as they dared to approach, they would be attacked. This force could even freeze Lei Yiming, let alone them. Lei Yiming kept roaring, and waves of power burst from his body. Lightning flashed around him, and within the lightning, a series of Dao patterns emerged from his body and projected outward. The Great Dao emerged, and the Dao patterns merged, forming a Great Dao True Body. Previously, summoning the Great Dao True Body had been easier, but now it was extremely difficult. The ice in the yard surged towards the Great Dao True Body, as if trying to freeze it. "Break it for me!" Lei Yiming roared, and the Great Dao True Body suddenly burst into boundless thunder, turning the yard into a sea of thunder. Under the continuous erosion of the sea of thunder, the frozen world finally cracked and slowly melted. However, the melting speed was outrageously slow. After half an hour, with a slight bang, the ice on his lower body finally broke. Lei Yiming escaped from the trap, and the true body of the Dao dissipated. The ice in the yard still existed in the past half hour, only a little bit of the surface had melted. As the true body of the Dao dissipated, the previously melted ice began to condense again. Lei Yiming fell outside the yard and whispered, "Except for you, no one is allowed to approach this yard." His order was the supreme will of the Lei family, and no one dared to disobey. Lei Jingying asked, "Ancestor, what happened?" Lei Yiming replied, "She was here just now." She. Lei Jingying immediately realized who the ancestor was talking about and looked surprised. "The Holy Land is moving so fast." Lei Yiming said, "She came first. The people from the Holy Land haven't arrived yet." Lei Jingying thought for a while, "Is she here to give us a warning?" Lei Yiming hummed, "We have to pay a price this time. Prepare some origin crystals as an apology. This woman is really powerful. It seems that I am still a little bit short. This frozen courtyard is one of our goals. Sooner or later, we will have to go back." Lei Yiming's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, unwilling to admit defeat. Lei Jingying's eyes also flashed with fighting spirit. The Lei family was never afraid of fighting. Even if it was the Holy Land, they would fight if necessary. Lei Sangxiang asked, "Ancestor, do you know where she is now?" Lei Yiming said, "She said she was going to find Brother Lin. I'll leave for a while. You guys take care of the rest." After that, Lei Yiming rushed out of the Lei family and headed for the depths of Lishan Mountain. In the depths of Lishan Mountain, the voice of Tin Li Taoist came from the thunder. "Have you dealt with everything?" Lei Yiming said, "Something unexpected happened." He told Tin Li Taoist about Gu Hanyu. "Her name is Gu Hanyu. She is the holy lord of this generation of the Holy Land, with the cultivation of the 6th level of Dao Zun, which is stronger than me. She is going to find fellow Daoist Lin, and I can't help her." Tin Li Taoist whispered, "It's okay, Brother Lin will be fine. Since you are here, don't leave yet, just practice here for a while." Lei Yiming's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, senior." A crack appeared in the mountains deep in Lishan Mountain, and Lei Yiming rushed in without hesitation. Lin Moya flew towards the north, crossing countless mountains, forests, and lakes in one day. At his current speed, it would take about 5 days to leave the control of the Hanshui Holy Land. 5 million miles, 1 million miles a day, was already very fast. In the Tianzan realm, almost no one dared to fly at such a speed in the wilderness of the Origin Continent. The Origin Continent was not safe. In addition to the human race, countless spirit beasts lived in Nanzhou. Some spirit beasts were very strong, comparable to Daozun. Lin Moya knew this and tried not to cause a big commotion. For this reason, he used runes to make his breath weaker. However, doing so still couldn't completely avoid danger. With his powerful spiritual perception, Lin Moya sensed several times that powerful beings were staring at him, but fortunately, they did not trouble him. Some powerful beings in the mountains and forests had reached the Daozun realm. Although he was not afraid, it would be troublesome if they targeted him. Fortunately, he quickly left their territory and did not really annoy them. Spirit beasts are the true sons of the Origin Continent. Without the Origin spiritual veins, they can still reproduce and prosper. They don't need the power of luck either. They can also become Daozun. Lin Moya's eyes were thoughtful. Perhaps, Daozun is not a realm for them, but just a symbol of strength. Just like the fish in the boundary sea, they don't need the rule world at all, and they can become Tianzun or even Daozun. There is more than one way to be powerful. The way of our human race is different from the way of these spirit beasts. While thinking, Lin Moya suddenly felt a chill. The sudden chill made him feel creepy. He braked suddenly and stopped in midair, looking around with extremely vigilant eyes, and said loudly, "Which senior is here, please show up." The white cold air condensed not far in front of him, forming a figure. Wearing a white and gorgeous long skirt, the figure was shrouded in cold air, and the true face couldn't be seen clearly. But just the temperament was enough to make people fall in love with it. Lin Moyo felt danger from her, extreme danger. Not only the fourth realm of Tao, but also stronger than Brother Lei. Who was this? Unable to see the other person's face, Lin Moyo could only tell that she was a woman. He lowered his posture very low. "What instructions do you have for me?" Gu Hanyu looked at Lin Moyo, her eyes seemed to have substance. Lin Moyo felt that his whole body was seen through, and there was no secret at all. Lin Moyo's whole body was tense, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, the other party didn't spy on his rule world, otherwise, he would have to fight to the death. Gu Hanyu said, "At the age of just over 2000, you have cultivated to the realm of Tenzun. You are no longer an ordinary genius, but a top-level genius. It's a pity that you have too many thoughts, otherwise the Saint Lord would like to cultivate you." Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, and the 3 words "the Saint Lord" revealed her identity. She was the Lord of Hanshui Holy Land, Gu Hanyu. Chapter 2596. Chapter 2596, 2596. Chapter 2596, Take action sooner and get out sooner. In Lei Yiming's view, Gu Hanyu was not just a little scary but quite terrifying. In the eyes of others, the Lord of the Holy Land was synonymous with strength and power, a top figure on the origin continent. Lin Moya didn't expect that Gu Hanyu would personally take action against him, which might be overestimating his importance. Quickly calculating in his mind, he realized that even if he used all his trump cards and detonated the corpse of the Yin family's ancestor, with the help of Zushui, it would probably be difficult to harm her. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, all means seemed meaningless. Lin Moyo felt powerless but didn't give up. "Senior, are you here to avenge the Yin family?" Gu Hanyu chuckled, her laughter icy enough to freeze the soul. "The Yin family is nothing, and it was the Lei family who did it. No matter what you did behind the scenes, it's the Lei family's business. You are just a heavenly venerable, you don't have that ability. This Saint Master wants to settle the account of Ling Shui with you." Lin Moya suddenly realized and immediately said, "Fellow deist Nian Shui made a soul oath." Gu Hanyu sneered, "That was the oath of the Horned Dragon Star Lord. This Saint Master wants to settle the account of you weakening Nian Shui's luck during the trip to Lishan. Don't worry, this Saint Master will not kill you. Your account will be settled in the future. Since you are a genius, I cannot leave you alone. You should understand the reason." Lin Moyo felt uneasy. He realized that Gu Hanyu saw his high cultivation talent and decided to destroy his foundation. As for the soul oath, Gu Hanyu obviously didn't take it seriously. As the master of the Holy Land, she naturally had the means to avoid it. Otherwise, with his talent, even if Gu Nianxue got the inheritance of the Horned Dragon Star Lord, it would be difficult to take revenge. Lin Moya sighed, "If the senior really wants to do this, the junior has no choice but to fight to the death." Gu Hanyu chuckled, "Interesting, then this saint wants to see what means you have. Fight to the death." Her laughter was pleasant, but to Lin Moyu, it was colder than 10,000 years of ice. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly, "Then the senior will see." He took out a magic weapon of the heavenly venerable realm and threw it at Gu Hanyu. The magic weapon exploded in midair, and the immortal flame evolved into a sea of fire, covering the world and engulfing Gu Hanyu. In the flames, countless fish flew out. Gu Hanyu's laughter came from the flames. "This magic weapon is interesting. It can actually summon so many world-sea fish, but what's the use?" Countless world-sea fish rushed towards Gu Hanyu, wrapping her inside and out. Gu Hanyu's laughter came from the center, and then a sharp cold air emerged. Wherever the cold air passed, the immortal flame world-sea fish were frozen. In the blink of an eye, the world became a world of ice. Boom! The world-sea fish in the ice suddenly exploded. Once the resurrected died again, they would explode, and the power was equivalent to self-explosion. It's a pity that Gu Hanyu's ice was too strong. Even if the world-sea fish exploded one after another, they couldn't break the ice. Gu Hanyu slowly flew out of the frozen world, like a fairy, her cold eyes sweeping around. "You ran away quickly, but did you escape?" Lin Moya's figure had long disappeared. Lin Moya used the void hiding talisman, and at the cost of a significant reduction in speed, his breath was hidden to the extreme. Gu Hanyu was able to track him, and Lin Moya guessed it was probably related to his breath. The time mark had been erased, and only his breath could track him. "Fight to the death? I'll fight to the death with you. I'm not an idiot." Lin Moya knew very well that the stronger and better he performed, the faster he would die. Originally, Gu Hanyu only intended to destroy his foundation. If he performed too powerfully, she might kill him in return. But he couldn't act too weakly either, or it would arouse Gu Hanyu's suspicion. So he could only act appropriately, and that would be enough. Lin Moya was not actually afraid that Gu Hanyu would destroy his foundation. At most, he would commit suicide once and become a brand new person. If his new talent was not good, he could still go back to find Tin Li Daoren. On the contrary, if Gu Hanyu wanted to kill him, it would be a troublesome matter. So he couldn't act too amazing, nor too weak, and he had to grasp the degree. Lin Moya used the virtual invisibility talisman to sneak all the way and continued to move north. He also knew that the virtual invisibility talisman was probably useless, but he just wanted to put on a show for Gu Hanyu. At the same time, even the route to continue north was specially chosen. He wanted to tell Gu Hanyu that the reason he chose to continue north was to present a feeling that the most dangerous place was the safest place. This behavior, in Gu Hanyu's eyes, would become a little clever, but not particularly clever. Everything he did was to confuse Guhanyu, let Guhanyu destroy his foundation, and then get out of here quickly. Lin Moyo had done enough tricks, it depended on whether Guhanyu would be fooled. After a while, the coldness spread again. The world was frozen, the hidden talisman was directly broken, and Lin Moyo appeared in this frozen world. The cold air fell on his body, and a layer of frost suddenly formed, making Lin Moyo unable to move. The difference in power between him and Guhanyu was too great. There were countless gaps between the low-level Tianzun and the 6th level of Daezun. It could be said that Guhanyu could kill Lin Moyo hundreds of times with just a breath. The new talent would be useless in front of Guhanyu. He would be killed once he lived. Lin Moyo was like a baby in front of her, and all kinds of methods would be useless. At this moment, Lin Moyo looked helpless. Senior, you have good means, and I am convinced. Guhanyu smiled. You should have other means. I heard from Nianshui that your murderous aura is very strong, even stronger than that of Jiao Xingjun. Why don't you come out and try? Lin Moyo smiled bitterly. Is it necessary? You are a Daoist master, and I am just a low-level Tianzun. What murderous aura can be useful to you? Senior is the knife and the chopping board, and I am just the fish. You can kill or cut me, as you wish. Lin Moyo acted as if he was ready to die. Anyway, he couldn't beat her, so he simply didn't resist. You can do whatever you want. Guhanyu chuckled. You look like this, it seems that this Saint Lord is bullying the younger generation. Lin Moyo said, isn't it? Guhanyu said, this Saint Lord bullied you, so what? As the master of the Holy Land, she was very domineering. She didn't need to explain what she wanted to do to anyone. Anyone who dared to say a word of nonsense would be killed directly. A ball of coldness emerged from Guhanyu's fingertips. This cold air will freeze your blood and freeze your luck at the same time. This can be regarded as paying off the account of the trip to Lishan. As for the other accounts, Nianshui will naturally come to you to settle them in the future. Lin Moya's face changed. Senior is really good at tricks. The blood is frozen, the luck is frozen, and there is no possibility for me to move forward. By then, Gu Nianshui will make rapid progress, and if I stand still, I will be surpassed sooner or later. This move actually solved the potential threat for Gu Nianshui. Although his face was extremely ugly, Lin Moyo was thinking in his heart, what a cruel woman. If that's the case, then hurry up and get out. Guhanyu pointed at Lin Moyo, and the cold air shot towards Lin Moyo like an arrow. Lin Moyo couldn't move and couldn't dodge. Suddenly, a thunderbolt jumped out of Lin Moyo's body, instantly breaking the cold air. Chapter 2597. Chapter 2597, 2597. Chapter 2597. How can there be a fire that burns the world? Lightning suddenly appeared, breaking through the cold air. This change made Guhanyu exclaim in surprise. Not only her, but even Lin Moyo was a little surprised. He found that the source of the lightning was the inheritance jade token given by Tin Li Taoist. One of the two inheritance jade tokens, which inherited the Thunder Avenue, was shining in the soul world at this moment. The powerful force was directly transmitted from the soul world to the real world. My brother, who dares to move? A road appeared above Lin Moya's head. In an instant, an area of 1,000 miles turned into a sea of thunder, and a thunder giant appeared within it. Dao Jinshin. Lin Moya whispered softly. They were both Dao Jinshin, but Tin Li Taoist's Dao Jinshin was much more powerful than Lei Yiming's. Tin Li Taoist's Dao Jinshin was more solid, like a physical entity. Dao Jinshin was wearing battle armor made of thunder, with some illusory patterns on it. Lin Moya guessed these might be Dao patterns. However, the Dao pattern was not visible now, and this Dao's true body could not exert its full power. After all, it was only the will of Tin Li Taoist that had descended, not his true body. Lin Moya glanced at Guhanyu, whose face was hidden behind the cold air, making it impossible to see clearly. However, Lin Moya could imagine that Guhanyu must be extremely shocked at this moment. Thunder and lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and cracks in space appeared silently. Terrible winds and fire flew out of the cracks and attacked the Dao's true body. The wind of annihilation, the fire of heavenly punishment. Guhanyu suddenly spoke, her voice filled with strong shock and disbelief. Lin Moya was also extremely shocked at this moment as he saw the fire of burning the world. The fire of heavenly punishment, as Guhanyu called it, was exactly the same as the fire of burning the world he had, except for the name and power. He didn't know why the wind of annihilation and the fire of burning the world suddenly appeared in the sky, but he knew that these two things were not good. The Daoist of heavenly thunder roared, holding thunder in his hand, and punched towards Guhanyu. Guhanyu also raised her hand and slapped it, and cold air burst out. Who are you? Why did you attract heavenly punishment? Tin Li Taoist said coldly, you are not qualified. Thunders fell one after another, and the Daoist of heavenly thunder's punch evolved into infinite thunder, trying to devour Guhanyu. Guhanyu naturally didn't care about ordinary thunders, even Lei Yiming's thunder didn't concern her. But she couldn't withstand the thunder of Tin Li Taoist. The boundless cold air shattered in the thunder, and Guhanyu quickly retreated. In the competition of strength, she lost. At this time, the Daoist of heavenly thunder stepped into the void, and in an instant, countless lightning bolts evolved from all directions to trap Guhanyu. Guhanyu took out a magic weapon, which evolved into a large array of ice, and with her cold air, she instantly completed self-freezing. Since she couldn't avoid it, she decided to bear it. The Dao's true body carried thousands of thunderbolts and punched the ice. The ice was broken in an instant, and then countless thunderbolts fell on Guhanyu. Guhanyu groaned, took out a jade card, and sprayed blood on it. The jade card flashed, and Guhanyu disappeared. Escaped. Lin Moya never thought that Guhanyu would escape. At this moment, the wind of annihilation and the fire of burning the world fell on the Tao's true body at the same time. The powerful Tao's true body was blown by the wind of annihilation, and the armor was broken one after another. The fire of burning the world enveloped the true body of the great Tao, and the true body of the great Tao was burned in the flames. Lin Moya saluted the true body of the great Tao. "Thank you, Brother Tin Li, for saving me." The voice of Tin Li Taoist sounded, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I have been targeted by the great Tao and cannot show myself outside. Once I show myself, I will definitely be punished. This is just a wisp of a clone, it doesn't matter. This woman has been injured by my Thunder Great Tao, and the injury should be serious. She has many magic weapons, and it is not easy to kill her. But my Thunder Great Tao is not so easy to bear. She will not pose a threat to Brother Lin for the time being. 2 jade cards can only protect Brother Lin twice. The origin continent is not safe. Brother Lin must be extremely careful." The last word fell, and the wind of annihilation and the fire of burning the world completely devoured the true body of the great Tao. Lin Moya sighed softly, "What a pity." The reason for this pity was only known to him. Originally, Gu Hanyu had decided to hurt him but not kill him. At that time, he only needed to act again, find the right opportunity, and complete the rebirth, so that he could deceive Gu Hanyu. Instead of wasting a precious chance to save his life like now. This is a real chance to save his life. There are only 2, and now it has been reduced by half, so Lin Moya feels a little pity. But thinking about it, Lin Moya was not sure whether his previous approach is completely safe. What if Gu Hanyu has some special means? Even the rebirth will be useless. Or Gu Hanyu will keep an eye on him, and once she finds out that he has broken her means, she will come again. His previous method is not foolproof. I am lucky if I get it, and I will die if I lose it. Lin Moya whispered, "It's good now." Although he wasted an opportunity, Gu Hanyu will definitely not dare to trouble him again. She should have escaped with some magic in the end, and I don't know how injured she is. It's better to hurt her more seriously. In a flash, Lin Moya thought of another question. Why is there a world-burning fire in the heavenly punishment? What exactly is the world-burning fire left by the mysterious master? Why can the world-burning fire that even Brother Tin Li can't stop be controlled by people? Lin Moya was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. If you don't understand, put it aside for the time being, collect your mind, and continue to move north. After encountering Gu Hanyu, Lin Moya's mind became relaxed and his mood became comfortable. Mountains passed by one after another, and the mountains were far away. Lin Moya moved forward in a straight line, trying to collect his breath as much as possible. Occasionally, he would break into the territory of some powerful spirit beasts, but as long as he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, these spirit beasts would rarely attack him. After 3 alternations of the origin, Lin Moya had come to the edge of the Hanshui Holy Land. The origin of the Hanshui Holy Land had become extremely weak after coming here. Only some weak families relied on these weak origins to survive. Without the suppression of the origin, the terrain here was changeable. Every once in a while, the terrain would change, and the role of the map would be greatly weakened. This is the edge of the Hanshui Holy Land, and it is also the area bordering the forces of the Wendao sect. The 2 origins of the Hanshui Holy Land and the Wendao sect collided here, and then they were clearly divided into their own territories. No matter which force, their control over this area is very weak. Compared to the hinterland, this area seems more primitive and more dangerous, and the original spirit beasts living here are even more powerful. As the controller of an area, Hanshui Holy Land had long cleared out the spirit beasts that threatened it in its territory. The strongest spirit beast Lin Moya encountered along the way was only the first level of Daozun. But when you reach the edge, the spirit beasts you encounter will become stronger and stronger, and it is very likely to encounter spirit beasts of the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th level of Daozun. The last million miles of road are more difficult to walk than before. Chapter 2598. Chapter 2598, 2598. Chapter 2598, Enemies meet on a narrow road. In the last million miles, Lin Moya didn't dare to use the Eye of the Dead to see. He knew that the Eye of the Dead could not hide from the Daozun spirit beasts, and they would regard it as a provocation. He avoided releasing the Skeleton God General to explore this area, as that would simply be courting death. Those Daozun realm spirit beasts were very likely to find him by tracking the breath left by the Skeleton God General. Gu Hanyu had found him through a trace of breath, demonstrating that Daozun had this capability, which spelled trouble. The normal route to leave the Hanshui Holy Land should not be like this. There should be a smooth road to take. However, that road was controlled by the Hanshui Holy Land, making it inaccessible to him. So, he had no choice but to take this perilous path. As he ventured deeper, his speed gradually slowed down. He merged the forces of the Avenue of Time and the Avenue of Space to form the Calendar of Time and Space. Lin Moya entered another time and space, making his breath weaker and weaker. This method was more effective than the Void-Hidden Talisman, but Lin Moya was unsure if it could hide him from the spirit beasts. I hope I'll have better luck, he thought. He ventured deeper into this wild area, where traces of the human race became fewer and fewer until they disappeared entirely. The primitive aura grew stronger, and even in another time and space, Lin Moya could feel this change. Lin Moya became increasingly cautious. This was already a place where the origin of the Hanshui Holy Land was extremely thin. After flying for a while, Lin Moya showed some surprise. There are people. He looked down from a high place and saw a group of people stopping in front of a lake. This group wore uniform clothes, indicating they were from the same force. There were 3 Tinzuns in the team, and the rest were Supremes. Are they training? Lin Moya was puzzled. Training in such a place was akin to provoking a Daozun realm spirit beast and seeking death. In Lin Moya's perception, there was a Daazun realm spirit beast in the huge lake where they were, but these people didn't seem to be afraid. Could it be that they have some agreement with the spirit beast? He wondered. Many Daazun realm spirit beasts had wisdom, so it wasn't impossible to negotiate. Lin Moya didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he turned around and left after taking a look. Among the people by the lake, a celestial master looked up at where Lin Moya was and happened to see him leaving. Someone actually dared to fly here. How brave. One celestial master remarked. The other two celestial masters also saw Lin Moya. The more skilled, the more courageous he is. Maybe he is strong enough. He should have a special method to hide his breath. Although we can see him, we can't sense his breath. Indeed, this method is really good. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. The origin continent is vast, and our experience is far from enough. The celestial masters sighed but didn't pursue Lin Moya. In such a place, it was difficult to distinguish between enemies and friends, and it wasn't suitable to deal with strangers. After a short encounter, it might be an eternal farewell. There were too many passers-by in life, and there was only one chance in a lifetime. Lin Moya continued north, and the breath of the primitive wilderness became more intense. He could feel the powerful breaths one after another. Half a day later, he had flown hundreds of thousands of miles, and the last million miles of the journey had passed halfway. Another 600,000 miles, and he would be able to truly leave the control area of the Hanshui Holy Land. In fact, he was already safe in this area, and the Hanshui Holy Land should not chase him. There were many spirit beasts in the realm of Daazun here, and these spirit beasts had a sense of territory. It was good that a heavenly master like Lin Moya came in because the spirit beasts could sense that he was not a threat to them. If a Daozun came, it would probably directly attract the attack of spirit beasts. Lin Moya had a thought in his mind, will there be a human Daozun coming here to hunt? These Daazun realm spirit beasts were dangerous but also full of treasures. If they could be hunted successfully, the flesh and blood of the spirit beasts could be excellent materials for refining tools and alchemy, especially those flesh and blood with Dao patterns, which were top materials. Additionally, the spirit beasts could be tamed and brought back to the sect to become guarding spirit beasts. Many powerful sects did this, using spirit beasts to guard the mountain gate, which was very powerful. If there is a chance in the future, I can also hunt a few to guard the mountain gate, he thought. Shaking his head, Lin Moya felt that he was thinking too far ahead. Now he wasn't even completely safe, so how could he think about these illusory things? Yin and Yang alternated, Taiyan origin regained control of the earth, night fell, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Lin Moya's figure, under the illumination of Taiyan origin, revealed loneliness. Another 100,000 miles away, he could leave the area of Hanshui Holy Land. From afar, Lin Moya saw a magical scene. Waves of origin power, with dreamy colors, rose from under the earth, forming a layer of light waterfalls flowing upstream. This layer of waterfalls composed of origin power spread over tens of millions of kilometers, with no end in sight, like a ribbon wrapping around Hanshui Holy Land. Origin is like a waterfall. Lin Moya thought of a phrase. This phenomenon was because the origin spiritual vein of Hanshui Holy Land and the origin spiritual vein of Wendao sect collided here. The powerful force of the collision of the two origin spiritual veins tore the earth and formed a spectacular origin waterfall. It should have been the outermost end of the origin spiritual vein, but because of the competition between the two origin spiritual veins, the origin power here became stronger. Unfortunately, it was also because of the competition between the two spiritual veins that the origin power became irritable and could not be absorbed and utilized by people. The countercurrent waterfall formed by the power of origin was spectacular, with a dreamy color and a strong breath of origin rushing towards the face, straight into the soul. Even Lin Moya couldn't help but admire it. After getting closer for a while, the power of origin hit like waves, and the power of origin penetrated time and space. Lin Moya could no longer maintain the power of time and space and revealed his figure. As soon as he appeared in the normal space, he felt the power of origin more clearly. The power of origin here was extremely chaotic. The two spiritual veins of origin collided and merged with each other, forming a power that could not be absorbed at all. If one tried to absorb the power of origin to practice here, the avenue would be chaotic and counterproductive. Boom! The huge impact force, mixed with the power of origin, hit Lin Moya, who couldn't keep his body steady and was immediately blown away for hundreds of miles. Then came a deafening roar that went straight into the soul. Under the illumination of the Taiyan origin, two huge Daazun realm spirit beasts rushed into the sky and burst out with amazing power. Seeing this, Lin Moya retreated again and stayed away from the place of right and wrong. Once the Daazun realm spirit beasts fought recklessly, the aftermath alone would be enough to make him suffer. Spirit beasts occasionally fight, but Daazun realm spirit beasts generally remain restrained and will not attack casually. They often have reasons for fighting. Could it be that some treasure has appeared? But why are these two Daazun realm spirit beasts so similar? Lin Moya, thousands of miles away, used his full eyesight to look carefully. The two Daazun realm spirit beasts looked almost the same. From their aura, they should be more than Daazun realm 1 or 2, at least above Daazun realm 3. How strong they were, Lin Moya couldn't see clearly. Lin Moya's face suddenly changed, and he blurted out, Guhanyu. The two Daazun realm spirit beasts were not fighting each other. There was another person between them, who was Guhanyu. Chapter 2599. Chapter 2599, 2599. Chapter 2599, How do you know the origin of magic? Lin Moya had never seen Guhanyu's true appearance. However, Gu Hanyu's aura was so distinctive that he would recognize her instantly if he saw her again. Previously, Gu Hanyu had escaped using magic weapons and secret techniques. Lin Moya didn't expect her to appear here and provoke two Daozun realm spirit beasts. Upon seeing Gu Hanyu, Lin Moya's first instinct was to flee. But before he could make a move, a chill enveloped him. Frost formed around him, and a layer of ice appeared on his body, freezing him in place once again. At the same time that Lin Moya saw Gu Hanyu, she also noticed him. Bad luck. Lin Moya cursed inwardly. Even from thousands of miles away, he could feel Gu Hanyu's murderous gaze. The two spirit beasts roared and attacked simultaneously, their powerful origin energy surging through the air. Gu Hanyu's attention shifted back to the spirit beasts, focusing on dealing with them. The power of the spirit beasts was immense, beyond imagination. The massive force spread in all directions, toppling ancient trees and dense forests. Cracks began to appear in the ice seal around Lin Moya's body, and it was about to break. Lin Moya was delighted. As long as the ice seal broke, he would escape immediately. He couldn't afford to provoke Gu Hanyu for the time being. Gu Hanyu waved her hands, and a huge figure appeared under the moonlight. Gu Hanyu had also summoned her Dao True body, which took the form of a female warrior made of ice. The ice goddess of war armor and, though large, was graceful. The goddess held a massive ice spear, dominating the world. The two spirit beasts roared continuously, colliding and merging together. After merging, their strength surged, and their bodies grew larger. From their aura and power, they were not weaker than Gu Hanyu's Dao True body. Lin Moya noticed lightning flashing on Gu Hanyu's body. Her injury hasn't healed, and brother Tin Li's Dao attack is still affecting her. The power of Tin Li Taoist was not easy to bear. Although Gu Hanyu had escaped, she was seriously injured. Now, her power was not at its peak. Much of her strength was used to suppress the thunder power within her. Gu Hanyu's face was gloomy, and blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. If it weren't for the need to suppress the thunder power, these two spirit beasts wouldn't be her opponents at all. The ice goddess and the spirit beasts clashed, and it was difficult to determine a winner. The origin power surged explosively, and the ice around Lin Moya continued to collapse. With a sound like breaking glass, the ice shattered, and Lin Moya was freed. He immediately leaped away without hesitation. The wings of the undead spread out, and he didn't dare to hold back. His soul power was pushed to the extreme, and his speed reached unprecedented levels. At this moment, he didn't care whether he would attract attacks from other spirit beasts. Don't even think about running away. Gu Hanyu shouted. She turned into a light and chased after Lin Moya. The ice goddess continued to battle the two spirit beasts, but Gu Hanyu pursued Lin Moya regardless. Her speed was faster than Lin Moya's, and the distance between them rapidly closed. Lin Moya finally saw Gu Hanyu's appearance clearly. Her beauty was breathtaking. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be worth appreciating. But now, in Lin Moya's eyes, she was just a crazed woman. Gu Hanyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, she didn't want to just cripple Lin Moya's foundation, she wanted to kill him. After becoming the Holy Lord of the Hanshui Holy Land, she hadn't been injured for many years. Unexpectedly, a mere Lin Moya had caused her serious injury. She was the Lord of the Holy Land, a powerful existence in the sixth realm of Daozun, but she had been injured by a low-level Tianzun. No matter the reason, the fact was that she was injured. This was a humiliation, and only by killing Lin Moya could she wash it away. The distance between them kept closing, and Lin Moya knew he couldn't escape. At this point, he had to fight. Secret technique, Skybreaker. A violent murderous aura rose, and the murderous intent accumulated by Lin Moya over thousands of years of killing erupted completely. The murderous aura transformed into a huge sword, slashing towards Gu Hanyu. Previously, he couldn't use the murderous aura effectively, but after obtaining the Skybreaker secret technique from Gun Yanxue, he could now transform the murderous aura into a weapon. Lin Moya had tried it and found it quite powerful. The attack power of this secret technique had little to do with the realm. Its power was determined by the strength of one's murderous aura. With his murderous aura, the power of the Skybreaker slash had reached the level of a mid-level heavenly venerable. The attack power was secondary. The attack of a mid-level heavenly venerable had no effect on Gu Hanyu. The reason he chose it was because it had a strong enough momentum and a large enough coverage. The sword transformed by the murderous aura slashed towards Gu Hanyu. Her face remained cold. A trifling trick. She clapped her jade hands, and a giant palm evolved, smashing the sword into pieces. The sword was broken, but its murderous aura exploded in all directions. In an instant, powerful auras rose from the forest below, and the spirit beasts in the Daozun realm woke up one after another. Gu Hanyu then understood Lin Moya's true intention. You are courting death. Lin Moya snorted coldly and ignored her. With a thought, a large piece of fog appeared behind him. The mist evolved into the skeleton hell, and the spirits in the hellless zone pressed down on Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu snorted coldly. You have many tricks, but they are useless. She felt a strong chill on her body, and the skeleton hell was immediately frozen and then shattered. Lin Moya did not expect the skeleton hell to stop Gu Hanyu, he just wanted to complete the mark. With the mark, he could then perform the corpse explosion. The corpses of the three Daozun ancestors of the Yin family were still in his hands. Although their realms were not as high as Gu Hanyu's, they were still his trump cards. If it didn't work, there was still a chance with Tin Li Taoist's amulet, but Lin Moya really didn't want to use it. The chill still enveloped Lin Moya, and the coldness penetrated his bones, slowing his speed significantly. At this time, Gu Hanyu suddenly groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth again. Thunder erupted from her body, and Tin Li Taoist's thunder power began to rage once more. Gu Hanyu had to use more strength to suppress the injury. She couldn't help but look back. After losing control, her Dao True Body lost the upper hand in the battle with the spirit beasts. If the Dao True Body was hurt, Gu Hanyu would also be implicated. Lin Moya clearly felt that Gu Hanyu's aura was slightly weaker than before. This discovery made Lin Moya feel that he was not hopeless. He remembered what Tin Li Taoist had said, Gu Hanyu was more seriously injured than it appeared. There is still a chance. Lin Moya shook the wings of the undead again and fled with all his might. He wanted to delay, and the longer the delay, the better it would be for him. Gu Hanyu also realized this and waved a large piece of cold air to freeze Lin Moya. His speed was reduced again, and Gu Hanyu quickly approached. In a blink of an eye, the distance between them was less than 1,000 miles. Lin Moya no longer held back, and the original magic that had not been used for a long time suddenly activated. Origin magic, gathering power. In an instant, the endless power of the undead legion gathered on him, and his realm was raised layer by layer. At the same time, a strange power spread from Lin Moya. Gu Hanyu's eye shrank suddenly. Origin magic. Then she shouted in a delicate voice, "How do you have the origin magic?" Lin Moya ignored her. After using the gathering power magic, his realm was raised at an astonishing speed. Now, the number of the undead legion was far greater than before, and the power gathered was also beyond imagination. In an instant, Lin Moya broke through 2 realms and reached the high-level heavenly venerable. While his realm was raised, Lin Moya's soul and body were under great pressure. Bang! Golden flames burned fiercely, and the immortal golden body was activated immediately. Immortal golden body. Gu Hanyu exclaimed again, stunned for a moment. An attack shot from the earth and hit Gu Hanyu heavily. Chapter 2600. Chapter 2600, 2600. Chapter 2600. If I believe you, there will be something wrong. Gu Hanyu was caught off guard by Lin Moya's use of origin magic and the immortal golden body. When the attack came, she didn't even have time to react. With a loud bang, Gu Hanyu was sent flying backward, blood spurting from her mouth and staining her white clothes red. Gu Hanyu quickly regained her composure and slapped her hand backward. In an instant, thousands of miles were frozen, turning the land into an icy wasteland. The spirit beast that had attacked Gu Hanyu earlier was instantly turned into an ice sculpture, its life force rapidly diminishing. Gu Hanyu looked up and saw that Lin Moya had already fled far away, almost out of sight. After Lin Moya used his concentration technique, his strength increased significantly, and his realm had reached the limit of a high-level Tenzan, just a step away from the peak of Tenzan. Both his soul and body were under immense pressure. If he pushed any further, both would collapse. Maintaining his peak state, Lin Moya vibrated the wings of the undead and moved away at his fastest speed. Gu Hanyu's face was cold. "You can't escape." The blood at the corner of her mouth fell away naturally, and her red clothes regained their luster. Gu Hanyu turned into a stream of light and chased after Lin Moya. Even though Lin Moya used origin magic, he was still not as fast as Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu emitted cold air all around her, freezing thousands of miles wherever she passed. A roar sounded from the earth, and souls awakened one after another. Gu Hanyu's wanton intrusion into their territory was no longer just a provocation but an invasion. Hundreds of thousands of miles of wild land shook violently, and countless spirit beasts revived and roared in anger. Lin Moya's expression was grim. This woman is crazy. He knew that Gu Hanyu wasn't losing her mind, she was doing this on purpose. Gu Hanyu was a powerful figure in the 6th realm of Daozun and the Lord of Hanshui Holy Land. Whether it was her means or magic weapons, she was far superior to ordinary Daozun. Even though she was injured, her ability to survive was still far better than his. When all the spirit beasts revived, it would be him who was in greater danger. Now, Gu Hanyu was trying to kill him with the help of the spirit beasts. Lin Moya snorted coldly. "It's a nice thought, but you're dreaming." The wings of the undead vibrated, and he sped up, heading north. As long as he crossed the origin waterfall, he could enter the territory of the Wendao sect. At that time, even Gu Hanyu would have to be cautious. Gu Hanyu obviously knew Lin Moya's thoughts. A sharp sword appeared in her hand, which suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya snorted lightly, and the giant power lich appeared behind him. The power avenue emerged, and the ancestral water fell simultaneously. The giant power lich's aura increased sharply, and it punched out one punch after another. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each one heavier than the last. When the third punch was thrown, the true body of the Dao emerged. Gu Hanyu was surprised again. It was unheard of for a Tianzun realm to display the true body of the Dao, but she could see that this Dao true body was not very powerful. The fist and sword collided, and the Dao true body collapsed instantly. Lin Moya pointed at Gu Hanyu at the same time. Origin level magic, time curse. Gu Hanyu groaned as her soul was attacked, making her feel uncomfortable. It was also because of this soul attack that the flying sword lost its target and turned back. Her face became increasingly ugly. The attack of the Tianzun realm can actually affect the soul of this Saint Lord. This child cannot be kept. She finally realized the horror of Lin Moya. She felt that even if Gun Yenshui obtained the inheritance of the Star Lord, he might not be Lin Moya's opponent. Her killing intent towards Lin Moya grew extremely strong, but when she thought of Lin Moya's origin magic and immortal golden body, she suddenly hesitated again. The Hanshui Holy Land had a long history. As the master of the Holy Land, she knew much more than ordinary people. Even Tin Li Daoren, a strong man of the 9th realm of Daozun, knew fewer secrets than her. She knew what origin magic meant and what the immortal golden body signified. Origin magic is different from origin level magic. The former can be considered innate, while origin level magic is acquired, and the difference between the two is immense. Gu Hanyu was calculating the gains and losses, and gradually, her killing intent weakened. However, she couldn't let Lin Moya go, otherwise, it would leave a big trouble for the Holy Land. She couldn't kill him, and she couldn't let him go. She could only turn hostility into friendship and find a way to resolve past grudges. Stop, I won't kill you. Gu Hanyu's voice reached Lin Moya's ears, and it sounded like there was indeed no killing intent, but Lin Moya didn't dare to stop. God knows if Gu Hanyu was acting. If she was, then although he wouldn't die, he would definitely lose the last amulet of Tin Li Taoist. It wasn't worth it. Gu Hanyu saw Lin Moya not stopping, so she accelerated to catch up with him, and at the same time, she sent a soul message: "This Saint Lord promises not to kill you, let's talk." Lin Moya continued to fly silently. Now, no matter what Gu Hanyu said, his main point was one word: escape. Escape was the best strategy. If he really wanted to talk about something, he could wait until he reached the Daozun realm in the future and had bargaining chips. What's the point of talking now? What qualifications did he have to talk? Gu Hanyu called several times but found that it didn't work, and there was a little anger in her eyes. In her opinion, she had already lowered her status, but Lin Moya was still so ungrateful. With anger, Gu Hanyu raised her hand and slapped it. The terrible cold gathered in front of Lin Moya, and she instantly turned into an ice goddess of war. Gu Hanyu's Daotru body moved directly from a distance to Lin Moya's front as if teleporting. The Daotru body thrust out with a spear, and the world froze in an instant, turning Lin Moya into an ice sculpture. Lin Moya was frozen again and could not move. Amid the roar, the spirit beast fighting with the ice goddess locked onto Gu Hanyu and rushed over quickly. The ice goddess turned around and fought with it again. However, after the teleportation just now, the ice goddess's combat power was obviously weakened by several points, and the teleportation consumed a lot of its strength. Gu Hanyu's mouth was bleeding again, and thunder spread on her body. The injuries that had been suppressed before broke out again. The roars came one after another, and spirit beasts appeared in the void, rushing from all directions. All these spirit beasts were in the Daozun realm, and they were at least powerful spirit beasts above the third realm of Daozun. Gu Hanyu's face changed slightly. If it were normal, she would not be afraid. But now, most of her strength was used to suppress the injury, and the situation was not favorable for her. She looked at Lin Moya with a very complicated expression. Lin Moya felt a faint murderous intent from her eyes, but there was also hesitation. What is she thinking? She wanted to kill me so much before, why is she hesitating now? Is it because of Gun Yanxue? Does she still want to cut off my foundation and let Gun Yanxue deal with me? She asked me to stop before and said she had something to discuss. Is it true or false? She had a chance to kill me by using the true body of the Great Tao, but she just trapped me in ice. It's really strange. Lin Moya couldn't understand Gu Hanyu's inner thoughts and could only analyze from her eyes, but he couldn't gather too much information. More and more Daozun realm spirit beasts came over. Once surrounded, even she would be in trouble. Gu Hanyu made a decision. The coldness between heaven and earth intensified. The true body of the Great Tao burst out with a shocking coldness, freezing the heaven and earth, and blocking the spirit beasts that came around. Gu Hanyu stretched out her hand and pressed it lightly, and the power of Daozun wrapped Lin Moya, flying into the dense forest with him, and disappeared in an instant. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.